In the year 2020, gates connecting to another dimension began to appear, and something extraordinary happened to this peaceful world. Governments deployed their militaries into these gates to investigate, but not a single soul returned. Then, monsters began pouring out of those abandoned gates. Armed with overwhelming power that could easily crush any modern weapon, they began slaughtering humanity everywhere. But then, individuals blessed with extraordinary strength and skills by supernatural forces emerged. With these hunters on the front lines, humanity began to fight back, aided by supporters who could grant them powerful buffs. Among those hunters, a man emerged with countless followers and immortal warriors wielding the power of fire. They called him the Demon King. With the unique traits of a player, he grew stronger and stronger with every hunt. However, the 12 great heroes, who were revered as gods, grew terrified of this man and his immense power. Under their influence, the Demon King was completely erased from history, and those self-proclaimed gods went on to establish Eden. Since then, hunters have been treated as a new subspecies of humanity, while those who failed to become hunters were reduced to mere slaves. Hunters held absolute dominion over the world. And just like that, 100 years passed. Deep in a forest, a black-haired young man was being trained by his close friend to become a hunter. "Hey, out of breath already?" Seonggu asked playfully, perched up on a tree branch, looking down at the black-haired young man who was gasping for air after running laps around the mountain. "This is my limit. I seriously can't take another step." Seonggu encouraged him, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to change the world? Do you think sheer willpower alone is enough to become a hunter? If you want to catch a supporter's eye, you have to push past your absolute limits." "Oh, really? Did you have to push past your limits to find your first supporter too, Seonggu?" "Nope, they just chose to support me naturally." The black-haired young man muttered enviously. "That is so not fair. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Just like how I am a hunter, and you are just a regular human. If running is not working, I guess we will have to try something else." Seonggu summoned a spear and handed it to him. "So this is a hunter's weapon? I could look at this all day and never get tired of it. It is nothing to be amazed by. Once you become a hunter, you will understand." Seonggu chuckled. "Is that so? Once I become a hunter?" The black-haired young man let out a bitter laugh. "Ever since you found out that my parents were murdered by hunters, you gave me that book as a keepsake. It is filled with all the absurd rules that hunters forced upon us, and I want to change that. You have helped me for so long. But looking at how things are, I guess I will never be able to become a hunter. I guess becoming a hunter is just destiny, like Eden's teachings say." "That is absolute garbage." Seonggu playfully smacked the black-haired young man. "Do not worry. You will become a hunter. I promise you. By the way, do you still have that book with you? You keep asking me that. Of course I do. It is the only keepsake my parents left behind. You told me it is the memoir of a forgotten hero, the one who was wiped out by the 12 great heroes, right? You have asked me about it so many times that I practically know it by heart now. If only he were still alive, maybe the world would be a better place." While the two of them were talking, a girl was watching them from high up in the sky. "Found you." With those words, she reached her hand out and fired a beam of purple light right at them. Seonggu immediately sensed the incoming magic. The moment he saw the purple light rushing toward them, he cursed under his breath and shoved the black-haired young man out of the way. A split second later, a massive, earth-shaking explosion blasted the very spot where they had just been standing. Before the black-haired young man could even process what was happening, a girl floated down from the sky, landing right in front of him, leaving him completely terrified. A hunter. What is a hunter doing here? The girl glanced at him. If you looked closely, you could see her eyes glowing a deep purple. Kneel. His knees slammed into the dirt. It was not because he wanted to obey, but because some invisible, overwhelming force was controlling his body, forcing him to move according to her will. Moments later, several flashes of light streaked down, and a group of figures dressed in black materialized, immediately dropping to their knees. They spoke with absolute reverence. "Ruler of Eden, we humble servants greet you, Lady Athena." Hearing the name Athena filled the black-haired young man with even greater dread. As a supreme ruler, one of the 12 founding gods of Eden. What on earth was she doing here? He couldn't have gone far. "Capture him and bring him to me." "Yes, milady," the group in black shouted in unison before quickly vanishing to carry out their orders. "We were so close to capturing him. What a shame." Athena then turned her gaze toward the black-haired young man. "Who is this? I cannot sense even a trace of magic power coming from him." Meanwhile, The black-haired young man was praying silently. The memoir of the Demon King he carried held the filthy secrets that the 12 great heroes desperately wanted to keep hidden. Please don't let her notice it. Just let her leave. He is just a lowly slave, Athena scoffed, turning her back on him. Is she gone? The black-haired young man wondered as the heavy pressure suddenly lifted from his body. The dark-haired boy thought he had escaped, but the moment he looked up, he saw Athena standing right there in front of him, staring down at him with judging eyes. I almost missed you. I can feel the magic radiating from you, even if it is just a tiny trace. Your heart is pounding, and your breath is ragged. Seeing how tense you are, I take it you are hiding something you do not want me to see? Hand over whatever you are holding, and tell me what it is. Wait, my body is moving on its own. Is this a god's command? Stop. If she finds this book, I am absolutely finished. Ignoring the dark-haired boy's desperate inner cries, his hands moved against his will, forced by her manipulation to pull the book out of his pocket and hold it up. It was a book. The boy cursed silently, screaming in his head, "Damn it, my body won't listen to me." The book revealed that the Demon King was actually the true hero of humanity. Eden did not want the world to ever find out about this story. Anyone connected to me will be sacrificed. If things get any worse, this entire neighborhood will be completely wiped out. That is how Eden operates. They destroy anything that displeases them or gets in their way. I cannot hand this over to her. Please, stop. Just as Athena was about to touch the book, it suddenly burst open and a wave of magical fire erupted. Athena reacted just in time, conjuring a magical shield to protect herself from being burned by the flames. Her eyes lit up as she cried out in excitement. I found it. This is the Demon King's memoir. I have no idea how a lowly slave like you got your hands on this, but I am taking it. Right at that moment, Seonggu appeared out of nowhere, like a total savior, and sent Athena flying into next week. The dark-haired boy could not hold back his emotions and burst into tears. Hey, men do not cry, but you did a great job anyway. You held out well. Seonggu picked up the book with a teasing smile. Who are you anyway? How did you manage to fight off Athena, one of the 12 gods? Seonggu handed the book back to the dark-haired boy. Sorry about that, kid. I don't really have time to explain everything to you right now. I did not expect to find this so soon. You have been saying it for a long time, right? That you want to change the world? You are betting on someone like me? Hunters are chosen to be gods and rule over everyone else. A powerless person like me is forced to live like livestock, just waiting to be slaughtered by others. If you had the power to change the world, a power that could rival the 12 gods, would you still want to change this world? Seonggu summoned a sword and pointed the tip right at the dark-haired boy. The kid remained silent. Just then, Athena's furious voice echoed from the distance. Heimdall! She rushed toward them, weapon in hand, flying at high speed. Athena is coming. We do not have much time left. Make your choice, quick. I cannot fight Athena all on my own. Seonggu urged him on, and suddenly, the dark-haired boy's eyes flashed a deep crimson. Yes, if I had that kind of power, I would change this world. Perfect. Seonggu smiled with satisfaction, then suddenly drove his sword straight through the dark-haired boy's chest. If you run into me over there, make sure you treat me well. What are you talking about? Heimdall, the dark-haired boy's body, with the sword still lodged in his chest, began to float in mid-air before slowly vanishing. Activating the contract. According to the contract, the fallen angel will support you. By the time the dark-haired boy regained consciousness, he found himself teleported inside a cave. Staring at his completely uninjured body, the dark-haired boy was utterly bewildered. What in the world? I was definitely stabbed, but there is not a single wound on me. My body feels totally different, and I can feel a strange power surging within me. Plus, that voice said I have been supported. Did I actually become a hunter? And where exactly am I right now? With all this magical energy flowing through me, could I be inside a gate? As the dark-haired boy was trying to figure it out, he suddenly heard footsteps nearby, so he quickly hid behind a large rock to scope out the situation. He looked out to see a goblin wandering around, looking completely dazed. Yep, I am definitely inside a dungeon gate. Goblins might be the lowest tier monsters, but they are far more dangerous than people think. That is why they are called rookie hunter killers. Thanks to their exceptional sense of smell and hearing, combined with their reckless hunting style, they have taken the lives of many rookie hunters who lacked experience. I just hope it leaves without spotting me. Unfortunately, with its keen sense of smell, the goblin quickly caught the dark-haired boy's scent and began slowly creeping toward his hiding spot. Will the things I learned actually work on this thing? Either way, I have no choice. I just have to trust the skills I studied so hard to become a hunter. The dark-haired boy quietly reached down and picked up a stone, then threw it in the opposite direction of the goblin's path. Hearing the strange noise, the goblin immediately turned around. Taking advantage of the distraction, the dark-haired boy grabbed the goblin's sword hand and swung with his other hand, instantly vaporizing the creature. What is going on with my strength? I only meant to scare it and steal its weapon, but did I seriously just become a hunter? While the dark-haired boy was still trying to process what happened, a notification screen popped up once again, stating, "The fallen angel is watching you." The fallen angel was the Demon King. Just then, a whole pack of goblins appeared, likely drawn by the noise the dark-haired boy had made earlier. There are so many of them. Even worse, the one standing at the back is the goblin chieftain. He is the boss of this goblin dungeon. This is bad. I just awakened as a hunter. There is no way in hell I can stand against a beast like that. Suddenly, the dark-haired youth recalled the promise he had made to Seonggu. If he ever obtained the power to change the world, a power strong enough to rival the 12 gods, he would absolutely do it. That's right. I can't die here. There is no way I'm going down before I even get the chance to change this world. The fallen angel applauds your battle spirit. The fallen angel is paying attention to me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Armed with raw determination, the dark-haired youth charged straight into the goblin horde. Back in the past, watching him slice falling leaves with perfect precision, Seonggu could only gasp in awe. That is truly impressive. Looking at you, I finally understand what a genius really is. Normal people have their limits, but if you get a sponsor, I'm absolutely certain you will become an outstanding hunter, far better than anyone else. Just like right now, fueled by sheer willpower and his trained skills, the dark-haired youth wiped out almost the entire goblin horde all by himself, and his level shot up rapidly. Only the boss is left. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden sense of danger flared. He quickly rolled backward. He successfully avoided a surprise attack from the boss. Damn it, even if it is just a goblin, it's still a boss-level monster. According to the records, you need to be at least a C-rank hunter to defeat a goblin chieftain. If you've just awakened as a hunter, you would normally only be at an E or F rank. Can someone who just awakened like me really defeat this thing? The dark-haired youth glanced at the spear in his hand. All right, I'll bet everything on this. The fallen angel applauds your choice and has granted you authority over fire dominion. This spear is the Demon King's weapon, and it's also the one I'm most confident in using. Pouring even more power into his spear, the dark-haired youth charged forward, killing the boss with a single strike. You have leveled up. The durability of your spear has dropped to 0. I did it. But just as expected, after taking down a dungeon boss, this is all my body can handle. During the battle, the dark-haired youth suffered severe injuries from the goblins. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed and lost consciousness. A moment later, 2 other people entered the dungeon. There are goblin corpses here. Who could have wiped out this many goblins? Even the goblin chieftain is dead. It was then that one of the newcomers noticed the dark-haired youth lying in a pool of blood. There's a survivor. Someone's alive over there. When the dark-haired youth woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed with a recovery 4. A hospital. So it wasn't a dream. Athena appeared and almost stole the Demon King's memoir, and after Seonggu stabbed me, I woke up inside a dungeon portal. I ran into a goblin chieftain and almost died, but I survived thanks to the fire dominion granted by the fallen angel. Still, I passed out because of my severe injuries. Did the hunters clearing the gate save my life? As he was lost in thought, a nurse walked in with a smile, saying, "You shouldn't move just yet. How are you feeling? Are you dizzy at all? The hunter team sent by the association rescued you and brought you here. If they hadn't, I'm not sure what would have happened to you." The dark-haired youth asked in confusion, "The association?" The nurse smiled and replied, "That's right. Your injuries were incredibly severe. Surviving is a literal miracle. Since you were in an accident inside a gate, a representative from the association will be dispatched. Until they arrive, please get some proper rest." Turning to leave, the nurse thought to herself, "Oh my God, why is he so handsome? I have to go tell everyone." Suddenly, the dark-haired youth called out, "Excuse me." The nurse turned around and asked, "Yes?" The dark-haired youth inquired, "What year is it?" The nurse replied, "It seems your memory hasn't fully recovered yet. You must still be feeling a bit lightheaded. It's the year 2022. Hearing this, the dark-haired youth gasped in shock. 2022? That's over 100 years before I was born. The gates first started appearing in 2020. The year 2022 was when special hunters began making names for themselves, the era of heroes. At that moment, Seong-gu's words suddenly flashed through his mind again. Hunters began calling themselves gods and started ruling over humanity. Powerless people like you were forced to live as refugees, barely scraping by just waiting to die. What do you think? If you had the power to change the world, would you do it? The dark-haired youth's heart began to race. Unlike having to be chosen by the system to become a hunter, this era is when hunters awaken by receiving support from celestial sponsors. This is my moment to change everything. With that thought, the dark-haired youth decisively ripped out the IV and the wires attached to his body, then jumped out of bed. Seeing this, the nurse cried out in worry, "Hey, jumping up like that is very dangerous. I'm fine. I don't feel dizzy anymore." "Forget about that. Could you tell me where the restroom is?" The nurse replied, "It's right next to the entrance." The dark-haired youth walked into the restroom. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he gasped in shock, whispering to himself, "Is this really me? I definitely didn't have all these muscles before, and I must be at least 6'3" now. My face probably looks the same as before, but my body and overall build make me look like a completely different person." Right then, I heard someone call out from outside. "Is someone in there?" A few minutes later, the dark-haired young man, dressed in a hospital gown, was sitting across from another young man. This guy introduced himself as Kim Sudong from the association. With a friendly smile, Sudong said, "You were rescued by the Hunter Alliance after that incident inside the gate. I heard you're having some trouble with your memory. Is that true?" The dark-haired young man thought to himself. The nurse must have told him. "Good." Keeping his face completely expressionless, the young man replied, "Yes, that's correct." Sudong leaned in and asked, "Can you tell me what you actually remember? Your name, your family, how you ended up inside the gate, literally anything at all?" Ever since the young man was transferred to this hospital, both the staff and the association had been trying their best to dig up any information on him. But of course, they came up completely empty-handed. No name, no family records, nothing. The dark-haired young man thought to himself, "There's no way any records of my future self could exist in this timeline." They did mention that memory loss can happen after a gate accident or even right after someone awakens as a hunter. Giving a soft smile, he replied, "I'm 23 years old, and my name is Lee Jun-kyung. I honestly can't remember anything else. Just a second ago, as he was about to say his name, the title Demon King had suddenly flashed through his mind for some bizarre reason. For some reason, he had confused his name with the Demon King's, but he didn't know why he felt that was the right thing to do." Hearing Jun-kyung's answer, Sudong let out a sigh of frustration and muttered, "Well, this is a major problem." Then, he looked at Jun-kyung and asked, "If that's the case, did you feel anything unusual while you were inside the gate?" Jun-kyung replied, "I heard a voice saying, 'I will sponsor you.' That's all I heard." Upon hearing this, Sudong's hands, resting on the table, clenched slightly. After a few seconds of silence, he spoke up. "I see. It looks like you've become a hunter. Mr. Lee Jun-kyung, do you remember anything about hunters?" "I don't really know. I just vaguely recall that they are special, chosen individuals." Sudong stood up and said, "Thank you for speaking with me. Someone else might drop by after this, but the association will get in touch with you soon." Then, he suddenly bowed deeply and said, "I know you must be incredibly confused right now, but you have become someone who is vital and important to this world. I wish you the very best." With their conversation over, Sudong took his leave. Jun-kyung stood by the window, watching him head to the parking lot, and muttered to himself, "He seems like a decent guy." Then, he called out under his breath, "Status." Instantly, a holographic system window materialized right in front of his eyes. Status window. Name, Lee Jun-kyung. Level, 9. Trait, Player. Title, Goblin Killer. Strength, 30. 1. Stamina, 28. Agility, 34. Magic Power, 38. Exclusive Authority. Fire Domination, Level 2. Summoned Familiar, none. Skills, none. Staring at his status board, Jun-kyung thought, so this is one of the Demon King's unique traits. The reason why the 12 heroes feared the Demon King, and the reason why he could grow so much faster than other hunters. Terrified of his power, Eden had erased every single trace of his existence. The Demon King was truly special. To be precise, he wasn't a hunter, he was a player. He was a player, completely different from normal hunters, who required the backing of sponsors to grow powerful. He was able to obtain strength entirely on his own. He was the only one who could level up and grow stronger just by hunting. And now, I am that player. On the day Junkyung was discharged, the nurse came into his hospital room and said with a smile, "Mr. Lee Junkyung, congratulations on becoming a hunter. Thank you. But is becoming a hunter really something to celebrate?" The nurse smiled and replied, "Of course it is. It's basically like winning the lottery. Even the weakest F-rank hunter can live a life of luxury and wealth that ordinary people could only dream of. Aside from fighting monsters inside the gates, there are so many other things a hunter can do. You could use your strength to become a blacksmith and craft magical items, or you could work as a bodyguard and pull in an absolute fortune. Wealthy elites would literally line up just to hire you." Junkyung thought to himself, "Yeah, I already know that. And that's exactly why those who aren't chosen are left completely powerless." With a bitter smile on his face, he quietly asked, "Is that really something I should be happy about?" The nurse suddenly remembered something, handed a bag to Junkyung, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to give you this. It's from Mr. Kim Sudong, the guy from the association. These are the clothes you were wearing when you were rescued. They said you probably won't be wearing these again, but they kept them just in case you ever need them. Congratulations on being discharged." Not long after, Junkyung left the hospital and headed over to a spot in the Gangnam district. Looking around, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is the district reserved for heroes. In the past, I wasn't even allowed to set foot in Gangnam. Everything here looks so bright and peaceful. Right at that moment, Sudong approached him. "Mr. Lee Junjun, I've been waiting for you," a voice called out. Junjun turned to look at the speaker, his supervising officer, Kim Seo-dong. "Let's head over to the association," Seo-dong said. "I don't think a rookie hunter like you should be lingering around here." Noticing the slight shift in Jungyeon's expression, Seo-dong assumed he was anxious. He smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous. Since we've registered you as an official association hunter, you'll be provided with an apartment. We get people who end up in your exact situation from time to time. And let me congratulate you beforehand. Your evaluation results are already in. You've been ranked as a class hunter. You should be really happy about that, because in our country, starting off at class right from the get-go is pretty rare." He then pointed toward a car with its door left open at the curb and added, "Let's hit the road. I'll explain the rest once we get the registration paperwork sorted out." "Thank you," Jungyeon replied. With that, he hopped in the car with Seo-dong and headed toward the Hunter Association headquarters. Once they arrived, the staff guided him through the final steps of his registration. Normally, ordinary people end up in E or F class after their initial awakening as a hunter. Hunters are graded using letter ranks. The higher your rank, the greater your potential, and the better the special privileges you'll receive. By the time evening arrived and the sun began to set, Jungon followed Seo-dong out of the Hunter Association building, stopping in front of apartment 802. "We managed to get your registration finalized without any trouble, and from now on, this will be your apartment," Seo-dong said. Junjian opened the door and stepped inside. The very next second, he froze, completely overwhelmed by what he saw. It was so deeply moving that tears actually began to well up in his eyes. Standing behind him, Seo-dong had no idea. "Is it to your liking?" he asked. The furniture looked quite outdated, but Jungon replied, "Yes, I really like it. Thank you so much." Deep down, he thought to himself, "Today is such a special day. I finally have the chance to become a hunter. So this is what it feels like to have a place of my own for the very first time." Seo-dong then spoke up, "Oh, I almost forgot. There's one more thing I need to tell you. There are some people who want to meet with you, Mr. Lee Junjun." Hearing this, Junjun panicked a little. He spun around and asked, "Meet me?" At the same time, anxiety gripped him as he thought, who could it possibly be? There is no way anyone could know I came from the future. Seo-dong was quite taken aback by Jungyeon's rather intense reaction. Even so, he replied, "He's the leader of the Alliance Guild, the ones who saved you. It seems he's quite interested in you. You can turn down his request if you're not comfortable with this meeting." Junyeon asked, "The leader of the Alliance Guild?" "Yes, they're a pretty active guild that's been drawing a lot of attention lately." "The Alliance Guild?" Junjeon pondered for a moment, then replied, "All right, I'll meet him." With that, Seo-dong led Jungyeon to meet the leader of the Alliance Guild. As they came face to face, Seo-dong immediately introduced them. First, he gestured toward Jungyeon and said, "This is Mr. Lee Jungyeon." Then, he gestured toward a bald man. "And this is the leader of the Alliance Guild, the very guild that rescued you." The bald man spoke up. "Allow me to introduce myself. You're quite tall and handsome. I'm Lee Seonggu, the leader of the Alliance Guild. As for Junyeon, from the moment he met Seonggu, he remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the man's bald head. Inside, his mind was screaming, it really is him. That bald head. Noticing Junyeon's intense stare, Seonggu asked, where exactly are you looking? Snapping back to reality, Junyeon awkwardly scratched his head and said with a sheepish laugh, I'm so sorry. If I caused any offense, it was completely unintentional. He then fell back into deep thought, scolding himself. I got so flustered that I almost made a huge mistake. I never expected to cross paths with him this early. He was the one who genuinely cared about me, teaching me all the basics of being a hunter. My savior, the person who kept me alive in my past life, and a true hero who turned down countless opportunities just to save other people's lives. The forgotten hero whom everyone assumed had died in battle. Aurora Seonggu, we meet again. Unaware of what was going through Junyeon's head, Seonggu smiled and said, it's fine. By the way, have we met somewhere before? You seem strangely familiar to me, Junyeon replied. I lost all my memories after awakening as a hunter, so I'm not really sure myself. Then, he bowed deeply and said, thank you so much for saving my life. Watching him, Seonggu smiled and thought, what a polite young man. That night, Junyeon lay in bed, thinking to himself that this is indeed reality. But what exactly happened to his body? It felt like an entirely different body, yet the moles on his skin were in the exact same spots, proving beyond a doubt that it was indeed his own. The player known as the Demon King was an insanely powerful hunter. He was also a forgotten hero. But why do I possess his exact abilities? I got this power because a fallen angel sponsored me. In my past life, the fallen angel had only ever sponsored one single person. So, what on earth happened to the Demon King? I have no idea, and I don't think I'll find the answer anytime soon. Either way, I've returned to the past and gained an absolutely overpowered strength. The unique path that so many have dreamed of. I have been granted a power that can change the entire world. The next morning, in a waiting room at the Hunter Association headquarters, Junyeon and the others sat waiting. Just then, a man with 3 scars on his cheek entered and introduced himself. Welcome everyone, my name is Bae Sang-soo, and I'll be one of your instructors. Upon hearing his name, a few people immediately started whispering. What? The B-rank hunter, Bae Sang-soo. Why would a core member of the association act as an instructor for mere rookies like us? That meant someone in this room had already caught the association's attention. Realizing this, the others began to feel excited and full of anticipation. This is my chance. If I can catch his eye, I'll definitely be able to join a great guild. I'm the only one who fits that role. No, that spot is going to be mine. Hearing the commotion around him, Junyeon, who had been dozing off on his desk, raised his head. Up on the platform, Bae Sang-soo spoke. Today, we'll be holding a hunter seminar. Afterward, you'll choose your weapons and head over to the testing area for a combat evaluation. However, you don't need to worry. Do you know how hunters awaken? A quick-witted young man in a blue shirt raised his hand. Don't we need to be chosen by a sponsor? Bae Sang-soo nodded. That's correct. Additionally, a hunter's strength is evaluated the moment they awaken. However, a hunter can still grow and develop on their own. A brown-haired girl stood up and spoke. We can close gates or catch the attention of sponsors through our own outstanding achievements. And through additional sponsorships, we can receive even more powerful items or skills. Bae Sang-soo clapped and smirked. Excellent. It seems you've all done your homework. Now, let me ask you a slightly difficult question. What is the ultimate goal of the sponsors? The room instantly fell dead silent. Bae Sang-soo thought to himself, just as I thought, not a single person can answer this. All hunters are dying to know. But nobody knows why they do it, who the sponsors are, or why they chose humans to become hunters. Suddenly, Bae Sang-soo noticed Junyeon. What is with that kid? Everyone else is trying so hard to get my attention. Curious, Bae Sang-soo pointed at Junyeon. Hey you, resting your chin on your hand back there, can you answer my question? Junyeon was slightly surprised. He then lowered his head and fell silent, lost in thought. Bae Sang-soo chuckled. Don't worry, this is an open-ended question. I just want to hear your thoughts on it. Junyeon replied, isn't it all just for entertainment? The others in the room gasped in shock. What did he just say? Bae Sang-soo asked. What do you mean, for entertainment? Junyeon replied, like how you pick a character and order them to go hunt, and you find it entertaining to watch them level up and get stronger. It's just like a game. Bae Sang-soo's jaw dropped. What an unbelievable theory, he thought. Meanwhile, Jun-gyeon thought to himself, the Demon King hypothesized that the sponsors only view this world as a game, and because of that theory, he still ended up biting the dust, despite achieving absolute power. This might be the most crucial secret about the sponsors. A while later, at the training grounds, Bae Sang-soo looked at the brown-haired girl and smiled. So, you chose a sword? An excellent choice. Are you ready? With a focused look, the brown-haired girl gripped her sword tightly with both hands and said, Yes, I'm ready. Bae Sang-soo then responded, You'll be fighting a starving demon. It's fine if you can't defeat it. I'll set some conditions for you to pass the test. Do you agree? The brown-haired girl smiled and nodded. I agree. Bae Sang-soo reassured her, Don't worry too much. It's been brainwashed so it won't try to kill humans, or inflict any fatal wounds. And with that, the test officially begins. Saying that, Bae Sang-soo pressed a button on his remote to open the cage. A split second later, the starving demon burst out, roaring as it lunged straight at her. The brown-haired girl charged forward and swung her sword, but the demon dodged her strike and slashed her arm with its sharp claws. Seizing the opening, the demon lunged forward to slash at her again. Watching from the sidelines, Bae Sang-soo muttered, That's too dangerous. But to his shock, the girl suddenly spun around, using her momentum to deliver a clean horizontal slash that sliced the demon completely in half. Exhausted, the brown-haired girl collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily for air. Completely drained of energy, she lay there as Bae Sang-soo walked over to praise her. That was impressive. You managed to turn the tables and eliminate the demon. You've passed the test. Well done. As the girl left the testing grounds, Bae Sang-soo called out, Next up, the final candidate. Please step inside. A few seconds later, Jun-gyeon walked in, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. A spear and a shield. What an odd combination, Bae Sang-soo thought. Meanwhile, Jun-gyeon knew that completing this test was his only ticket to graduation, and if I put on a good show here, I might even get some extra perks. At that moment, Bae Sang-soo spoke up. The test will begin now. But wait, all of the goblins are already dead? So, you'll have to take the test with a different monster. And since the beast is different, the rules are changing too. You don't actually need to defeat it. I'll be the one deciding the conditions for you to pass. Just like the others, this one has been brainwashed, so it won't be able to land any fatal blows. Plus, I'm a B-rank hunter, and I'm right here with you, so nothing can go wrong. Are you ready? Another monster? Jun-gyeon thought to himself. It's probably something like a goblin, or maybe a kobold. With that thought, Jun-gyeon spoke up. I'm ready. Sang-soo smiled, pressing a button on his controller as he spoke. Good. Your test begins now. I was pretty impressed by your answer earlier, so don't disappoint me. The monster facing our final candidate, Jun-gyeon, was an orc. It was twice as strong as an average man and possessed incredible vitality. In fact, it was common knowledge that only a combat-class hunter could stand a chance against one inside a gate. Back in the waiting room, the other candidates gasped in terror when they realized Jun-gyeon's opponent was an orc. What? An orc? No way. Since when are orcs used for a licensing test like this? Outside the arena, Sang-soo watched as a blue light enveloped Jun-gyeon's entire body, his excitement growing by the second. Only hunters who awaken as a B rank right from the start are wrapped in this brilliant blue glow, looking like a shooting star. These individuals are currently the most powerful hunters in the world. Jun-gyeon had already managed to become a C-rank hunter all on his own. He even held off goblins in a D-rank gate. How could a newly awakened hunter accomplish something so incredible? There's no way I'm letting a gem like him slip through the association's fingers. Let's see what you've got. The fallen angel is watching you closely. Just as the notification popped up, the orc lost its patience and lunged forward to attack. Gripping his spear tightly, Jun-gyeon thrust it straight into the orc's shoulder. As expected of a mindless monster, it just charged straight ahead. This is actually simpler than I thought. But of course, reality is never that simple. The orc let out a painful shriek, then grabbed the spear, impaling its body with one hand. It stuck. What kind of insane strength is this? As Jun-gyeon struggled in vain to pull his spear free, the orc suddenly swung its free hand, unleashing a barrage of punches. Luckily, Jun-gyeon managed to raise his shield just in time, blocking the deadly strike. Watching this unfold from the waiting room, the other candidates started to panic. Isn't this way too dangerous? Well, considering his opponent is an orc, this shouldn't be a surprise. The proctor should stop this fight. Meanwhile, Sang-soo made no move to intervene, calmly observing and analyzing the situation. That was a flawless strike. If his opponent were human, they'd be dead from that fatal blow by now. But unfortunately, he's up against a monster. Seeing cracks forming on Jungyong's shield and fearing the boy was in real danger, Sang-soo began channeling his power, ready to step in. But to his shock, he saw Jungyong let go of the spear, spin around, and deliver a devastating kick right to the orc's face. Using the momentum, he leaped into the air and slammed his buffed shield directly into the beast, completely obliterating the orc. Shield durability has reached 0. You have leveled up. Your fire domination has reached level 2. Who is that guy? Is he really a rookie hunter? He thrust his spear straight forward just to break that monster's balance. This is absolutely insane. He actually defeated the orc set up by the proctor. Not only the candidates, but even the B-rank hunter Sang-soo was stunned by Jungyong's performance. What was that skill? How could a rookie hunter like him possess a skill like that, especially without an activation code? Could it be a high-tier skill? There has never been a case like this in the entire history of hunters. I can't let him slip away. I have to bring him into the association no matter what. Simply unbelievable. Hunter Lee Jungyong, you have passed my test. Thank you, Jungyong replied. But in his mind, he thought, the equipment seems like it can only be used for a short time. Fire domination really is an incredible skill. The authority of fire domination is the source of the power that the Demon King used. It's like an innate trait that comes with being a hunter. This isn't just a simple skill. It's a source of power. Unlike other skills that can't be leveled up, this power levels up thanks to the sponsor. Players can level up and their power will become exceptionally high. But the equipment won't last long due to its sheer, absolute force. I'll need equipment forged from metal to properly use this skill. After the test, Jungyong returned home and hosted a small housewarming party. There were only 2 guests, Seong, Woo, and Sua. Over their meal, they had a small chat about tomorrow's test proctor and some guidance on his path. It turned out that Seong Woo had been appointed as the proctor. Jungyong, your final test from the academy is tomorrow, right? I already know you will make it through the gate, but I need to be absolutely sure you do not have any issues, Yu Dong-soo said. Tell us about your plans moving forward. Have you thought over our proposal? I do not know why, but I get the feeling I should not let you go. Either way, I do not want to pressure you too much, Seong-gu said with a serious expression. Yu Dong-soo stole a glance at Seong-gu, thinking to himself that he was being overly anxious. The most promising guild alliance in Korea is trying to keep an eye on him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hunter Lee Jungyong. Jungyong went quiet for a moment before replying, I must respectfully decline. May I ask the reason behind your decision? I just cannot wrap my head around it. I thought it was an incredible offer for someone who decided to become a combat hunter. You are right. But since I returned to the past, I have already planned for every single scenario during this time. Under these circumstances, it would be extremely dangerous for me to get too close to Seong-gu right now. Despite those thoughts, Jungyong simply replied, I am sorry, but I do not want to align myself with any organization at the moment. But if you ever need my help, please let me know. I am always willing to help, because I owe you a favor, Hunter Seong-gu. Seong-gu fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I will hold you to that. Yu Dong-soo looked back and forth between Seong-gu and Jungyong, utterly baffled by what was happening. A rookie hunter was offering to help one of the top A-rank hunters in Korea, and an A-rank hunter was actually taking him seriously. I really will never understand hunters. The next morning, it was finally time for the graduation exam. Before we begin, I need to tell you a few things about how the graduation exam for the Guardian course will proceed. The graduation exam will take place inside this gate. However, there is no need to worry, because I will be going in right alongside you. With that, Sang-soo unleashed his power to show off his credentials. This left the trainees completely awestruck. As a B-rank hunter, his power was on a whole different level compared to everyone else here. Or so Jungyong thought to himself. Once the trainees received their support items, it was time to step into the dungeon. It felt incredibly damp inside. Just as the thought crossed Jungyong's mind, Sang-soo spoke up to explain, You can feel the moisture, right? That is because the mana density inside this gate is extremely high. Now that everyone is here, let us move out. Stick close to me, and I will lead you straight to the monsters. Sang-soo then took the lead, guiding the group deeper into the dungeon. Before long, they ran into a horde of goblins. Here they come, hunters number 1 and number 3. Draw your weapons. Understood, they replied in unison, charging forward to engage the beasts. Unfortunately, Neither of them could take down even a single goblin. Next up, number 8 and number 16. Numbers 8 and 16 fared a bit better, managing to kill one goblin each. Hunter Lee Jungyong, the moment his name was called, Jungyong moved like the wind. With just a few basic strikes, he completely wiped out the remaining goblins, leaving the others questioning their own eyes. Is he really a newly awakened rookie? But he was right there in the tutorial with us. Damn it, are the other hunters on this level too? I am seriously impressed by his weapon mastery. He is easily as skilled as a B-rank hunter like myself. I cannot let someone this talented slip away. I have to recruit him no matter what. Sang-soo thought to himself. With the goblins cleared out, the group pressed on. We will be reaching the boss room shortly. The boss is on an entirely different level compared to these goblins. So stay sharp, and keep your heads in the game. Get ready, and check your weapons and defensive gear. Hearing Sang-soo's warning, the others quickly did as they were told. The only exception was Jungyong, who stood silently in place without moving a muscle. The Demon King possesses the power of a player. Before he could unleash his massive power, he was defeated by the 12 heroes. But things would have been different if the Demon King had grown his power faster than they did. That is why I need to use everything in my arsenal to become stronger. Stronger than the 12 heroes, and stronger than anyone else. After a brief pause, the group resumed their march, but they did not get very far. Everyone was suddenly jolted by an overwhelming surge of magical energy. Fall back, head to the gate immediately, Sang-soo barked out. At that exact moment, a massive wave of fire magic came hurtling toward them from the shadows. Sang-soo knew he could easily dodge it, but if he did, the rookies behind him would not survive the blast. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Sang-soo activated his venomous fang skill to intercept the incoming flames, but the sheer destructive force was too much, and his skill could not completely neutralize the attack. What about the rookies? Panic-stricken, Sang-soo whipped around to check on them, only to find them standing perfectly safe right behind Jungyong. Sang-soo gasped in sheer disbelief. Unbelievable, Hunter Jungyong. Jungyong humbly replied, "It was nothing, B-rank, Hunter Sang-soo. Sang-woo did an amazing job holding it back, which is the only reason we made it out safe." But then, out of nowhere, a system screen popped up right in front of him. The fallen angel has a request. Escape from the great goblin wizard. At that very moment, the others saw it too. There stood the terrifying monster that had just launched an attack at them. The rookie hunters cried out in sheer panic, "It is a great goblin wizard! That is a creature capable of easily wiping out B-class hunters. This is way too much for a dungeon meant for low-rank rookies. Is the ranking system glitched or what? Run. Run for your lives. The only one who stands a chance against that thing is Hunter Bae Sang-woo." Bae Sang-woo, on the other hand, was much calmer. He spoke up, "This guy is no pushover. I need you guys to do me a favor. Get out of the gate and contact the Hunter Association for me, all right?" Hearing this, Jungyong stepped up next to Bae Sang-woo and spoke. "Hunter Bae Sang-woo, let me fight it with you." The rookies gasped, turning to look at him in shock. Bae Sang-woo's expression turned dead serious. He glared at Jungyong and warned, "Don't get too ahead of yourself, kid. I know you managed to take down a bunch of goblins and even an orc monster, but a great goblin wizard relies on raw magical power, not physical strength. Their magic skills are absolutely devastating. They can easily go toe-to-toe with B-class hunters." Jungyong muttered, "A great goblin wizard, a B-class opponent. They maximize their core spells, which are Fire Arrow, Fireball, Firewall, and Fire Shield. I know it is a powerful monster, but I also know exactly how to counter it. Why can't we all fight together? Just give me a chance." Bae Sang-woo thought to himself, where on earth does this blind confidence come from? But in the end, he agreed. Instantly, a notification popped up in front of Jungyong, showing that the quest had begun. Without hesitation, he charged forward all by himself. He dashed toward the great goblin wizard alone. The monster immediately hurled several massive fireballs straight at him. Jungyong raised his shield and blocked every single fireball. The rookie hunters gasped. "This is unbelievable." He completely blocked the fireballs, but Bae Sang-woo's eyes widened in shock as he realized, no, he didn't block them, he's absorbing them. How was that even possible? But there was no time to think, as the battle raged on after Jungyong deflected the last of the fireballs. His shield was now cloaked in crackling flames. A smirk played on his lips as he lunged straight at the great goblin wizard once again. Seeing this, the wizard cast another spell, triggering a series of explosions across the ground. Within seconds, a raging sea of fire erupted. It formed a massive wall of fire, cutting Jungion off completely. The rookies cried out in despair. "We're doomed. We can't even get close to that thing. We are just target practice for its long-range magic, and we can't even fight back." But Jungion wasn't done yet. He pointed the tip of his spear at the sea of flames and muttered a single command. "Part." To everyone's absolute disbelief, the sea of fire actually parted, carving out a clear path right through the middle. His fire control was absolutely mind-blowing. Without a moment's delay, Jungion lunged at the great goblin wizard. The spear in his hand was instantly engulfed in blazing fire. The great goblin wizard roared, manifesting a magical defensive barrier in front of itself, but it was nowhere near enough. With a fierce battle cry, Jungion unleashed a rapid barrage of thrusts. In the blink of an eye, the magical barrier shattered into pieces. The great goblin wizard itself was torn to shreds by his devastating assault. He actually did it. Did a complete rookie seriously just pull off something that insane? He is a total super rookie. We are witnessing the birth of a legend. While the rookie hunters were shouting in awe, Jungion stood there completely frozen, totally focused on his system screen. Quest successful. The fallen angel is deeply impressed by your incredible feat. The angel wishes to bestow a reward upon you. Due to your success, the fallen angel wants to sponsor you. You have been granted a summoning opportunity. Jungion thought excitedly to himself. I finally got it. So this is the secret behind the Demon King's overwhelming power. Later that evening, at the Hunter Association headquarters, Bei Sangwoo headed straight to the president's office to deliver his report. After listening to the report, the association president chuckled and said, "So this is the real reason you wanted to see me, huh? Is this guardian business because of that class hunter?" "Yes, sir, exactly as you said," the president continued. "Is he still clearing the lowest tier gates?" Bei Sangwoo replied, "No, he has already gone far beyond that level. If that is your assessment, then there is no way it is wrong. Tell me, how far do you think this guy's potential can actually go?" Bei Sangwoo paused for a moment in deep thought, then replied, "Far enough to help you achieve your ultimate goal, Mr. President." The president turned to look out the glass window at the city below and said, "I see. I want to meet this guy as soon as possible." Meanwhile, as Jungion walked out of the exit, he spotted Seonggu and Sudong waiting for him. Seeing him walk out, Sudong smiled and called out, "Ah, there you are. The Alliance Guild leader and I have been waiting for you. I was so worried when I heard that gate got upgraded from E-class to class, but it looks like you handled it like it was nothing." Seonggu smiled and asked, "So, did you get the application from the association?" Jungion nodded in agreement. Thinking back to that moment, Sang-soo had asked Hunter Lee Junkyung if he had any intention of joining the association. The rookie hunters gasped in shock. He actually got invited by the association? No way. But Lee Junkyung calmly replied, "I'm sorry. I currently have no intention of joining any organization." Sang-soo froze, completely stunned. He thought, I can't believe he's turning down this offer. But he quickly recovered and said, "I understand." Lee Junkyung didn't say anything else. Deep down, he knew that if he joined the association, he would definitely grow at a much faster pace. But if he did, he wouldn't be able to hide anything from them, and he absolutely didn't want to have any connection with that person. He was someone he had to avoid at all costs. Right then, the image of a certain man flashed across his mind. That man was none other than the president of the Hunter Association. Back in the present, Seonggu asked him if there was any food he liked. Hearing this, Lee Junkyung fell silent. Honestly, this question was even harder than deciding whether to join the association. What did he actually like? After hesitating for a long time, he finally replied, "Cup ramen." Seonggu laughed and asked, "Do you like meat?" Lee Junkyung didn't say a word, but the look on his face gave him away. Seonggu walked over, threw his arm over his shoulder, and dragged him along. He grinned and said, "All right then, let's go get some meat." By nightfall, Lee Junkyung had returned to his new apartment. As he stood in the shower, memories of today's battle flashed through his mind one after another. After a moment, Lee Junkyung muttered to himself, "I've gotten stronger. I can feel it." Then, he quietly pulled up his status window. A system screen popped up. Status, name, Lee Junkyung, level 11, trait, player, class, Goblin Slayer, fire, dominance, level 2, summon. None. Skills. None. Sponsored by the Fallen Angel. You have one summon available. Lee Junkyung thought to himself, no ordinary hunter could ever revive, not even the 12 heroes. Only a handful of hunters have this kind of power. It must be how he managed to achieve such legendary feats. No wonder he could take down countless monsters like the Bone Dragon, Balrog, and Zeus. If I have the same power the Demon King once possessed, will my summon be like his? With that, he activated the summon. The system chimed, "You have one attempt available. You have a summon opportunity granted by the fallen angel. Would you like to proceed?" Without a second thought, Lee Junkyung initiated the summon. The next morning, Sudong showed up at Lee Junkyung's apartment. As soon as he walked in, he pointed at his phone screen and grinned. "Hunter Lee Junkyung, look at this. Is this about you?" Lee Junkyung curiously peered at the phone screen. He saw an article about himself. It read, "The birth of a super rookie who awakened as a C-rank hunter. Defeating a gate boss is usually only possible for B-rank hunters and above." Sudong grinned and asked him if it was true. "I heard you defeated a great goblin witch, is that right? How on earth did you pull that off? And why didn't you tell me yesterday?" Lee Junkyung thought to himself, "I made the front page, but at least my personal details didn't leak. Still, the high-ranking officials in the association have definitely heard about it." Seeing Lee Junkyung remain silent, Sudong went on. Sudong continued, "Honestly, hunters seem to be even more popular than celebrities these days. But you don't seem to care about that at all." Lee Junkyung spoke up. "More importantly, there's something I need to ask you," Sudong asked. "What is it?" Lee Junkyung replied, "I want to join a dungeon raid." Time skipped, and Lee Junkyung was now inside a dungeon, slicing through monsters. Even when the boss appeared, Lee Junkyung took it down with a single strike. The system chimed, "The fallen angel is highly pleased with your actions. You have leveled up. You have cleared the dungeon." Lee Junkyung looked down at the skull bracelet he had summoned yesterday and let out a sigh. He thought to himself, still no reaction. Even after killing the boss and clearing the dungeon, what am I supposed to do? How do I even use this? It's a skull that stores souls, but there's not a single soul inside, so it won't activate. Lee Junkyung thought, a summoning skill is supposed to have immense power or some unique ability, but it's completely empty. I thought it would house a monster's soul. Was I wrong? Lost in thought, Lee Junkyung stepped out of the dungeon. Sudong was already waiting outside and rushed over to congratulate him. "Congrats on clearing your 4th dungeon raid. If you want to auction off any loot, just leave it to us." Lee Junkyung waved his hand, and a massive pile of loot materialized, clattering onto the ground. Seeing this, Sudong chuckled. He smiled and said, "Looks like you've hoarded quite a mountain of treasures. You really work fast. Once these items are auctioned off, the cash will be wired straight to your account." Lee Junkyung asked, "When does my next dungeon raid start?" Sudong sighed. I'm really sorry, but there are no dungeons available for booking right now." Lee Junkyung was taken aback, thinking, in a world this messed up, with active gates popping up everywhere that can't be closed, how can there be nothing to book? What? After that, he asked, "I don't get it. Is something wrong?" Recently, a guild has been trying to make a name for itself, and their organization alone has claimed over 20 low-rank gates. Jungyeon asked, "Even if they're low-rank gates, are they really allowed to reserve over 20 of them?" "You're right. Normally, the associations wouldn't allow that kind of reservation, but since the dungeons have already been cleared, they had no choice but to accept it." Hearing this, Jungyeon suddenly remembered something. He quickly grabbed both of Shudong's arms and asked in a panic, "Don't tell me the leader of that guild is Choi Yongseong." Shudong replied in surprise, "Oh, yeah, that's right. How did you know? You're spot on. It's the Northern Guild. It's run by Choi Yongseong, who became a hunter before you did. And he's also known as the Super Rookie." Having gotten the correct answer, Jungyeon widened his eyes, thinking to himself that the man would soon rise to fame as a hero, spreading his name as a subordinate of the 12 heroes. But above all, he will brutally massacre people and become a tyrant, Gunnar, the War King, so we finally cross paths. Shudong froze before answering, "You're spot on, it's the Northern Guild. It's run by Choi Yongseong, who became a hunter before you did. And he's also known as the Super Rookie." With a worried expression, Jungyeon thought, he's known as a future hero, one of the famous subordinates of the 12 heroes. But to us, he's a bloodthirsty tyrant. With his brutal face, he's known as Gunnar, the War King. He stood there lost in thought, thinking, we were bound to meet eventually. That year, on a day when it was pouring rain, a figure stood from above, looking down at the countryside. A group of people holding signs and wearing banners marched in the rain, chanting in unison, demanding that the construction be stopped to protect everyone's right to live. The subordinate standing behind Choi Yong-seong reported, "Sir, the riots are getting out of hand. What should we do now?" He frowned in anger. "Just a bunch of lowlifes. If we tear down their homes, they'll get the message, pack up, and find somewhere else to rebuild. Why should we care about the existence of those absolute nobodies?" Holding his weapon, he growled, "These lowly slaves. They're lucky just to be alive." With that, he leaned down slightly, pointing his weapon downward. His sword emitted an incredibly immense power. As the rain poured harder and harder, the houses, trees, and fields seemed to be completely washed away. The rain wouldn't stop, and the rising waters submerged everything, leaving only a few high-rise buildings above water. Back to reality, with his hands in his pockets, he walked down the street alone, his eyes gazing into the distance. As he walked, he thought to himself, "After that incident, more than half the people in the village I used to live in died tragically. It really was an awful tragedy." Suddenly, Joon-gyeon heard a commotion nearby, and a voice shouted, "Stop right there!" He quickly turned his head, holding his phone horizontally with the back cover facing out. An old man, trembling all over, was kneeling before two young men, crying out, "How could you do this? Just because you're hunters?" The guy in the t-shirt said nothing, simply kicking over the handcart. The old man begged in panic, "Please, stop." Powerless, he buried his face in his hands, sobbing. Joon-gyeon spoke up angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The two guys startled and looked over. The one in the t-shirt frowned and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Facing their aggression, he replied firmly, "I heard a noise and came over. Were you guys bullying this man?" The guy in the t-shirt glared and growled, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you speak to me like that?" Joon-gyeon glared back, locking eyes with him. "You're the one who started this, aren't you?" They sensed the energy radiating from him and began to feel afraid. Hunter Joon-gyeon turned to the old man and asked, "What happened here?" The guy in the t-shirt chimed in, "Oh, you want to know? This old geezer scratched my precious body with his piece of trash cart." He smirked. "So I was just asking for some compensation." The old man trembled as he stood up to argue, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're the ones who knocked my cart over and started trouble with me first." Joon-gyeon gritted his teeth. "Why did you knock his cart over?" The guy in the t-shirt held out his hand, activating his power, and replied casually, "You're a hunter too, so you should know that anyone who attacks or stands against me is an enemy. So what if I knocked his cart over? You should look at yourself first." With murderous eyes, he smiled slyly. "Because it feels to me like you're trying to pick a fight with me." Joon-gyeon calmly warned, "Since things have gone this far, shut your mouth and get lost." Controlling his temper, he continued, "I'll let you off because you haven't actually hurt the old man yet." The guy in the t-shirt, infuriated, flexed his muscles and charged, yelling, "You bastard, how dare you order me around?" He threw a punch at him. Joon-gyeon dodged quickly and managed to grab his shoulder. Grabbing the guy's wrist tightly, he used all his strength to flip him over. His face remained completely calm and expressionless. Meanwhile, the guy in the t-shirt was left sprawled flat on the ground. Lying flat on the ground, his eyes suddenly fly open in shock. The other guy is already looming over him, short sword in hand, ready to strike. Joon-gyeon scoffs. "Honestly, I didn't expect to see a weapon in a place like this. You must be pretty damn confident about what's coming next, huh?" Infuriated, the thug snaps, trying to size him up. "You haven't joined the association yet, have you?" Charging forward to attack, he barks, "We're on a completely different level compared to trash like you." But Joon-gyeon is already gearing up, ready to unleash the raw power of his arm. With one massive blow right to the gut, Joon-gyeon sends the guy flying into the air before he crashes back down, completely knocked out next to his buddy. Standing over the beaten thugs, he mutters, "Man, if you guys hadn't opened your mouths, I would have thought that association was your mommy with how much you cry about it." A little while later, the streetlights flicker on as an association member arrives to haul the troublemakers away. The guy in the t-shirt spits in anger, "Do you have any idea who we are? That bastard is the one who attacked us first." Once they're loaded into the vehicle, Soo-young turns to him and says, "Hunter Lee Joon-gyeon, thank you for wrapping this up so cleanly." Joon-gyeon replies, "Honestly, thugs like that are an absolute disgrace to real hunters who actually care about protecting civilians." Soo-young smiles and adds, "Well, we saw it firsthand. This is exactly the kind of mess the association should be keeping an eye on. Thanks again for your help." But even as Soo-young talks, Joon-gyeon's expression grows deeply pensive. Watching the old man explain the situation to someone nearby, Soo-young begins to catch on. He asks, "Are you worried their guild might try to take revenge on that old man?" The association will protect him and make sure he doesn't face any backlash. Jungyong replies, uneasy. Back there, one of those hunters mentioned they belong to a guild. Where is that guild located? Suyang answers, it's actually quite a coincidence. They're under the leader of the Northern Corps, the very group you were asking about before. Jungyong tightens his fist. He realizes that securing all the low-level dungeons first will be completely impossible without the association's backing. He knows all too well that the current leader of the Northern Corps is Yoon Sung, a ruthless tyrant operating hand-in-hand with the corrupt members of the Hunter Association. Part of him wished they would just let this slide, but deep down, he knows there is absolutely no way they will ever let it go. Snapping out of his thoughts, he replies, I see. The Northern Corps. As night fully falls, warm light begins to flicker from the surrounding houses. 2 days later, just as I expected, the association summons me under the accusation of assaulting fellow hunters. A few days later, the old man Jungyong saved completely changes his statement. He keeps his head low, utterly consumed by shame. The very hunter who started the fight and trashed the cart has somehow become the victim, while Jungyong, the one who stepped in to save him, is now labeled the brutal attacker. And to think, he only stepped up that day to defend that poor old man. Walking alongside Suyang, Jungyong can't help but dwell on it. He knows exactly why this is happening, but it still leaves a bitter taste in his mouth. Suyang offers a reassuring smile. Don't sweat it too much. Nothing bad is going to happen. The association hasn't fallen that low yet. Jungyong glances at him, thinking, he might not know, but as someone who came from the future, I know this place has been rotten to the core since the very day it was founded. The two of them stand in front of the towering association headquarters. Suyang whispers to him, the cameras are mounted right up there in the corner. Inside the interrogation room, Jungyong is questioned by the man sitting across from him. Hunter Lee Jungyong, are you claiming you don't remember a single thing after being rescued from the gate? Jungyong replies, yes. Kai presses on, asking, during the incident a few days ago, were you the first to report it and personally detain the members of the Northern Corps? He answers flatly, yes, that's right. Kai glares at him, narrowing his eyes accusingly. Then is it true that you threatened the old man Lim Moon-soo to make a false statement, claiming the Northern Corps members attacked you first? Jungyong fires back, that's completely false. Kai cocks an eyebrow, so you're saying none of this ever happened? Jungyong answers without hesitation, yes, exactly. Kai sighs, fine, let's do a cross-examination. A moment later, Moon-soo meekly shuffles into the room, standing behind him. Kai points at the old man and asks, during the incident from a few days ago, is it true that Lee Jungyong, the person sitting in front of you, threatened you into claiming that the Northern Guild members attacked you and Hunter Lee Jungyong? The old man keeps his head low, staring down and not daring to speak. Seeing his trembling state, Jungyong immediately realizes they must have threatened him. They really are a bunch of dirty scumbags, just like I thought. Jungyong looks at him and says, please, sir, just speak freely. But Moon-soo's voice shakes as he squeaks out, yes, that young man threatened me. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, Kai waves his hand to dismiss the old man, adding a cold, thank you for coming. The old man turns and shuffles out with heavy, dragging steps. As he reaches the door, tears stream down Moon-soo's face in sheer helplessness, and the door clicks shut behind him. Kai lets out a smug smirk and asks, do you have anything else to say for yourself? Suddenly, Jungyong slides his phone right in front of him. Kai's eyes widen in shock as he looks down. The phone screen shows a recording of the two hunters, complete with the audio. What are you guys doing? Pulling off a complete plot twist, Jungyong grins with absolute confidence. Actually, yes, this is what I want to say. The main door swings open slowly, and Jungyong walks out of the building with both hands clenched into tight fists. He knows the association is fully aware the statement was forced, yet they only care about making the old man out to be a liar. In a crooked system like this, there isn't much else he can do. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he became over his own weakness. Out of nowhere, Seong-gu showed up and said, I heard what happened. He turned around in shock. Mr. Seong-gu. Soo-young scratched his head sheepishly and explained, I reached out to him just to be safe. I don't have any connections in the association. He's the most influential person I could reach. Jungyong smiled warmly. You must be so busy, thank you both. Seong-gu chuckled. I'm just glad everything turned out okay. Mun-soo-do stepped forward, clearing his throat. Ahem. Jungyong glanced at the old man, who immediately fell to his knees in front of him. I am so sorry. I am truly sorry. He trembled, sobbing desperately. Those bastards said if I didn't do it, they would ruin my granddaughter's future. I couldn't let that happen, so instead of standing up for you, I framed you. Su Young's eyes widened. Are you saying the Northern Guild threatened you? And why are you only speaking up now? Mun-Su looked up slightly, trembling. If I had said anything, my granddaughter would have been in danger. But since things have come to this, I wanted to at least apologize. I am so sorry. Seong-gu scoffed in anger. Don't worry, that's not going to happen. As the leader of the alliance, I will take full responsibility. Don't worry about those bastards, just go home. Relieved, the old man stood up and went on his way. Thanks to his phone recording the earlier confrontation, Jun-gyong brushed off the filming as just a natural habit. Having dealt with so many unfair and absurd situations in his life, this habit had probably become second nature. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly turned around. Seong-gu asked, "Is that him?" "Yes," Jun-gyong replied. Yun-seung approached them, radiating a massive aura, striding forward with confidence. He flashed a fake smile. "Oh, I didn't expect to meet the esteemed leader of the alliance here. You seem pretty close with the rumored super rookie." Su Young's eyes widened, wondering how the man knew. Did the association leak his information? He reached out his hand. "I'm the leader of the Northern Guild. The name's Choi Yen-seung." Looking down at his hand, Seong-gu kept his guard up, but eventually reached out and shook it. "Nice to meet you," Seong-gu replied with a smile, while locking eyes to project his aura directly into his mind. "But keep this warning in mind." He issued a clear warning. "If you don't want to make enemies out of me and this super rookie, don't get too cocky." Choi Yeon-seung's eyes widened. Frowning, he quickly pulled his hand back, thinking to himself that he had messed up. Seong-gu kept smiling, but his intense gaze didn't let up. "Actually, let me rephrase that. You aren't even worthy of being called an enemy. Watch your step if you don't want to die. Keep that in mind." The scene shifts as warm sunlight pours into a cozy little cafe. Inside, a clenched fist slammed hard on the table. "This is ridiculous," Su Young fumed in anger. "How did they get off with just a fine after threatening a civilian?" Lee Jun-gyong knew all too well that in the future, punishing hunters was practically unheard of. More importantly, how is the old man doing? Jun-gyong asked calmly. Su Young continued. "Lying about a hunter is a serious crime, but since you stepped in to settle everything and the Northern Guild admitted to their wrongdoing, he was let go with just a warning." Holding his cup, Jun-gyong thought to himself that Seong-gu must have pulled some strings behind the scenes. "I see," Jun-gyong said aloud. "How has the Northern Guild been acting lately?" Su Young's eyes grew anxious. They're staying completely quiet. A sudden chill ran down Jun-gyong's spine. There was absolutely no way they would just let this slide. He recalled the brutal nature of Choi Yeon-seung, the cold-blooded, ruthless killer, who would later be known as the War King. That man strongly believed in cause and effect, meaning he would definitely retaliate. With a serious expression, Jun-gyong requested, "Can you help me keep an eye on the Northern Guild?" Su Young readily agreed. "Of course I can." Internally, Jun-gyong's resolve hardened. He wasn't going to take this lying down either. With a cold expression, he thought that karma was something he had always believed in too. Outside, under a clear blue sky and surrounded by fresh air and green trees, Lee Jun-gyong stood next to Seong-gu. Seong-gu turned to him and said, "I didn't expect you to reach out to me for a dungeon raid." Jun-gyong looked up and replied, "This dungeon is for high-ranking hunters, so I really need your help. I'm counting on you." Seong-gu smiled. "It's an honor to fight alongside you." Two people walked up to them, and one of them spoke up. "Is that the famous super rookie?" The short-haired hunter said, "It's an honor to fight alongside you." "Hey, super rookie," the other guy chimed in excitedly. "I never thought we'd end up fighting together after saving you back then." Seong-gu introduced them. "From the left, this is Choi Cheon-jan and Lee Hyun. They're the ones who saved you before, and they're also members of my guild." Jun-gyong nodded in greeting. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Lee Jun-gyong." As he stood before them, he realized he didn't remember either of them, but that wasn't surprising. In his past life, the Demon King, Hines, and the Alliance had all been completely wiped out. "All right," Seong-gu announced in a loud voice once everyone had gathered. "This is a high-rank gate. Let's begin our dungeon raid." As the dungeon gate swings open, everyone freezes, watching intently. Elsewhere, a fierce tiger painting hangs on the wall of a spacious room where 3 figures are gathered inside. The red-haired man turns around, visibly irritated, and snaps. "Are we seriously just gonna let this slide? This is where we're supposed to start expanding our territory." The hothead is Vice Leader Choi Jun-seo. Across from him, the masked man counters, Isn't stabilizing our current territory more important than expanding right now? He continues. Besides, doesn't this incident make our guild members look completely out of control? The masked man is vice leader Lim Chengin. Hearing this, Choi Junseo glares and barks, bullshit, they did nothing wrong. Commoners are just bugs leeching off hunters. Why on earth should we bow down and apologize to insects like them? Glaring from behind his iron mask, Lim Chengin growls. What did you just say? Gripping his armrest, Choi Junseo glares back with sheer hatred and challenges. Oh, you want to go? Let's settle this right now. The two sit face to face, glaring like sworn enemies. Seeing this, Yongsong roars, enough, cut it out. Yongsong raises his hand, gesturing that Junseo has a point. Taking the hint, Lim Chengin sits back quietly, while Junseo smirks triumphantly. Yongsong explains. Since they messed with our guild, we have to make sure they pay the appropriate price for what they did. Besides, I'm actually quite interested in that kid. Lim Chengin suddenly stands up and urges, Guild leader. Yongsong glances over and says, that person said the exact same thing to me. It seems they also have their eye on that arrogant brat. Turning his head away, Lim Chengin wonders to himself, that person? No way. It can't be. At this point, Yongsong smirks and adds, they said they'll lay the groundwork for us soon and told us to wait for the signal, because failure is simply not an option for the Northern Guild. Back outside, amid the lush green trees, a gloved hand reaches down to touch a red stain on the ground. A girl from the Alliance reports, the trap is disarmed. You can proceed without any issues. Meanwhile, a system screen pops up, displaying a message. You have seen what you shouldn't have. Seong-woo, leading the way, turns around and reminds everyone, let's keep moving. Weapons in hand, the group ventures deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, an arrow flies out of nowhere. With lightning-fast reflexes, Haesung uses his superpower to transform the earth into a solid shield. Another guild member unleashes a massive fireball using their superpower, and the flames erupt violently. Junyoung watches intently and thinks to himself, incredible. I still have so much to learn from them. I can't believe I'm seeing real hunters in action with my own eyes. Seong-woo raises his sword, leaps high into the air from behind, and unleashes a devastating downward slash on the monsters. The entire horde is engulfed in the massive blaze, and the monsters howl in agonizing pain. Seong-woo looks like a genuine superhero. Watching from behind, Junyoung praises him. Man, that was amazing. Seong-woo glances back with a smile and says, thanks. With eyes full of admiration, Junyoung replies, well, I was the one who asked for help, so I should be the one thanking you. Seong-woo probes, I hope you'll be honest with me. You wanted to see just how strong the Alliance Guild and I really are, didn't you? Junyoung admits, the Alliance Guild is all right, but you are the one who's truly remarkable. Even without showing your full strength, you're already on a whole different level. Cheon-yong, standing nearby, chimes in, well, we're also dying to see what a super rookie is capable of. Seong-woo is looking forward to it, and honestly, so is Junyoung himself. Sparks of raw energy surge through his body as he grips his weapon, ready to jump straight into the action. He figures there's no need to hide his true power in front of Seong-woo. A horde of orcs charges at him all at once, their sharp spears crackling with immense power. Harnessing his flame control ability, he charges headfirst to clash with the brutal monsters. The onlookers gasp in shock. He can use skills without even calling out the activation codes. Has he already mastered high-tier skills? He really is a super rookie. Junyoung slices the monsters clean in half with a few swift basic moves. Watching this, Seong-woo thinks to himself, that fire spear and fire shield, those aren't skills. That's authority. The system suddenly floods his vision with alerts. You have defeated all the goblin mages of the dungeon. The fallen angel has sponsored you. Your stats will increase slightly. Back in the plaza, everyone gathers to discuss. Choi speaks up hesitantly, I guess you didn't get called a super rookie for nothing. Haesung agrees, even our guildmaster isn't on that level. Nearby, someone raises their voice at the leader, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you recruiting a talent like him? The leader smiles mysteriously, then turns to Seong-woo and says, my offer still stands. As you can see, our guild is incredibly strong, and we're only going to get stronger. He continues, from what I've seen, the road ahead of you is bound to be full of obstacles. Junyoung thinks to himself, he hit the nail on the head. Has he already figured out my path and goal? But I don't even have an insight ability. Seong-woo keeps trying to persuade him. Those bastards from the Northern Guild won't just sit still. If you join us, they won't be able to touch you. He extends his hand, offering an incredibly tempting proposal. Join the Alliance Guild. I'll appoint you as the vice president of the association. Everyone around gasped in utter shock. Mr. President, oh my God. Jun Kyung was also stunned, thinking to himself, to suddenly become the vice president of the association. But he clenched his fists, bowed his head, and said, I'm deeply grateful for your offer, but I must decline. The man laughed heartily. No need to look so apologetic. I can see it in your eyes. You are aiming for something much greater. The phone in his pocket buzzed. He pulled it out and read the text on the screen. It was from the Hunter Association, saying, we need your help to clear a gate. The Northern Army, and about 100 solo hunters. Staring at the message, a million thoughts raced through his head. The Northern Army. There was no way Choi Young-sung would let someone who stood in his way off the hook. Seong-gu stroked his chin thoughtfully. A mobilization order for the Northern Army and 100 solo hunters. Considering the massive scale of this raid, having the Northern Army as the only guild involved, something just doesn't add up. Jun Kyung thought in utter shock. Did Choi Young-sung use the association? I get it now. This is where it all begins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, night fell over a brightly lit building as a man slammed his hand onto the desk. In Chang sat at his desk, deep in thought. Since when did they change this much? Thinking back to the old days with his childhood friend, Choi Ji-hoo, and his older brother, Choi Yong-sung, he grew incredibly frustrated. Everything had changed the moment they met that person. Faces flashed in his mind. Choi Ji-hoo, who used to be hot-headed but warm-hearted, now didn't even view civilians as human beings. And then there was the guild master, a man who looked down on everyone as beneath him, regardless of whether they were ordinary civilians or seasoned hunters. He grimaced with frustration. They are actually trying to eliminate a hunter. That was exactly why he had questioned the absurd actions of the Northern Army. No human being should ever resort to such methods. The Northern Army had become corrupted beyond saving, yet he simply couldn't bring himself to abandon those two. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with several notifications, leaving him torn between justice and loyalty. The scene shifts to another location. Jun Kyung stood tall and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Lee Jun Kyung. The man clad in iron armor replied coldly. I won't bother introducing myself. He then thought, bold move. I don't sense anyone else around. Did he really come here to meet me all by himself? As if reading his mind, Jun Kyung spoke up. It's just the two of us here, and there aren't any traps, so you can relax. In Chang cut straight to the chase. I have absolutely no intention of discussing anything other than this. You've probably received the association's mobilization order. Decline it. Jun Kyung looked confused. And why is that? He pressed on. Do you even realize that our guild has also been mobilized? Jun Kyung replied without hesitation. I do. He spoke with utmost sincerity. You probably have no idea since you only became a hunter recently, but the hunter world is far more hideous than you could ever imagine, especially our guild master. He is definitely not the outstanding man the public believes him to be. Crossing paths with him on the street is dangerous enough, but entering a gate alongside him. Jun Kyung interrupted coldly. Are you trying to say he might try to take me out? He slipped his hands into his pockets, saying, running into him is dangerous, and going into a gate with him is a gamble. In that case, the Northern Army. His expression turned chillingly cold. Is a chaotic guild. He explained further. There are always malicious sponsors disguised among the good ones. They pay to commission assassinations or even mass massacres. Guilds established by groups like that are known as chaotic guilds. In Chang snapped in annoyance. What on earth are you talking about? Jun Kyung cut him off. Isn't that exactly what you, Vice Guild Master Jung In Chang, just told me? He replied casually. If it weren't true, you wouldn't have bothered warning me in the first place. His eyes flashed with intensity. I get it now. Even if you've heard about chaotic guilds, you can't let a word slip, because my relationship with the Northern Army has been exactly like that from the very beginning. In Chang instantly drew his sword, lunging forward in a blind rage as the sound echoed throughout the building. He roared, you bastard, I won't let you drag our guild's name through the dirt anymore. Jun Kyung didn't back down. A thick, blazing blue aura erupted from his body. No, you should have known this already. He scoffed. The Northern Army is completely rotten to the core. Guildmaster Choi Young-sung and Vice Guildmaster Choi Ji-hoo, the very men you serve and trust, have changed. Ever since they met that person. The one you all serve. In Chong froze upon hearing those words. He slowly suppressed his killing intent, sinking into deep thought. In Chong thought to himself, he's only been a hunter for less than a month. No matter how much of a prodigy he is, there is no way he should be holding his own against an A-rank hunter like me. I thought we had gathered every piece of info on him. He was utterly baffled. He even knew I didn't actually intend to strike. Am I the one who's completely exposed here? How does he even know that person's identity? Looking up at the young man standing before him, endless questions raced through his mind. Lee Jun-kyung. Who on earth are you? While Jung In-chong is nicknamed the Dragon Slayer, most people know him by a much grander title, the immortal Siegfried. He was the one who killed the Demon King's son, a notoriously brutal demon. After slaying the Bone Dragon, he received unparalleled power from his sponsor. He was granted immortality. In future battles against the Demon King, under the orders of his close friend, Choi Yan-sok, he was killed by the hero, Choi Do-yoon. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself that he needed to win him over. He fell silent. He might be skilled and powerful, but the real reason I want to recruit him is because of his strong morals. In the northern army of those bastards, he was the only one holding the balance together. The scene shifts to a wasteland littered with corpses below. The system announces that you have cleared the land of death. With the mission completed, Min Jae-hyun's weapon begins to crumble into dust. The system alerts him. Your weapon's durability has reached 0. The weapon is completely destroyed. Watching his weapon fade away in his hand, he thinks, once the Flame Dominion skill is unleashed, no normal weapon can withstand the heat. Clenching his fist, he thinks, I need to prepare something else before the hunters are mobilized. I need a new weapon. The scene cuts to a row of houses standing side by side. A voice echoes from inside one of the rooms, saying, come on in. As Min Jae-hyun steps inside, he notes, this forge definitely feels old. Inside, a blacksmith is pounding away at a glowing red-hot weapon. Drenched in sweat, the blacksmith grunts, hang on a second, I am in the middle of something. Jae-hyun is thrilled. He never expected to meet him face to face like this, one of the hunters who turned into a dwarf upon awakening. Looking at the muscular man in front of him, he is certain this man will become a legendary blacksmith. The hero blacksmith, Park Jae-hyun. After 4 hours of back-breaking labor, Park Jae-hyun wipes his sweat, finally noticing the person who has been standing beside him all this time. He greets him. So, who are you anyway? Min Jae-hyun turns around, thinking, I just waited 4 hours, and he is only now asking who I am. I'm here to commission a weapon. By the way, are you running this entire shop all by yourself? Park Jae-hyun asks, utterly confused, who are you, and why are you ordering a weapon from my shop? I'm an unnamed blacksmith, so no matter how you look at it, this is weird. And now you're asking if I work here alone. Min Jae-hyun replies casually, I only ask because I noticed a rather peculiar hammer over there. Behind Park Jae-hyun, a hammer hangs vertically on the wall. He laughs and replies, seems like you've got a sharp eye. That hammer belongs to someone else, so don't worry about it. Park Jae-hyun asks, looking puzzled, why did you seek me out? I've never actually made a real weapon. Everything in here is just a toy. What made you come all this way to find me? Min Jae-hyun replies, my sponsor told me to find you. Hearing this, his eyes widen in shock as he gasps, your sponsor personally told you that? That's unbelievable. Jae-hyun thinks to himself, you have no choice but to believe me, because he can also sense the divine intervention from my sponsor. Park Jae-hyun was so favored that his sponsor could directly intervene. Recalling the memories, he remembers that's what was written in the Demon King's autobiography. Park Jae-hyun was one of the blacksmiths who forged weapons for the Demon King, but under the influence of the 12 heroes, they split up. Park Jae-hyun only supplied weapons to the 12 heroes. The Demon King had written, Park Jae-hyun, if only you had stayed with me until the end, we could have changed history. Park Jae-hyun rests his hands on his hips. Considering how bizarre sponsors can be, I have no reason to doubt you, he says bluntly, but I'm not taking this order. Min Jae-hyun thinks anxiously. Is he upset about something? Give me a reason. He scratches his head. Well, it's nothing major, I just don't like fire. That's also why my shop has absolutely no customers. Min Jae-hyun chuckles as the pieces fall into place. Ah, so that's it. He reaches his hand out toward Park Jae-hyun, leaving the blacksmith confused. What do you want? Why are you holding your hand out? He replies, I'm going to ignite the fire of desire inside you. Suddenly, his hand bursts into flames, and he asks confidently, do you know anything about fire control? Park Jae-hyun scoffs, You're telling me you can control fire with that tiny little spark on your hand? That's hilarious. If that's all you've got, even a blacksmith like me can do that. Suddenly, his eyes go wide as he freezes. Whoosh! The flame on Jaehyun's hand instantly turns bright blue. Jaehyun asks again, "How about now?" He closes his fist, extinguishing the flame. "I can bend fire to my will and have complete control over it." Park Jaehyun grins, completely won over. A week passes, and Min Jaehyun holds a spear in his hand, a weapon radiating an eerie, mysterious aura. He stares at it in awe. Park Jaehyun sits nearby with his arms crossed and says, "I couldn't make the shield you asked for. That's something I just couldn't pull off on my own, but the fire resistance of that spear you wanted is as good as it gets." The spear is intricately and sharply crafted, radiating an immense, raw power from within. He explains, "As much as I hate to admit it, with my current skills, this is the absolute best I can do." The system status screen displays, Muspel's Spear, Level 1, Special Trait, increases fire control, fire resistance increases by 30%, and this weapon grows even stronger when exposed to fire. He thinks to himself, he said this was the best he could do. In any ordinary dungeon, this would probably be the most valuable treasure. If he were already a famous blacksmith, this would be a super rare item that you could only get as a gift from a sponsor. He smirks, thinking, above all, even 1,000,000 regular weapons couldn't compare to a growth-type weapon like this. There is only one of these in the entire world. If I can get my hands on this weapon, I will never need another one again. Jae-hoon interrupted his train of thought, saying, "It is still not finished yet." He began to explain, "That guy is not here. Compared to your flame, it is just a low-tier weapon. Make sure to visit, but you do not have to come by too often. If you head out now and come back later, I will upgrade your weapon for you. I will keep it safe for you in the meantime." He sincerely bowed to Jae-hoon. He noticed something and paused. The skull bracelet on Junkyung's wrist looked a bit strange, so he immediately asked, "Hey, is that the bracelet your sponsor gave you?" "Your sponsor is definitely no ordinary being." He hesitated. "I am not sure, but this is pretty worrying. It might be a bit difficult to use." The system displayed info on the skull bracelet, showing it holds summoned souls. Since there were no souls inside, it could not be activated. He thought to himself, "Right, it is just a guess. But if I am right..." Junkyung put on his gloves and pondered, "A skull that holds souls. It is going to be tough to summon anything if I join the mobilization gate." He tightly gripped the weapon that was slowly materializing in his hand, but this was a much bigger harvest than expected, especially since he already possessed the Spear of Muspel. Looking down in deep thought, he realized that if he had Dong In-cheng by his side, his chances of winning would be much higher. Everything is difficult right now, but according to what I read in that book, he will help me. Junkyung's eyes began to glow. 2 weeks remained until the gate was mobilized. In the distance, several dark figures appeared, kicking up a thick cloud of dust due to their massive numbers. He told himself, "But for now, I need to get stronger." Emerging from behind the dark shadows were fierce monsters, weapons in hand, charging forward to attack. He leaped into the air with immense force, shattering the ground beneath him. Junkyung soared through the air with a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. The tip of his spear radiated a powerful energy that suppressed the monsters below. With his eyes glowing crimson, he muttered to himself, "While I can get stronger by hunting, 2 weeks is way too short. Even sleeping feels like a waste of time." 2 weeks later, in an area crowded with high-rise buildings, a notification screen popped up. "The ruler of the riverbank is watching you." All preparations were complete. Inside a room in the building, a crowd had gathered. Yoon-seong clenched both fists in determination. All preparations were finally complete. He shouted, "From this moment on, we, the Northern Army, shall rise." The guild members listened with absolute excitement. In South Korea and across the entire globe, everyone will know the name of the Northern Army. As he spoke, his eyes changed color, and an incredibly massive surge of energy erupted from his body. In-chong was shocked by the sight, thinking, "This is an unimaginable level of magic power. Has Hunter Choi Yoon-sang finally become an A-rank hunter?" Jun-soo smirked, finding it unbelievable that everything was going exactly according to that person's plan. "Now, the requirements to become a hero have been met," Yoon-sung yelled at the top of his lungs. Today, with his overwhelming power radiating fiercely, he raised his hand and declared that the world would be shaken by the name of the Northern Army. The crowd below seemed almost brainwashed as they cheered in agreement. He sneered inwardly, "And I will claim it." that title of emperor. Outside, on a deserted road with a sharp bend, a bus was traveling along the route. On a straight stretch of the road, a small car could be seen driving. There were two people sitting inside. The driver asked, "Are you ready to go there?" It was Su Young, and he continued, "You might actually die. Didn't I already tell you about those bastards in the Northern Army? They are far more sinister than you think," he kept lecturing. The Northern Army tried to raid the gate before, and they got wiped out, even though there is absolutely no evidence to prove they were the ones who did it. But Jun Kyung, sitting right next to him, remained silent, staring out into the distance. Staring straight ahead, he finally spoke. It probably was them. Hearing this, Su Young gasped in shock and slammed on the brakes right at the bend. He slumped over the steering wheel in utter helplessness. Seeing his reaction, Jun Kyung looked at him and sighed. After a long moment of silence, Su Young looked up and yelled in frustration, "You are still going even though you know that. You are incredibly important to the association. You will not even be punished if you do not go. Nothing is more precious than your own life." Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he pleaded, "Please." Su Young then bowed his head and whispered, "Don't go." He did not say a word, only letting out a faint smirk. Then, he asked seriously, "Kim Su Young, did you say nothing is more precious than life?" He blankly replied, "That's right." Hearing his answer, Jun Kyung continued, "I know that too, but I did not join today's mobilization, just hoping for the best." Then a confident smile spread across his face. "Those bastards will find out soon enough that there are plenty of things in this life far more valuable." Somewhere in the city, near the riverbank, a rift began to crack open, leaking massive amounts of energy. It was a new gate about to open. Out. Everyone gathered right next to it, watching closely. Cheon-yang and Hanse were there too, looking incredibly excited. The reporter was already set up and recording. Nearby, Jun Kyung smiled and said to Seong-gu, "I heard you declined the offer. So why are you here for this gate raid?" Seong-gu replied, "I already declared the Northern Army as my enemy, and since I also declared the Super Rookie as my friend, why wouldn't I be here?" Suddenly, he turned his head and caught Choi-yong-seong staring at him with a sinister smirk. Watching him, Seong-gu's smile slowly faded. He stood facing Jun Kyung and asked seriously, "You're planning on going in even if I don't ask you to, aren't you?" Jun Kyung smiled and replied, "That's right, and you're not stopping me. Don't you want to know if I'm making a mistake?" Seong-gu looked worried, realizing the kid might have already known. "But those bastards are stronger than you think." Jun Kyung's official rank in the association was only B rank. As they both stared in the same direction, Jun Kyung spoke up. "It feels like he's already reached A rank." Seong-gu replied, "You can feel that too?" Seong-gu turned to him with a chuckle and said, "Well, I'm honestly more surprised by how strong you are compared to him, but it's fine. I'm sure you already have a plan." He sat down on a chair and crossed his arms. He continued, "I've been watching you get stronger this entire time. I'll sit right here and wait until you come back out." Standing next to him, Jun Kyung wondered, "Why would you go that far?" But then, a massive surge of power suddenly erupted from Seong-gu. His voice turned dead serious. "Just in case you don't make it out, I'm not letting the Northern Army leave this place with it." Hearing those words, Jun Kyung thought in shock. Is he saying he'll completely wipe out the Northern Army? He really is a terrifying man. As they stood there waiting, a loud announcement suddenly echoed. "The gate raid will begin shortly. Please finalize all your preparations and gather here." While Choi Yong-seong was setting himself up to be a hero, the ruler of the river was about to slaughter countless hunters. Yong-seong, Josu, and In Chang showed up, their faces filled with absolute confidence. One by one, the other hunters began stepping into the gate, but history was about to be rewritten right here. With a look of pure determination, Jun Kyung walked inside. Jun Kyung reached out his hand, feeling the dense magical energy flowing around them. "We are entering the gate of the ruler of the river." He believed that in this place, he would conquer everything and claim the glory. All the hunters had now stepped inside the gate. The gate slowly began to close, releasing a thick purple mist as it shut. As the purple haze poured out heavier and heavier, the gate finally sealed shut completely. Young-seong watched with an expectant look and muttered, "It has begun." A system notification flashed on the screen. "The magic power value will adjust according to the gate's attributes." Reading the notification threw everyone into an instant panic. Someone yelled, "What? What is that supposed to mean? Damn it! I've never heard of anything like this." Staring down at the walkie-talkie in his hand, Cheon-yong was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe his eyes. The gate's rating was climbing from B rank to B+. Jun-kyung stood calmly, quietly observing the situation. Another notification popped up. The gate's special attribute is now active. The exit has been blocked. Staring at the shrinking gate, everyone was frozen in disbelief. As the gate completely vanished, it unleashed a massive wave of raw power. Some screamed in terror. "What kind of crazy crap is this?" While others whimpered, "Are we trapped in here?" The notifications flashed on the screen one after another. Countless incarnations have gathered here. The sponsors have also assembled. The concentration of magic power will continue to rise. Instantly, the nerves and cells inside their bodies began to mutate. Hans held out his hand, asking in confusion, "What the hell is happening?" Cheon-yong also felt a strange sensation. "My body, it feels like it's burning up." The system kept flashing new alerts. The incarnations have entered a special gate. The sponsor's attention is continuously rising. The concentration of magic power will increase. Clutching his measuring device, the hunter stared wide-eyed as the numbers spun out of control. Right at the very top corner of the screen, the letter A blinked. Cheon-yong gasped, dropping the device onto the ground. He shrieked, "An A rank!" Hanze shoved his fist against Cheon-yong's chest. "Hey, what did you say?" Cheon-yong slapped Hanze's hand away and screamed, "Let me out of here. An A-rank gate is impossible to clear without hero-class hunters." Absolute despair quickly swept through the crowd. Some hunters clutched their heads in panic, while others collapsed to their knees in terror. Jun-kyung's face remained completely expressionless. It was exactly what he had expected. This place is nothing but a living grave for them. He turned his head and saw Yong-seong and Jo In-chang standing motionless in a corner. Since they weren't moving at all, he figured they must have known about this from the start. Yong-seong and Jo-soo watched with smug, indifferent expressions, proving this whole setup was rigged from the very beginning. The system announced, "The wave will begin in a few minutes." Suddenly, Yong-seong shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, calm down." He raised his hands to reassure them. "I know you're all terrified, and honestly, I'm just as confused. I have no idea why this is happening either. Every gate carries its own risks, so unexpected anomalies can always happen." He continued, raising his voice. "But what's the most important thing right now? Is it to fall into despair?" And then, his expression shifted, putting on a front of pure, unshakable determination. He shouted, "We must survive. Don't you all want to live? I, Choi Yong-sung of the Northern Army, will fight alongside every single one of you." The system screen displayed, "The ruler of the riverbank is attempting to persuade." Hearing that promise, they seemed to regain their spirits. Cheon-yong happily said, "Really? Are we actually going to survive?" The hunter in front of him replied, "Let's scout the terrain first." Hae-sung confidently agreed. "Let's go." The system screen popped up again, displaying the riverbank ruler's authority status window. Instigation and command abilities are tripled when near a river, with a chance to force others to obey. Immediately after, a red system alert popped up. "Through the influence of the fallen angel, you have resisted the instigation and the forced command." Jun-kyung watched him from a distance and thought, "Some kind of instigation? All those hunters over there have already fallen for it." Jisoo smiled and asked, "Brother, should we get started right away?" Yong-sung replied, "No," he said. "According to that person, the wave of this gate will last for a long time, so the Northern Army should conserve our strength as much as possible." Jisoo frowned in confusion. "What?" Seeing everyone dispersing from above, he continued, "We will follow the plan we discussed. The Northern Army will conserve our strength and survive." Jisoo asked again, "Are you going to kill everyone?" He replied, "Not everyone. We need someone alive to spread rumors. The Northern Army will focus on conserving strength until I give another order." Jisoo voiced his concern. "Is that even possible? Hunters aren't fools. They were manipulated by your authority, but they'll catch on quickly if they realize the army is holding back." Yong-sung explained, "I said as much as possible. Send some of those pests out to fight so the other hunters don't get suspicious." Jisoo's expression darkened as he thought, "Is he really sacrificing our own men just for this plan?" Looking down from above, he spotted Jun-kyung's figure below. As the kid glared up at him, Yong-sung thought, "Those eyes. It's like he already knows my entire plan. It's best to eliminate him as soon as possible." He suddenly called out to Dong In-chang, who quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The man standing before him wore an iron mask, completely concealing his face. The man Yong-sung always thought of as his loyal dog, In-chang. Because he has such a pure and kind heart, I couldn't reveal too much of the plan to him, but there's no doubting his skills and loyalty. Yong-sung ordered, "Keep an eye on that bastard. Kill him the first chance you get." In-chang froze for a few seconds upon hearing this, thinking, Yong-sung is truly a violent and ruthless man. In-chang forced a smile and said, "That's what's important to me." "Ah, no," to the Northern Army. He then nodded in agreement. The system screen announced, "The wave is about to begin." Hae-sung panicked and shouted, "They're here." Monsters aggressively clawed their way out of the water. The hunters grabbed their weapons and began channeling their energy. Someone spoke up, "Thank goodness, there aren't many monsters for a rank a gate." They rushed forward to attack. Another hunter said, "It'll be tough if they group up. Let's finish this quickly." Seeing this, Jun Kyung thought, charging in without a formation? Even if they're low-rank monsters, that's way too reckless. Then, he suddenly realized where they were by the riverbank. At that moment, the monster's cheeks ballooned as it puckered its mouth. Whoosh! They blasted a massive torrent of water, catching the hunters completely off guard and making them scream. Jun Kyung shouted, "Get the wounded to the rear and form a defensive line." They quickly turned around and scrambled upward. Hae-sung barked, "Get into formation." Jun Kyung observed them, thinking, "Not yet. I need to understand this terrain better." In the distance, the Northern Army casually watched. Seeing that the time had come, Yong-sung pointed his sword forward and roared, "Annihilate the enemy." The entire Northern Army charged, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Jun Kyung was stunned, unable to believe Yong-sung was using his own squad members like this. The soldiers began mercilessly slaughtering the monsters. A guild member raised his hand to cheer them on. "We can do this. Let's help everyone get out of here. They're just mercenaries after all." Moving swiftly, they put everything they had into the fight. When one of the Northern Army soldiers was severely clawed, his comrade immediately cast a healing spell to recover him. Jun Kyung's face darkened as he realized, "Now I get it. These warriors are covering for the mercenaries. The Northern Army troops are just the lowest-ranking soldiers of the army." He quietly analyzed the situation. To make the other hunters feel at ease, they're cheering them up. They are actively sacrificing their own guild's manpower. Jun Kyung reached out to summon his weapon. He manifested a spear and shield, taking a combat stance with a murderous glare. This is turning out even better than I expected. With a serious expression and eyes burning with determination, he thought, "It's time for me to join the fight." In-chang stood watching as the boy charged into battle. He watched in silence. An image of Jun Kyung from the past, his eyes filled with rage, flashed through his mind. The Northern Army only follows orders. After you tailed that man, Leader Choi Yong-sung and Vice Leader Choi Ji-soo met with him, one of the people you were watching. That's what I mean. In-chang thought to himself, he's right. The Northern Army is truly evil. If things keep going like this, a lot of hunters and military members are going to die. He remembered the past when Yoon-song patted his shoulder and said, "I have great faith in your loyalty and honesty." In-chang started to panic. "No, I am sure the leader has a plan. Besides, that is the Yoon-song I know." Everyone was stunned and shouted, "What is going on with that guy? He is incredible." In-chang was startled by the sudden cheering. Sparks flew from Junjan's attacks. He used his spear to burn them all down one by one, leaving everyone in absolute shock. The crowd bustled. "Who is that hunter? Was he sent here to clear this gate? What is his name? I am sure I checked the names of all the hunters here." In-chang realized, has he really grown this much already? Junjan used the power of his spear to slice through the enemy's body with ease. Just 10 days ago, he was barely on my level. The sight of his fiery red, powerful eyes left In-chang frozen in shock. But has he already surpassed me now? The notification window popped up. "The wave has ended. You will be given a brief rest. Some sponsors wish to offer a reward for your incarnation." A series of notifications continued to appear. "The fallen angel is highly pleased with your performance. Your stats have increased. You have acquired the title of Mermaid Hunter. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased. Your stats have increased." Junjan returned to his normal state. Sweating profusely, the notification board highlighted that the Guardian of Spears has taken an interest in you. The symbol of the spheres has been drawn to you. The King of Moisture is showing hostility toward you. He gasped in surprise. "There are so many sponsors watching me. I might actually get a ton of sponsorships, just like those powerful heroes." As Junjion was lost in thought, the notification board responded. The fallen angel is showing his displeasure. The sponsors who were interested in you have dispersed. He stood there dazed, not understanding what just happened. What the hell? His teammates ran over to him, absolutely thrilled. Thank you so much. Qian Yang and Henson asked curiously. Who on earth are you? Where did you come from? Are you with the association? Jungion replied solemnly. It is not over yet. There are still many waves left to come. All of you need to hurry up and get ready properly. This is an A-rank gate right now, you know? Do you guys not want to survive? Raising their hands with determined looks, they said, understood. We will start recovering our strength now. Everyone began to turn and walk away. Yoon Song stood silently, his face turning dark. His face showed pure rage. Jun Jane looked up and smirked. I am sure he is planning to wait for a critical moment and take down all the hunters here. I will completely destroy his plans. Over time, all the hunters will take my side. He commanded in his mind. Status window. Jungion was thrilled. I am already at level 24. This brutal gate will be the foundation for me to grow incredibly strong. I need to reach level 30 here. He looked at his comrades, knowing these hunters would always follow his lead. A moment later, the monsters shot water pillars at his shield. Jungion gathered his strength, his eyes glowing red as he charged forward. He slashed straight through, slicing them right in half. The system notification window popped up. The fourth wave has ended. You will be given a rest. For a brief moment, Jungion stopped to wipe his sweat. He gasped as he saw his comrades starting to collapse. Devastated, they cried, damn it, 4 people are already dead. Are we really going to make it out alive? Jungion's face darkened with tension. It is impossible. But I want us to get out of here, and I do not want anyone else to die. He clenched his fist tightly. Jungion yelled at the top of his lungs. Why? Why is the Northern Army the only one not fighting? The Northern Army replied in shock. What the hell are you talking about? With pure, murderous intent in his eyes, Jungion roared. Do you guys take us for a bunch of fools? I know exactly what you are doing, staying in the back to save your own soldiers' strength. Qian Yang and Henson chimed in, agreeing completely. He is absolutely right. If he says so, it must be true. Not a single member of the Northern Army has died, and they do not even have a scratch on them. Jungion emphasized. At least fight like you actually mean it. How can you just sit there and watch these hunters throw away their lives for you like that? John approached Yoon Song and asked, Are you all right? Yoon Song gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, My plan has failed. Yoon Song frowned, thinking that after getting through the waves by using the useless guild members and drafted hunters, he had planned to ambush the survivors. But now, it is a complete disaster. The members of the Northern Army were also panicking and growing anxious. They realized they were being used as scapegoats, and the low-ranking soldiers were starting to waver. Yoon Song's face was filled with pure, murderous intent. The plan that person made for me ended up only benefiting that bastard. John Shu spoke up. Yoon Song replied calmly, But we will keep going like this for now. Let us just wait and see a little longer. Yoon Song appeared calm on the outside, but on the inside, he was plotting his next move. With the strength he has shown up until today, there is a massive gap between us. I can easily overpower him. A wicked, sinister smirk crept across his face. Besides, he is wasting his stamina fighting on the front lines. That is right, you are all talk. You will be facing death soon. A notification screen appeared. The fifth wave has begun. The scene shifts to the coastline, where something is about to emerge. The system screen announced that a mid-level boss has appeared. A giant sea monster approached, and everyone screamed in terror. A sea monster? What the hell is that? What is with its massive size? It charged up its power, preparing to unleash an attack. The sea monster blasted a massive pillar of water. Junkyung shouted a warning. It is coming. Everyone get out of the way. Everyone quickly dodged its powerful attack. The monster continued to rage, unleashing another giant pillar of water. Hyun-seong screamed in shock. What is this? Such a terrifyingly destructive power. His teammates drew their bows, preparing to attack. The arrows flew toward the sea monster, piercing its body, but it was completely unscathed. They continued to charge forward with their spears. The monster clenched its fist, preparing to strike. As its giant hand came crashing down, they desperately tried to slash at it. Take this. With a gentle swipe of its hand, the sea monster sent his teammates flying. They began to panic. Our attacks cannot even scratch this thing. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Junkyung charged up the power in his spear and leaped forward. A crimson aura surrounded his body as Junkyung dashed forward at an incredible speed. Gripping his spear, he leaped high into the air and plummeted down. He prepared to strike the monster directly in the head. The impact of his attack completely distorted the sea monster's face. The monster collapsed onto the ground while he landed gracefully. Qian Yang and Hyun Song stood there with their mouths wide open in shock. Who on earth is that hunter? How did he even do that? Jun Kyung turned around with a serious look and began barking orders. The gates are overflowing with magic power right now. Do not try to hold back the surge of power you are feeling. Let it all out. You need to imbue your weapons with your magic power. The archer girl listened and thought to herself in surprise. Imbuing weapons with magic? Is that not something only high-ranking hunters can do? Well, I might as well try doing what he said. She began to channel her power into the bow. An excited look washed over her face. It actually worked. The magically enhanced arrows flew straight toward the sea monster. The attack successfully injured it. Everyone shouted in excitement. The attacks are working. Jun Kyung narrowed his eyes in tension. The damage is starting to pile up, but even all of this is not enough to bring down this monster. His spear began to emit a mysterious power. A system screen appeared, announcing that the spear of Muspel was absorbing flames. Jun Kyung raised his spear, preparing to throw it. To take down this bastard, I must destroy its magic core. He suddenly paused, his face completely focused. Not yet. I need to wait a little longer. The sea monster was preparing to unleash its power. Everyone panicked. Damn it. Is that monster about to use a breath attack? Get out of the way, quick. Determined thoughts raced through Jun Kyung's mind as his eyes sparked with intense focus. No. Right now is our chance to take down that miserable monster. The moment its core was exposed, he hurled his spear at the sea monster with terrifying speed. The attack pierced right through its body. System notifications popped up one after another. You have defeated the mid-level boss. The sponsors are now paying close attention to all of you. Several sponsors are amazed by your performance. A sponsor is highly intrigued by one of you. Jun Kyung raised his hand to recall his weapon. The spear of Muspel flew back toward him, and he caught it in a tight grip. He looked at his spear with pride. The return ability of the spear of Muspel after leveling up is incredibly useful. Everyone stood there stunned, staring at him in silence. Then, one of them spoke up as it clicked. Wait, now I remember. There is a rumor about a strange hunter who uses a long spear and a shield. His words startled both Seong-gu and Hyun-seong. The super rookie. Yes, it is definitely the super rookie. Seong-gu snapped back. Are you out of your mind? He is a hero. Is it possible he will reach A rank soon? Everyone cheered in joy. We are going to make it out alive. This is amazing. Let us put our trust in our super rookie. A system notification appeared, announcing that you have been promoted. You have reached A rank for defeating the sea monster. You have received the water bead. Achievement unlocked, Sea Monster Slayer. Your stats have increased. The fallen angel has smiled upon you. Several sponsors are watching and find you highly intriguing. Jun Kyung was thrilled to see this, thinking, I am finally getting the attention of so many sponsors. A red system screen popped up. The fallen angel is displeased. The other sponsors are no longer interested in you. He thought to himself in frustration, damn it, at least my player abilities are solid. Jun Kyung looked up with a calm expression. Well, even the Demon King was not backed by this many sponsors. He really is impressive. Even though Ongdu doesn't have the backing of many sponsors, he's still incredibly strong. Honestly, he's even more impressive than I am right now. Yong-seong was seething with rage, but tried his best to hold it back. Damn it. What the hell did he do to get this strong in such a short time? I don't think his power is just B rank anymore. He began to feel a creeping sense of dread, but everything he was seeing proved that the kid had already reached A rank. Yong-seong gritted his teeth, absolutely furious, as he spat out Jun Kyung's name. In Chang stepped forward and said, Guildmaster, we must leave immediately. She continued, trying to clarify. Was that incident earlier part of your plan? You can't just stand here and watch any longer. Yong-seong glared back at her, his face grim. In Chang pressed on. If your plan didn't go as expected, you need to make a backup plan and focus on executing it. And one more thing, her eyes flashed, give up. He gritted his teeth in rage. Did she really expect him to just let go of the rune? Power surging through him, Yong-seong roared, no way. Do you really take me for a loser? I'm the one who built and raised the Book Gun Guild from the ground up, and now I'm on the verge of becoming a world-class hunter. Do you honestly think I'll just stand by and let it all slip away? Summoning his weapon into his hand, he let out a deafening shout. Bukun Guild, Yong-seong ordered, pointing his sword toward the sky. We are going to use our full power to clear this gate. The Bugun Guild members roared with high spirits, while his own face twisted into a sinister snarl. The pride of a king would never back down. Suddenly, Yongxiong glanced down and noticed In Chang's hat lying on the ground, abandoned, and left all alone. He began recalling a past conversation. "What's this? I want you to be the vice guild master," Yongxiong had said happily, "but looking at your gentle face, you're going to have a tough time keeping the stubborn members of the guild in line. That's why I got this for you," he thought in silence. So, the dog is finally biting the hand that fed it? Yongxiong crushed the hat under his foot and looked around. He glared down at the army by the shore. What a bunch of fools begging for death. The Bukgun members let out a mighty battle cry. "Let's show them what we're made of." They began slaughtering the monsters, slicing through their bodies with ease. A smug smile crept onto his face. Well, this is the true power of Bukgun. Suddenly, a familiar flame erupted, tearing the monster's limbs to shreds. He stood there, dumbfounded. What the hell? He really is on a completely different level. The onlookers cheered in excitement. He's an absolute super rookie. We've definitely got this wave in the bag. Jungyong unleashed a relentless flurry of spear strikes at terrifying speed. Sweating profusely, he finally paused as a notification popped up. "You have leveled up." Jungyong smiled to himself, thinking, "It might look like I'm just wasting energy while hunting monsters, but I'm actually recovering my stamina as I grow stronger from leveling up." Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind him, and a voice called out a warning. With a swift, casual strike, he engulfed it in flames. Someone then stepped closer to Jungyong. In Chang struck up a conversation. "Looks like you're still a bit slow when it comes to watching your back." Recognizing Zhong In Chang, he replied coldly, "Well, it's not like I have eyes in the back of my head." With that, he dashed off, leaving her behind. In Chang watched him go in silence, her head drooping in sadness. "Does he still hate me?" In Chang sighed, "But because of that, I can't just stand around doing nothing." With that thought, she dashed forward. In Chang gripped her sword and charged forward. "I'll do whatever I can. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit to save the hunters, and I need to let him know that." Power surged from her blade, and In Chang sliced through the monsters effortlessly. Her eyes flashed with deadly intent, a testament to her resolve to leave the Bukgun Guild. Her face burned with anger, fueled by her determination to save lives. As time passed, the carcasses of monsters lay scattered everywhere. Jungyong's comrades were desperately shaking a fallen hunter. "Damn it, get up, wake up." He remained motionless. "Kiwung, please wake up." They wept and begged in despair. "Does anyone have a potion left? Please, I swear I'll pay you back once we get out of this gate. Please, doctor." Dr. Junyoung stood there, lost in thought alongside In Chang. This place was a living hell. Even though 111 of them had entered this place, less than half had survived. She walked over and asked him, "Are you okay?" He replied coldly, "I'm fine. How about you? Are you okay?" Before In Chang could answer, a group approached them. "I'm fine," she murmured. From behind, a harsh voice spat. "Traitor!" The insults poured in from everyone, forcing In Chang to keep her head down in shame. "That scum. Let's see if she even makes it out alive." Jungyong was baffled. Are they really treating her this terribly even though she's the vice guild master? I guess this guild wouldn't hesitate to kill someone in cold blood. To them, her sense of justice is just an eyesore. He looked at In Chang and asked, "Don't you regret this?" As the vice guild master, Jungyong emphasized, "Fighting alongside me here is no different from completely turning your back on them." In Chang smiled and calmly replied, explaining that was exactly why her words had startled him. "Because I feel like I rely on them, and that I'm actually providing value to them. But when I saw you," she explained, "I couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. I couldn't keep going down the wrong path." Li Junkyung clenched his fists and replied, "Yeonseong is going to take matters into his own hands and do something reckless soon." She answered, "Don't worry, I've already freed myself." Just as they finished talking, a notification flashed with a warning. The final wave of monsters is about to begin. Warning, an S-class gate boss has appeared. A violent earthquake struck, sending panic through the warriors. As the crowd huddled on the beach, a massive shadow suddenly rose from the water. Their eyes widened in pure shock. Choi Yun-seong stammered, "Wait, what on earth is that?" As a massive wave surged, a terrifying monster emerged, its mouth gaping open like a giant man-eating flower. Its entire body and glowing eyes radiated a sinister blue miasma, making it look incredibly fierce. It towered into the sky, revealing its colossal size, a brutal reminder of the gap between a superior species and mere humans. The warriors were so paralyzed with fear that they couldn't move a muscle, with some even collapsing to the ground under the crushing pressure. Despair was rapidly setting in. This is insane. How are we supposed to fight that thing? Lee Junkyong, who was witnessing this horror unfold firsthand, muttered to himself. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Standing right beside him, Jong In-chang spoke up. The Northern Army Guild wouldn't have given Yeon-sung a method to kill the Ha-chung. She thoughtfully shared her theory. He must have given that monster something, I'm sure of it. Choi Yeon-seung has a way to defeat that colossal beast. Then, she shifted her focus elsewhere. Before letting Yeon-seung hunt the Ha-chung, the Northern Army Guild members had already surrounded the area in droves. Danger radiated from every single one of them. A few of them were clearly planning to sabotage the raid. You'll have to deal with them first. Facing the massive crowd armed to the teeth with high-tech weapons, In-chang left Lee Junkyong with a brief warning. Get ready. Meanwhile, the other warriors were still struggling to process what was happening. What's going on? Are they seriously about to slaughter each other? She gripped her sword, her heart burning with absolute resentment. The Northern Army Guild has been using us all. Didn't anyone else find this whole thing incredibly sketchy from the very start? Why the hell should we clear out the monsters, just so they can claim the gate all for themselves? The long-suppressed rage in her eyes finally erupted. As a former vice master of the Northern Army Guild, I can testify that they are planning to attack us right now. If you don't believe us, then open your eyes and see for yourselves. If we fall, you guys are next. Watching her, he thought to himself, she really knows how to sway people's hearts. A true dragon slayer. Just looking at her, you could feel how a hunter's overwhelming presence only intensifies the closer you get. Though utterly confused, the warriors were starting to buy into her words. Damn it, we're dead either way. We might as well draw our swords and fight. A smirk played on the lips of a man in the shadows as he sneered. A useless effort. Yeon-seung smugly barked out his orders. Nothing you do will change a thing. Northern Army Guild, execute the plan immediately. The sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant, blinding light. He roared, Ha-chung! The monster instantly thrashed, sending massive waves crashing everywhere. Lee Junkyong's eyes widened in shock. It's absorbing the seawater. Seconds later, the Ha-chung opened its massive maw and fired a colossal beam of lightning straight into the sky. The weather instantly went haywire. What had been a perfectly clear sky just moments ago was now pouring rain like cats and dogs. Looking up, he couldn't help but wonder, rain? Are they using the Ha-chung to alter the battlefield and give themselves the upper hand? His blood-red eyes darted to the side, completely on guard. Yeon-seung stood tall, looking like a ruler about to ascend to his throne. If he successfully clears this gate, he'll become a legendary hero of this era. War King Gans. Lee Junkyong let out a deep, tense breath, trying to force himself to stay calm. I've been leveling up non-stop today, but do I actually stand a chance against him? He smirked mockingly. Those flames of yours look pretty weird. It's almost like you think they can burn right through this pouring rain. He completely ignored the taunt, focusing entirely on gathering his fire attribute energy. Deep down, he knew he didn't have a choice, he had to fight. In a flash, he vanished, leaving behind nothing but a swirling cloud of white smoke on the ground. Lee Junkyong leaped high into the air, using his momentum to bring his weapon crashing down on his enemy. His spear clashed violently against the greatsword, creating a deafening screech. Buckling under the immense pressure, Yeon-seung was the first to show signs of wearing out. He couldn't help but grin as his opponent's weakness was exposed. I knew it. Capitalizing on his advantage, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing Yeon-seung to raise his sword in a desperate guard. Lee Junkyong braced himself to lunge downward once more with all his might, unleashing a brilliant, crimson strike that sliced cleanly through the air. John Seon's entire body is completely swept away by the force of the attack, ultimately sending him flying back several meters. His movements have slowed down significantly. Sweat pours down his face as sheer terror takes over. No way. What kind of crazy skill are you using? We are right by the riverbank. My powers should be getting a massive boost here. But unlike his struggling opponent, the flames surrounding Jungian don't die down at all, despite the rain. Want to know why? He smugly reveals, the very moment I stepped into this portal, you'd already lost. This deals a massive blow to his opponent's pride. What? No, that's impossible. Besides, didn't your sponsors just send you a massive gift? Getting even more fired up, he replies, I've been conserving my energy, playing it super safe, and constantly leveling up by hunting monsters. Dumbfounded, John Sion stammers, "What? But our protagonist takes his sweet time. Still don't get it? Since words aren't enough to get through to him, it's time to let his fists do the talking. No big deal. That's exactly why I'm telling you this. No matter how stubborn John Sion is, he has to face the harsh reality. He stands absolutely no chance like this. Left with no choice, he has to rely on his monster. Ha-chung, guard me, now." Its glowing blue eyes instantly light up at his command. Countless razor-sharp claws shoot out from its short limbs. With his attack cut short, he is forced to leap back to dodge. Seeing the tables turn, John Sion bursts into a manic laugh. "Ha ha ha, you sure are cocky just because you got a bunch of sponsorships. But I've obtained power from him. A power that is leagues above anything a loser like you could ever wield. Let me show you what true power looks like." Meanwhile, Jun-Gion realizes how serious this situation is. It's Ha-Chung's protective instinct, just like a mother protecting her child. Ha-Chung unleashes an earth-shattering roar that echoes through the entire area. It slithers onto the shore, positioning itself right behind its master to protect him. His aura swells to massive proportions as he steps onto Ha-Chung's low-slung jaw. Gritting his teeth, he focuses entirely on the threat ahead. Knowing there is not a second to lose, he bursts forward like a bullet toward the duo. His terrifying speed catches John Sion completely off guard. Their opposing attacks collide in a tense, violent clash. Since they are evenly matched, neither side can gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the exchange of blows between Heian and the member of the Northern Army Guild is so ridiculously fast, it is almost impossible to track with the naked eye. Her eyes flash with a brilliant lotus-pink glow, her entire body radiating with the exact same light. Gripping her sword tightly, she raises it to eye level and pours every ounce of her strength into a devastating slash. Not to be outdone, Choi Jong-soo raises his own sword high with both hands, ready to strike back. The raw energy radiating from him is insane in an instant. His blade vanishes, leaving only the blazing afterimage of a powerful swing. He manages to slice Heian's magical energy clean in half before it can touch him, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that kicks up a massive cloud of dust. Facing the chaotic scene, she watches and waits through the smoke for the dust to settle. But to her shock, her opponent isn't down yet. In fact, he bursts right through the smoke, his fighting spirit soaring. Jong-soo bellows arrogantly, "Kneel and beg for mercy right now, and maybe I'll spare your life. Did you seriously think he stood a chance? Our Northern Army Guild is going to conquer this portal." Heian snaps back instantly. "What is wrong with you? Did you completely forget our oath to protect humanity?" With that, the fierce battle resumes. Their blades clash in a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, casting blinding flashes of light into the air. With a flick of her armored wrist, she deftly spins her hilt to reverse her grip. Heian lunges forward once again, ready to strike. Jong-soo pulls his weapon back, shielding his head with his free hand. It turns out both of them are charging up, building momentum for one ultimate, devastating swing. Back on the other side, Ha-Chung has fully emerged from the water, revealing its colossal length and hideous, monstrous form. The air itself seems to be sucked into a dark abyss of sharp thorns, which is actually its massive maw. The tension between Jun-Gion and John Sion reaches a boiling point, yet neither of them makes the first move. Breaking into a cold sweat, John Sion yells, "You're out of your mind. You actually dared to dive straight into Ha-Chung's mouth." Jun-Gion merely replies with a cold shrug, "What nonsense are you spouting? Actually, I'm just waiting for Ha-Chung to swallow you whole. When Ha-Chung wants to protect its offspring, it swallows them to shield them inside its own body." His expression suddenly darkens, his next move a complete mystery. And bugs, no matter the species, always have a dry interior. He slams his spear into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. A raging fire instantly wraps around his weapon. The heat of battle rises by the second. His blood-red pupils glow with a dangerous glint. He continues to explain, "Just like the dry stomach of this beast, the power you got from your patron, the ruler of the riverbank, and will be cut by more than half, allowing my fire control to easily overpower yours." System notifications keep flashing on the screen. Muspel's spear has absorbed the flames. Fire resistance has been temporarily increased. Attack power has been temporarily boosted. An intense heat slowly builds up inside its mouth. Even the warriors struggling against the guild members look on in shock, realizing a massive blaze is surrounding the exact spot where Jo Seon is standing. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief at what he is witnessing. "No, that is impossible. I am the king. I was born to rule." Unable to accept this brutal reality, his grip tightens on his sword, the veins on his hand bulging as if they might pop from sheer rage. Throwing all caution to the wind, he charges forward, desperate for a fight to the death. "Who are you?" he screams, the one question he simply cannot wrap his head around. "Who on earth are you?" All he gets in return is a lethal, finishing blow from Junjian, leaving him crushed and broken in the jaws of death. That reckless move actually leaves Junjian feeling a bit nervous. Suddenly, the skull emblem on his gauntlet glows with an eerie light, and a new notification pops up. The soulbone pillar has absorbed a hero's soul. The hollow, pitch-black eyes of the skull look like a bottomless abyss, as if they can peer straight into the secrets of the universe. He quietly analyzes the situation. "I knew this thing was the soulbone pillar, but it doesn't absorb the souls of monsters. It demands human souls. Above all, it craves individuals of extraordinary strength, those who have broken through their limits time and time again, just like those who became heroes." New titles pop up one after another. Fallen Heaven. The ruler of the riverbank has been defeated. All support from the ruler of the riverbank has completely stopped. His face instantly freezes in shock as he turns to look. No way. Did the sponsor actually die, or was it Fallen Heaven's doing? Just then, another warning blares out. Fallen Heaven smiles at you. His massive greatsword plunges straight into the ground, unleashing a swirling torrent of dark energy all around. Does killing the Avatar really kill the sponsor too? But the records in the Demon King's Codex said that sponsors are supposed to be immortal. That power suddenly surges, expanding like a cosmic black hole, before shrinking down into the form of a black crow. Right then, Jungeon's eyes return to normal. He stares down at it, and the crow suddenly speaks. "You haven't replied yet. What is your final answer to my question?" In his mind, the memory of John Seong's sacrificial final moments flashes back. He keeps reminding himself that killing a hunter is nothing like killing a monster. Parting his lips, he softly mutters, "I am." His mind is in absolute chaos, but one crucial truth remains carved into his soul. He is the descendant of the tyrant, a seeker of peace. No, the one who will become the Demon King. But even that isn't enough. With the world on the brink of ruin, I will shoulder it all. No matter the shame or the sins, I will surpass the Demon King. With absolute resolve, he gives his final answer, Demon God. In response, Fallen Heaven approves of your choice. The crow spreads its wings, hovering in midair. An intriguing answer. We shall meet again soon. With those words, its body vanishes into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Jungeon mutters to himself, "Report everything you saw and heard back to your master." Finally, the battle is over. The boss of the Jia River Gate, Hachung, has been slain, engulfed in raging flames. Hachung screeches in pure agony before collapsing face first into the rushing water. A flood of system notifications flashes across the screen. You have achieved the highest contribution. You have obtained the essence of water. You have unlocked the achievement, Hachung Slayer. You have unlocked the achievement, Conqueror of the River. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The surrounding hunters stare in breathless, absolute silence. Even the Bukshin Guild members stand frozen, completely speechless. Dark smoke billows from the charred remains of the massive beast. Through the pouring rain, the hero who brought it down slowly emerges. The hunters can't contain their sheer excitement. No way. The super rookie actually pulled it off and killed Hachung. He did it. Jungeon flashes a victorious smile as his teammates cheer him on. But the peace is short-lived. In Chang suddenly screams, "Jungeon!" Looking up, he spots a sword-wielding figure charging straight at him. "You absolute bastard." Fueled by pure hatred, John Shu unleashes a devastating slash aimed right at Jungeon's head. Luckily, he raises his shield in the nick of time to block the blow. John Shu's eyes are completely bloodshot as he lets out a terrifying roar. "What did you do to my brother? You ruined everything." He struggles to hold his ground against the sheer, overwhelming force. Grunting with rage, John Shu raises his blade again, preparing for a second strike. Planting his feet firmly into the sand, Jungeon channels all his strength into his arm, using his shield to violently shove his opponent back. John Shu skids backward, his body buckling under the immense force. Yet, with sheer grit, he manages to keep his balance, refusing to fall. Snarling like a wild beast, he spits, "You son of a bitch," and swings his blazing white-hot blade through the air. Not giving him a single second to breathe, Jungeon thrusts his spear right at the man's face. Breaking out in a cold sweat, John Shu realizes he is completely cornered. Jungeon's voice turns cold and commanding. "The only reason you were granted the power of a hunter was to protect those in danger. With great power comes great responsibility. Scum like you, who prey on the weak and cause nothing but misery, have absolutely no right to call themselves hunters. Though burning with resentment, John Shu can only hang his head, utterly defeated by reality. Seeing that John Shu has lost the will to fight, Jun Gian lowers his weapon. I've spilled too much blood today. Glancing back with a cold glare, he adds, I don't want to see another drop. Repent and change your ways, he warns before turning to leave. But he has no idea that walking away right now is giving his enemy the perfect opening for revenge. John Shu reaches out, quietly summoning his blade. The exact second Jungion lets his guard down, John Shu lunges from behind. Die! By the time Jungion realizes what is happening, it is too late. A spray of fresh blood splatters across the ground, but it is not his. Out of nowhere, Inchong intercepts the attack with a swift upward slash, saving Jungion in the nick of time. John Shu's body trembles violently, his eyes wide with utter shock. How? How is this possible? With that, he collapses to the ground, on the ground from severe blood loss. A notification popped up instantly. The soul bone pillar has absorbed another hero's soul. The skull on his gauntlet glowed with a strange light once again. He checked on his savior, asking, Are you okay? Unchong replied briefly. Yes. Her face darkened, filled with a sense of regret and guilt. I should have stopped them sooner. If I had, this tragedy would never have happened. He gently reassured her. You do not need to feel guilty about anything. You are different from them, Yunchong. She suddenly pointed her sword down, saying, I think this is meant for me. He was a bit confused. What? Without saying another word, she drove the sword deep into the ground. Finally, with a solemn look, she made her decision. I will never wield a sword again. I will live to atone for the sins of the Bookgun Guild. With those words, she walked away from her weapon, step by step. His thoughts were in complete disarray. Has she really given up? The person destined to become an S-rank superhero. This issue turned out to be far more critical than he had imagined. No, I cannot let her walk away like this. But right now, all I can do is watch her leave. Gradually, the clouds parted, and the sky cleared, returning the sea to its natural blue. Jungyeon and the other warriors were now gathered on the beach. In front of them, flashing lights from reporters' cameras blinked endlessly. Just then, a group of people stepped forward. They shouted, We are from the Hunter Association. We demand that everyone stop taking photos. The journalists instantly froze, stopping their writing. Huh? Where is Choi Song-woo? Choi Ji-hoon is not here either. One of them could not help but wonder. What happened over there? Is the Bookgun Guild behind this? So, that hunter standing in the middle is the central figure. He is the main figure of this gate raid. A sudden thought flashed in his mind. Nobody knows his name or face. This is definitely a massive scoop. The other journalists had the same idea, and they immediately started peppering him with questions. They kept shouting, Who are you? What happened inside the gate? Who are you? What is your name? A pair of footsteps softly approached. It turned out to be Seong-woo, who gently placed a hand on Jungyon's shoulder from behind. This is the super rookie, the C-rank awakened, who has been the subject of rumors for so long. The press went wild upon hearing this. What? Really? The super rookie? That man. He is Song-woo from the Allied Guild. It seemed Seong-woo and the super rookie knew each other. Placing his hand under his chin, he cleared his throat with a light cough, raising his voice to calm the excited media. Right now, these hunters have just returned from a special raid inside a hellgate. Do you not think we should give them some time to rest? Just look at these heavily injured warriors. Some of them cannot even stand straight. Right now, for the heroes who returned, and for those who did not make it back. Please, give them a round of applause. Within moments, the reporters were completely moved by his words. They began to clap enthusiastically. It was their way of showing a basic level of respect for the warriors who had given their all. And yet, the warriors could not bring themselves to celebrate. They only bowed their heads in heavy silence. A gate where 110 people were deployed became a special gate, and the number of survivors returning from that hell. The revealed figure showed the sheer gravity of what they had endured. The loss was devastating, with only 39 survivors remaining. Jungion was painfully aware of this brutal reality. The golden sunlight reflected off the calm sea, making it shimmer like scattered silver. Meanwhile, in Prosperity City, traffic rushed on, weaving between towering skyscrapers. A black crow lingered outside the window, as if waiting for someone. The association president quickly noticed it as it landed on his desk. He smiled and said, Woo Jin, you are late. The office was dead silent. After hearing the story, the president could not help but sigh. It seems he already knows. They can control lower-class insects and even know how to create heroes. Fascinating, the crow uttered. Some kind of ancient language. He scratched his cheek in contemplation, growing stronger by hunting a demon god. Without another thought, he tapped the screen of his desk phone. It seemed he had made his final decision. Then I will go meet the survivors of the gate. On the other end of the line, the secretary quickly acknowledged the order. I will get everything ready. Suddenly, a dangerous gleam flashed in the president's eyes. And we do not need to worry about the Book Gun Guild anymore. Do you understand? Once again, the voice on the other side obeyed instantly. Understood. I will wrap this up and release it to the press. Rushing traffic flowed through the busy streets, weaving between massive high-rises that blocked out the sky. Yunchang quietly walked into the auditorium through the large doors. Her eyes were filled with deep sadness as she looked around. Memories of her active days under the Book Gun Guild flashed through her mind, specifically a meeting led by Choi Ji-hoon. Now, the space was completely empty, without a single soul in sight. She bowed her head, lost in thought. Frowning, her voice carried a deep, lingering regret. Hunters, I really despise this. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up from behind the vice leader. She turned around, looking a bit dazed by their sudden appearance. Please, a young man stepped forward as their representative to speak to Yunjung. You didn't do anything wrong. Vice leader Junsu and guild leader Choi Junseong are the ones to blame. Even though she knew that, those words didn't make her feel any better. Suddenly, the former members of the guild fell to their knees all at once, startling her. Please don't give up, he pleaded earnestly. I want to live an honest life as a father to my child. We will take the blame for the sins of the Book Gun Guild. You shouldn't be the one giving up like this. Yeonjung insisted on taking the blame to the very end. This is my responsibility. I'm the sole commander of this guild. You guys shouldn't have to carry the weight of this mistake. Since things had already come to this, he had no intention of keeping it a secret anymore. There are some things you don't know, Vice Leader. But her expression remained as gloomy as ever, showing not even a shred of interest. However, his next confession changed everything. We are the real murderers. This shocking revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, sending a massive shockwave through her mind. Cut to another scene in a luxury apartment where a hand is tightly gripping a soda can. Seong-woo asked to confirm that they had cleaned up his private life with the press. Is there anything I shouldn't be doing? Looking at Junyoung's expression, it was clear he was extremely satisfied. Not at all. In fact, it's thanks to you that I've become this famous. An exciting narrative was spun, and in an instant, Junyoung was turned into a superstar. It was a reward for clearing a B-rank gate that had evolved into an A rank. He was plastering the front pages of countless newspapers and TV channels. The news spread like wildfire with no signs of stopping. What a payoff, a C-rank hunter becoming an A rank in the blink of an eye. A hero who rose above adversity. Would this underdog continue to defy expectations and clear another A-rank gate? People are calling you an underdog now. Song-woo placed 2 fingers under his chin, looking thoughtful. The term underdog usually refers to someone weak, so I don't really think it fits you. Playing it modest, he replied. For a hunter with absolutely no influence like me, it's not entirely off the mark. He expressed, anyway, I was worried you might feel my interference was uncalled for. Thank you for taking it so well. Junyoung did some quick calculations in his head. He figured he should let him in on his next move, so he finally decided to test the waters. By the way, how did you know? Seongwoo looked puzzled. What do you mean? He continued with a serious tone. About me using hero creation for my own benefit. Because the concept of hero creation shouldn't even be known in this era. Hero creation, he muttered. Seongwoo pressed him for clarification. Are you saying you can actually create heroes? People in this era believed that heroes were born from the desperate desires of humanity, the guidance of destiny, and time itself. He hesitated, a look of shock crossing his face. You knew? Wait, are you? His pupils dilated in shock as the realization hit him. A member of Asgard. Suddenly, Seongwoo's eyes flashed with a mysterious golden light, and a massive surge of energy erupted from his entire body. The heavy pressure radiated outward, causing a nearby swing set in the park to sway violently. Even the trees lining the street began to rustle chaotically. Inside an office, a staff member stood before the president's desk, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. Suddenly, the president's eyes widened, as if he had just sensed something incredibly bizarre. Seeing this, his subordinate asked curiously, Is something wrong, Mr. Association President? A sly smirk formed on his face. It's nothing. I just felt something very interesting going on. His face darkened with anxiety. Is this your true power? Gradually, the overwhelming aura receded back into Seong-woo. He closed his eyes, trying to regain his composure, before calmly uttering a single question. How did you know? The book mentioned that he was already an Asgard member from the moment we met, he thought, before skillfully turning the question back on him. If you knew all along, why did you do all those things? It makes me think you've been acting while fully aware of my plans. A slight smirk played on his lips. Perhaps I've had you figured out all along, he replied bluntly. I've had my doubts about you too, your ridiculously fast growth, the way you look at things, and how you act as if you already know the future. Hearing this, Jun-young couldn't help but marvel. So you set a trap, and I walked right into it, he thought, knowing he had done so on purpose. Then, he continued to probe. So, why do you think I did it? Seong-woo remained silent for a long moment, waiting patiently. His next statement was the last thing Seong-woo expected. Because I want to join Asgard. With everything going exactly as planned, Jun-young was bursting with confidence. Asgard, the secret organization of the ultimate hunters. The real battle was only just beginning. Night began to fall over a deserted construction site, where interconnected scaffolding and staircases stretched up to the higher floors. Yeonjung slowly approached, voicing her confusion. Why did you ask to meet me? He didn't waste any time, and got straight to the point. This won't take long. From what I can tell, you hate making people waste their time on you anyway. I think my worth ended back at that gate. I have nothing left to offer the Bukgun Guild. I'm completely useless now. She lowered her head slightly to hide her face. Besides, someone like me can't seem to do anything right. He quickly objected. No, you're incredibly valuable. His tightly clenched fist wouldn't stop shaking. You talk like you know everything. Are you mocking me? Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still screamed with all her might. Yes, you're absolutely right. The Bukgun Guild is complete trash, and I'm just another piece of garbage in it. Outside the building, the sky was pitch black and gloomy, without a single star in sight. He anxiously asked Jian, did something happen? She replied with a heavy, solemn voice. What I just found out is actually much worse. They've been murdering people on the guild leader's orders. Specifically, defenseless civilians. Hearing this, he couldn't sit still. Helpless, she slumped down on the steps, wrapping her arms around her knees. She was completely consumed by despair. Do you still remember everything you went through? Back when the conflict broke out between the hunters and ordinary citizens, her hand instinctively went up to shield her face, desperately trying to hide her pathetic expression. They were secretly assassinating innocent civilians. During that conflict, guild leader Choi Jun-seong honestly treated those citizens like trash. His mind was in a complete frenzy right now. This is bad. Someone as upright and righteous as her won't be able to handle such devastating news. At this rate, her spirit will be broken forever. But I can't afford to lose the Dragon Slayer. He pushed further, asking, what are you going to do if something like that happens again? He then calmly laid out his argument. The gates suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and awakened hunters were born. Ordinary humans don't stand a chance when up against that kind of overwhelming power. His next words weighed heavily on Yunchang's mind. If this is happening in a small guild like the Bukgun Guild, it's definitely happening in other places too. Are you really going to just ignore the rest of those savages? He bluntly revealed his intention. I want to stop this. I want to fix the mistakes they've made. Finally, referring to the disaster she had witnessed and felt, he firmly declared, I want to put an end to it. Unable to just sit back and take it anymore, she jumped to her feet to argue back. Do you really think you can end this? I know you have incredible power, but do you have any idea what kind of strength that person possesses? We're nothing but mosquitoes compared to him. The brutal truth came straight out of her mouth. I don't have the courage to fight him. Are you actually claiming you know how to defeat him and change the world? Staring into the steadfast gaze of the other person, Jian was completely backed into a corner. Now, it was do or die. He glared, gritting his teeth as he spoke the words he had resolved to say long ago. I'm from the future. This mind-blowing revelation left Yunchang completely frozen in that moment. He solemnly revealed, a massive disaster is coming soon, a great cataclysm that will claim countless lives and destroy everything. When that time comes, I'm going to need your strength. To give her time to process everything, he took the initiative to set up a meeting. You received the summons from the association, right? I'll see you there. Until then, think it over carefully. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning in a luxurious, high-rise apartment. On the TV, the news anchor was updating the public on the ongoing situation. We have received reports of thousands of massacres committed by the Bukun Guild. Hunters have been slaughtering civilians. The Bukun Guild is rotten to the core. Could the heavy casualties they suffered at the Han River Gate have been a foreshadowing of the punishment they deserved? Jian pressed the power button on the remote to turn off the TV. This report was far more detailed than he had anticipated. He quietly speculated, was this prepared in advance? I'm positive they're the ones behind this. Well, there's no point dwelling on it now. Suddenly, the skull charm on his bracelet emitted a bizarre glow. System notifications began popping up one after another. The soul bone pillar has been activated and will now transform into its true incarnation. His eyes widened instantly, having waited for this moment for what felt like forever. It had finally been activated. It had harvested the souls of Jun Seong and Jo Su, along with the water jewel of the water monster and the water essence of the Im River. Incarnation name, Hyunmu. Call its name to summon it. He extended his arm forward. I wonder just how powerful this incarnation will be. He muttered its name under his breath. Hyunmu. The skull detached from his wrist and began to grow larger, hovering in midair. Suddenly, it spoke. Did you summon me? The Bone Dragon's master was left completely dumbfounded on the spot. Wait, what? Where's the Bone Dragon? Does the skull actually have its own mind? Something's not right here. Meanwhile, a spacious rooftop sat atop the building. According to the records in the book, magic power is just like air. He sat in deep meditation, shirtless, to make it easier to focus the energy flowing through his body. Gathering all the pieces of information he had, he began to analyze everything step by step. I, along with so many other heroes, have often wondered, are we really using the true potential of magic to its absolute limit? How do we actually unleash the true, raw power of magic? Even though he already knew about the existence of mana flow, he quickly realized that doing this was practically impossible. It was something he just couldn't pull off. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he recalled the method the Demon King had shared to unlock magic's ultimate power. The instructions were so vague and lacked detail that success seemed almost out of reach. Endless calculations for the future raced through his mind. A catastrophic cataclysm was coming, and it was absolutely inevitable. When that day comes, the current A-rank hunters will be reduced to mere C+ ranks. Before that happens, I have to get stronger. But man, it's not going to be easy. Right at that moment, a text from Kim Seo-young came through. I've been waiting outside to take you to the association. Gripping the screen-off phone tightly in his hand, he had already made up his mind. It's finally time for us to meet. A new day dawned, with the blinding sunlight reflecting off the glass facades of the towering skyscrapers. Down on the streets, traffic was bustling as usual. Steering through the busy roads, Seo-young glanced at the back seat and spoke up. I've never seen you look this nervous before, sir. Jun-gyong could only offer a wry smile and asked, am I not human? Seo-young frankly admitted it. Honestly, no, I don't think of you as a normal person. Am I wrong? Even when entering high-risk dungeons and the Seongrai Gate, you never once showed a shred of anxiety. He unconsciously reflected on his own past behavior. Is that so? As he kept rambling on. But if you're anxious about meeting the association president, I guess he's not the kind of person you run into every day. A mysterious smile played on his lips, while the driver continued, but don't worry. It's not like he's calling you in because you did something wrong. I'm sure it's just an occasion to talk about your incredible achievements. Hearing this, his expression suddenly darkened. More than 50 hunters died inside the Seonjae Gate, and among them was the leader of the Northern Army Guild, a guild with immense power and status. Jun-gyong firmly asserted, I'm certain this isn't just some standard meeting to reward a survivor and take a status report. In reality, it's an impromptu interrogation. Hearing this, Seo-young looked apologetic. I see. I'm sorry for being so short-sighted. He recalled his conversation with Seong-woo from not too long ago. You want to join Asgard? That's not a decision I can make. I didn't know you were already aware. The entries in the diary revealed that Heimdall was extremely disappointed with the current state of Asgard. Their original goal was to do everything they could to protect humanity, but Asgard has fallen. Piecing the clues together, he pondered. When Seong-woo met the Demon King, he was already opposing Asgard, but he still hadn't figured out a way to do it. The Demon King had also briefly joined Asgard, but he ended up leaving with Himmel. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open with absolute resolve. I'll join Asgard before the Demon King does. I'll grow as fast as possible by squeezing every last resource out of them until they have nothing left to offer. Outside the towering building, a voice called out, "You may go in now." Jungyung was now standing right in front of a massive door. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the association president browsing a bookshelf in his office. The man quickly turned around and said, "My apologies. I was the one who invited you over, but I wasn't properly prepared. Things suddenly got so busy today." He extended a hand forward. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Though I still have much to learn, I am currently the president of the Korean Hunter Association." Finally, his real name was revealed. "My name is Jang Ho-jin." His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. This was the very man the Northern Army Guild obeyed, almost to the point of worship, and the one the Demon King had mentioned hundreds of times in his diary. Based on all the information he had, he concluded that this man was a powerhouse, so overwhelming that he had no choice but to acknowledge his sheer force. "He's incredibly strong. I wouldn't stand a chance in a fight against him." The two shook hands as a gesture of goodwill. He introduced himself. "I am Yoon Jungyung." The corner of Ho-jin's mouth quirked up, and in the next second, an overwhelming aura completely enveloped his body. "Why don't we skip the formalities and get straight to the point? Who are you, really?" Ho-jin's entire body pulsed with a massive wave of energy. "It seems you already know everything, so is there any point in wasting time playing games? I'm the one who's been backing the Northern Army Guild." Jungyung's expression didn't even flicker. In his mind, he recalled the warning written in the diary, "Do not believe anything about Odin. Everything about him is a lie." He calmly replied to his opponent, "I know." The dark energy swirling around the president began to fade by half. Holding up a tablet with a trace of disappointment, the president said, "It seems you are quite different from what I imagined. Am I wrong?" He then stared intently at the record sheet, letting out a soft sigh of admiration. "You really are an extraordinary young man." He began reviewing the young man's legendary achievements. According to the records, when you awakened, after awakening as a hunter, he slaughtered hundreds of monsters, including the dungeon boss inside the gate. He was rescued by the Alliance Guild and evaluated as a C rank, but that was just 2 months ago. Next came that brutal beach battle not long ago, where he rose to become an A-rank hunter and even defeated Ha Chung all on his own. Finally, the chairman wrapped up, saying, "That is an incredible growth rate. I like it, but there is one thing I must ask." Suddenly, the records burst into blue flames, and with a total shift in his attitude, he demanded, "Why did you kill him? John Seong was a trainee of mine." Despite the heavy, suffocating pressure from the chairman, Junwoo did not flinch at all. "So you were watching everything through that crow, huh?" "I simply put down a hunter who was trying to kill me. Is there something wrong with that?" In a deep, gravelly voice, he replied, "Of course there is. You destroyed a chess piece I was grooming without my permission." Junwoo shot back without missing a beat. "Wasn't he just a disposable pawn anyway? Just like you said, Chairman. I will get straight to the point. I want to join Asgard." This bold declaration made Ho-jin freeze for a second. Then, Ho-jin stroked his chin with interest. Well, you really have a knack for surprising people, don't you? You want to join, but do you even know what kind of place Asgard is?" Junwoo answered bluntly. "It is a faction built by the first-generation hunters to save humanity." "Isn't that what Asgard is?" He deepened his voice and added, "And you are Odin, the king of Asgard. Let me say it one more time. I want to join Asgard." This was another shocker that caught the chairman completely off guard. The diary mentioned that Odin was far from a decent guy. His benevolent facade was a complete sham. In reality, he was more cunning and ruthless than anyone. But he still had one vulnerability. Ho-jin suddenly became visibly thrilled. "Amazing. How do you know all of this?" "From Odin's existence to the fact that Ha Chung was being controlled. And you even told me how you get stronger. By hunting monsters, as if you are trying to provoke me." There was still a long passage describing Odin's absolute curiosity. His endless thirst for knowledge was a bottomless pit. He wouldn't hesitate to team up with his worst enemy if it meant satisfying his curiosity. Junwoo quietly realized that this was a gamble with his life, but it seemed to be paying off. Just as the book had written, Odin couldn't turn down his offer because of his insatiable curiosity. The chairman grew more excited as he asked, "More importantly, my eyes don't work on you." "Do you know about my eyes too?" Junwoo continued to show off his knowledge, asking, "You mean the eye of truth?" This could be explained by the fact that since his eyes didn't work on Junwoo, Odin found him absolutely fascinating. On top of that, a timely system notification popped up, stating that the Apocalypse Sky strongly opposes anyone trying to manipulate a player's mind, and it issued a warning to the seeker of truth. Ho-jin covered his face, trying to hide his creepy grin. "Heh, This is truly interesting. He quickly regained his calm presidential composure. Very well. I will allow you to join Asgard, but you'll have to pass a few entry exams. Honestly, this test was originally proposed by that foolish hero, John Seong. But if you can pass the test, I will officially accept you as a full member of Asgard. A surge of electric energy enveloped his body once more, glowing even from beneath his eye patch. Of course, I'll have to restrict your mind so none of this leaks out to anyone else, right? The blinding light spilled outside, piercing through the glass windows of the high-rise building. Cut to the next scene. Dozens of canned drinks lined the shelves inside a glass display. Junwoo sat at a cafe table, deep in thought. He was not only able to neutralize the Eye of Truth, but he also blocked the mind restriction Odin had placed. Fortunately, Odin didn't seem to notice. He pondered deeper. Could the apocalypse sky do more than just block mind control? Was it nullifying all mental attacks entirely? If so, it was even more powerful than he thought. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, "Junwoo!" He snapped out of his deep train of thought. "Oh, sorry, I was completely spaced out. Please, have a seat," he asked with concern. "You met the association chairman today, right? Did he say anything out of the ordinary?" In Jung looked troubled. "No, he only said he felt sorry about what happened to the Northern Army Guild." She hung her head and hesitated. "I couldn't bring myself to ask why he did it." At this point, Junwoo stopped beating around the bush. "In Jung, I'm certain the chairman actually wants to eliminate you as well. After all, you know exactly who he really is. But why do you think he hasn't done it and left you alone? Because you're innocent? You're judging him based on what you think you know about Hojin. I'm sure he wouldn't hesitate to target innocent people either." Junwoo quickly agreed. "Exactly. The only reason you're still alive," he bluntly said, without hesitation, "is simply because you have zero value. Whether you live or die, he doesn't see you as a threat at all. Even though the Northern Army Guild didn't have any value either. Whether you are dead or alive, he doesn't consider you to be a threat at all. Even though the Bookgun Guild didn't provoke or pose any threat to him, they were all slaughtered just to warn other guilds that he was back." Yoon Chang grit her teeth, struggling to hold back the tears about to spill as her entire body trembled. "I get it now. I guess I'm just a nobody." As she collapsed in utter helplessness, a hand reached out to her. "That is exactly why you should team up with me." He went on a long explanation with a dead serious face. "I plan to change this world. You can think I'm arrogant or full of myself, but for someone who has hit rock bottom like you, isn't there nothing left to lose by teaming up with me?" These words seemed to touch Yoon Chang's heart, making her slowly look up. The corners of her eyes were red, as if she had just woken up from a long nightmare of despair. Everything was finally settled smoothly with a handshake. Time passed, and the night sky slowly took over. Jun Kyung and Yoon Chang returned to the building where they first talked after the Guild War ended. She asked, "So what do we do now?" He replied with another question. "Yoon Chang, I'm sure you received a sponsorship back at the Jai River Gate. So, can you tell me exactly what you were sponsored with?" Something materialized at the tip of her finger. "I don't know how to use it, but I received a blood dragon stone from the sponsor, Prince Charming, which perfectly matched his deduction, just as I thought. To describe this treasure briefly, the blood dragon stone is an ultra-rare crystal, the only item to appear 3 times in the Demon King's diary, and it is the catalyst that helps the immortal Asif become complete." Without any hesitation, Yoon Chang held it out, offering it to him. "I will give you this blood dragon stone." Hearing this, Jun Kyung's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't understand it. "Don't you know the value of this stone?" It felt like forever, since a bright smile had graced her lips. "Looking at your reaction, I think you know its value way better than I do." Taking it, he thought to himself, "I really wanted this, but is she seriously just giving it to me this easily? This is an item you were sponsored. Are you sure you can just give it away like this? It could be of huge help to you." She stood her ground. "This is my gift to you, the one person who believed in and acknowledged me. From now on, I will follow your lead." He clenched it tightly in his palm. "I understand. I can't believe I actually got the Blood Dragon Stone." This was the moment he realized a shocking truth. Could it be? Maybe, looking at her innocent and pure appearance, the sponsor was absolutely sure she was an easy target, a pushover to an unexpected degree. Just then, a notification chimed. "The apocalypse sky is looking at you with a smug grin." Right now, Jun Kyung was at a shop specializing in weapons. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Ji-hoon asked. "So, what brings you here?" He slowly looked up to scan his surroundings. Information about the swords on the wall popped up on the screen one after another. Even the other weapons tucked away in a corner were thoroughly inspected by him, finally uttering just 2 words. Amazing. Ji-hoon added, they aren't even finished yet. Thanks to your help, the fire in the forge has been sorted out, but the supply of materials is still unstable. Jun-kyung broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that it couldn't be helped. A blacksmith's skill is crucial, but the materials are just as important. Since it's still before the Great Cataclysm, there is no way to get enough materials to meet his needs. Suddenly, the blood dragonstone sparkled brightly at the tip of his finger. The moment he held it out in front of Ji-hoon, the other man froze for a second, then slammed his hand excitedly onto the table. The blacksmith couldn't hide the absolute shock on his face. What on earth is that? I have never seen a crystal like that before. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly clarified beforehand. It's not a gift. Ji-hoon snapped back, raising his voice. Obviously, who on earth would be gullible enough to just give away something so rare and valuable? Hearing that, Jun-kyung didn't really know how to respond. I think there is, actually. Then, he picked up a tool. Let me borrow the hammer for a second. Without another word, he walked over to the forge as a frantic Ji-hoon yelled, Whoa, whoa, what do you think you're doing? He raised the hammer high, preparing to strike the gemstone. Looking closely, the veins bulging on his forearm showed he was channeling a massive amount of power. The head of the hammer also began to glow as if an electric current were running through it. By this point, Ji-hoon couldn't just stand by. Hey, you psycho, don't! I told you to stop, but it was already too late. The powerful strike was unleashed. Metal collided with the table, letting out a deafening screech. As a result, the blood dragonstone was split completely in half. Ji-hoon clutched his pale face in utter shock, unable to believe his eyes. No way. After taking a moment to process everything, the blacksmith regained his composure and picked up the 2 halves of the stone to inspect them. So, how exactly do you think we should use this? According to the journal, the blood dragonstone can regenerate once it absorbs a certain amount of blood. In other words, it can replicate itself. Jun-kyung made his request, asking him to embed half of the blood dragonstone into the muspel spear. After all, the blood dragonstone is not easy to handle or refine. Then, turning his head slightly with hesitation, he asked, What about the remaining half of the blood dragonstone? His gaze suddenly turned serious. This heavy greatsword is the closest match to Sif's magic sword. The massive weapon, submerged in the water, instantly caught his attention. Please embed it into that heavy greatsword. Jun politely replied, I will do it for free this time. Thanks to you, I not only get to work with a rare crystal, but I also got to uncover its secrets. The scene shifts to another location. Looking down from above, the vast mountain range below is almost completely obscured by thick clouds and mist. A massive orc is sliced clean in half by a flash of light. Another takes a perfect diagonal slash that couldn't have been executed any better. Notifications keep popping up. The blood dragonstone has absorbed the orc monster sample. The regeneration rate of the blood dragonstone is now 1.7%. Standing before a massive pile of stacked orc corpses, Jun-kyung and In-chong quietly observe from a distance. She looks down at her brand new weapon with pure excitement, saying, I really love this greatsword. I've never used a heavy greatsword before, but it feels so smooth, almost as if it has always belonged to me. He couldn't help but marvel, that's Jun for you. He really is a true master craftsman when it comes to forging weapons. Then he asks, what's the regeneration rate of the blood dragonstone now? She estimates it is around 2%, prompting him to add, the stronger the monsters you hunt, the higher the regeneration rate will be. Her expression is filled with sheer anticipation. Come to think of it, with the way we're using it, we've turned 1 stone into 2, and those 2 will turn into 4. I was so smart to hand that stone over to you. He responds with a highly confident smile of his own. Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the ground, followed by the appearance of a colossal orc. It lets out a wild, deafening roar to channel its strength before immediately launching a devastatingly powerful attack. Jun-kyung quickly leaps backward, narrowly escaping the blast at the very last second. Get back. Fortunately, he manages to land safely on his feet, completely unharmed. He crouches low to steady himself after that close call. The boss of this gate is an orc warrior. Its power is formidable. But wait, where is In-chong? Realizing this, he immediately calls out, In-chong. On the other side, she seems to be struggling quite a bit. She is forced to use her entire body weight to block the colossal orc's blow with her greatsword. She grits her teeth, enduring the overwhelming pressure, knowing that if she lets up for even a second, she'll be crushed instantly. Fortunately, She manages to break free from the deadlock, executing a powerful slash that throws the beast backward. Now, it's the orc's turn to struggle as its movements are visibly slowed. This is mainly because Sif's heavy greatsword has successfully parried countless monster attacks. His lips curve into a proud smile. As expected, even the monster seems taken aback that a mere human can withstand its raw power. In Chang charges in close under its stance and delivers a swift upward slash before the beast can react. Not stopping there, she leaps high into the air, building momentum for a devastating finishing blow. Her eyes are wide, showing absolute focus as she executes the same technique, but in the exact opposite direction. The fate of the orc warrior is sealed. As the sun begins to set, In Chang sits down heavily on the ground. Looking a bit exhausted himself, Jun Kyung says softly, "In Chang, you have no idea how reassuring it is to have you by my side." Those words give her a huge boost of motivation, and her cheeks involuntarily flush with joy. He then brings up something only the two of them know. "Now, we need to make our way there within the next 2 days." She nods in agreement. "So, the time is finally coming, huh?" He makes sure to advise her carefully. "For the next 2 days, we must keep hunting without rest, and make sure our teamwork is flawless. It will maximize our chances of survival, even if only by a little." She nods repeatedly, showing she completely understands. An indescribable trace of excitement flickers across her face. Meanwhile, Jun Kyung stares off into the distance, deep in thought. The day of Odin's test has finally arrived. As evening falls, every single floor of the apartment building lights up. Jun Kyung sits exhaustedly on the sofa for a brief moment, his mind flooded with a chaotic mess of thoughts. "We did the absolute best we could, didn't we? It would have been great if Sif got the title, but, well, she's going to get much more than that in the future anyway, so asking for more now would just be greedy." Suddenly, the doorbell rings, pulling him back to reality. Who is it? Soon, he and Songgu are sitting opposite each other in front of the large glass window overlooking the city streets. Seonggu doesn't want to waste time beating around the bush. "I'll get straight to the point. Don't go tomorrow. If you go, you will die." This time is completely different from the Songrai gate. Jun Kyung's face can't hide his growing unease. Seonggu is completely serious, connecting the clues piece by piece. He says calmly, "I've thought this over and over again. How did you find out about Asgard? Why do you want to join them? And what is your real motive?" A genuine smile naturally spreads across his lips as he says, "But I've decided not to worry about those things anymore. I trust you." Junjian can't help but wonder, why? "Why do you trust me so much?" Closing his eyes tightly without a single hint of regret, he replies, "I don't really know. My gut just tells me to trust you." He then stands up from his chair and gives a serious warning. "Either way, you must not go tomorrow. Odin already has his eyes on you. Even if you don't take that test, you can still join Asgard just like you wanted. You still haven't received a title yet, right?" He repeatedly emphasizes, "You need to be extremely careful. If you leave tomorrow, you won't make it back alive." But it seems these words do absolutely nothing to change Gyeon's mind. "Thank you for your concern, but please don't worry." Clearly, his long-held determination cannot be put out so easily. He confidently asserts, "No matter what happens, I will survive and make it back. I still have a lot of things left to do." Time flies by, and we find ourselves inside a massive hall lined with rows of iron bars along the walls. Two figures quietly walk in side by side. It's Jun Jian and Zhang In Chang, both dressed in black from head to toe. Su Wan warmly steps up to welcome his special guests. "Right this way, Hunters Li Jun, Jion, and Zhang In Chang." Jian doesn't hesitate to praise him a bit. "Congratulations on your promotion, Kim Su Wan." He politely places his hand over his chest and says, "Seeing you do so well, as your manager, I also get to benefit from it. More importantly, having the opportunity to participate in an overseas expedition is truly amazing. It is a true honor to represent our country as a hunter." He even bows respectfully at a 90-degree angle, right in front of Junjion. "The gate will open if you wait just a moment. I hope you return safely." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving the two of them on their own. Zhong In Chang suddenly remarks, "He seems like a good guy." Jian agrees. "Yeah, he hasn't changed a bit." A dimensional gate suddenly appears in mid-air, and a man in a suit steps up to make an announcement. "The gate to London is now open. You two may proceed through. I wish you both a safe journey." The magic circle glows with an endless, brilliant light, where two British men are already standing and waiting for them. It is an absolute honor to meet the famous underdog in person. "Welcome to London." To explain briefly, The term underdog refers to those who start at a disadvantage but ultimately pull off a spectacular victory. Junjeon politely replies, "Nice to meet you. We were sent by the Korean Association. I'm Lee Junjeon, and this is Jong In Chang." She is a bit surprised by his language skills and says, "So you can speak fluent English?" That is incredibly reassuring. A rather unpleasant memory flashes through his mind. He only learned it because, back in the land of Eden, if you didn't speak English, you wouldn't even be treated like a human being. He humbly replies, "It's nothing like that. I just happened to have the chance to learn it." The host politely offers, "We will guide you inside." Traveling through the gate must have taken a lot out of you. Tonight, there is a welcoming party for all the hunters who have gathered here for the expedition. We hope both of you will attend. The moon hangs high in the sky, shining through the drifting clouds. The vast night sky is illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lights coming from the grand building below. Inside, several guests are standing around, chatting and enjoying drinks together. Jong In Chang suddenly asks, "I'm a bit bummed that I can't speak English. What did those people who just walked past say?" Jungeon honestly replies, "Some said they are happy to meet us, but others were making some racist gestures." Suddenly, a loud noise catches the crowd's attention. The group over there is also startled. Demetrius's sudden appearance forces everyone to know their place and step aside to clear a path. Suddenly, he locks his eyes on a specific spot and mutters, "Who the hell are these two? I've met some idiots from Korea before, but why these two lovebirds?" Only then do Jungeon and Jong In Chang realize his words are targeted right at them. A massive figure, towering a full head over Jeon, stands right in front of him. Looks like this guy wouldn't even survive one of my punches. Did the Korean Association really send two pathetic bastards like this? Huh? What's your deal? Where did they leave those other idiots, that they dared to bring these two lovebirds here instead? She glances over warily and asks, "What is that giant saying? It doesn't sound very nice." He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn it, this is completely different from what I imagined." Here is some quick background on the Battle of Great Warriors Asgard, a secret organization backed by Korea. It wields massive global influence with a significant presence. Alongside other secret military organizations run by hunters worldwide, they are constantly fighting for dominance, influence, and control over the gates. This is the Great War described in the journal. According to the memoirs, the goal of protecting humanity by hunting monsters had vanished without a trace. They completely lost themselves in a struggle to prove who was the strongest. Demetrius glared and spat out a threat. "Huh? I am asking you a question, and you are just going to ignore me?" He looked up, deep in thought. But why is this guy even here? He has absolutely nothing to do with this, so his confusion was completely justified. Originally, this great war was supposed to be for Choi Jun-seon. First, there was the incident where Choi Jun-seon picked a fight with them after earning his title at the Long River Gate. Next, in the original storyline, he was supposed to join under the name Gans. But because of his intervention, history changed, and Gans died. Finally, there was the meeting with Haijin. Odin's plan was completely ruined, so he must have sent him here to take Choi Jun-seon's place. His face instantly darkened. Gans could not possibly compare to this guy, so why? Is this the consequence of changing the past? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Demetrius, "Hey, leave them alone." Surprisingly, he actually backed off to let the newcomer step forward. George reached his hand out. "Pleasure to meet you. It is truly an honor to meet the famous underdog." Hearing this, Demetrius could not help but look skeptical. Underdog? This punk is the underdog? This delusional rookie? George immediately warned him sternly. "Demetrius, that is going too far." He offered a friendly smile, saying, "On his behalf, I apologize to both of you. Please don't mind the words of this brainless brute. I am George, and my title is Odysseus." Choi Jun-seon was shocked by his presence. So, this guy is Odysseus? The tragic hero who would be destroyed by his own ally, Hercules, in the future. He did not hesitate to accept the handshake. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard a lot about you, George." He replied politely, "Oh, I am flattered. I cannot compare to your fame as the underdog." He also did not forget to glare at the man next to him, Demetrius. "Apologize right now." Demetrius gave a sinister smile. "An apology with a handshake, huh? Interesting, underdog." Contrary to George's goodwill, it was clear his intentions were far from good. "Demetrius, title Hercules. It would be absurd for you to say you have heard a lot about my homeland of Greece, wouldn't it?" His crimson eyes flared with bloodlust. "I would be very happy if you accepted this apology quickly. In the book, There were also a few lines briefly describing Domitius Hercules. This guy was a total beast, to the point where facing him was pure terror. Yun Chang stepped forward and grabbed his arm tightly. She held him tightly, not letting Domitius budge an inch. She even threatened him, "Take your hand off him right now." He does not accept this apology. He glanced over, wondering what she was glaring at, then smiled in confusion. "What are you even talking about?" Yun Chang did not answer, but pushed his hand back with increasing strength. Watching this, George was shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. Unbelievable. Is she really matching strength with Hercules? Suddenly, Domitius tensed his muscles to fight back. Then, she was blasted back by his overwhelming power, stumbling backward as she tried to keep her footing. She looked in shock at her trembling arm. Yun Chang looked ahead anxiously, thinking, "I got pushed back." Seeing her defeat, Domitius laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. So, besides the underdog, there is another useful one here." "Impressive. Great." He smiled in amusement. "See you later." George also bowed politely. "I apologize for this. I will come greet you properly next time." Heavy footsteps echoed as the two of them departed. Yun Chang was still uneasy about what just happened, so Choi Jun-seon approached her and asked, "Are you okay?" She felt a bit anxious. "Not really. Do we really have to defeat someone like him? The Demon King's memoirs say he is an invincible monster." He looked down, his face dark, and said, "Yes, there is no chance of victory for us, but there is still a weakness. However, he has one fatal flaw that keeps him from reaching the very top." So Choi Jun-seon glared and said, "Normally, there is a party every day for members of secret organizations to get to know each other and size up each other's strength." The city looked completely peaceful, but the underdog's team did not participate in any of the parties. The gate opened to welcome the two inside. The man introduced, "This is the place." Then he praised, "You are really something. You came all the way abroad and you are still raiding dungeons." Choi Jun-seon replied cheerfully, "Oh, sightseeing trips can wait. I can go anytime." Even so, the man did not forget to warn him. "But I am still worried. You should save your energy for the upcoming major dungeon raid, but I will be rooting for you anyway." Suddenly, the system announced, "You have entered the Orc tribe territory. The sponsors are watching you." With that, the two were instantly teleported away. Once they arrived, he looked at Yun Chang and instructed, "We will stay here until we achieve our goal. If it is not this place, we will find another similar dungeon to raid." She nodded slightly in agreement. He added, "Just do exactly what we did in Korea." So Yurong smiled and replied, "Training my defensive capabilities, right?" Jiwon smiled back. "With my current strength, I don't think I could survive even a single strike from Hercules. That's exactly why. Your role is so crucial." Turning to leave, he didn't forget to call back, "Wait here for a bit." This left Yurong completely bewildered. "Wait, what? We're not going together?" Jiwon tilted his head, reassuring her, "Not yet. Just stay right there. You'll understand soon. I'll be right back." Left standing alone, Yurong watched him dash off and could only sigh helplessly, looking up in deep self-reflection. Unlike before, when I was always consumed by anxiety and guilt over my past mistakes, now I feel so much lighter. Just then, a system notification popped up. "The prince on a white horse is smiling at you." Yurang couldn't help but smile, feeling a warm wave of happiness at the thought. Even her sponsor, who used to only send frowning or angry messages, was now sending expressions of pure satisfaction. "I'm truly grateful to him." As time passed, Jiwon suddenly descended from above, gripping a glowing spear. Before she could even react, he yelled, "Miss Yurang, get ready." Before she could even process his words, something massive came crashing down right in front of her, revealing 4 terrifying monsters ready to strike. Yurong gasped in sheer panic. Why are there suddenly so many ogres? And is that a dungeon boss? A 2-headed ogre boss? Seeing that she was running away just like he was, Jiwon yelled to Yurang, "Don't try to dodge them." She yelled back in disbelief. "What? How am I supposed to not dodge? They're all savagely locked onto me. Is this why you told me to use the formidable enemy of the 2-headed ogre title?" He immediately pumped her up. "You can do this. I know you can." Yurang, finally catching on to his plan, replied, "And is this also why you made me stuff my inventory full of elixirs?" "Exactly." Jiwon answered with absolute certainty. She glanced back, her heart racing with anxiety. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yurang gritted her teeth, stopped dead in her tracks, and spun around. All right, let's do this, she roared fiercely, drawing her sword and charging forward. Seeing Yirang, the ogres behind her let out a menacing roar. He silently called out, Hyunmu. The spear instantly erupted with a vibrant blue aura as Hyunmu materialized, 5 potions floating in a circle around it. Ji-won instructed, use those elixirs to support Miss Yirang the second she falls into danger. The spirit obediently replied, understood, master. With her safety secured, he began calculating his next move. With Hyunmu looking out for her, she'll be fine. Now is the perfect time for me to find the final piece to defeat Hercules. Dense smoke and fire tore through the battlefield, shattering the ground below and plunging the entire area into absolute chaos. 2 ogres shrieked in agony as they were engulfed by the flames. A colossal ogre slowly lumbered forward. Watching this, he realized the beast could extinguish the raging fire just by walking right through it, showing complete control over the flames. Finally, I've found it. The missing piece that appeared in the B-rank ogre tribe, this red-eyed giant. He watched its silhouette, filled with worry. This was a beast that could strike terror even into the hearts of hero-grade fighters. It didn't actually use magic, but in the future, people would refer to its terrifying raw power as such. Its massive frame towered majestically amidst the burning ashes. Its true identity, the red-eyed magic beast, ogre. Meanwhile, Seongu slammed the door open, roaring in pure rage. What on earth do you think you're doing? Instantly, someone rushed over to block him. Sir, please. What is the meaning of this? You cannot behave like this here. Hojin lowered his voice, calmly saying, it's fine. You may leave us. With that, only the 2 of them remained in the room, facing each other. Unable to contain his anger any longer, his eyes widened as he demanded, just what do you think you're playing at? Seongu softened his voice, asking in surprise, so you already know everything? I have no idea what you're talking about, Hojin replied, leaving him utterly confused. What is going on in that head of yours? With a heavy sigh, a strange barrier of space manifested, completely sealing the 2 of them inside. Cutting straight to the chase, Hojin glared intensely at Seongu. All right, now we can speak freely. Since this isn't the Asgard meeting room, do you have no intention of keeping your manners? Seongu looked straight at the issue and asked, did you just establish a new rule? Then what about our primary doctrine? To strive for the sake of humanity. And why are you making such petty, trivial sub-rules anyway? Hojin lost his temper completely, roaring in fury. How dare you lecture me? He tried to de-escalate the situation, explaining, I did intend to give you a piece of my mind, if it actually had a chance of changing your perspective, but it seems you've completely stopped listening to me. Suddenly, a heavy, suffocating pressure filled the room as dark energy enveloped his body. Insolent fool, he threatened. But Seongu simply uttered one name, Hercules. Hearing that name, he flinched in shock. What? What do you mean by that? His anger instantly gave way to curiosity. Seeing that Hojin had calmed down, he reported, I mean Hercules is participating in this round of the Clash of the Greatest Warriors. As the terrifying pressure dissipated, he muttered to himself in confusion, but we already had a deal, that we would be the victors of this match. Why on earth is Hercules there? Is Olympus not planning to keep their word? Seongu was quite surprised to hear that. He had thought the old man knew Hercules was there and sent him on purpose, but the reality was far more alarming than he had imagined. Dumbfounded, he replied, so, you didn't know either? However, there was still something else worrying him, so he decided to speak up. Are you really just going to let him die like that? I thought you were interested in him as well. That's why I need to head out. There's no need to worry so much, Hugin reassured him. I have no intention of letting him die either. I just wasn't prepared for things to escalate to this point. Hugin's calm response left him stunned. The old man then assured him, but I have already placed a mind restraint on him. The moment he's in danger, the mind restraint I implanted will trigger a signal. He smirked with amusement. Since Olympus broke the agreement, this will be our perfect excuse. Watching him, Seongu felt a wave of anxiety and thought, what a crafty bastard. Did he really foresee this? The mind restraint was active on Dongyong's end. I can't exactly call this a smart move, but in this situation, it seems pretty useful. There's nothing I can do to help anyway, but at least some of the weight has been lifted off my shoulders. This peaceful scene would soon come to an end. Neither Odin nor Heimdall realized that Odin's mind restraint had already been neutralized by the apocalyptic sky. Back to Inchang and Gongjae's battle, the ogre stood still, staring at the burning house. It turned its head, searching for its target. Picking up a stone, she wondered. Luring it with fire was totally worth it, right? She felt completely at ease. She had finally discovered the reason why it could become an ogre mage, the most crucial piece of the puzzle to stand against Hercules. Suddenly, the ogre's massive shadow loomed behind her, making her flinch. Gongja spun around in shock. Since when? As the beast let out a massive breath of hot air, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the area. Gongja ran for her dear life, but in the blink of an eye, it was already right behind her, grinning widely, panicking. She cursed, "Damn it, how is this giant so fast?" Deep down, she was incredibly anxious this monster was on par with the current Hercules. Can I really win this? The ogre lunged forward, raising its foot to crush her. With a deafening crash, the ground beneath split wide open. Fortunately, Gongja managed to dodge just in time. She instantly summoned her weapon into her hands, her expression hardening as she stared straight ahead with resolve. I wanted to avoid fighting this guy to save my strength for Hercules. But I guess there's no escaping it now. I have to take him down. Seeing Gongja standing her ground, the monster threw a punch. As the massive fist hurtled toward her, she raised her spear to face it head-on. The system announced that the gate raid was successful. Suddenly, the orc froze in place, its skin changing color. At that moment, he was hovering in mid-air. Stunned by the sight before him, he let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close one. He felt immensely relieved. If he had been injured to the point where even his divine wings couldn't heal him, the consequences would have been unthinkable, especially right before the match. Thank goodness, it seems In Chang defeated the boss just in the nick of time. She really is dependable. It was a peaceful sunset, with birds flying across the deep red sky, as two figures conversed in the distance. Domitius looked on, puzzled. Ever since that first day, he hadn't shown up at all. George shared his thoughts. He's probably just preparing on his own. Unable to contain himself any longer, Domitius shouted, "Damn it! My hands are absolutely itching. Can't I just go raid a gate or something?" George calmly turned to him and explained, "No way, I am not dealing with another one of your headaches. You're the one who caused this mess by meddling in the battle of those great warriors. And you did it despite Olympus's direct orders." Domitius hot-headedly snapped back, "How is that my fault? We were more than capable of winning. Why should we throw the match on purpose? Does that make any sense? I'm a warrior, and I absolutely cannot tolerate such injustice." He retorted, "Then go fight for something that's actually unjust." "Why did you beat Joso so hard he ended up in the hospital?" George exclaimed, overwhelmed with worry. "Sigh, you're giving me such a massive headache. The match should have started sooner. I've managed to lay low for a while, but since you just had to show your face at the party on the very first day, I'm certain the Olympus crowd is already on their way here. They're coming to punish you for breaking the rules, and me for helping you." Domitius smirked with overwhelming confidence. "Don't worry. I'll take on whoever comes. I'll protect you. Besides, that underdog guy, the one who looks like he can hold his own all by himself. I'm really looking forward to meeting that girl with him." George could only manage a wry smile, thinking, not many opponents ever catch this guy's attention. So, seeing how eagerly he was anticipating Underdog and his partner, George's anxiety only mounted. I have a feeling a massive clash is about to erupt. This is definitely the calm before the storm. In an apartment building, In Chang looked at him with concern. "Are you going out hunting again? Do you want me to come along?" Jun Kyung quickly stopped her. "No, it's fine. You really don't look so good right now." In Chang sighed helplessly. "And whose fault do you think that is?" He could only chuckle and reply, "But thanks to that, you've gained invaluable experience that will help boost your physical strength and endurance. Should we go for one more round?" Startled, she quickly tried to change the subject. About that." Seeing her reaction, he chuckled softly. "I'm just kidding. Get some good rest. I am going alone today." Yin Chang blushed as she looked at him. "All right. But if anything happens, make sure to get in touch with me, okay?" The sky was clear, and a gentle sunlight shone down on the towering skyscrapers. As Junyoung walked, he thought to himself, she must be somewhere around here. This is the place where I can feel the greatest concentration of magic. He walked straight ahead, feeling like she was just around the corner. Suddenly, Junyoung's eyes glowed red as if he realized something. This is it. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Excuse me." Yujin greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome to the phone box." Seeing her, he was absolutely thrilled. He had definitely come to the right place. Yujin sized him up, then let out a warm laugh. "Are you Korean?" There aren't many Koreans in this neighborhood. So, what brings you here? Are you looking for some special elixir? Or maybe a weapon to deal with demons? Junyoung reached his hand out and asked, "You are Park Yujin, right?" Shocked and slightly defensive, she replied, "Who? Who are you? I only just opened this shop. How do you know my name?" He smirked. "Your hammer is still doing fine, I assume?" As he spoke, he thought to himself, she is Brock's sister, an incredible blacksmith in her own right. Her skills could easily rival Brock's. She is the top jeweler of Hephaestus. Yujin was stunned. "Did Jaehoon send you here?" Seeing her reaction, Junyoung realized that was just a title she would inherit someday. 1 week later, she pulled out a spear. "Just as you requested, I melted down that red ore and coated the muspel spear with it. Who on earth are you?" Yujin stared at him, her eyes wide. "That gem on your spear and that red ore. I've never seen anything like them before. I even left my helpless brother behind, the one who can't even cook for himself, and traveled all the way to England just to find minerals like these. Even the people in Olympus don't have access to stuff like this. Tell me, who are you, and how did you get your hands on them?" Ignoring her questions, he spoke with absolute conviction. "Go back to Korea." Then, Junyoung added, "If you're looking for the rare minerals and materials you desire, Korea is a much better place for you than here." Yujin was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Feeling his goal within reach, a scheme formed in his mind. "If I can get these twins together, they can make me even stronger." Then he smiled. "Because I am in Korea." Seeing his smug expression, she looked visibly annoyed. "What? Are you saying you can get your hands on minerals that even Olympus doesn't possess?" How arrogant. But why did her face shift into such an interesting expression? "I like it." Outside the city, a blue light flashed. Among the hunters, there were some shady characters who looked incredibly devious and sinister. George walked over to the soldiers. The guide raised the microphone and announced, "The raid will begin shortly. Hunters from all over the world, please get ready." Yin Chang, walking alongside Junyoung, asked, "So, do we have to fight all of those people?" He shook his head and replied, "Not all of them. Even though this is a clash between great warriors, there are still some who don't care about winning. And clearing out the dungeon is also one of the conditions for victory." She beamed with relief. "Thank goodness. That means the hunters don't have to take each other out pointlessly." Junyoung looked at her with concern. "Only if everyone else feels the same way as you." Then he muttered softly, "But I highly doubt it." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Domitius walked up, speaking with pure disdain. This is nothing but a low-tier matchup." Everyone trembled in fear at the sight of him. Domitius barked angrily. "What are you all staring at?" He was about to make a move, but George stopped him. "Domitius, we haven't even entered the gate yet." He turned back with a scowl. "But those weaklings keep staring at me." "Whatever." Then he pointed straight at Junyoung. "Besides, we have this guy here, the underdog." He just glanced away. Seeing Junyoung's reaction only fueled his excitement. "I love that look on his face. It gets me so fired up." Domitius scoffed. Good luck." Hearing his mock wishes, he scoffed right back with pure contempt. Just then, the guide called out, "Everyone, please proceed through the gate." They quickly filed in one after another. He cast a worried glance at her. Hearing Junyoung call her name, Yin Chang quickly replied, "Yes?" His expression turned dead serious as he warned her. "Once we step inside, your priority is to run as fast as you can." Yin Chang was taken aback. "What? He wants me to run away?" A notification popped up. "You have entered the Catalan Mountain Gate." Deep within Catalan Mountain, a bright flash gleamed in the distance. Then, boom, a massive explosion tore through the area, followed by terrified screams of pain. Yin Chang raised her sword to shield herself. She anxiously scanned her surroundings. "What on earth is happening?" "He did warn me to run ahead." She dashed forward, but suddenly, Yin Chang froze in her tracks. She saw a man lying completely still on the ground. He whimpered weakly, "Help, help me." She recalled Junyoung's warning. "Once we step inside, your priority is to run as fast as you can." Even though he had warned her, she ignored it and moved closer to the man. Yin Chang fed him a potion. "Here's an elixir, what happened to you?" But right after drinking it, his head slumped as he lost consciousness. She was speechless with shock. What the hell is going on? Sensing danger, Yin Chang whipped around just in time to block an incoming strike from Domitius. Their immense powers clashed violently. Domitius emerged from the billowing smoke, smirking. "Oh? Well, look at that. You actually blocked it." "What?" Yunchang stared at him anxiously, her hand tightening around her sword. She thought to herself, Demetrius. That attack was even more powerful than an orc's. He wore a smug smirk. So you're the one hanging out with the underdog. Hehehe, I'm so glad I decided to tag along. A massive column of smoke erupted in the middle of the forest as his devastating attack literally ripped through the air, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, while surging power swirled around Demetrius. He clenched his fist, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Yunchang barely managed to lean back, dodging the massive blast of energy heading straight for her. Gripping her sword, she threw herself to the side, just as a fiery red shockwave exploded, obliterating the exact spot where she had been standing. Yunchang looked back, her heart racing in sheer disbelief. What kind of monstrous power is this? But Demetrius had no intention of stopping, instantly unleashing another strike. He sneered. What's the matter? Scared, speechless? Reacting quickly, she raised her purple sword in front of her to block the hit. Demetrius's chaotic magic collided with her blade, triggering a massive explosion. Watching the chaos unfold, he laughed coldly. Watch closely. As the dust began to settle, Yunchang was revealed, still standing strong and holding her sword with a fierce grip. Spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, she thought to herself, what terrifying, destructive power. My spine is practically shaking. But thanks to all that brutal training, I can actually block his attacks. She braced herself against the ground, dropping low before raising her sword high, channeling a force so intense that the ground cracked beneath her feet. Now it's my turn, she thought. Meanwhile, Demetrius was already gathering his mana for the next strike. He smirked. I heard you're a hunter who hasn't even earned a title yet. Honestly, I find that hard to believe. Consider yourself lucky to even have the chance to block this next move. Crimson magic swirled into a spiral, gradually taking the shape of a massive, glowing tiger. His savage beast skill unleashed a blazing projectile high above. It plunged straight toward Yunchang, but suddenly detonated in midair. She stared in shock. Suddenly sensing something, she whipped her head around to look behind her. Jungion was already standing there. In a calm, cold voice, he said, We need to run. Now. The two of them quickly sprinted in the opposite direction as a massive fireball erupted behind them. Emerging from the smoke, Demetrius clicked his tongue and chopped down a branch that was blocking the glaring sun. Yunchang filled Jungion in on what had happened. An explosion went off the second we stepped through the gate. So many hunters got trapped inside and didn't make it out alive. What on earth is going on? She asked, completely baffled. It was an ambush, he explained. Yunchang's eyes widened. So Demetrius was actually, no, it's quite the opposite, Jungion interrupted. The moment we stepped through the gate, they tried to ambush Demetrius. That's what set him off and made him go on a wild rampage. It clicked for her. I see. You anticipated this, which is why you told me to run. Suddenly, he glanced off to the side. Looks like we're already 1/3 of the way done. We are? She asked, bewildered. Thinking back to his devastating power, she anxiously added, There's no way I can take him head on. So, what's our move? Junjian summoned his sword and shield as he spoke. His eyes flashed as he gave his partner a serious warning. Our goal is simple. Just survive this rank gate. Snarls echoed through the area as a pack of wild beasts closed in, ready to hunt. Caton lions. Rank A monsters, he noted grimly. After all, Demetrius isn't the only enemy we have to worry about. Hyunmu materialized in the air, circling above to scout the area. While Yunchang was busy piling up some stones, Hyunmu flew back to report. I don't see any signs of other hunters nearby. Keep searching the surrounding area, Jungion instructed. If you sense any danger, get back here immediately. Understood, it replied. He turned to her. Let's move. Just a second, please. Go, Unchang replied, standing quietly in front of some crude stone graves she had built. Watching her, Junjian thought, since Hyunmu is keeping watch, I didn't stop her. But she's easily the weirdest person on this planet. Who goes out of their way to bury their enemies? Once she finished, she turned to him and asked, You said we have 2 days to win this war, right? So, are you planning to take on the boss directly, or are you going to focus on fighting this war? The boss is bound to be incredibly powerful, he analyzed. Just the two of us taking it on would be a massive struggle. She nodded. That's true. But isn't Demetrius even stronger? Yunchang asked, puzzled. So what's the plan? You do have one, right? I do, he confirmed. A confident smirk spread across his face as he added, We're going to take down both of them. Her jaw practically hit the floor in sheer disbelief. Before she could process his insane plan, Hyunmu suddenly landed, drawing their attention. The summon reported that 3 hunters with skull tattoos were nearby. Hearing this, Jungion murmured, "So they're the ones who messed everything up." Yun Cheng was confused. "What do you mean?" "They're the ones who tried to ambush Demicius the second we entered the gate," he explained. "Get ready." Still uncertain, she asked, "Are we seriously going to fight those hunters? Wouldn't it be better to just avoid them?" "Normally, yes," Jungion replied. "But they're a special case, and I've got a plan." Thick gray smoke billowed into the sky as a fire raged in the middle of the vast forest. 3 men were tied tightly to the trunk of a tree, while 2 shadows of different sizes stretched across the ground before them. Demicius and George stood silhouetted against the sun. Demicius muttered in confusion, "I was tracking that underdog guy's flame trail. But who the hell are these bastards?" He eyed the crowd and said, "They're under Ben." The unfamiliar name only left Demicius more suspicious. The bald guy with a skull tattoo on his head listened in terror to George's explanation. Ben. A dark organization that roams North Africa. They're known for being absolute savages, heavily involved in drug trafficking and kidnapping kids. George shifted his gaze to Demicius, the guy who had ambushed him the second he stepped through the gate. Demicius's face darkened as he glared coldly at the 3 tied-up men. That terrifying look made them scream in panic. "Please, don't kill us. We messed up." The hunter let out a sigh of relief when he saw Demicius flash a gentle smile. "I don't hate people who will do whatever it takes to win. Actually, I quite like guys like that." His smile suddenly twisted as his eyes flared with murderous intent. "As long as they follow the rules, that is." The Demon King's council rules clearly state that ambushing someone right after they enter a gate is strictly forbidden during the Great War. Demicius raised his mana-infused fist and sneered, "Make sure you follow the rules in your next life." An explosion shook the entire forest, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. The system chimed, "The monster treader approves of your actions." Through the thick dust, George crossed his arms, watching Demicius admire his handiwork. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Rules? Please, you ignored Olympus's orders and even lost the Book of Ascension. I don't think you're in any position to lecture anyone about rules." Demicius snorted in disdain. "So what? Either way, that underdog guy is definitely going to be a fun hunt." Suddenly, George snapped his eyes open, on high alert. Demicius smirked. "Can I consider this a gift?" 2 strange hunters appeared, with a familiar skull symbol stamped on the left one's shirt. Behind them, an armed mob glared in their direction, oozing pure bloodlust. Demicius stepped forward in excitement as a heavy surge of mana swirled around him. "Are these guys buddies of those other 2? Looks like I'm not the only one with a burning passion here." As his power erupted violently, his grin grew wider. "Man, I really love this gift." The charred, lifeless body of a hunter lay silently on the ground. George scanned the bodies scattered all over the place and muttered in disgust. "You have a seriously twisted hobby." Looking at his partner, he added, "Can't you just use a weapon for once? This is exhausting." George disliked Demicius for one simple reason. The guy was just too strong. Bloodlust still swirled around Demicius, and the white bandages on his arms had stained a deep, dark red. Demicius scoffed, "You have to use your bare hands to truly feel the hunt. A coward like you would never get it." Demicius wasn't just some mindless lunatic. He was a true warrior, driven by an intense thirst for battle and victory. Once he entered a fight, he transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend. Wiping the blood splattered across his face and body, Demicius grinned. "Now, let's go find that guy." And that was exactly why George was terrified of what would happen when Demicius clashed with Underdog. As the sun set, a deep crimson blanketed the forest canopy. Yuan and Hargon walked side by side beneath the heavy foliage. Suddenly, Hargon spoke up. "This mana is insanely thick. We might be in a boss monster's territory." Hargon was surprised when Yuan raised a hand to cut him off. Yuan focused, sensing hunters nearby. They're not enemies. No scent of blood in this mana. Right then, a group of strangers emerged in front of them. 2 guys dressed in traditional tribal attire spoke up. "So, you're Underdog. Aren't you a bit late? We've been waiting ages for you. Waiting for me." Yuan thought before asking, "What do you mean by that?" His nonchalant attitude made the young man hesitate. "Wait, weren't you sent here by Asgard?" Yuan gave a serious nod. "I was." The 2 quickly turned back to huddle with their companions. The young man then stepped forward to explain. "I am Imhotep. From Nile. We've been waiting here to help you, but it looks like you don't know anything yet. This great war has already been decided. Asgard is going to win." Yuan silently wondered. Nile? As in Egypt? A massive global guild like Asgard and Olympus? Imhotep continued. I don't know what went wrong with Olympus. So even though getting here was a hassle, we waited to make sure you'd secure the win. He quickly analyzed the situation. So this is how Choi Jae-hyun managed to win the Great War. Imhotep gestured to his group and said, We'll back you up, so let's go take down the boss right now. Fighting by yourselves would be way too tough. Yuan flatly refused. No, I'm going to defeat Demicus. His words left everyone speechless. Even Imhotep and his companion, Numake, couldn't believe their ears. Hargan glanced at his partner, who was deep in thought. Winning just by beating the boss would make them look like Odin's lapdogs, blindly playing into his hands. Hargan widened his eyes in confusion. Why was everyone so shocked? Yuan turned to explain, It seems this great war was rigged for Asgard to win from the start. That's why they wanted to help us take down the boss. Hargan chimed in. So, avoiding a fight with Demicius and defeating the boss to secure the win is the safest path to victory in this great war. He agreed. But everyone was shocked, because he actually wanted to take down Demicius. Jaehyun's face darkened as he wondered if Ina would object too. But to his surprise, she happily agreed. All right, let's move out together. You have a plan, right? I'll follow your lead. Seeing his teammate's attitude made him smile. He remarked, You really are reliable. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Count me out. The two turned their attention toward the voice, only for another person to raise their hand and say, I'm out too. Those from the other groups shared the same sentiment. We're staying out of this too. I'm not going to get myself hurt fighting Demicius. The crowd erupted in protests. What the hell was Asgard thinking, sending a guy like this? I agree, let's get out of this gate quickly. Ina spoke up. The boss is a lion resembling the catalent species, but it's massive and far more powerful. I won't fight Demicius, but I can at least give you some information. Nam refused to join. I'm stepping back as well. The hunter next to him agreed. We'll just stay back and watch too. Jaehyun and Ina felt helpless, she said, and we're right back to square one. He smiled to reassure her. No problem. Let's go. As night fell, the treetops blended into the darkness. Nam anxiously asked Inyop, What do you think will happen? He pondered. It's going to be extremely difficult, but considering everything he's been through, he is abnormally strong. A rising star suddenly emerged in Korea, and he's already one of the strongest hunters there. Jaehyun had single-handedly fought a giant centipede with sheer power. He had completely cleared the Sungrai Gate, a highly unique gate. He stood strong against a massive crowd, Inyop recounted, and this rookie single-handedly wiped out the Northern Army Guild, a guild notorious for its immense strength. He shares an incredibly close bond with Heimdall, a key figure in Asgard. The image of Hojin smiling creepily appeared. He continued his analysis, and with just a single glance, Odin became completely fascinated by him. Inyop made his assessment. In terms of potential, he might even rival the Dark Organization. Nam's eyes widened in shock. What? No way. He gave a mysterious smile, and that is exactly why we're staying back. By doing this, we can accurately gauge his true abilities. What kind of battle will Jaehyun show us when he clashes with the overwhelmingly powerful hero, Demicius? That is exactly what we and all the hunters standing out there are dying to see. As night set in, a few embers flickered, revealing a massive horned lion with eyes burning with murderous intent. Standing before it were two tiny humans. A status window popped up. You are now facing Catalian. It suddenly roared, releasing power like bolts of electricity. The system alerted. Your stats have slightly decreased due to Catalian's pressure. Jaehyun grit his teeth, resisting his opponent's attack. Notifications flashed consecutively. You have successfully resisted. Your stats have returned to normal. You have achieved the title, One Who Resisted the Pressure. The ground shattered beneath him from the sheer force of his leap as Jaehyun lunged at his prey. He shouted, I'll take the left. Ina, attack the right side, but remember to conserve your energy. Channeling her power, she charged forward and replied, Got it. Hyunwoo chimed in to support. I'll target the underbelly. The three of them gripped their weapons and attacked from three different directions. The boss bared its razor-sharp fangs, ready to crush the three tiny creatures. Just as Catalian was charging at lightning speed, Ina brought her sword down on it. Unfortunately, it anticipated the move and immediately swiped back with its massive paw. To everyone's shock, Ina was still hit by Catalian's brutal blow. Even though she managed to raise her sword to block, she was consumed by sheer terror. Its overwhelming power rippled in every direction. Jaehyun seized the opening and rushed in with his weapon to back her up. But in the blink of an eye, she was slammed hard into the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. He quickly fell back to dodge. Hyun-woo immediately unleashed his energy to back them up. The strike hit Cataleon dead in one of its eyes, allowing the other two to land safely. Jaehyun turned to warn, don't push yourself too hard, okay? We still have our second target, Demetius, to worry about. Meanwhile, a clash of earth-shattering proportions erupted elsewhere. Everyone caught in the blast radius collapsed, instantly knocked unconscious. Mana cloaked the man's entire body, his arms stained with blood, looking as if he had just brutally tortured someone. Demetius's eyes went dark as he grabbed his opponent's throat, roaring in fury. I'll keep crushing trash like you while I search for that guy's flame. He threw the man aside and briefly muttered to George, thanks. George urged him, save some strength. You still have that fight you've been craving. Hearing this, Demetius's eyes flared with rage as he bellowed, shut up. Seeing this, George broke into a cold sweat, wondering if Demetius was completely losing himself in his own bloodlust. In exchange for such astronomical power, the more Demetius lost himself to his bloodlust, the more people he slaughtered. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, George stood there in silence, deeply lost in his own thoughts. Could that rookie have actually sensed his inner confusion and left these guys here specifically for him? No, there was absolutely no way that was possible. This was classified information, even within Olympus. It was a secret that not even Odin of Asgard knew about. With a serious look on his face, he called out to him, Demetius. His eyes, bloodshot and burning with pure rage, slowly began to fade back to normal as he glanced over at George. Once his eyes finally cleared, he snapped, what? Seeing George's hesitation, he asked suspiciously, are you sure you're in your right mind? He flatly assured him, I already told you not to worry. I've got my bloodlust completely under control. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy erupted from the other side. Demetius smirked at the sight and said, now, it's finally time for the main course. George was still lost in thought. After all, he was one of Olympus's top heroes and one of the only S-class hunters in the world. George then offered a trusting smile and said, I believe in you, Demetius. Let's go. Meanwhile, Catalin was slowly and heavily stepping forward. Watching this, In-chang asked doubtfully, it stopped moving. Did we actually succeed? Jun-kyung replied, it's possible. But suddenly, an explosion went off, sending a massive pillar of energy straight into the sky. Oozing an endless, roaring torrent of power, Catalin advanced toward the two of them. Suddenly, the entire pack of Catons charged forward at breakneck speed. Watching from above, Num couldn't help but marvel. That's absolutely unbelievable. They actually took down the boss with just the two of them. Inep chimed in, yeah, and it's like they're reacting to Catalin's demonic energy. The Caton lions were already starting to gather around their leader. Leaning down to analyze the situation, he noted, but normally, you're supposed to deal as much damage as possible to the leader, while it's stunned during its phase transition. But why on earth did that rookie stop attacking? Back in the fight, In-chang spoke up, I can feel that demonic power chilling me to my very bones. Is this really going to be okay? I mean, we're doing great, right? Jun-kyung nodded. Yeah. Just as he was recalling the details, our protagonist made his entrance. Right at that moment, Demetius plummeted from the sky, slamming into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Standing up with a smug, confident smirk, he chuckled. You guys look like you're having fun. Now, it's time for you to keep fighting. George landed right behind him and complained, I told you to wait for me. Suddenly, he leaped away, and the entire group began to flee with Catalin hot on their heels. Seeing this play out, the onlookers gasped in panic. What? They could hardly believe their eyes. Could it be? The beast roared, its body crackling with violent red lightning as it charged forward. The impact of its landing tore the ground apart, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The shockwave was so violent that it pushed everyone back. Catalin stood still for a moment, as if contemplating something, before throwing its jaws wide open in a furious roar. That cry successfully summoned the rest of the pack, and they charged forward to attack. Everyone scrambled to draw their weapons, completely amazed. Those two are absolutely terrifying. The boss has been so overwhelmed by its own magical energy that it's completely lost its mind. Catalin bared its fangs, lunging forward with a heavy swipe of its massive paw. Clenching his fists to meet the attack, Demetius laughed in pure excitement. Ha ha, good. Very good. Meanwhile, Jun Kyung and his team stood on a high cliff, keeping a close eye on the battle below. He analyzed, Domitius bought us some time to escape, but it won't last long. Suddenly, a bottle filled with a mysterious pink liquid appeared in his hand. Noticing this, In Chang asked, "What are you doing?" Keeping his focus on the task, he replied briefly, "It's my secret weapon." As he poured the liquid over it, the spear instantly began to glow with a deep red light. Right then, a system notification popped up. The spear of Muspel has been temporarily enhanced. The gem on the hilt of the spear was rapidly absorbing the power from the pink liquid. The system then showed another alert. The Blood Dragon Stone is coating the Crimson Magic Stone. This notification caught Jun Kyung completely off guard. Monster blood coating the Crimson Magic Stone? What on earth is going on? At that moment, Lee Jun Kyung had no idea what the consequences would be of the Blood Dragon Stone coating the Crimson Magic Stone. He stood up, gripping his spear, which was now radiating a vibrant pinkish-purple aura. Seeing this, In Chang said with deep concern, "That looks incredibly dangerous." As the energy wrapped tighter around his weapon, he raised it high into a throwing stance and replied, "But this is our only shot." Catalin concentrated its power, gathering it into a sphere of energy in front of its chest before unleashing it, creating a blinding beam of purple light. At the same time, Domitius unleashed his skill, R of this of Pre, sending a massive column of fire charging straight forward. The two clashing forces of red and purple collided, triggering a massive explosion. Domitius's wild waves of fire tore right through Catalin's attack, hitting the beast square in the face. Jun Kyung's eyes flashed as he thought, "Now is the time." Still holding his attack stance, Domitius bragged, "How do you like that? That's my signature move, the roar of the predator." Hearing a sudden sound, he quickly glanced back, only to see a spear flying toward him at terrifying speed. "What? This is..." Suddenly, George appeared right in front of him, blocking the path. With a swift swing of his arm, he deflected the blow, sending the spear flying off into the distance. George's eyes followed the trajectory of the spear. He spoke up, "That is exactly why I told you to bring a weapon." Demas looked utterly clueless as he scratched his face. "All right." This action made George chuckle. This kid. He looked at his teammate and gave them a warning. It seemed Underdog's spear was far from ordinary. He had a bad feeling about this, thinking it might even rival a predator's roar. But he completely brushed those warnings aside, believing that kind of attack did not stand a chance. He was getting way too annoying, just like a buzzing fly. Power surged around Domitius as he declared excitedly, "Well, then I will just have to swat that fly and bring back the real prey." With that, he dashed off, leaving him behind. His face darkened, as power erupted around his own body. He turned around to look at her and said, "It looks like I was the shallow one, huh?" In Chang stood there in silence, holding her sword. She coldly shot back. "What do you mean by that?" Without waiting for an answer, she immediately leapt high into the air, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Gripping her weapon tightly, she charged straight at her target. Right before her blade could strike him down, he leapt away to dodge it. George swung his sword to attack, but she instantly tilted her body to dodge the blow. Without missing a beat, he followed up with another powerful slash. Sharp green mana burst out. In Chang's face darkened as she firmly blocked her opponent's relentless slashes, a dangerous gleam in her eyes. She raised her arm high as spiritual energy gathered, creating a swirling vortex of power around her blade. George's eyes widened in utter shock. Is she really gathering energy at this distance? How pathetic. He raised his sword, thinking disdainfully, "Let's end this right now." Hyunmu suddenly materialized, unleashing a violent torrent of magic from its mouth. The blast struck George right in the back, making him stumble. Arg. Right at that moment, In Chang swung her arm and roared. A violent wave of purple magic erupted, engulfing everything in a swirling storm of dust and debris. A massive explosion of power shook the area. George scanned his surroundings, wondering, did she actually run away? It made no sense to him. Shouldn't she have seized his moment of vulnerability to land a fatal blow? Why on earth did she run? And what was that sticky, sweet-smelling substance shot from that skull anyway? Could it be? George suddenly snapped his gaze forward, channeling mana into his fist. A horde of monsters was charging right at him, lured by the pheromones. He realized they must have used some kind of special hunting potion. "You guys aren't getting away from me." Elsewhere, a fierce battle was underway as continuous blows rained down. Junwoo watched in shock. How was Domitius dealing with the monster so effortlessly? He could not believe the man was actually using a gauntlet that consumed demonic energy. This was absolutely insane. Was he really so strong that he could make the impossible possible? Suddenly, In Chang appeared behind him, causing Junwoo to spin around. It seemed she had managed to pin down Otisar. She praised the skull. Awesome. Hyunmoo helped me out a lot. You should draw up a plan. We need to wrap everything up before Otis gets back. In Chang replied, I got it. Just then, Demetrius's ecstatic laughter echoed. He laughed like a maniac. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. His eyes were slowly consumed by mana. Junwoo thought to himself, it has begun. It seems like he is starting to control it, but I have to make sure he loses control soon. He murmured to himself. Berserk mode. Junwoo reiterated their mission. Stick to the plan. You are in charge of holding back Cat, and I will handle Demetrius. Junwoo focused his strength. I don't need to defeat him. I just need to slow him down with a single blow. Let's do this. Demetrius was still in close quarters combat with the monster, eventually throwing it far away. He glared at it and scoffed. Is that all you've got? Boom! The ground cracked under the pressure of his mana as he charged forward at full speed. But a tiny spark suddenly flickered. Demetrius's attention was caught, as that spark rapidly spread into a massive, unimaginable blaze. He roared in anger. You rookie bastard! Junwoo summoned his weapon, ready to fight. He challenged him. Why don't you come play with me? Demetrius rubbed the back of his neck and said, I'm starting to get excited. Well, good for you. His power erupted. Let's dance. Junwoo took his stance. Yes, everything was going exactly as planned. Demetrius sneered. What an absolute idiot. Do you honestly think you can stop me with that pathetic mana you gathered in your shield? I will show you just how foolish that is. He channeled power into his shield. Watching from the sidelines, Imp gasped. Does he seriously not know how terrifying Demetrius's power is? Even though he has gathered an astonishing amount of energy in his shield, it will still be incredibly hard to block that skill. Rhino Charge was the very skill that made his name. Demetrius charged forward, obliterating every obstacle in his path. He punched the shield directly, but instantly realized something was off, causing his entire body to freeze up. He's not here! Demetrius quickly looked up. Junwoo was already hovering right above him, spear in hand. He put all his might into the attack. Arg! The spearhead pierced right through his left shoulder. Refusing to back down, Demetrius unleashed a devastating mana fist directly at Junwoo. He was sent flying. He rubbed his pierced shoulder. Were you really trying to trick me with that pathetic energy in your shield? Demetrius sneered. Ha! Ha! You really are a rookie. Get up and entertain me, will ya? Young stood there, deep in thought. I've taken way too much damage already. He mocked. Demetrius, are you okay? The beast sneered back. Are you seriously getting cocky just because you managed to scratch me? My body will heal itself in no time. But the moment those words left his mouth, he stumbled. The stabbed wound on his body began to distort. It was poison. There's an old saying that the red ore birthed an elf mage. But Jungyang rejected this idea. No, the full saying is that the ore is known for two functions: release and frenzy. Demetrius screamed in agony as the final part of that saying kicked in. Frenzy, a glittering red crystal, the crimson magic stone, could grant a regular ogre power that far surpassed even a dungeon boss. Humanity's endless ambition led to extensive research on this very crimson magic stone. Two doctors discussed the stone, noting how it could turn ordinary animals into horrific monsters. A simple white rabbit, upon receiving the stone's power, mutated into a giant beast. It even possessed power on par with a boss monster. Because of this, the crimson magic stone's first name became Release. Not long after, experiments began to be conducted on hunters. A doctor prepared to inject something into the hunter, standing right in front of him. The crimson magic stone allowed them to skyrocket their inner potential. The hunter's eyes glowed a deep crimson, and his entire body underwent a massive transformation. But because humans could die from going completely insane, its use was quickly banned. The hunter glared back with pure rage. And just like that, the crimson magic stone earned its other name, Frenzy. A skull seemed to burn within the flames. The sky turned to dusk as thick smoke filled the air, and the surrounding forest began to shake. Jungyang's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a mysterious power. He thought to himself, this magic power is incredible. It feels like the entire Catalan mountain is shaking. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Underdog, what did you do? Hearing someone call his name, he slowly turned his head to look back. George stood there holding a massive sword, staring straight at him. Seeing him, Jungyang warned, If you come any closer, you're going to die. Hearing this, George let out an angry roar. Even though Jungyong knew it was coming, George vanished from his spot in the blink of an eye. Like a flash of lightning, he bolted toward the burning Demikius. Jungyong also quickly leaped from where he was standing. He leaped into the air, rushing in one direction as he thought, "Damn it, it's happening all over again." In his mind, he pictured the terrifying scene of Demikius slaughtering George. In the future timeline, this was exactly how it went down. Demikius completely lost his mind during the frenzy, and George, who had jumped in to stop him, was killed by his very own hands. A pillar of fire shot straight up into the sky. The blast surged toward George, forcing him to dodge out of the way in a hurry. He quickly slashed at the flames Jungyong had created. George shouted urgently, "Out of my way. He hasn't been in the frenzy for long. I can still bring him back." Jungyong yelled back to stop him, "No, even if it's you, that's completely impossible. I can't let you die like this." He raised his long spear, blocking George's downward sword strike. He quickly pleaded, "I have a plan." Hearing those words, George froze for a second. What? Both of them temporarily ceased their clash. George got straight to the point. "I don't trust you, but I'm willing to listen. What's your plan?" Jungyong replied confidently, "I only need 5 minutes. We just have to hold Demikius back during that time." George stared at him, his eyes wide with shock. 5 minutes? Do you honestly think you can stop a frenzied Demikius in just 5 minutes? The beast was still charging forward like a raging inferno. Jungyong hastily screamed, "Kotron Entranger!" Demikius's entire body surged with immense energy as he lunged toward a massive claw. The collision between the two triggered a massive explosion. Seeing this, Jungyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Perfect. The Kotron Entranger is doing a great job baiting him." Jungyong said to the man in front of him, "Cat is on our side too. We can hold out for 5 minutes." Hearing his words, George let out a soft sigh. "I have no idea what you're thinking." He tightened his grip on his sword. The aura surrounding him grew increasingly violent, but it seemed he had no other choice. Meanwhile, Jungyong silently calculated, "The limit of an unstable crimson magic stone is only 5 minutes. If we can just hold out for those 5 minutes, Demikius will return to normal." Determination burned in his eyes. In this ultimate showdown, he would be the one standing victorious. Elsewhere, a group of people stood staring at the dead bodies before them. A panicked voice rang out, "What on earth is this? What's with this overwhelming demonic energy?" Another person corrected him, "Isn't this phase 2 of Catalan?" Suddenly, his expression warped in dread. "It's Hercules." He slammed a powerful punch deep into the ground. George wasted no time, rushing in with his sword drawn. The sheer power of the two shook the very heavens and earth. Boulders were sent flying into the air as a massive wall of fire swept in to join the battle. The sheer power of the two shook the very heavens and earth. Boulders were sent flying into the air as a massive wall of fire swept in to join the battle. He quickly spun around to dodge. Demikius raised his fist to block it. On the other side, Inchang swung her sword, slashing at him. Demikius used his other hand to block the attack. All by himself, he withstood all the energy blasting toward him. The battle was incredibly intense. Among those watching the fight, someone spoke up. "Is Odysseus fighting Hercules? This is insane. He is completely turned into a monster." Another group of people was also talking amongst themselves. "I'm out of here. I don't care about watching or whatever. I don't want to die, and I definitely don't want to end up a mangled corpse like this." On the other side, Numek said to the person in front of her, "Damn it. How did this great war turn into such a chaotic mess? What do we do now?" The other person, Inep, softly replied, "The red magic stone." Hearing this, she gasped in shock. "What?" Inep's expression turned serious. "It seems the red magic stone has been activated. We have to intervene." The chaotic battle raged on. Demikius was surrounded by surging energies. He was struggling to hold them back. Next, he kicked Inchang hard. She was sent flying back by the force, but she struggled to steady herself. On this side, George rushed in, sword in hand. "Demikius, take this." On the ground, the latter got into stance, ready to fight the oncoming threat. The tip of his sword clashed with the monster's fist. However, the overwhelming force caused George's blade to slowly crack. The impact made him let out a painful groan. Reaching its limit, the energy exploded, blowing George away. Behind Demikius, the head of a giant tiger appeared. Savage Beast was activated. In an instant, he leaped from where he stood. A streak of fire grazed Demikius's shoulder. Junjian flew in, pulling George out of the melee. The two of them quickly touched down. Lying on the ground, panting heavily, George asked him, How much longer until those 5 minutes are up? Junjian fell silent. Experiments had proven that 5 minutes was the absolute limit. But why hasn't that monster run out of steam yet? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Demikius was charging right at them. A decisive voice rang out. River flood! A powerful torrent of water slammed straight into him. Numek and Inep rushed forward with their weapons raised. We're here to help. A moment later, Junjun asked Inchong with concern, Are you okay? She strained to reply, Yeah, I'm fine. Even though she said that, Junjian was still deeply worried. It looked like Dong Inchong couldn't hold on much longer either. He gripped his weapon tightly. If only I had just a bit more power. Suddenly, the system interface popped up. The blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed, regenerating from 0.3%. Junjun was stunned to see this. He brought his hand to his mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Seeing him stagger, Inchong panicked. Jungyun, are you all right? The system appeared again. The blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed, regenerating from 1%. His grip on his weapon tightened further, as a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. Junjian let out a roar, his power exploding. Inchong cried out in confusion. Junjian! A sphere of light appeared, sending clouds of dust swirling around them. On the other side, Inep realized something. Could it be? Numek finished her teammate's sentence. He's in the exact same state as Demikius. The system notification popped up once more. The blood flow in the Blood Dragon Stone has reversed, regenerating from 2%. Junjian stood there in silence. He began to calculate his next move. 5 minutes have already passed, so why hasn't that guy snapped out of his berserk state yet? Demikius was still charging in one direction. On his end, Junjian suddenly noticed something. Is that a mana flow? Junjian crouched down, getting into a sprinting stance. So that's what it looks like. He channeled his energy downward, focusing it entirely into his legs. It acted like a spring, catapulting him forward. Seeing this, Inchong cried out in panic. Jungian! Weapon in hand, he lunged toward the giant lion's mouth. Violent energies swirled around Junjian. He raised his weapon high, channeling the raging energy, and swung it down with absolute force. It triggered a massive shock wave. A series of congratulatory system messages popped up. You have slain Caton. You have collected the forest's pure water. You have unlocked the achievements, Enemy of the Beast, and Slayer of the Forest Sovereign. Your stats have slightly increased. You have leveled up. Junjian stepped out from the smoke and flames. The system warned. The sponsor's message could not be delivered. He frowned in confusion. A red magic circle formed beneath his feet. Strange symbols began to etch themselves onto Jungian's arms. A flurry of warnings followed. You have been weakened by demonic energy. Your physical strength is rapidly draining. Purge the demonic energy immediately. The searing pain in his body made Junjun scream in agony. Horrific, terrifying flames enveloped his entire body. The two energies of fire and water merged, spreading outward as if to swallow the entire Catalan mountain range. Flames devoured everything on the ground. Both Enzon and Lei Henson fell to their knees in agony. He panicked. Is this fire absorbing my mana? Then, he turned around, utterly baffled. What the hell is going on? In the distance, Demikius was using his strength to hold back the then. He turned around, utterly baffled. What the hell is going on? In the distance, Demikius was using his strength to hold back the flames. Fire. Wearing a terrifying smirk, a figure lunges out from the blazing flames. Yun Guangon swings his spear with immense force. As the two forces clash, a devastating explosion erupts. Instantly, they trade blows in a brutal, relentless flurry of attacks. Demikius clenches his fist, preparing to strike. Sensing the danger, Yun Guangon immediately shifts into a defensive stance, ready to counter. A massive explosion fills the air with a thick cloud of dust. But when the smoke clears, Yun Guangon has already driven his spear deep into Demikius's chest. The demon stands frozen, trembling in utter shock. Yun Guangon kicks him hard and rips the spear out. Instantly, Demikius coughs up a mouthful of dark blood, the battlefield still choked with dust. He has now lost an arm, and dark blood drips steadily from the severed stump. Watching this, George feels a pang of dread. He stammers in panic, Demikius, hey, your arm. But before he can even finish his sentence, the severed arm completely regenerates. Suddenly, a streak of blue flame shoots straight down. Athena appears, standing protectively in front of Demikius. She glares coldly at the enemy. Witnessing the scene, George thinks in disbelief. He is using that chaotic mana to regenerate his body instantly. If Demicius can go this far, then just how powerful is the underdog? Yoon Inchong screams in panic. Brother Yoon Gwang'an. Meanwhile, the wounds on Gwang'an's body have already healed completely. George thinks in sheer terror. Those wounds were severe. But how on earth did he heal so fast? Is it because of the blue flames engulfing the gate? Demicius clenches his fist as a massive, fiery face looms behind him. Yoon Gwang'an leaps into the air without hesitation, charging forward like a tempest with his spear in hand. At the same time, the fiery fist in Demicius's hand grows larger and more terrifying. George stands frozen in fear, his eyes wide. His arm is not even fully regenerated, yet he still wants to use the Predator's roar? This is bad. That Predator move unleashes a colossal vortex, but suddenly, blood begins to spray uncontrollably from Demicius's arm. Yoon Gwang'an seizes the moment and delivers a devastating downward strike. A massive wall of fire erupts from the collision, triggering a violent explosion that levels everything around them. George's sword slips from his grip, clattering to the ground. He stammers in shock. No way. Beside him, Inep cannot believe his eyes either. Did the underdog actually win? Demicius has collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated. Yoon Gwang'an lands gracefully, his body still cloaked in blazing red flames. He raises his spear, ready to deliver the final blow to Demicius. George rushes forward in a desperate bid to stop him, yelling, "No, don't!" But Yoon Gwang'an has completely lost his mind, his eyes blood red and devoid of any focus. Right now, his only instinct is pure survival and a violent urge to slaughter. The Blood Dragon Stone has been affected by the crimson magic. The blood of the monsters he hunted earlier, mixed with the magic-infused blood of Catalan, has created a corrupted hybrid crystal, causing Yoon Gwang'an to lose control and go berserk. It is just like the tragic fate of the hunters who were experimented on with the crimson magic stone. Just as the spear is about to pierce Demicius, a powerful surge of pink energy suddenly stops it in its tracks. Athena commands coldly, "Kneel." Yoon Gwang'an snaps out of his trance and instantly drops to his knees. Yoon Inchong cannot believe her eyes, and the onlookers around her are just as shocked. Yoon Gwang'an stands up and bows respectfully, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Athena." She scowls in annoyance. What a mess. Thanks to you guys, I am in debt now. But first, Athena glares down with curiosity and asks, "Who is this guy?" He quickly replies, "This is." Before he can finish, the man's eyes snap open as he cuts him off, shouting, "I am the underdog." Athena studies him closely and thinks to herself, was this guy the one who caused all the disturbances at the gate? More importantly, it seems my barrier is not strong enough to stop him. Athena looks around, realizing the entire forest of Sen has been engulfed in a dangerous flame that can drain the mana of other beings. She evaluates Yoon Gwang'an, thinking, I thought he was just a lucky rookie sent by Asgard, but to think he actually managed to surpass Heracles. Athena feels threatened. This is bad. She summons her spear, deciding he must be eliminated right here. With purple lightning crackling along the shaft, she thrusts it forward. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Stop! Athena turns her head as a rainbow light suddenly illuminates the sky. A man approaches from out of nowhere. Shocked, she demands, Heimdall, what are you doing here? Seonggu replies, That is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Annoyed, Athena asks, Did you trace the lightning here? Instead of explaining, he steps in to shield Yoon Gwang'an. Infuriated, she snaps, Out of my way. That guy has to be killed right now. Seonggu's face turns serious as he warns, If you try to kill him, I will take it as a declaration of war against Asgard. Athena's face immediately darkens. She mocks him. A declaration of war? Is he really that important to you? Ridiculous. I thought absolutely nothing mattered to you. Seonggu remains silent. Just then, Inep speaks up. Could you give me a moment? Respectful Athena, I am Inep of the Nine. Athena glances over and says, An Egyptian warrior? I know who you are. He places his hand over his chest and says, It is an honor that you recognize me. Inep continues, We have received orders from the Nine to protect the underdog. She looks astonished. He then summons a mysterious eye, saying, I am sure you are well aware that this is the Eye of Osiris. Inep holds the eye high in front of him. Since I am currently representing the Nine, I must ask you to comply. Answering Goddess Athena's plea, the system warns that the gate will soon collapse, activating to grant a brand new skill. Inside a magnificent castle, through the glass window, a room comes into clear view. Inchong is currently slumped over in a chair, He suddenly lifts his head and rushes over to the bed. Lee Junkyung. Inchong calls out with tears welling up in his eyes. Thank goodness. Junkyung tries to force out a weak groan. But in his mind, Junkyung realizes something is wrong. His vocal cords aren't working. Inchong explains, your body probably just hasn't recovered yet. Please wait a moment. I will go get someone. With those words, he walks out. Junkyung looks around, spotting a round shield and 2 crossed swords on the wall. As it turns out, this place is definitely the Round Table. Junkyung reflects that not all powerful hunters form secret organizations to control the world. Many operate in the shadows for noble causes. He continues to ponder, and the Round Table is one of them. He deduces, though, that they ultimately chose not to make a move. They kept hiding themselves and acting under a false front. Even though Great Britain was on the verge of collapse, they still chose to remain hidden. Despite possessing terrifying power, they made no effort to change anything. He sighs, realizing that either way, his body is currently a complete wreck. He is totally exhausted. In this broken state, he can't speak and his legs won't budge. Suddenly, the system's voice rings out. Hyunmu. Hyunmu is appearing. He thinks to himself, if he's right, there shouldn't be any more issues that require Hyunmu's presence. His status window pops up, showing his stats, abilities, and level. Junkyung notes, my level is still over 50, but it looks like my skills have dropped. Due to the effect of the hybrid crystal, I can't even speak. On the status window, new skills begin to appear. He is astounded to see that he has acquired skills that can rival unique skills. Junkyung thinks proudly, I will entertain you even more. Sky of the Apocalypse. Later, Sungu drops by and asks, how is your body feeling? Seeing him, Junkyung sits up and silently calls out. Seonggu smiles. I heard that a mana invasion is currently taking place. This is a rare case, so there's no specific treatment or cure yet. But looking at your current condition, I don't think we have much to worry about. Junkyung calculates that with the blessing of the Sky of the Apocalypse and the flow of mana, expelling the demonic energy shouldn't be too difficult. Seonggu encourages him. Make sure you recover fully. I have something to ask you when you do. At that moment, Seonggu is standing before the council. Athena commands, the power Lee Junkyung displayed is far too dangerous and abnormal. I demand that you investigate the source of Lee Junkyung's power. Seonggu counters, Asgard does not pry into the power of its hunters. She cuts him off. But aren't you the ones who need to clear this up? He doesn't back down, retorting, but you were the one who broke the treaty between Olympus and Asgard in the first place. Asgard was promised victory in this great war, which is why we dispatched our hunter. Seonggu recalls the sight of Junkyung losing control. If we had known Hercules would interfere and break the treaty, we would never have sent Lee Junkyung. In this situation, our hunter was merely doing his duty, he asserts. Therefore, your demand for clarification is completely absurd, and I believe you are the ones who owe us an explanation. At Olympus, Athena remains calm. The power Lee Junkyung possesses is already a massive threat. She points out that the entire gate was engulfed in blue flames, which even siphoned the mana of other hunters. This is something entirely unpredictable. Athena states firmly, so, we demand that you hand over that newly joined underdog. If you refuse, we, Olympus, are fully prepared to go to war with Asgard. Hearing this, Seonggu falls silent. Seonggu explains, we are well aware that a flame capable of absorbing another hunter's mana is highly dangerous, and it is a skill that has never existed before. However, don't you think the very existence of hunters is already a danger? Everyone is stunned, and the room erupts into non-stop whispering. He continues, all of us are entities that have never existed until now, and the skills hunters possess are terrifying and dangerous to everyone. Seonggu remains firm. Therefore, since those from Olympus mentioned going to war, you must take responsibility for your words, as they show complete contempt for hunters. Athena gnashes her teeth. This is all because of you. Her face darkens as she mutters, how on earth did you end up here? Facing you makes me lose my temper, and I can't think straight. He looks at her and is about to speak. About this. Athena turns away. After this, I hope we never cross paths again. Seonggu feels slightly troubled. The system announces that the flow of mana has been activated. Currently meditating, Junkyung tells himself, feel the flow of mana and utilize it. He studies it, noting that when observing Demis's mana flow, he could see that the man amplified his strength by utilizing the mana circulating throughout his body. Junkyung senses the demonic energy. The name says it all. When applied to attacks, destructive power increases, and when applied to defensive armor, defensive strength is boosted. That is true power. This is the power of the mana flow. First, I need to use this mana to recover. The system begins activating the skill, and glowing lights gradually radiate all over Junkyung. He suddenly feels an intense discomfort, and coughs up a mouthful of blood. He wonders, could this be the impurities that invaded his body because of the blood dragon stone? Thank goodness. Thanks to the mana flow, now I just need to heal the areas contaminated by the impurities. Junkyung slowly focuses on feeling his body. Suddenly, he realizes his mana flow is blocked. Why? What's going on? He sees magical energy swirling around a dark sphere. Junkyung feels a wave of disappointment as he notices a black orb in his throat, completely blocking the path of his mana. This is bad. I've got to try redirecting the mana flow. Meanwhile, at the training ground, two powerful forces are violently clashing. The purple energy is slowly being pushed back as George unleashes a relentless barrage of sword strikes. In-chong raises her blade to block the blows. George lunges forward and shouts, "You're too slow." Startled, she thinks to herself, "Slow?" Instantly, In-chong swings her blade in rapid succession, but George easily dodges every single strike. The sheer force burns the ground beneath them to ashes. She leaps into the air and brings her blade down, but he calmly evades and even cheers her on. "That's it, keep going. Fighting a human is completely different from fighting monsters. You've got to understand that." In-chang flusters and replies, "I don't understand all those deep theories." She fiercely swings her blade horizontally, forcing George to duck to avoid it. His blue sword energy grazes her cheek, forcing her to step back. He suggests, "Should we call it a day?" In-chong thinks to herself, deeply discouraged. "I was completely useless back at the Catalyst Gate." She looks back, realizing the reason she wasn't summoned was probably because her sponsor couldn't understand her. In-chong recalls the image of Junkyung back then, when she was powerless to protect him, along with the message from the White Horse Prince constellation, looking down at her with pity. She remembers, and maybe that's why she received that message from him. In-chong feels a deep sense of emptiness. Even though I thought Lee Junkyung and I started at the exact same place, he's already moved so far ahead. While I haven't made any progress at all, I don't deserve to be called his companion. She tightens her fist. That's also why Lee Junkyung almost lost his life. It's all because I'm still so weak and lacking. George is wiping his sweat when he turns around. In-chong walks up to him and pleads, "Please, train me one more time." George turns to face her fully. She looks just like him in the past, carrying the regret of being unable to protect the one they wanted to. "Is that how you feel, Dong In-chong? She'll definitely get stronger." He puts down his towel and says, "All right, let's try it again." She resolves inside, "I must do the same. I've got to get stronger, no matter what it takes." As the training session ends, George enters a hospital room, where IV drips and blood bags hang on stands. He tells himself, "Back in the Catalyst Gate, I definitely sensed her incredible potential for growth. But honestly, she's improving so fast it's scary." George looks down at his trembling hand, thinking that she's truly remarkable. "Every single time our swords clash, I can feel her getting stronger." He clenches his fist, just like his old self. George looks toward the person lying motionless on the hospital bed, Demisius. He begins to speak. "I think you'll like this news. It seems like Underdog has finally woken up." George says thoughtfully, then whispers, "Wake up soon." He watches Demisius, who still lies there silently. George steps out with a heavy heart. Inside a grand building, Seong-gu is walking slowly. He looks up and sees Junkyung training diligently. Junkyung asks, "What brings you here?" He chuckles and replies, "I can't believe you're already walking around like normal. You always find a way to amaze me." Standing face to face, Junkyung replies, "Is that so?" Seong-gu puts his hands on his hips and asks, "Do you know anything about lightning?" He calmly replies, "It's a sacred relic of Olympus, ruled by Zeus." Seong-gu quickly adds more details. "That's right, there are very few powers in this world that can rival the lightning of Zeus. Abilities like that are always targeted and hunted by others." He suddenly interrupts him. "Just like the Bifrost you possess, right?" Startled, Seong-gu asks in surprise, "How do you know about that?" Junkyung's expression turns serious and anxious. "Brother, I have something I need to tell you." Seong-gu warily glances around his surroundings. He says, "All right, but this is not the right place for us to talk. Follow me." A clear blue sky with white clouds appears, adorned with a shimmering rainbow. The two of them step out from a door leading to a breathtaking garden. The building under the blue sky and rainbow looks even more stunning beside a flowing fountain. He looks at Seong-gu and gasps in awe. It's beautiful. Seong-gu explains further. This is my personal domain, the world of Bifrost. Filled with curiosity, he asks, are you a prophet or a returner? Jun-kyung answers without a moment's hesitation. Actually, it's something like that. But I once read a book about you and your friend. His expression grows dark. It was a book about the one known as the Demon King. Seong-gu's eyes widen in sheer shock at his words. The two stand facing each other in absolute silence. Raising his hand, he asks, you expect me to believe that? That I was the one who killed you? Jun-kyung quickly clarifies. No, you didn't kill me. I just thought you already knew everything that was about to happen. He tells himself, this isn't a lie. His face saddens as he says, you even knew about Athena and me dating? I really have no choice but to believe you now. Jun-kyung is still filled with questions. What he said about Bifrost is also true, right? But that book was never complete to begin with. Stunned, he asks, what? Jun-kyung explains, what's written in that book is only the beginning, and the future after that hasn't finished yet. I actually just stumbled upon it by accident. Most of the files about you are gone, too. What I know is just a tiny fraction of it. Jun-jeon insisted once again. This isn't a lie. His expression turned serious. I get it. So, what exactly is your goal? He reached out his hand and said, I want to change the horrific future I had to endure. From now on, things are going to change. The theory in the Book of Bifrost doesn't tell truth from lies. It only judges whether someone is actively trying to harm Heimdall. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, I'm so sorry. I just can't tell you everything yet. Changing the future wasn't my original plan. Outside, in the dead of night, Inep stood on a tree branch right outside Jun-gyeon's window. A look of pure relief washed over his face. So, he really did wake up. He was shocked that the man had managed to sneak into the Round Table's territory. Is something wrong? The man quickly replied, I sincerely apologize for my intrusion. I risked everything to come here and beg for your help, underdog. He fell silent, thinking, I heard he asked me for protection back in the gate, but there's absolutely no connection between us. Out loud, he said, go ahead, speak. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head. Please, come to Nile. That is my only request. This made Gyeon gasp in shock. The commander of Nile is actually kneeling just to ask me this? We only happened to cross paths and help each other out in the last battle. So why? It makes no sense. He stared at Inep outside the window. Just why would he go this far? Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. Intruder! He grit his teeth in panic. Damn it, I've been spotted. He quickly realized it was because of the bloodstone. He cried out, please, come to Nile, before quickly leaping away. Gyeon stood there in silence, staring out into the dark. He thought to himself, if it's the bloodstone, he must be referring to the madness. Did the same thing happen in Egypt? Hunters shouldn't even know about bloodstones yet. Come to think of it, they intervened the moment they saw Hercules begin to transform. Hearing footsteps approaching, Trang rushed into the room asking, are you okay? Gyeon replied, yeah, I'm fine. At least, for now. She looked startled. Gyeon, on the other hand, had a really bad feeling about this. I feel like I just climbed one mountain, only to find an even bigger one waiting for me. The Round Table Conference had finally ended, leaving the Grand Hall behind. Starting this war was entirely Athena's blunder. She noted as they strolled through the courtyard together. Since Olympus broke the treaty, they'll have to take full responsibility for that and the war itself. Gyeon smiled cheerfully. We're finally going home. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Wait! Recognizing it instantly, she spun around and warned, Jun-jeon. She quickly drew her sword, stepping in front of him. Get back, Jun-jeon. Her eyes glowed purple. What's going on? Suddenly, George materialized from a dense cloud of dark energy. His expression was incredibly grim. Standing on the steps, George looked down at Trang and Jun-jeon. Gyeon calmly reassured her. It's okay, Trang. Wait, what? She asked, confused. Jun-gyeon explained. He might look hostile, but I think he just wants to talk. Trang lowered her guard with a sigh. All right, if you say so. The two men then stood face to face. George broke the silence. You've fully recovered. But he hasn't. It seems Domitius completely lost this time. He said bluntly, thanks to you, I've learned a valuable lesson. But don't expect me to lose next time. Jun-gyeon smirked. Next time, huh? Sure. But just so you know, I don't let grudges slide easily. George muttered under his breath. You cocky bastard. George then requested, I can't get through to her, so do me a favor and pass on a message. Jian raised an eyebrow. You mean in Trang? Turning around, he remarked, she's got real potential. She can definitely get much stronger. George added, though it seems like she's desperate for recognition. Fame and prestige are important, but keep in mind that knowing your sponsor is just as crucial. Make sure to think very carefully about your sponsor's true identity. In Trang asked, completely baffled. What on earth is he babbling about? Junjian teased. Oh, he's just trying to play Prince Charming. She was left completely speechless. George walked away, casually waving goodbye without looking back. Jian watched his retreating figure, then called out, Hey George. He turned around. Yeah? Junjian offered a slight smile. In the future, Hercules is going to become an even more monstrous beast than before. He will definitely wake up. George's eyes widened in shock. Jian continued. And like I said, I don't let things go easily. So next time, Junjian suggested, it might be nice if we were on the same side. George watched them walk away in silence, clenching his fist before slowly letting it relax. His expression grew dark. I wish it were that simple. But right now, his condition is extremely critical, and they're transferring him back to Olympus. A stone skipped across the crystal-clear lake, creating gentle ripples. Standing on the shore, Junjian casually tossed another pebble. Just as he was about to toss another, a voice echoed behind him. You're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Startled, Jian turned to see a bright green flash in the air. A blonde girl materialized from the light. I don't know who sent you to find me, but this is really pushing it. Junjian calmly looked at her. You're Merlin, aren't you? She looked slightly taken aback. Oh, you actually know my name? You must be someone quite extraordinary. Jian stared at her, confirming she was indeed the true leader of the round table. Merlin tilted her head curiously. So tell me, who exactly are you? Junqiang remained calm. There is no way you don't know who I am. She gritted her teeth, recognizing the man who had defeated the underdog, Hercules, an arrogant hunter. Merlin's eyes flashed a sharp blue. You seem to know a lot about me. What is your goal in provoking me? Blue mana wrapped around her body, and suddenly, Merlin transformed into a young man. Furious, he spat. You should know that no one in the round table dares to cross me. Speak. Who are you really? Junqiang's expression darkened. I am. He suddenly turned ice cold, the one who knows the location of Excalibur. The other person stood frozen, completely speechless. At the airport, Junqiang walked over to Inchang. She looked at him, puzzled. Where on earth have you been all this time? He played coy. There was someone I absolutely had to meet here. Inchang seemed to notice something, her eyes locking onto his necklace. Inchang stood up. And what is that necklace? Don't tell me you went to see another girl. Junqiang stammered nervously. Oh, this. Well, she huffed in annoyance. I knew it. It looks like you've got quite a few hidden women around you, don't you? Inchang's face darkened. I never expected this. You really are a player. He tried to defend himself. Well, I did meet a girl, but how disappointing, she muttered. Seonggu's car pulled up, cutting them off. Are you two ready? Junqiang smiled brightly. Are you all set too? Seonggu looked completely relaxed. Yeah, seeing me must really make you happy. Let's head home. As they were walking away, a voice called out from behind. Excuse me. Junqiang turned his head. The stranger delivered the message. Merlin told me to tell you to watch your back. He grinned mischievously. You will have to pay a fitting price for taking that necklace. Inside the airport, Seonggu glanced at him and asked, How do you even know Merlin? Junqiang replied, We made a deal. Seonggu glanced at his neck and asked in surprise, Is that Merlin's necklace? He replied, Yeah, I almost lost my life because of this thing. Meanwhile, George was furious, his green eyes flashing as he roared, Hurry! Surrounded by a surge of power, he leaped down from above. Back at the airport, Junqiang scratched his head awkwardly and said, Honestly, facing them right now is still a bit too much for me, but I really needed this necklace, so I had to risk my life a little. Seonggu smiled softly and let out a sigh as the plane soared into the sky. The aircraft glided smoothly over the city. In the cabin, Inchang and Junqiang sat next to each other. Still troubled, she turned to him and asked, There are some things I just don't understand. He glanced at her and asked, Like what? She replied, It's about George. Even though we're rivals, he still helped me train and even gave me advice. If Hercules ended up like that because of what you did, as he lay motionless on his bed, then I feel like I should have been the target of his hatred as well. She looked up, lost in her thoughts, and wondered to herself, but the way he helped me, catching me, and how you dealt with him, too. I guess I really don't know the first thing about what makes a high-ranking hunter. He smirked and said, "It's probably just intuition." Skeptical, she asked. "Intuition?" Jungyong calmly replied. It seemed he realized that I had no intention of provoking Herculet. A voice broadcasted through the cabin. "We are about to land. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts." Cameras flashed rapidly as a massive crowd of reporters and photographers began chanting. "Oh, underdog, underdog, underdog." Shyly he read the banner, "Welcome, underdog, the conqueror of Herculet." He quickly explained, "They only know about him challenging you to a duel and getting beaten." Segu turned to tease him, "Why don't you wave to them?" Jungyong softly complained, "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" He chuckled and replied, "It's a surprise for you. Isn't this what you wanted? To get famous?" Jungyong smiled happily, walked in slowly, and waved with a grin. The photographers went wild, snapping pictures and shouting. The camera flashes were blinding. In a chat room, someone wrote, "Did he really defeat Herculet? Didn't you say that guy was a total monster? Just the mention of his name is enough to terrify all of Europe. Wait, hasn't he been a hunter for less than a year? They say it hasn't even been 6 months. Holy crap, you're telling me he beat Hercules? No way." Amidst the rising tide of the era of heroes, the most sought-after hunter was, of course, underdog. In the evening, at an abandoned industrial zone, he stood with Yun Chang. She turned to look at him and asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Jungyong replied, "I have a lot on my plate." He began listing things off. "I need to repair my weapons and clean up all these blood-soaked items. And then there is the hybridized crystal created by the Blood Dragon Stone and the side effects of the Crimson Pagoda Stone. Plus, Xuanwu is still fast asleep." A pool of blood appeared before him, alongside the memory of Inep kneeling and begging. "Most importantly, I still have business left in Nin," he murmured. "But the very first thing I need to do," Jungyong suddenly turned around, "is move. I've always wanted to have a place of my own since I was a little kid," he said cheerfully. She thought helplessly, "His most urgent task is moving?" She quickly told him, "Well, that sounds good too. It seems you don't need my help for the time being, so there is something I want to tell you," he asked curiously. "What is it?" Yun Chang replied, "From now on, I will be carving out my own path." He was slightly taken aback. She expressed, "Raiding with you was really fun, Jungyong, and it was a valuable experience. But after hearing what George said, I realized there is something I need to achieve on my own." In the quiet night, Jungyong pondered for a long time. Yun Chang slowly walked away. He smiled and thought to himself, "It seems she has had an awakening. Dong Yun Chang will definitely grow stronger soon." A call came in, and he picked up. "Hello?" A voice from the other end spoke up. "Jungyong, it's me, Kim Seo-jun. The association president is asking to see you." He listened in silence. "I will pick you up tomorrow morning." His face grew dark. Then a thought suddenly struck him. He had forgotten the most important thing. He remembered Odin, the clock tower at the very top. George ran in frantically, shouting, "This is impossible! No way!" He sped up even more, glowing energy, enveloping the entire courtyard. That single punch had unleashed such incredible power. Demetrius was training intensely, throwing one heavy punch after another. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, George called out in disbelief, "Demetrius!" He turned and called, "Josh." Josh extended his hand and asked, "What's going on? When did you wake up?" He replied in surprise, "Why are you acting like that? Is this the first time you've ever seen a hunter get defeated?" Josh said firmly, "You have never lost a match before." Demetrius chuckled, "I guess that's true." Josh thought to himself, something has changed. He always used to overreact whenever he felt anxious. He looked at Demetrius, who seemed unbelievably calm right now, as if he didn't have a single care in the world. Finding it strange, Josh asked, "What's going on with you?" He replied, "It seems he never intended to be my enemy from the start." Josh was taken aback. His eyes turned a fierce red as he continued, "Now, I have complete control over my rage. I can even harness its power on its own." He looked down at his hand and said with satisfaction, "It seems he actually gave me a gift." Jungyong was certain that in the future, Herculet would become an even more powerful beast than before. "He will definitely wake up," he added happily. "It would be great if we could be on the same team." George smiled in amusement. The sunset bathed the ruined land. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure collapsed, a sharp steel blade driven deep into the ground. Suddenly, two beams of light clashed in midair. Yun Chang was pushed back a few steps, her nimble feet breaking hard. She landed, stood her ground, and raised her sword as an eerie purple aura swirled around her. Facing her was Gu, looking absolutely ferocious. She estimated it had already been 3 days. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, Yun Chang thought, where on earth did this giant monster of a guy come from? It honestly feels like I'm facing Hercules all over again. Its sharp teeth hissed, hot steam rising as its power surged. The system flashed a notification. Prince Charming has assisted, to help you recover your strength. She sat there in deep thought, realizing she could barely hold on to the support of her sponsors. This guy must be exhausted by now. He didn't back down, tensing his muscles to deliver a direct strike. The impact made the very ground shake. In Chang quickly lunged forward to dodge the blow. Then, she raised her sword with both hands and slashed directly at Gongju. Struck by a deep cut on its shoulder, the beast staggered. With grim determination, she raised her sword once again. I'm not exactly sure what saving Sleeping Beauty actually means, but she leaped down from the air, channeling all her power. But as for anything that threatens the princess, In Chang yelled, I'll slaughter them all. Her downward slash came crashing down, unleashing a pillar of purple energy. She pounced onto the red monster, driving her sword straight into it. Severely wounded, it coughed up blood in agony, but it immediately retaliated, swinging an energy-infused fist that slammed hard into her left side. The shockwave erupted, sending In Chang flying backward, dragging across the ground and leaving a long trail behind her. The beast lay exhausted on the ground with the sword impaled in its chest. Covered in cuts and scratches, she struggled to stand up amidst the rising smoke. She stared ahead to check the situation, only to see the red monster lying unconscious in the wreckage. Her hands trembled as she tried to prop herself up, but she finally let go and collapsed onto the ground, relieved that she could rest for a moment. In Chang muttered to herself, I'm out of potions. And even if I had any left, I don't even have the strength to pull them out. Am I really going to die right here alongside this guy? Suddenly, Hyunmu appeared out of nowhere, holding a hovering potion in his hand. He asked if she needed a potion. Surprised, she gasped, Black Soldier! But then, a system notification popped up, cutting her off. The White Horse Prince is praising your achievements. The White Horse Prince is granting you an alias, and will soon reveal his true name. Congratulations, you have obtained the alias Sif. The sky gradually turned pink as the clouds drifted lazily by. Shortly after, Yun Kyung walked over and stood before her, asking, Are you awake? Sitting up straight, her eyes widened as she asked, Where on earth are we? He gave a soft chuckle. Where do you think? We're right by the gate. Still, she couldn't make sense of what had just happened. My body feels strangely better. Did you give me some kind of elixir? He shook his head, confirming he didn't. But anyway, congratulations. He extended his arm, and a swirling surge of energy was absorbed into his bracelet. In Chang was still baffled. Congratulations? She spun around, searching the area. Oh, wait, I don't see my sword anywhere. Jun Kyung spoke up, I honestly thought you were going to get killed. He glanced over at the beast, adding, But looking at it now, I don't think it's a monster. The red monster remained slumped on the ground in miserable defeat. She walked over, grabbed her sword, and said, Thanks. I managed to get an alias because of you. She gripped the hilt tightly and pulled the sword out with a powerful yank. The system chimed with another new notification. You have saved the princess. The elf prince Sif has sponsored the elf mage for the princess. The elf prince Sif will punish the elf mage. A brilliant pillar of blue light shot straight up into the sky right in front of them. In Chang muttered in confusion, Wait, is the elf prince Sif actually a girl? The once massive red monster suddenly shrank into a tiny, pint-sized creature. She panicked as it scrambled over and climbed onto her shoulder. Huh? He explained, It's yours now. The creature sat proudly on her shoulder while she asked in a daze, Wait, it's mine? He assured her, That's right, just like my black soldier. Congratulations again, you finally have an alias now. You've officially become a true hero. Hearing this, the red monster squealed in excitement. In Chang looked at it, wondering, Why do I feel so attached to this little guy? He's actually kind of cute. Jun Kyung offered a friendly reminder. Make sure to protect the princess and the White Horse Prince. Have you decided on a name yet? Standing opposite him, she replied, Not yet. The tiny monster let out a soft, high-pitched squeak. She still didn't understand what it wanted. The tiny monster growled softly again. Suddenly, she realized, Oh, is Gung your name? Wait, are you trying to say princess? It chattered back in its own creature language. The system notification popped up to translate its thoughts. The White Horse Prince is smiling with satisfaction. The sky of the apocalypse is laughing at this bizarre situation. Junkyung watched them, smiling thoughtfully. She actually won a direct confrontation against that elf mage. The way Inchang and the Black Soldier grow is remarkably similar, she asked, wanting to know more. By the way, how did you even find this place? He let out a helpless sigh. Seriously, you're asking me that? He explained that clearing a gate usually takes only 1 to 2 days, but it was already the 3rd day, and she still hadn't come out. She nodded, realizing he was right. Junkyung then added, "Oh, and there's something important I need to tell you. Watch out for this guy." A ferocious, 2-headed monster approached, carrying 2 massive blades. He encouraged her, "Since you're in charge of this gate, hang in there. There is only one left." Inchang's eyes flared with murderous intent. Understood. With her aura swirling around her, she thought, "Now that I have an alias, my power has increased dramatically. I can feel the energy surging through my entire body." It was the boss of the goblin village, the 2-headed goblin. She smirked, glad to finally have a worthy opponent to test her new heroic powers. Gritting her teeth, Inchang propelled herself forward at the monster, raising her sword high in midair. Holding his greatsword, he was about to slash right down the middle when Gongdu suddenly jumped down, expanding back to his original size. To her astonishment, the 2-headed boss shrieked as a surge of energy burst forth. It lunged forward, clawing the monster twice. At the same time, it let out a powerful roar. The system notification popped up. "You have defeated the final boss of the dungeon, the 2-headed goblin." Jungyong stood helpless at the sight of its assistance. "I don't think we need that prince after all," she muttered, completely speechless. She could only let out a dry laugh. The system announced that the gate was cleared. "Prince Charming is watching your every move and smiling." The fallen angel shook her head. She turned to him and asked, "What a surprise. What wind blew you all the way here?" He proposed, "I have to head to China now. Come with me." At his words, she was startled. Odin's trial had ended in success. He looked overjoyed as he thought, "I was wondering if the taboo would be triggered." A blue crystal appeared. "But we were able to fool it with Merlin's necklace. So, Li Jungyong." As a magnificent castle came into view, 2 figures stood on a lower roof, looking up in excitement. "Welcome to ASA." He would be joining the secret organization that controls the world. The Black Soldier will continue to grow until it obtains a complete body. He recalled a line of undead. Even though it didn't match the level of the Tyrant King's undead army, I can create 7 more skeleton soldiers for my army, plus another one that just appeared in my arms. In his hand was a bracelet with 2 skulls, showing the status, inactive skeleton. He went to see Brock the blacksmith. "My spear has also been repaired thanks to Perun, a sword enveloped in fierce flames. It has one major flaw. It can backfire and kill its own wielder." Memories surfaced of thousands of skeletons marching in lines. Now, it's time to head to the most dangerous place on Earth, China. China couldn't stop the gates, and it has now become a kingdom of monsters. But that is also the only place where the person who can repair the black ice resides. A middle-aged man stood in the distance, stroking his beard as he observed the battlefield. And this war will take place in China. At the battlefield on the northern front, countless armed orcs marched forward. Full of vigor and eager for battle, they charged without hesitation. On the other side, the defenders braced themselves to face the enemy. Seijin identified them as a pack of snow orcs. Another groaned, "Damn it, 3 hours have already passed." Out of nowhere, small flames ignited and flared up into a massive wall of fire between the 2 sides, leaving everyone astonished. It was gradually burning the orcs to ashes. As they burned in agony, they seemed to discover the source of the fire. 2 people turned their heads to confirm. A few meters away, 2 figures stood on a hill. Jungyong's right hand still carried traces of the energy from earlier, his eyes glowing red. He, Dong Yinchang, and Seonggu walked up to the group. Seijin said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, but are you really going over there?" He replied without hesitation, "It's nothing. Thank you for doing your part to protect this country. I also have a few things to say to the other side." He said worriedly, "I know you defeated Hercules, but I'm still really worried. This is a barrier that no one can cross, so we can't go any further." He stood behind them, lost in thought, while the boy comforted him. "Don't worry too much. I know what I'm doing." The scenery gradually shifted, revealing a misty barrier of water before them. He offered his opinion. "Let's see. Even if we thaw it out, it still won't move. It is something very mysterious." In Chang, wearing a coat with Gongdu perched on his shoulder, asked, "What is that?" He explained, "It's a gate. The entire country of China has turned into a gate." She repeated, "A gate?" His words carried a hint of mystery. "You'll see soon enough." Xianggu's hand touched the water barrier, causing it to ripple. He informed the two of them, "From here on out." His eyes glowed yellow as he warned, "No matter what happens, I won't be able to help you." The water barrier began to split, spreading outward from his hand. "So, I will return here in 1 month." He added, "If the two of you can't make it back out, I'll return the following month. I will check back every month." He agreed to the pact. "If everything goes smoothly, we'll be out right on schedule." Xianggu said hopefully, "I hope so." He watched as the two of them slowly walked inside, his gaze never leaving their backs. He trusted that Jungyong would always do his best to keep his word and save as many people as possible. His footsteps moved forward with greater determination. The weight of his responsibility felt heavier, as if saying, "I'll carry a little of the burden you're bearing." Inside China, the weather was freezing cold, completely blanketed in snow. As the two walked through the biting cold, In Chang said, "Can anyone actually live in a freezing place like this?" Gongdu, snuggling inside her collar, chirped in agreement. Jungyong's breath mingled with the freezing air. "It's colder than I thought." Still, he worried, "If it's colder than I expected, it means things are progressing much faster than they did in the past." Amidst the roaring sounds, a strange creature lurked in the wind. The snow put him on guard. It was a snow orc. She stepped forward, gripping her sword, her voice echoing, "I need to warm up, so let me handle this one." The blade swung, slicing straight through the snow orc. Its massive body shuddered under the immense power. There wasn't just one orc. They lunged forward like a pack of hunting wolves. Infuriated, they attacked her all at once. Tsk! She was more than ready to obliterate anyone who dared provoke her. "Fine, bring it on." Just when he thought the orcs were going to attack, they fled from her instead, as if utterly terrified of something. He sensed something was wrong. It seemed like something had shifted. Other giant creatures emerged from the fog, sporting long, horn-like teeth. The system popped up, displaying information on it. Ice trolls are immune to the cold and have high regenerative abilities, just like all other trolls. Their strength is on par with a B-rank hunter. Jian drew his weapon and warned, "Watch out, those are ice trolls." Jian swung his spear, splitting an ice troll in half from above, while In Chang also gave it his all, slashing horizontally across another. Blue blood from the ice trolls splattered everywhere, and the snow-covered landscape slowly fell silent once again. Standing among the corpses scattered at their feet, she muttered in surprise, "What in the world is this?" Turning to him, she wondered, "This is so strange. Why are there so many monsters here? Not only are they incredibly strong, but they also find it hard to control and contain their magic power, right?" he asked back. She looked visibly uneasy about it. "Exactly. The way they fight and move is almost human." He was certain of his deduction. "The gate is advancing faster than I expected." At the same time, he made a decision. "Let's move." The snow blew heavier by the minute, blanketing the trees in pure white. The two walked side by side, pressing forward despite the brutal weather. The freezing wind whipped against In Chang's face, making him miserable. She grew somewhat impatient. "How much longer do we have to go?" Jian replied to her, "If we're walking, probably about 1 month." Dong In Chang suddenly yelled in utter disbelief, "What? 1 month?" He reaffirmed his point. "I said if we walk. But we don't have that kind of time to waste. For now, let's go find a ride. And our first destination." Looking up at the endless icy mountains, he pointed toward the peak of Mount Baekdu. A sword was planted firmly in the ground. The two sat warming themselves by a small campfire. While they rested, Jian scouted the area. "I'll go check things out." She and Gongdu nodded in agreement, waiting for him. After a long while, he finally found 2 snow reindeer. The two rode them, dashing even faster, cutting through the blizzard as they headed toward Mount Biyu in the distance. Upon arrival, they stopped in a desolate area with a clear trail. In Chang felt like they were going the wrong way. "Are you sure we're climbing to the peak of Mount Biyu? It should be freezing, but I actually feel warm." She pulled back her padded coat and pressed him. "And I haven't seen a single monster on the way up here either." He explained it as if he had already known. "The master of the mountain is guarding this place." A barrage of questions followed. "The master of the mountain? Is it a human?" His serious expression didn't change as he denied it. "No." She threw out more guesses. "Then it's a monster, right? Or an animal?" He stuck to his initial answer. "Not that either. I don't really know what to call it." he added calmly. But we'll meet it soon enough. Let's leave the reindeer here. Now, let's go. The energy in his glowing red eyes focused intensely. First, we have to get past this barrier. What he saw was a dense, high-energy barrier, sealing off everything from the other side. In stark contrast to the freezing weather, the sky on the other side was a vast, clear blue. A tiny figure stood tall on the roof of a building. Jang Hojin pondered. After the gates appeared, the world fell into chaos. Because I possess an awakened power stronger than anyone else, I founded Asgard and lived by the motto of serving humanity. From high above, the view showed a bustling city filled with people and traffic. As I used my power to save humans, I realized a few things. It is completely normal for those without magic power to be weeded out. Rather, it is the hunters who survived through all hardships who are the ones I need to protect. His face darkened with regret. Lunyan has already gone to China, but I am deeply disappointed in China because it didn't meet any of my expectations. Aside from the climate change and the rampaging monsters, nothing there pleases me. He immediately admitted to himself, but the guy who defeated Hercules without any hero powers, he might be the one thing I couldn't find. He stared into his palm with a malicious smile. Heh heh heh, how interesting. The corners of his mouth curled up as he licked his lips, like he was savoring a game of hunting prey. Realizing his unsettling thoughts, he quickly covered his mouth. Whoops. He advised himself, I shouldn't rush things like this. Energy radiated around him as he smiled sinisterly. I have to savor it slowly for it to taste good, because this is the final dish to satisfy my hunger. The scenery shifted, and the two stood in a brand new land, making her gasp. Oh, In Chong excitedly asked if they had arrived, and he instantly replied, not yet. Mid-sentence, he suddenly stopped, looking toward whatever had caught his attention. His weapon glowed as a surge of power erupted. He stood his ground, enveloped in a red aura, warily scanning the mountain peak. A group of heavily armed, mysterious figures glared down at him with pure hostility. She drew her sword, ready to fight, and muttered, Hunter, are these guys half human, half monster? Do you know anything about them? He asked, pressing for answers. They are survivors from the former North Korea. The enemies looked visibly shocked that he knew exactly who they were. How could you possibly know who we are? Not wanting to start a fight, he made his demand clear. I want to see the master of this mountain. Two members of the strange tribe murmured suspiciously. How do they know about Sangoon? These guys are dangerous. He yelled, raising his fist high as he declared, They are intruders. Everyone, charge. Jungyong didn't want any trouble, so he warned them, I don't want to waste my time fighting you, but it looks like we don't have a choice. A voice rang out from nearby, cutting off the impending battle. Uncle! He turned to see who had just arrived. Standing in the distant grass, a young girl waved with a bright smile. Sangoon said to let them in. The northern part of the Korean peninsula had vanished long ago due to failed nuclear experiments. That place had become a wasteland even before the gates appeared, forcing many North Koreans to flee to South Korea or China just to survive. Biyomi held his sword with one hand, warily keeping his eyes on them. I will ask you one more time. How do you know our identity? He remained silent, thinking, that is a tough question to answer. Unyo immediately stepped in, scolding them. My goodness, how can you treat Sangoon's guest like this? If they already know about Sangoon, then of course they would know about us too. He stammered, what if they are bad people? Besides, right now, Sangoon is. As they whispered among themselves, Unyo looked over at him and explained, he just worries too much. A long time ago, some bad people came here and tried to hurt Sangoon. But luckily, everyone here fought them off. He looked down at Unyo and called her name. She quickly replied, yes? His face suddenly darkened, looking down at her with a dead serious expression. She flinched, feeling a bit nervous. Meanwhile, inside a certain fortress city, people were busy walking around and shopping. A young man and woman standing nearby muttered, Travelers? It has been a long time since we had any of those. The young man added, Look at their clothes, they are so strange. Hasn't the outside world collapsed by now? In Chong looked at him. We have about 200 people, mostly hunters. Walking beside her, he replied, They are all survivors of a horrific tragedy. He suddenly paused. A guard looked at them, his voice cold. You cannot enter here. Jungyong looked at the man, pointing a spear at him, and calmly asked, Is this how you treat your guests here? He continued, Did Sangoon, the master of this mountain, not tell you to escort us to his side? Gun replied with a guarded look. Even if he did, you are not allowed to see Sangoon. Unyo rushed over in a panic. Oh my gosh, Gun looked down coldly at the girl. No. You know his condition better than anyone. Jungyong glared at him, red sparks of light crackling around his body. What is wrong with Sangun's condition? Did something happen to him? You have no say here. She immediately grew furious, taking a fighting stance as blue light wrapped around his spear. You bastard. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Unyo screamed angrily. Stop it right now. He quietly looked at the girl. Even Gun stopped and turned to her. Unyo commanded with absolute fury. I, the mayor of Jeonju, order you. Stepping aside, he immediately bowed. I apologize. I will follow your orders. Calming down, Unyeyo looked at the two of them. Let's go. It is time to meet Sangun. The three of them walked slowly through a torch-lit tunnel. As they walked, Jungyong asked Inchang, Do you know the myth of Dangun? She repeated in confusion. The myth of Dangun? He slowly explained. It is a forgotten national myth called the Legend of Dangun. Hwanung came down from the mountain and founded our nation. Inchang asked in return, Why bring that up all of a sudden? Unyo cheerfully led the way as he continued. This girl is likely a relative or someone connected to that legend. She squealed with delight, running inside to find Sangun. Thick blue energy drifted through the air, originating from deep within the tunnel. A massive white tiger lay there, and the mysterious energy was flowing right from him. Walking slowly until he stood before the giant beast, he asked, Are you Sangun? Sangun looked at him and said, To dare stand against my military forces, and to even know of my existence, you truly are a curious guest. Slowly rising to his feet, he continued, Yes, I am the master of Mount Baekdu. Why did you come all this way to find me? Inchang gasped, completely overwhelmed by Sangun's powerful presence. This power is absolutely terrifying. Jungyong calmly replied, It is a complete mess. This left Sangun completely silent. He continued, The power protecting Biyu Mountain is going to vanish at any moment. Am I right, Sangun? Looking up at him, he quietly calculated his next move. He was slowly dying, consumed by his own magical power, and even Biyu Mountain is being dragged down with him, slowly falling into ruin. Sangun glared down at him and demanded, Who are you? Jungyong replied, Someone who can help you, but you are not the one I am here to see. He slowly revealed his true motive. I want to meet the real master of this mountain. Sangun roared in anger, Insolent fool. Jungyong's expression darkened slightly, his patience wearing thin. You might have succeeded in trapping them, but there is no way a dying bastard like you is the true master of this mountain. Just tell me where you are keeping them. Do that, and I will save both you and this entire Heaven Lake. Sangun glared at Jungyong. Outside, the view was wide open under a clear blue sky. Jungyong and Inchang stood together on a small path beneath the canopy of trees. Inchang finally voiced her curiosity. Seriously, who exactly is Sangun anyway? You said he is not a monster. He smiled faintly and replied, You can think of him as similar to the deer we rode to get here. However, he is a much more advanced creature. He recalled the moment he traveled with her and those two deer. Simply put, after absorbing the magical energy radiating from the earth due to the gate, their appearance and personality changed. She pressed further. But being able to speak to humans and possessing such massive power should be impossible. And his attitude is just as bizarre. He looked down and agreed, You are right, but that is because even before absorbing the magical energy, he was different from ordinary animals. Do you know what an alpha species is? They are creatures born with massive, powerful bodies and intellects far surpassing other species. Over time, these alpha creatures often become the legends we hear about, and Sangun is living proof of that. He continued to explain, Because he has a sponsor. Inchang was instantly stunned. He added, He is basically a type of hunter, and he is currently injured because of the intruder who invaded Biyu Mountain. He looked up at the sky and revealed, He is not our only target. We are after the intruder as well. You heard him. Neil held out both of her hands, waves of energy constantly radiating from them. Then the young girl suddenly cried out, World open. A bright flash of light pierced through the clear blue sky. The beam of light shot straight down, kicking up fierce winds across the silent hills. Jungyong and Inchang stood on the edge of a cliff, silently watching the beam. Then they jumped down. Inchang followed right behind Jungyong, diving straight into the light. A massive shockwave rippled out immediately after. Then the young girl withdrew her hands, whirled close. The light slowly faded. Eunhye let out a soft sigh and murmured, Please come back safely. Right after, a notification popped up. You have entered the express gate, sealed territory. The two of them materialized inside another, darker tunnel. Still confused, In-chang asked, "What on earth is an express gate?" Jungyong calmly explained as he conjured a small flame in his hand. It is a gate that appears inside another gate. Since both Korea and China are heavily affected by the gates, almost all the gates here are considered express gates. In-chang complained once again. "It is so hot here. Just a second ago, it was absolutely freezing." He just laughed and replied, "Just look at it as training. Do you not see how this is making us stronger?" A skill notification popped up. The prince on a white horse has sponsored heat resistance. He thought to himself, as expected of the hero inheriting Prince Fred, the support is absolutely relentless. In-chang kept grumbling, "I just wish we had cold resistance too." In-chang was now swiftly taking out the monsters blocking their path, her sword slicing right through them. Having finished off the monster, she sighed and looked at him. Phew. Finally done. 2 notifications rang out in quick succession. Fire control mastery has increased. You have leveled up. Jungyong smirked to himself. Just as I thought. The Heaven Lake Gate, with its intense fire energy, is perfect for grinding levels. In-chang looked up and hesitantly asked, "But what about that clan leader? Who exactly is that child? Did she create this sealed territory?" He chuckled and replied, "Yes, but to be precise, she did not build these sealed territories out of nowhere. They are meant to trap the intruder inside. This is the very heart of Biyu Mountain, where all the mountain's power converges. Sangun's power also originates from here." Jungyong continued, "Neil, that little girl, can tap into the mountain's power. She is the one who bestowed that power upon Sangun." Hearing this left her completely stunned. She raised another question. "So Sangun is not the strongest. The strongest is actually the clan leader, right? If that is the case, then..." He quickly cut her off. "The intruder inside this sealed territory is even stronger. He is likely stronger than any boss monster we have ever faced before." In-chang's eyes widened slightly as something clicked in his mind. "But what's her name again?" "It was pretty unique." Junkyong shook his head. "No, I don't know her name. Unyo is just a nickname. That girl is actually a hero." In-chang's face showed a hint of helplessness. "Haha, man, the world is truly a massive place. I worked myself to the bone just to become a hero, yet I run into them everywhere I go." A book titled Heaven Lake Village is the best place to grow appeared. Junkyong gripped his spear tightly. He rushed forward, thinking, just like the Demon King's autobiography mentioned, finding a hunting ground like this is incredibly rare. I need to level up as fast as possible to prepare for any sudden changes in the future. A massive explosion of flames erupted as he drove his spear through a monster. Debris and burning monster corpses fell to the ground amidst the smoke and dust. Another level-up notification popped up. Fire Dominion Mastery has increased. In-chang placed his hands on his hips, sighing in sheer admiration. "Your sponsor is seriously amazing. Just how much support are they giving you for you to get this strong, this fast?" Junkyong looked back at him, smiled, and said, "From what I can see, the prince on a white horse is even better than that." Then he thought, "After all, my rapid growth is thanks to my player trait." Suddenly, 2 dark red system notifications appeared. The Sky of the Apocalypse snorts. The Sky of the Apocalypse asserts its dignity, granting a sponsor bonus of stat points. A soft golden glow radiated from his body, as more system notifications popped up one after another. The prince on a white horse chuckles. The Sky of the Apocalypse glares at someone. The prince on a white horse stops chuckling and looks down. He placed a hand on his forehead, letting out a weary sigh. Meanwhile, In-chang watched him from behind with sheer awe, saying, "Wow, that is seriously incredible." Meanwhile, over with Sangun and Unyo, the young girl stood before Sangun, asking anxiously, "Sangun, how are you feeling?" Sangun only replied indifferently, "The same." Sangun was slowly dying because he kept expending his power. He had to protect Mount Bidu and Heaven Lake Village, while also maintaining the seal on the intruder. His life force was draining away by the second. The girl continued, her voice trembling, "I should have been the one sustaining Mount Bidu's power. On top of everything, you're injured. Sangun, what if I take my power back?" Sangun looked at her, startled. "Absolutely not." He continued, "They are indeed strong. However, the intruder is far stronger." Unyo looked at him and asked, "Then why did you send them to Heaven Lake?" Sangun looked down, lost in thought. He continued, I cannot see through his strength. What I see is what lies behind him. I see a similar presence behind both him and the intruder. Outside, the ground shook violently. A barrier manifested in the air. Purple energy surged and lingered in the tunnel where Junkyung and Inchang were standing. Inchang gasped in surprise. Is that the intruder? A young boy stood before them in silence, the purple mist continuously radiating from his body. The boy stared at the two of them, his brow furrowing. Inchang turned to Junkyung in disbelief. That kid is the intruder. With a dark expression, Junkyung shook his head. You've got it wrong. Staring warily at the boy, he added, that's no human. Don't let his appearance fool you. Inchang quickly went back on guard, thinking, don't let his appearance fool me? The dense purple mist spread rapidly, gradually taking the shape of a massive white wolf. Stunned and uncertain, Inchang muttered, Can we actually beat that thing? The boy's eyes snapped open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Growling, the kid lunged forward to strike. Before Inchang could even react, Gongju flew forward to shield him. Facing the enemy, the familiar let out a warning roar. The boy instantly lashed out, his claws gripping Gongju. The sheer force was overwhelming, threatening to crush Gongju's small body to pieces. Inchang screamed in panic, Gongju! His sword began to glow. Charging at the boy with his weapon drawn, Inchang struck, but the attack did nothing, and the kid immediately counterattacked. Fortunately, he managed to block the blow just in time, thinking, what kind of insane strength is this? Realizing the situation was dire, Junkyung jumped in to help. His eyes flared crimson as power surged through his entire body. He thrust his spear straight at the kid, but the boy leapt into the air to dodge. From above, the boy manifested sharp claws and pounced on his opponent. Sensing the danger, Junkyung braced himself and raised his spear. Waiting for the perfect moment, he roared as he swung down to meet the attack. Ha! The two forces collided with a violent crash, erupting into multiple spheres of fire. The brutal clash lit up the entire area. The system interface popped up with a notification. The sky of the apocalypse watches everyone closely with hollow eyes. Back at Heaven Lake Village, Unyu anxiously ordered her subordinates, hurry! Evacuate the children and those who cannot fight to safety immediately. The subordinate bowed respectfully and replied, understood. After making the arrangements, the young girl went to find Seong-gu, who was in the middle of training. Seeing her approach, he stopped and walked over. Chief, is everything going to be all right? The young girl remained silent, unsure of how to answer. After a moment, Unyo finally spoke. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, Sangun and I will handle it. Go and help with the evacuation. Hearing this, he bowed his head and replied, understood, as you command. Looking off into the distance, the little girl thought to herself, if they fail, neither I nor Sangun will be able to stop him. Our village's fate is entirely in your hands. As she thought of this, the little girl blurted out her innermost thoughts. So, please, come back safely. At a lake in the forest where the battle raged, Yunchang lay unconscious on the ground. Yunchang, with his clothes in tatters, was half sitting and half kneeling, watching anxiously. As for Junkyung, he was pinned down, struggling under the kid's claws. Yunchang couldn't help but anxiously call out his name, Junkyung. Hearing this, the kid only tightened his grip. Not letting his opponent celebrate just yet, he grabbed the sharp claws and fought back with everything he had. Ugh. Gritting his teeth and pushing through, Junkyung's eyes suddenly locked onto something. The system sent a notification to the status window. Name, Lee Junkyung, level 54. Player trait, Goblin Slayer. Strength, 158. Agility, 170. 1. Stamina, 167. Mana, 199. Authority, Fire Control level 9. Guardian Beast Hyunmu Growth. Soul-Stealing Bone Spirit inactive. Reading the notification, he thought, so my mana growth is capped. Thanks to mana flow, it grew pretty fast. But before long, he continued to piece it together. Up until now, mana flow has stayed at level 1, and even my fire control won't grow any further as an innate talent. He wondered how to solve this, but right as he was thinking, another system notification popped up. Mana flow has leveled up. At that moment, Junkyung snapped awake, a sudden surge of power rushing back into him. A massive aura of energy began to radiate from his body. The kid was caught completely off guard by this sudden change. His jaw dropped as he watched Junkyung break free from his claws, growing even larger and more imposing. Finally free from the restraint, Junkyung clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Whew, that was a close one. He realized that mana flow only triggers in life or death combat. As he reached out his hand to cast a spell, he couldn't help but wonder. The thing is, the monsters I've faced recently barely even posed a threat to me. Grabbing his weapon, Junkyung continued to piece things together. But with this guy, I knew it would be possible, even if it took a bit of time. He could feel mana wrapping around every single cell in his body, making him feel completely reborn. Even the raw power surging through his spear felt 10 times stronger. Junkyung was fully ready to get back into the fight. Seeing this, the kid crouched low to the ground, shifting into an aggressive offensive stance. Ugh. Junkyung hurled his spear right at his opponent, offering a warning. This is gonna hurt a bit. As he threw it, he roared, "Heavenly Flame!" The system chimed with an unbelievable achievement. You have acquired the skill Heavenly Flame without any assistance. You will receive a massive amount of points based on your achievement. Watching his teammate suddenly power up, Yunchong gasped. Wait, what? The mana is so condensed, the very space around Lee Junkyung is distorting. In that split second, Junkyung charged forward to strike, and the kid lunged to counter him. The energy clashing between them was like water meeting fire. The moment they collided, it felt like a bomb went off. The shockwave was so massive, it shook the entire area, sending the kid flying back from the sheer force of the explosion. The system spammed notifications. Your fire control has reached level 10. You have achieved the title Fire Dominator. Your authority has evolved into Fire Monarch. The massive collision unleashed a blazing inferno, like an erupting volcano. Watching Vanargand get completely swallowed by the raging flames, Yunchong could only stare in pure disbelief. But Vanargand was completely unharmed, looking as if he was actually merging with the fire itself. Junkyung stepped closer to assess the situation as Vanargand growled menacingly from within the flames. Right then, a new line appeared in the Demon King's memoirs. I walk through the flames to approach it. Junkyung thought to himself. After all, because of its origin, there's no way this beast can defy me. The book revealed more details. It is a wounded beast. The rage and sorrow in its eyes have now faded, replaced by a deep, hollow melancholy. Suddenly, the beast's eyes softened. The memoirs flashed the next line. Soon, it will find its true master. Standing in the middle of the flames, Vanargand looked incredibly pitiful. Junkyung stared up at the beast, lost in thought. The system chimed with a warning. The sky of the apocalypse is watching you with a serious gaze. Surrounded by a ring of fire, the two silently locked eyes. A notification window popped up. The sky of the apocalypse has sponsored a bond. Junkyung stepped closer and gently placed his hand on Vanargand's forehead. The beast closed its eyes, submitting to his touch. The system sent another alert. The sky of the apocalypse gazes upon the lost child. Watching the beast submit so obediently, he thought, sure, it might seem docile right now, but in the past, it was one of the legendary beasts that wreaked havoc on the world alongside the Demon King. It was his loyal ally and follower, treated by the Demon King like his own child. The memoirs revealed its titles. The White Snow King, Monarch of Beasts, the Fang of God. Those are the names the world gave it. Reading this, he blurted out a single name, Fenrir. Immediately, the system sent an offer. The bond has evolved into subjugation. Subjugation is now available. Would you like to activate subjugation? Meanwhile, back at the village, Chungyul knelt and touched the ground, thinking deeply. The tremors have stopped. Is it over? Suddenly, he spotted them. The figures of the two men appeared in the distance. The little girl squealed with joy. You made it back safely. Both of their clothes were shredded, and Junkyung's hands were covered in fresh blood. Junkyung was holding an unconscious little boy in his arms. The moment the little girl saw him, she gasped in shock. An intruder! Seething with anger, she yelled out Sangun's name. Both of them were startled by her shout. Just then, hearing her call, Sangun materialized right behind her. Unyo furrowed her brows and demanded, What is the meaning of this? Junkyung calmly replied, I kept my promise. Sangun let out an angry roar. So you lied to me. Didn't you say you'd eliminate the intruder? He countered, I never said anything about eliminating him. I said I would save you and Cheonji village. With a serious look, he explained, This kid is no longer a threat. Hearing those words, Fenrir opened his eyes wide and stared intently at his master. Then, he suddenly jumped right out of his arms and landed on the ground. The boy stared straight ahead, his icy glare making Sangun and Unyo instinctively step back in caution. Fenrir looked up at Junkyung, as if receiving a silent cue. The little boy then bowed deeply, leaving the young girl completely dumbfounded. Junkyung smiled, patting the boy's head, and said, "See that? And just like that, peace will return to the village." Fenrir opened his mouth and tried to say his name, Gio. Noticing the mispronunciation, he corrected him, "Not Jujio. It's Junkyung." The boy tried to mimic him, but still got it wrong. "Jugogi?" Junkyung sighed to himself in frustration, realizing the kid couldn't even speak properly yet. In Chang and Gongju walked over, calling out, "Lee Junkyung." Seeing them approach, the little wolf boy growled aggressively. Gongju quickly explained, "Whoa, Fenrir, I'm not your enemy." Suddenly, something caught his eye, and the little boy lunged, grabbing onto Gongju with a squeal. In-chang cried out in panic, "Hey, wait, don't." Junkyung smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, it's just a kid playing around." Gongju, feeling uneasy, retorted, "It definitely doesn't look like playing to me." Suddenly, the system chimed in with an announcement. The prince on the white horse bursts into tears. The sky of the apocalypse laughs in triumph. One day, by the lake behind the mountain, Eunyo and Junkyung stood at the water's edge. The little girl asked curiously, "Mister, why did you call me here?" He explained, "I made a promise to Sangun that I'd deal with the intruder and help him recover." His next words caught her off guard, "And if I pull it off, I'll take you with me." Hearing this, Eunyo just stared at him in silence. Junkyung said unhurriedly, "But not just yet. I'll come back for you once my business in China is finished, so make sure you're ready." With that, he summoned his sword, and without a moment of hesitation, tossed it right into the lake. Gazing down at the water, he added, "By the way, keep that safe for me until I get back. And if you can perform one of your rituals on it, even better." Eunyo asked, utterly confused. "Wait, what?" As the sword slowly sank into the depths, he continued, "We can worry about the important stuff later. For now, I need to gift it to someone." She scowled, remaining silent. Meanwhile, back in the village, a large crowd of villagers had gathered. The four of them stood before the village gates, bidding farewell to the locals. Bor spoke on behalf of everyone. "We truly apologize for how we treated you before. Every outsider who came here in the past only wanted to rob us." Junkyung smiled and replied, "I understand." In-chang chimed in, "Don't sweat it, it's totally fine." Eunyo stepped forward and asked, "Are you leaving already, mister?" He replied, "Yeah, time is running short. I'll be back to get you soon." She asked in confusion, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Junkyung thought to himself, "It looks like she doesn't remember what we talked about yesterday. Are the side effects getting worse?" With that thought, he didn't explain further, simply suggesting, "Just ask Sangun." In-chang walked over and prompted, "Let's head out." Junkyung smiled as he waved goodbye. "Take care of yourself, Sangun." Somewhere inside a dark tunnel, a faint, flickering light cast its glow. Suddenly, a pair of glowing blue eyes pierced through the dark, and a voice echoed from the shadows. "Hurry up." The scenery grew increasingly bleak, with a blanket of thick white snow covering the entire forest. Still, the group kept pressing forward. Suddenly, In-chang stopped in his tracks. Junkyung looked back, curious. In-chang cast his gaze downward, looking gloomy, and muttered, "Leaving them behind like this, it really weighs heavy on my chest." Hearing this, he reassured him, "We'll be back." In-chang gasped in disbelief. "Wait, really?" Junkyung quietly sighed to himself, thinking about how incredibly compassionate In-chang was. He continued, "Once everything in China is wrapped up, we'll visit Cheonji village again on our way back." In-chang asked, "But aren't you personally going to deal with the integration gate issue?" Lee Junkyung, "If that's the case, wouldn't it be much more convenient to return via a warp gate or a plane?" Dazed, Junkyung pointed at himself. "Who?" "Me," In-chang added. "I mean, haven't you pulled off countless unbelievable feats already?" He paused, then chuckled. "You took down Heracles and even tamed Fenrir. Aren't you going to China to stop the integration gate?" He replied, lacking confidence, "I can't do that." In-chang was taken aback by his answer. "Huh?" Junkyung broke it down. "My strength alone isn't enough to stop the integration gate. There isn't a single soul on this earth who can stop the integration process that's happening to China right now." In-chang realized, I see. Then he spoke up, asking, "Wait, so are we seriously walking all the way there?" Quietly marveling at how majestic Mount Baekdu was, though bone-chillingly cold, Junkyung smiled and explained, "Didn't I tell you we came up this mountain to look for mounts?" In-chang asked, "But even the deer and elk have all fled." Instead of answering him, He simply called out a name. Hearing his name being called, Fenrir responded. Yes, Junkyung commanded. Take us. The little boy stared back, looking completely puzzled. Once Fenrir returned, he said, let's go. The group sped forward like the wind, slicing through the forest at breakneck speed. The two of them clinging to its back had to hold on for dear life to keep from being blown away. The scenery was no longer zooming past them like before. Fenrir came to a stop on a high peak, staring down at the source of the noise. At the bottom of the mountain, a horde of orcs and trolls were tearing into each other in a massive brawl. Turning to Inchang, he said, the orcs and trolls are fighting. Inchang finally realized why they had stopped. At that moment, Junkyung called out to Fenrir. The little guy immediately shifted into his Banan form. In a low, cold voice, Lee Junkyung ordered, eat them. Before the words could even finish leaving his mouth, the beast leaped down the mountainside to attack. The battle below grew even more brutal. Inchang could only force a nervous smile as he watched the carnage unfold. Absolutely incredible, Lee Junkyung remarked. He must have been starving for a long time. While they waited, he turned to his companion. Inchang, there's something I want to teach you. Inchang quickly replied, yes, sir. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that? Thinking back to all of Lee Junkyung's battles with monsters, he tried to piece together the secret behind his insane strength and growth rate. I've always wondered how he does it. Inchang thought, as an image of the overwhelmingly powerful Lee Junkyung flashed in his mind. He continued to ponder. I never asked, because I figured he'd tell me when the time was right. Clenching his fist, Lee Junkyung said with determination, I'm going to teach you about the flow of mana. With this, you can become a self-evolving hunter. Hearing this, Inchang was stunned. A self-evolving hunter without any sponsor? Is that even possible? Could this be the secret behind Lee Junkyung's terrifying power? Clenching his fists, Inchang thought, if so, then I can get stronger too. Junkyung continued to explain. Inchang, you've actually already managed to gather a portion of the mana flow. He cast a spell, conjuring a small orb of energy. Do you see this? Inchang focused, recalling his past experience, and replied, it looks like condensed mana. Hearing his response, Junkyung smiled inwardly. The guy really was a natural. Inchang continued, if I focus, I can actually see the mana. Is this why you're always spending so much time meditating? Lee Junkyung nodded. He explained, to be precise, what we are seeing and feeling is the circulation of mana. It's like you're filling your entire body with it. Inchang looked confused. That sounds a bit hard to wrap my head around. Lee Junkyung reassured him. You don't need to understand it intellectually. This isn't something you learn with your head. He then offered a solution. I'm going to forcefully engrave the flow of mana directly into your body. I'm warning you now, though it's going to hurt like absolute hell. Inchang steeled himself and replied, I don't care. I want to get stronger. Pursing his lips, he thought, I can't keep being a burden to you forever. As night fell, the snow began to fall even heavier. Lee Junkyung sat by the crackling campfire, keeping watch while Inchang and Gongju slept. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. Inchang was shivering violently, curled up tight inside his sleeping bag. Lee Junkyung thought back to when he was transferring the energy, marveling to himself, he really is incredible. He endured that entire agonizing process without making a single sound. Meanwhile, the little guy stood silently at the edge of the cliff, his gaze locked onto something below. Lee Junkyung walked up and asked out of curiosity, what are you looking at? Down below was a massive, lizard-like monster. He gasped in shock when he realized it was a drake. Fenrir licked his lips, his eyes completely glued to the target. Seeing his reaction, Lee Junkyung asked, do you want to hunt it? The boy turned back and replied, I do. Just then, a message appeared in the notebook. Drakes are Fenrir's favorite food. Realizing this, he thought to himself, so Mount Baekdu wasn't even a display of his true power. On top of that, since Fenrir is currently in a subservient state, he's even weaker than he was back then. Can he actually pull this off? Then, his expression darkened as he shook off the doubt. No, this is necessary. I need to gauge his current level of power. Having made up his mind, he turned to Fenrir and said, all right, let's go hunt a drake. Fenrir lunged forward, charging straight at his prey. With a heavy stomp to launch himself, he lunged ahead as a massive surge of energy erupted around him. Fenrir reverted to his massive original form. The drake opened its giant maw, gathering magical energy as it prepared to fight back. A violent beam of blue energy erupted from its mouth, blasting straight ahead. Fenrir threw his head back to charge up, then unleashed a massive blast of lightning directly at his opponent. The unfortunate drake roared in agony as it was engulfed in the blinding light. Even from a distance, the devastating aftermath of the attack was clearly visible. Li Junqiang watched Fenrir approach the lifeless drake. He thought in disbelief. Is he really supposed to be weakened? He just took down a drake, like it was nothing. Then, looking off into the distance with a serious expression, he thought, it's time. All of my preparations are finally complete. The entire mountain range was blanketed in a thick, snowy white, frozen over with the tragic images of citizens who had been turned to ice by the bitter cold. Standing at the ferry dock and looking down at the frozen ruins, Inchang hesitated, with tears welling up in his eyes. He asked, Li Junqiang, is this the disaster you were talking about? Is the entire world going to end up like this? Li Junqiang replied with a grim expression, yes, it is. It might sound ridiculous to even try to make a comparison, but what lies ahead will be far less devastating than this, and many more lives will be saved. Looking away, he added, but out there are still countless dangers waiting for us. Some other hunters and heroes, and even organizations like Asgard. They'll do whatever it takes to survive. I'll do my absolute best too, so don't worry about a thing. Yeren reached up to wipe away a tear and smiled. Hearing those words brought her so much relief. I'll do my best as well, Jungyong added. The river is completely frozen over, so we can walk right across. Once we cross the river, we'll reach our destination. She asked, curious. Where exactly are we going? He replied, the Guangdong region. There are a few people I need to find there. Yeren said worriedly. But with this freezing weather, could anyone actually still be alive? Jungyong replied with absolute certainty, they definitely are. Frowning, he thought to himself, I'm still sealing the black stone with my mana, but I can feel its power growing stronger by the day. Clenching his fist, Jungyang wondered if this was his absolute limit for sealing it this way. Shaking off the thought, Jungyang urged, come on, let's cross the river quickly. He knew he had to find them as soon as possible. After trekking across several mountains, they finally arrived, and both of them hopped off Fenrir. He explained, from here on out, we can't ride Fenrir anymore. He'll draw too much unwanted attention. Yeren smiled and replied, it's actually getting a little warmer, and there don't seem to be any monsters around here. Jungyang brightened up a bit too. That means we're heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Fenrir pointed straight ahead, catching their attention. Looking where the boy was pointing, they saw a faint figure in the distance. Yeren gasped, whoa, there's actually someone out here. But Jungyang's face darkened as he ordered, get your weapon ready. Confused, she asked, wait, what? Jungyang's eyes flashed with caution. At this distance, the naked eye shouldn't even be able to spot a human figure. As he drew his weapon, the true identity of the figure ahead was revealed. A scarlet giant, staining the white snow around it. With the fight over, Yeren stood holding her sword next to the giant's hand, which was drenched in thick, red liquid. Sharing her doubts, she said, it's so bizarre. It looks human. Then, her face fell, as she added, but it behaved like a rabid, starving beast. Jungyang speculated that it was probably an outcast. He went on to explain that whether they fall ill or are just too weak, exiles are always left to die in isolation. This giant was probably no different. Compared to the others, he was just far too weak. Looking down at the corpses of the two giants sprawled out in the snow, Yeren sighed. That really is a chilling thought. Suddenly, a loud noise in the distance made her flinch. Up ahead, clouds of snow were violently kicking up into the air. Keeping his eyes forward, Jungyang warned, there's more than just one coming. Yeren grumbled, ugh, I don't even have a second to catch my breath. Suddenly, several giants armed with axes, riding atop massive beasts, emerged right in front of them. Yeren was completely dumbfounded. He's riding a frost wyvern? Isn't that just absurd? Glaring down at them, the giant demanded, who are you? Why are you hunting the Nas? But then, something about the tiny group made him freeze in terror. Wait, you. A terrifying realization flashed through his mind. Are you the chosen one? Meanwhile, Jungyang was completely speechless, watching Fenrir drool. Was this kid seriously thinking about eating that sub-dragon right now? Suddenly, a massive net dropped out of nowhere, catching Yeren off guard. A net? Dropping to one knee, she summoned her weapon to slash through it, but before she could, a hand grabbed her shoulder. It was Jungyung. I don't feel any bloodlust from them, he whispered, as the giant pulling the net hauled both of them up. Peering at them trapped inside, the giant spoke with grave authority. You're coming with me. The horde of giants on their sub-dragons marched through the snow-capped forest, with the leaders occasionally looking back to keep an eye on the cage. Sachi approached them and asked, "Are you from around here?" Jungyong gave him a direct answer. "No, we're from somewhere else," he replied. Sachi nodded and explained, "I see. Well, don't worry. You were only captured because you're traveling with the Chosen One." Leaning back against the iron bars of the cage, Jungyong got lost in thought. They're nothing like the mindless monsters from the myths. In fact, they seem surprisingly intelligent. Then, he spoke up. "We're heading to Utgard, aren't we?" Sachi chuckled. "Impressive. I didn't expect you to know about our city." He nodded. "You're absolutely right. That's exactly where we're going. But don't worry. We have no intention of hurting you." Sachi then introduced himself. "My name is Sachi, the symbol of strength, and leader of the great frost giant army." Returning the courtesy, he replied, "I'm Lee Jungyung." Along the way, they crossed paths with several other Nas, and easily wiped them out. One after another, they were finished off with a single strike, collapsing under the terrifying weight of Sachi's axe. Jungyung quietly observed it all. Sachi glanced back at him, then suddenly flashed a warm smile, catching Jungyung completely off guard. Stepping closer to the iron bars, Sachi said in a reassuring tone, "We just have a few questions for you. Once that's done, you're free to leave whenever you want." With a serious expression, Jungyong suspected that Sachi was hiding something. Even so, it was a relief to know that survivors were indeed living inside the giant city, just as he had guessed. Meanwhile, Sachi placed his hand on his forehead and said, "By my honor, you will be safe and free to do whatever you please. I swear this in the name of Sachi." Hearing that, he clenched his fist and let out a soft smile. "It seems getting to our destination is easier than I thought. Plus, he's actually here." Eun-jung, who was watching the scene outside, suddenly gasped. "Wow!" Sachi spoke with pride. "This is our city." In the distance, a massive fortress loomed over the snowy forest of Utgard. Before long, the group approached the ancient fortress, and the city gates swung open to welcome them back. Someone in the city spotted them and shouted, "Look, it's Sachi." The person next to him was just as excited, saying, "It's been a while since he last came back, hasn't it?" Jungyong quietly observed his surroundings, spotting a young man completely covered up like a mage, a muscular hunter, and a woman in a long dress. Yoon-jung broke a sweat and joked, "It feels like we've gone back to the Middle Ages. Don't tell me we time traveled or something, right?" She suddenly turned her head to the right as something caught her eye. A giant was questioning, "Aren't they humans? But why are they locked up in a cage?" Another one wondered, "Did they do something wrong?" Meanwhile, Fenrir had an intense reaction to this place, startling the townspeople. "Ah, that's the special one. Did Sachi actually capture the special one? It's Vanargand." Sachi quickly denied it, saying, "No, it's not like that. We're just here to see the chief." Out of the way, Jungyong patted Fenrir's head to comfort him. "It's okay, calm down." The little boy suddenly turned in a certain direction and warned, "Jungyong, the enemy." He looked in that direction and thought to himself, "An enemy?" At a castle surrounded by swirling dark magic, Sachi announced to the two giant guards, "Tell them Sachi is here." The massive gates opened, and he walked into the palace carrying the iron cage. Sitting on the throne was the giant leader, Loki. He questioned, "You returned with intruders?" Jungyong watched closely, thinking, "Is that the enemy Fenrir was talking about? In that case, he must be the one who injured him before he went to Mount Bishtu." Sachi dropped to one knee and reported, "My chief, I have brought you Vanargand and its companions." He glanced to the side and hesitated. "It seems this Vanargand wishes to remain by its master's side." Hearing that, the chief winced, his face darkening as he questioned skeptically, "Are you saying Vanargand has been tamed by them?" Sachi replied, "Yes, chief." Magic surged around Loki. "Warrior, leave the intruders here and depart." Hearing this, Sachi immediately spoke up, "Chief, I gave them my promise on my honor as a warrior. Therefore, I beg you not to harm them and to please help them return to where they belong." This caused a dangerous glint to flash in the chief's eyes. Sachi bowed his head low. "Chief, please respect the honor of a warrior." As darkness fell over Utgard, the lights were lit one by one. Someone gripped the iron bars, trying to shake them, before turning around and saying, "It won't budge. Though, if I really wanted to, I could still break it open, prompting Jungyung to immediately stop her. You'd have to fight the entire giant clan. No matter how you look at it, we are still right in the middle of their territory. Yunjung disagreed. Aren't we already in danger anyway? No matter how you look at it, that king doesn't seem like he's going to play nice with us. She glanced toward another corner, especially when he looked at Fenrir. The little boy was warming himself by the fire. I could tell he was incredibly anxious. What do you think we should do now? Jungyung calmly lay back on the bed. Don't worry about it. If we wanted to, we could leave this place in a heartbeat. Isn't this the perfect time to get some rest? Get some sleep. As if anticipating something, he added, It looks like we'll be staying here for quite a while. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of flames, its towering fortress reduced to rubble, with fire spreading everywhere. Mindless giants prowled through the ruins. Standing by the window, Jungyung recalled those scenes. In the Demon King's diary, the War of the Giants was described as the most brutal one. That's why I just can't wrap my head around it. Lost in thought, he muttered. I'm sure that king is incredibly powerful, but the individual combat power of each giant is weaker than humans. So how on earth did they manage to corner humanity? Suddenly, a slight noise from the closed door made him turn around in surprise. Sigun walked in, saying, I've brought you some tea. As she poured the emerald green tea, the little girl asked anxiously, Is this enough? Sitting at the table, Jungyung asked, Is this how you usually treat guests who come here? Her breath hitched at his words. Capitalizing on the moment, he pressed further. Then why are you treating us this way? But the little girl only fidgeted and hesitated. Seeing this, Jungyung reassured her. It's okay. No one is watching. His words caught her completely off guard. What? In the distance sat an ordinary-looking hourglass that no one had ever paid attention to before. He chuckled to himself. It was actually a magical item used to spy on the room. There was no way I could have detected it on my own. But thanks to the necklace of the great mage, Merlin, I finally managed to track it down. Junkyung knelt down on one knee to face the little girl. Your name is Sigun, right? You can speak freely here, but you have to keep this a secret once we leave. He then asked her how long she had been there. Sigun replied, About a year. Most of the others say they have been here for about a year and a half. Junkyung drew his own conclusion. That meant it had been about a year and a half since Utgard was first discovered. He then asked, I see, but why are we getting such special treatment? The little girl raised her tiny fist and said, Because you are strong. Giants love the strong, and the one over there is extremely special. The last time Utgard was attacked, Runas led the raid, but that child transformed into a monster and slaughtered a massive number of giants. The very kid they were talking about was sitting on the sofa, hugging his knees. Hearing his name, Fenrir glanced over. After that, the king fought the beast. Fighting alongside the other giant warriors, he ultimately emerged victorious, but the monster managed to escape. Junkyung crossed his arms, trying to make sense of it. For some reason, he ended up clashing with the giants. That must be why Fenrir fled to Mount Bifrost. He then turned to Sigun with a proposal. Could you do me a favor? I will give you plenty of snacks. But the little girl shook her head and replied, I don't need snacks. Sigun timidly offered her own condition instead. But if you have any scrap iron, please give it to me. If I can sell iron, I can buy medicine for my mother. Junkyung agreed instantly. Deal. In exchange, can you help me find someone? I heard his name is Thor. Hearing this, Sigun's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you mean Thor? He gave her a bright smile and replied, Yeah, that's the one. Snow continued to fall gently over the palace. It had been a few days since they arrived at Utgard Castle, and during that entire time, Junkyung's group had done absolutely nothing. Junkyung and Inchang strolled through the gardens together. Whenever it was time to eat, food was simply delivered to them. Occasionally, they were allowed to wander around the castle grounds, but that was about it. Inchang grumbled from behind. What kind of joke is this? If they do not even need us, why won't they just let us leave? Junkyung looked back with an optimistic smile. Well, look on the bright side. At least this gives us some time to train, right? Inchang let out an irritated sigh. Sure, but being cooped up like this is going to bore me to death. He gave her a sly grin and replied, Don't worry, I guarantee you won't be getting bored anytime soon. Inchang raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. And how is that? Junkyung summoned his weapon. I think it is about time we show them what we can do. Grinning with excitement, she drew her broadsword as well. Are we finally going to tear this place to the ground? Junkyung was completely speechless at her sheer enthusiasm. He never expected someone as righteous as Inchang to get so pumped up about destroying things. Amused, he asked, "You really do hate this place, don't you?" Inchang grumbled in response. "Obviously, we haven't seen a single human around here, only these massive giants. And I especially despise that guy who calls himself king. There is something seriously off about him. Something is definitely wrong with this place." A powerful surge of magical energy wrapped around Junkyung's body. "Exactly. And to figure out what that is, shouldn't we put on a little show of strength?" Junkyung looked at her with a serious expression and said, "Let us duel." Inchang was caught completely off guard. Rather than explaining, he asked, "You have never actually fought against me, have you?" Still hesitating, she replied, "No, I haven't." Junkyung let out a dramatic sigh to egg her on. "How disappointing. Don't tell me you lack the confidence?" Inchang bit her lip in annoyance as her own magical energy flared up around her. "You are going to regret saying that. Even if I can't win, do not think for a second that I am going down easily." In a flash, she lunged at him, leaving nothing but an afterimage of raw magic behind. But Junkyung easily leapt back to dodge her blade, confidently setting his terms. "If I win, you have to do me one favor." He swung his weapon, but it sliced through empty air. Inchang had already vaulted high into the sky, unleashing a devastating downward strike. Her fighting spirit blazed. "Fine by me." From the outside, the greenhouse still looked completely calm and peaceful, but a split second later, a massive explosion of magical energy erupted, sending shattered glass flying everywhere. Deep inside the snowy forest, Sachi burst out laughing in pure delight. "Ha ha, the garden is completely trashed." Staring at the ruined greenhouse, Sachi let out a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, the two troublemakers just stood there in silence, taking in the damage. Hearing that the humans he brought along had absolutely wrecked half of the palace garden, Sachi couldn't contain his excitement. "What a shame I couldn't see the leader's face when he found out. I am so glad I brought them here," he thought, recalling the bitter falling out between himself and Loki. Ever since the leader allied with that other tribe, he had completely changed. Loki was now consumed by a dark, sinister shadow. He even demanded that his title be changed from chieftain to king. And the moment he began mining iron, he immediately started drafting warriors. The clarity in his eyes was long gone. Yet, nobody realized that the chieftain was already planning to ignite another devastating war. Pride and honor, those were the noble reasons Sachi fought for. Yet, because of that, he realized how hard it was to understand his master's true goal. For now, he stood in the distance, staring toward the castle. "I hope you choose your enemies wisely, Chief." Suddenly, a subordinate arrived to report. "Captain Sachi, it's Lunas." He immediately switched back into battle mode. "Let's move." The scene shifts to another building inside the castle, where Inchang is sitting across from a giant. He lets out a heavy sigh. Saren then spoke. "Damaging the castle garden is a serious crime, but we are also to blame for not asking about your people's customs." Inchang sincerely bowed her head. "I am deeply sorry." She then explained, "I'm not sure how much you know about our clan, but we have a tradition of running through the forest to train." Hearing this, Saron nodded understandingly. "I see." As he listened to Inchang, she added, "Even so, I still deeply regret causing damage to the castle garden." Her attitude was completely sincere as she continued, "So, I will compensate you for it. Please let me know what you want." Saren stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Compensation? In that case, tell me about your race." He further explained, "This isn't just a simple accident. There are still too many things we don't know, so I need more information." Inchang readily agreed. Of course, the scene then flashes back to her earlier battle with Junkyung. He was giving his all in their duel. Knocked back by his relentless attack, Inchang struggled to catch her breath, thinking to herself, "I can't even see his openings. I need to be faster and more precise." She dropped into a low stance to swing her sword, as their mana collided, causing an explosion of thick smoke. Junkyung thought with a serious expression, as expected of Dong Inchang, she's definitely no walk in the park. Just then, he spotted an opening and dropped low to gather his mana, preparing to leap. On the other side, Inchang also realized this was her chance. She launched herself forward, swinging her blade right through Junkyung's roaring flames. But to her surprise, she only hit an afterimage as he leaped high into the air. He instantly materialized right behind her, pointing his spear at her back. Inchang conceded, "I lose." Junkyung recalled his mana and retracted his spear. That was an excellent sparring session. He then asked to make sure, "You'll keep your promise, right?" Inchang replied bluntly, "Fine. What do you want?" Hearing that, Yunkyung stated his demand, gather information while pretending to cooperate with the giants. Inchang listened intently. Just a moment later, the castle guards arrived at the scene. What on earth is this? The guards gasped in shock at the sight before them. Huh? Their battle had been so intense that Yunkyung was covered in wounds. One of the giants quickly shouted, "Get a doctor!" Now, the doctor was standing by his bedside, deep in thought. Yeah, it seemed Hua Tuo wasn't too pleased. His wounds weren't even serious. What a complete waste of a trip, Junkyong thought. Even though giants might collapse from wounds like these, I guess this is absolutely nothing to a legendary doctor like him. He then spoke to him. Please, heal me. He placed his hand near the wounds and activated his healing magic. As the mana flashed, his wounds began to close up, and the bloodstains vanished. Junkyong sat up to examine his body. Not only did he stop the bleeding, but he also made the wounds heal naturally. He quickly said, "Thank you." Hua Tuo stroked his beard and replied, "Don't mention it." Junkyong formally greeted him. "It is an absolute honor to meet you." Hearing this, the doctor was taken aback. He adjusted his glasses and eyed him suspiciously. "You know me?" But Junkyong immediately denied it. "No, I don't." So Hua Tuo figured there was another reason. "Then I suppose you've heard of Seogun." Junkyong denied it again. "Not that either. But wouldn't it be great if we got to know each other right now?" Leaving Hua Tuo completely baffled, he muttered, "What a bizarre young man." Annoyed, he turned to leave, saying, "Let's go." But Junkyong quickly stopped him. "Wait. My treatment isn't finished yet," he argued dramatically. "Are you really going to leave an uncured patient all on his own?" Hua Tuo turned back and snapped, "Take a look at yourself. You don't have a single scratch left on you." Junkyong held out his hand and reasoned, "My wounds aren't on the outside. You haven't even checked my pulse yet. So how can you make that call?" This left Hua Tuo silent for a moment before he muttered, "My mistake." He then reached out to check his pulse, scrutinizing him closely. Finally, letting go of his hand, he spoke. "Even after double-checking, I don't find anything wrong. I must leave immediately." The door slammed shut with a sharp thud. Left alone, Junkyong pondered. I could clearly sense magical power coming from him, which means he's a hunter. But has he not awakened his abilities yet? His face darkened in disbelief. Did he really not notice anything after checking my pulse? No way. I'm absolutely certain he's Hua Tuo. How could the legendary divine physician, Hua Tuo, be at such a low level? Junkyong recalled the entries in Hua Tuo's memoirs. He was one of the last surviving hunters in China, a man who had treated countless heroes, and even the Demon King himself. He thought back to the records of this era. The Demon King created a flow of mana in the land of the giants. Right from the start, the book said he had to face a reverse mana flow, which was similar to the side effects of the Blood Dragon Stone, Junkyong heavily recalled. However, the Demon King overcame it with the help of Huata. The journal stated he possessed enough talent to be called a god. He wondered, did I arrive too early? Is it because he hasn't had enough time to develop his skills? Suddenly, In Chang walked into the room. When Li Junkyong saw her, he felt a wave of relief. I thought she'd be in deep trouble because we destroyed the garden, but it looks like nothing serious happened. Then, he spoke up and asked, how did it go? In Chang smiled and said excitedly, after meeting with me, they actually asked me to become one of their warriors. Meanwhile, snow continued to fall on the towering fortress. In Chang explained that recently, the frost giants, known as the Nas, have been building a city and are looking for a chance to strike. Right now, they're short on manpower to defend Utgard from them and other monsters. They need our help. Hearing this, Junkyong fell into thought. There are fewer giants here than I expected, so the giant population has dropped because of the Nas, but that shouldn't really pose a threat to humanity. In Chang continued. Besides that, he asked a lot about the outside world, our population, culture, characteristics, and even our military strength. Hearing that, he praised her. You did great. She didn't hold back her smile and replied, thanks. Did you find the person you were looking for? Junkyong looked pensive. No, which is actually why this works out so well. It looks like I need to search a bit more, he admitted. My original plan was to just find who I was looking for and head right back. But now, we've been asked to become warriors. Is this why you wanted to stay here longer? She shared her thoughts. It's not that the giants are keeping everyone locked up here, but rather, if they leave Utgard, they wouldn't make it very far before collapsing. That must be the real reason they can't leave. That's why I want to find a way to help them. Her words caught him completely off guard. Junkyong thought to himself, Once I found Hwada, I only planned to take a few people with me when escaping Utgard. Turning to her, he said, "You're a much better person than I am." Thank you, he thought. Sacrificing the few for the many sounds nice on paper, but, man, I'm lucky. I almost did the exact thing I despise the most. The scene shifts to the bustling streets inside the city. After signing the mercenary agreement, we were allowed to stay with the other residents. Seeing them walk by, some people whispered, "Is that the guy who owns that giant wolf? Looks like it. What is he even doing here?" The townsfolk watched him warily, whispering, "He looks incredibly dangerous." Jun Kyung could sense their hostility toward outsiders. In Chong spoke up, testing the waters. "Well, it doesn't look like we're very welcome here." Suddenly, Siyun ran toward them from a distance, shouting, "Mister," she happily shared. "Thanks to the ginseng you gave me, my mom is doing so much better now." He smiled with relief and replied, "That's wonderful to hear." Just then, he noticed someone approaching. It was Dr. Hwada. "How are you feeling, young man?" Jun Kyung extended his hand to greet him. "Thanks to you, I'm doing much better." With that, they shook hands. Hwada stroked his beard and offered, "If you ever feel unwell again, just come find me. I'll give you another checkup." He then walked away with little Siyun. Jun Kyung's hand suddenly clenched into a tight fist before slowly relaxing. His expression darkened as he thought, "I intentionally reversed my mana flow just now, yet he didn't even notice." Staring at Hwada's retreating figure, he felt utterly bewildered. With a trick like that, he should have picked up on something. This man named Hwada. Is it possible I'm totally wrong about him? Noticing his distraction, In Chong asked with concern. "Are you all right?" Jun Kyung let out a long, heavy sigh. "No, not really." She quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find who you're looking for." In Chong's encouragement brought a faint smile to Jun Kyung's face. Shaking off his doubts, he regained his focus. "For now, let's just focus on gathering information." The two went around asking the townspeople for details. "So, you're asking how many giants actually live here?" one of them asked. Jun Kyung nodded. "Yes, exactly." The man hesitated. "That's hard to say. Maybe 1,000? But the young man standing next to him immediately interjected. "What are you talking about? It's gotta be more than 10,000. The older man blinked in surprise. "Is that so?" Jun Kyung pressed on. "Then what about the Nas? Who exactly are they?" The young man explained. "Utgard used to be teeming with giants about 3 or 4 times more than what we have now, but they started fighting among themselves, and one of the faction leaders took a group and left. Those rebels became the Nas." Hearing this, Jun Kyung questioned, "And what happened to the rest of them?" The older man chimed in. "Most of them died, fighting each other, and I think there was some kind of disease spreading back then too." The young man nodded. "Yeah, they couldn't adapt to this environment, and ended up dying from various illnesses." Hearing that, Jun Kyung's expression darkened. "An infectious disease. This is new information." He then asked, "Aside from us, are there any other tribes living in this area?" The man thinks for a moment before replying, "Yeah, there used to be." That response only makes Junghyun's face grow more serious. There used to be? At this very moment, could the person popping into his mind be the Demon King? The book definitely mentioned that he had gone to China and visited the City of Giants. Since I've traveled back to the past, maybe I can find some clues about his existence. The two locals continue their story, explaining that there used to be a few of them, but they've already left. We've never actually met them ourselves. We just heard about them from the giants. They found intruders just like us, but they simply left without any trouble. Hearing this helps Junghyun make up his mind. "I guess I'll just have to ask the giants about this." Eager to trade more information, he says, "I'll tell you about the situation on the outside." Once that's settled, Junghyun heads back alone. This is turning out to be quite useful. He thinks to himself as he walks, someone stopped the disease that was spreading among the giants, and they were frequently summoned to Utgard Castle. The very place I'm searching for. It must be them. His expression turns grim. Now, I'll just have to get some answers from the giants. Back at the castle, Sachi suddenly notices someone sneaking up behind him. The man shouts excitedly, "Ha ha ha! Well, if it isn't the guy who burned down the castle garden." Then, with a sincere tone, he adds, "Thanks for your help. Even though we aren't of the same race, both the dwarves and the Vanir absolutely despise the giants. We need to head out today." Hearing this, Junghyun asks in confusion, "Outside?" Sachi explains the situation and teases him. "The Nar have been attacking a lot lately. so I was wondering if I could borrow the strength of the guy who torched our garden. He offers a slight smile, agreeing to help. As the army of giants marches through the freezing snow, Sachi and Jungyeon set off to intercept the Nar attack. The Utgard forces clash with another group of wyvern riders, leading to a completely unexpected encounter with the leader of the Nar, Shrim. Standing on the opposite side is a giant with a cold, expressionless face. He dismounts and approaches, while Sachi also steps forward to meet him. The two stand face to face, just inches apart. The Nar leader growls, "Sachi!" Sachi fires back, "Shrim!" Watching from a distance with a grim expression, Jungyeon thinks, this looks dangerous. So the Nar giants are led by Shrim. He can feel an overwhelming mana radiating from Shrim. He's incredibly strong. Junghyun watches intently. He's stronger than Sachi, probably on par with the giant king from the castle. I wonder if I can learn their language. I can't understand a word they're saying, but when a notification pops up saying the Sky of Revelation is granting him the Jotun language, he's startled. Well, that's a pleasant surprise. Sachi and Shrim stand face to face, glaring at each other. Shrim demands angrily, "Why did you come back?" Sachi replies bluntly, "I have no reason to listen to a traitor anymore." He steps forward in rage. "Do you seriously want to keep taking orders from that foolish king? Watching your tribe fall this low is pathetic. You're a disgrace to all warriors. I'm no traitor. We simply don't belong to anyone." Suddenly he roars, "Enough!" Intense power surges and wraps around Sachi's body. Shrim unleashes his own power as well. "Yes, this is how we settle things." Suddenly, his gaze shifts, spotting him and Fenrir watching them. A unique species. Is it that human subordinate? And that human? Shrim smirks. "How interesting. See you later." Sachi swings his axe furiously. "What did you just say?" Shrim effortlessly dodges to the side as the axe crashes down, sending shockwaves through the ground. Suddenly, Shrim charges at him like a bullet. Sachi's eyes widen as he freezes, Shrim's fist hurtling toward him. The shockwave from the punch cracks the earth. Shrim laughs casually. "See you around, Sachi." He glances back toward them once more, at that unique species and the peculiar human. Someone runs over in a hurry. "Commander, aren't we going to chase him?" Sachi sighs heavily and turns around. "Shrim was baiting us. If we attack now, we'll lose too many soldiers. It's frustrating, but the commander ordered us to avoid confronting Shrim." Amid the howling blizzard, the wyvern riders retreat into the forest, their faces long and their eyes filled with defeat. He silently watches them leave. They look completely defeated. But Sachi is right. Even though giants are short-tempered and love to fight, there's a clear gap in power here. The image of Sachi and Shrim facing off replays in his mind. The Nar commander and Sachi seem to have a history, perhaps as friends or even family. Suddenly, Junghyun is distracted. Is someone there? Seeing the person lost in thought, the other giants must have noticed him but choose not to react. What is he doing here? Curious, he asks, "Sachi, who is that?" Sachi casually looks down and says, "A mercenary just like you. He's helping Utgard." Sachi looks over with concern. "Hey, are you out looking for herbs again?" Junghyun can't believe it, herbs? Manhwa looks up and replies, "That's right." Sachi kindly asked, "The Nas are nearby, and it is extremely dangerous. Why don't you join us?" He did not panic. After all, he was already planning to head back anyway. "Who is that next to you?" With a bright grin, he introduced him. "This is Jungjeon, Ugat's newest mercenary, and this is Wathwa, a mercenary and a doctor." Jungjeon suddenly smirked, thinking, "Found you." In the distance, an ancient, sturdy fortress stood tall, enduring the relentless wind and snow. In Trang happily walked out. "You're back?" he asked curiously. "You seem happy?" She replied, "I achieved something today. I went hunting and got ambushed by the Nas, but they ran away the moment they saw me." Jungjeon was not pleased. "For me, it was the exact opposite. No fighting at all, but I ran into the enemy commander, and he seemed incredibly strong." She quickly grew worried. "You must be exhausted. Oh, by the way, there was a human among the Nas who attacked me." He was shocked. "A human?" In Trang seriously explained. "Yes, he looked Chinese, and he blocked my sword with ease. He used a spear just like you, but he had a strange face." Jungyeon urgently asked, "A Chinese hunter strong enough to block In Trang's strike? I can't believe someone like that actually exists." He then added, "But I also found the person I was looking for." She clapped her hands in delight. "That's wonderful. But is something wrong? You don't look very happy." Slowly calming down, he said, I'm worried something bad is about to happen. I'm going to talk to him. Do you want to come along? Trang did not seem to care. Even if I go, it won't solve anything. Junjian held out a necklace. In that case, could you do me a favor? He explained. This is Merlin's necklace. It helps you understand different languages. I think you'll know how to use it. Under a snow-covered roof where lanterns hung in silence, a long line of people queued up in front of the house. Gunhua frantically cried out, "Hua, please save them." Sweat poured down Gunhua's face like rain. Just wait a little longer. Standing to the side, Junjian watched. Everything will be fine. In China, they say the legendary doctor is named Hua. Now I see why. Suddenly, he walked up behind him and asked, "But why are there so many patients?" He turned his head with difficulty. Huh? Junjian held out a basin full of blood bags and smiled warmly. I have to get going, so I thought this might help. Gunhua was stunned. So many? Thank you so much. With rows of patients lying in sickbeds and the medicine Junjian brought, Gunhua was able to treat them before having a chat with Hua. Today, a gentle sunlight cast its warmth over the ancient house with curved roofs, and finally, making no polite excuses, he asked, "If you don't mind, could I check your pulse?" Junjian was puzzled. Why? Hua replied seriously. I've been thinking about it. I felt a strange sensation when we shook hands earlier. Junjian had found him. Hua took his wrist and fell deep into thought. Hua advised, "It might hurt a little. Let me check a few more things." Junjian casually replied, "Sure." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he began channeling his energy into the young man's arm. He recalled when in Trang, and he transferred mana. Even with consent, having someone else's mana inside your body was always a heavy burden. That was the mana trauma Jian in Trang had left behind. He was amazed. He is checking my condition just by reading my pulse, yet it doesn't hurt at all. It feels as if it were my own mana. Could it be? Suddenly, he pushed Hua's hand away. Surprised and confused, Hua asked, "What's wrong?" Junjian replied seriously, "Now I understand." In confusion, Hua muttered, "Learning inner chi?" At the same time, he blurted out, "Learning mana circulation?" Both of them froze, startled by these unfamiliar terms. Under the cold tiled roof, Junjian sat across from Hua, asking, "Where did you learn mana circulation?" Hua asked in wonder, "Mana circulation? We call it inner chi." He fell into deep thought. We? Mana circulation? No. Do other people know about inner chi as well? Hua calmly explained. Yes, the people of Naz. He recalled their previous conversation. The people Jion and Trang had met were keeping a secret. Junjian pondered. He had to deal with the black stone cores first. He inquired, "Did you find anything unusual about my pulse?" Hua paid close attention. "Your blood vessels aren't clear, and your energy is abnormal. I only took a quick look, so I might be wrong. But are you experiencing any health issues?" He told himself. He is the one who treats the Demon King. I can trust him. Junjian admitted sincerely, "I've had some trouble while training my energy." Recalling his violent burst of energy, the monster's released demonic energy flooded into my body. A shiny black stone appeared on screen as he spoke. The demonic energy inside my body fused with other forces, forming stone cores. And those stone cores emit a powerful energy, which causes some pain. Junjian tried his best to explain, "I have no idea what those stone cores are, and my energy flow cannot change anything either." Hua fell silent before speaking. "In that case," he said solemnly, "may I read your pulse one more time? This is for real, and it could be dangerous." He seemed relaxed. "It's fine." Junjian lay down on the bed and waited. Hua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though it felt like his internal organs were being ripped apart, Junjian endured it remarkably well. He looked up. "Is that so?" He spoke cautiously. "Junjian, your black stone cores are very special. Usually, they drain a person's life force like an infectious disease, but your black stone cores are entirely different. They actually stimulate your inner chi." Junjian sat up. "What do you mean?" Hua chose his words carefully. "They didn't cause too much damage. The reason you felt pain is because it forced your internal energy to activate." He looked increasingly worried. "Still, it's very dangerous. As you get stronger, the black stone sphere gets stronger too. Did you suddenly get stronger?" Hua's expression grew grim. "Yes. If it ever becomes stronger than you, your body will be overwhelmed." As Junjian recalled his battle with the giant, Hua continued, "It leads to chi deviation, but strangely enough, Junjian, you managed to overcome it. Junjun wondered. So everyone who suffered from chi deviation was left behind on the frozen land by Phanes? Wu Hua hesitated, then nodded, thinking of the images he had seen of those who suffered from chi deviation, their internal chi flowing into the other side of Phanes's territory. There's still so much new information I haven't sorted out. But I've definitely gathered a decent amount. A black orb manifested as he muttered. The Blackstone sphere is still stable, and it's stimulating my energy. Junjun pondered. To grow stronger, one must face danger. This is a good thing. Picking up his shirt, he wondered. Did the Demon King research the flow of mana through internal chi? He felt that thanks to internal chi, he could improve his mana flow. Putting on his shirt, he asked, Wu Hua, can we talk for a bit? Wu Hua didn't hesitate. Sure. I have some things I want to ask you too. The room door was shut tight. Junjun asked curiously, You don't fight, so why are there so many patients? Wu Hua replied calmly, Because the energy here is boundless. Wu Hua raised his teacup. Hunters with sponsors would be thrilled to reach a place like this. But ordinary people can't handle such massive amounts of energy, so they fall ill. As he spoke, a vision of the desolate, freezing city outside came to mind. Is that why there are so many patients? With gates popping up all over the world, this has become a land where ordinary humans simply can't survive. He set his teacup back down. Before China turned into a dimensional gate, I was studying medicine in Europe. I returned after hearing the news, hoping I could be of some help. As he spoke, images of massive monsters stomping around appeared. The world outside calls this place the domain of hell, the kingdom of monsters. Wu Hua's eyes widened in surprise. Then why did you come to a place like this? Is there a rescue team coming? Junjun said indifferently, There has never been a rescue team, and made it clear that one would never arrive. Wu Hua's face darkened. I see, Junjun clarified. Because they're already here. Wu Hua gasped. What? Junjun let out a subtle smirk, while Wu Hua's expression grew incredibly dark. Don't joke around. With just the two of you, Junjun interrupted. Aside from Phanes, there are two others who make the giants tremble with fear. One of them isn't human. You could basically call him a skeleton. Wu Hua raised his head. Does that change anything for your team? Can we take everyone with us? Junjun replied firmly. No. Wu Hua was confused. Are you? But he was cut off again. I can't do it alone. Wu Hua looked even more taken aback. Then, Junjun confidently demanded, Give me information on those who follow Phanes. I need their help. Wu Hua snapped angrily. That's absurd. You don't know anything about them. Jungeon took a sip of tea. Then tell me. There are too few hunters who can survive in Asgard, which means most hunters followed Phanes. But why? Wu Hua suddenly looked flustered. I don't know. I only went out to harvest some herbs, and by the time I got back, the hunters had already left Asgard. Junjun fell deep into thought. Who gave the order to the hunters? I can't think of any other answer. Wu Hua's eyes looked like those of someone who desperately wanted to save people but was completely helpless. Seeing Wu Hua's quiet, somber gaze, Jungan spoke up to explain, I want to help. To get everyone out of here, we need the help of those hunters, and we also need to get stronger. Suddenly, he leaned forward a bit. I have a favor to ask. I want to learn internal chi. Wu Hua was stunned for a moment. Junjun showed his absolute determination. If I can harness an abundant source of power, if I can learn internal chi, I can get closer to the Demon King's strength. Snow and wind howled fiercely past the cold castle. The three of them, including Junjun, worked together in the snow to erect a barrier. It's done, Wu Hua said proudly. I've set up a protective barrier around this area to make sure your internal chi doesn't leak out. As long as you train here, no one will notice. Junjun was a bit skeptical. Do I really need something like this just to train? Wu Hua insisted, of course. Cultivating internal chi requires you to absorb the surrounding energy. In that process, the energy fluctuation will be massive, and the giants might notice. Wu Hua looked at him with concern. Gathering energy is difficult to begin with. We need the barrier to disrupt the natural flow of energy. Why? Is something wrong? Junjun replied calmly. No. It's just that I've always been able to feel and absorb natural energy. Wu Hua bombarded him with questions. Don't tell me you know how to gather the surrounding energy without any proper training. Who is your master? Which style of internal chi did you learn? This is impossible. Junjun looked puzzled. What is that? It sounds so complicated. Wu Hua hesitated. It seems your potential for internal chi is on par with a high mage. I had a feeling you were extraordinary, but you exceed even my wild hopes. Suddenly, he smiled. So, that's great then. Yoongi asks in confusion, what's so great? Wanwoo confidently clenches his fist. Even though your technique is outstanding, after hearing you out, I think I finally understand why. I think we can finally solve this poisoned internal energy issue. In the distance, the snow-covered mountains shimmered. Outside the tent, the three of them were deep in discussion. Roby asks doubtfully, are there really no skilled hunters? Kangbin replies gloomily, that's right. He asks anxiously, but did they finally send some reinforcements? Wanwoo wonders, I don't think so. If reinforcements had arrived, there's no way the Nar wouldn't have noticed. It might be a small squad of around 10 people. Roby mutters, what the hell is going on? Feeling deeply uneasy inside. I let that happen. But now, even I don't understand how things ended up like this. Roby asks, how long will it take for the hunters to get stronger? Wanwoo smiles. Progress is going great. Now that they've cleared their heads, their foundation is actually pretty solid. He asks skeptically, and what about the two of you? Both of them reply in unison. We're doing just fine too. Roby snaps, you two need to get stronger. Suddenly, he raises his sword for their common goal, determined to see it through. Kangbin also gives his all for the cause. The three weapons clash powerfully, causing the snow-covered branches nearby to tremble. Wanwoo is doing his best to transfer energy to Yoongi. Closing his eyes to focus, Yoongi is surprised by how warm the flow of mana feels. Channeling this mana flow feels like a raging storm tearing my body apart. Wanwoo exerts all his strength. Focus on my speed. We're almost there, but this might hurt a bit. The emerald green stone releases a bright flash of light as Yoongi bites his lip, struggling to endure the pain. Drenched in sweat, he tries his best to stay silent. Suddenly, Yoongi's eyes widen, and his pupils begin to constrict. Ah, I didn't expect it to feel this amazing. The black stone radiates a dark, sinister energy. This toxic energy is way stronger than I thought. It's not just absorbing the mana inside him, but it's literally consuming his body from the inside out. Veins bulge all over Yoongi's body. With a serious look in his eyes, he tells himself, I can't stop now. Wanwoo grits his teeth. Now that we've started, I have to finish this. The surrounding barrier glows brilliantly. Fenrir watchfully observes as a surge of power erupts from the barrier. Sachi looks up in shock. What? I can feel a dense concentration of energy coming from the frozen lands of Jotunheim. He paces anxiously. No, there's no way either of them could be this powerful. The only one who could release such a massive amount of energy is Shrim. Recalling the moment Shrim threw a punch right in front of him, Sachi gnashes his teeth in anger. He quickly turns around and barks an order. All warriors of Utgard, prepare for battle. Everyone looks at Sachi in disbelief. A young warrior hesitates. Captain, the king. The chief won't approve of this. His lips tremble as he mutters. How much longer do we have to stay like this? Sachi demands fiercely. How much longer must we hide? How much longer do we have to live in fear of an enemy attack, just because the chief ordered us to? Where has the pride and dignity of the giants gone? Thumping his chest, he declares, I will take full responsibility for everything. Today, we reclaim the honor of the frost giants. The crowd bows their heads slightly. Understood. Atop the high wall, a sentry quickly blows a warning horn. With stern expressions, the soldiers march together on the other side of the mountain. Shrim gazes into the distance. What is that? Is that Sachi? He ponders. No, even Sachi couldn't pull that off. Suddenly, Loki's sinister face flashes in his mind. Is the captain of Utgard really doing this? Shrim continues to analyze, but he's supposed to be tied down by other matters. What's going on here? This could very well be a trap. Suddenly, a wicked grin spreads across his face. But what better opportunity than this? I have to take advantage of it. Raising his hand, Shrim commands, assemble all troops. Today, we take Utgard. The beam of green energy continues to shoot straight into the sky, connecting the protective barrier to the heavens amidst the heavy winter snowfall. Fenrir suddenly senses something unusual. Outside, the two armies stand face to face. Sachi's soldiers stand firm in their formation, while Shrim's forces match them in sheer intensity. Sachi demands, So, did you cause this, Shrim? What is the meaning of this? At the exact same time, Shrim calls out, So, you're the one behind this? Is the king inside? Sachi gasps, The king? Hearing this, Shrim realizes something and freezes in shock. Standing just outside the mysterious barrier, Fenrir radiates a formidable energy. The young beast glares fiercely at the crowd, letting out a low, warning growl. Yubi deduces. Fenrir is protecting it, which means Youngie is inside. Stepping forward, Shrim says coldly, I have no idea what you're talking about. He begins channeling energy into his hands. I can't trust you anymore, and I'm not going to try and make peace with you either. Thinking to himself that it's a shame the king isn't here, he taunts Sachi. Today, I'm taking this all the way. Sachi replies resolutely, if that's how it's going to be, then you leave me no choice. He roars. Giants, Shrim yells back impatiently. People of Nar. Both battle cries ring out simultaneously. Attack. Instantly, the giants charge forward, axes raised. The Nar on the opposing side charge into the fray. Sachi and Shrim immediately clash in a fierce battle. Inside the barrier, Yuan kept his eyes closed as he focused his energy. He finally opened them, staring straight ahead before turning around, searching for something. He gasped as he looked at the person behind him. Wada, the man rasped joyfully. You're awake. But his face was no longer that of a young man. He looked like an 80-year-old. It's not over yet. This explosive technique, and this flow of energy. Before he could even finish, his strength Thank goodness. He's still alive. Yuan kept the memory close to his heart. Wata had literally sacrificed his youth to save his life. Summoning a golden apple in his hand with absolute determination, he muttered, I won't let you die like this. The Demon King had once saved Wata's life with a rare elixir. But since I don't have one, the only way to save him is to use this Apple of Eden, also known as the Asgardian apple. I begged Odin for it just in case. Recalling his past promise that he had to absorb all the energy from this technique, he resolved, I have to do this. He placed the apple on Wata's chest. So, you have to absorb this Apple of Eden as well. Yuan stood up and whispered, Mana flow. He spread his arms, welcoming the currents of energy swirling around his body. The energy surged, condensing into a single point. Outside, a brutal battle was raging between both sides. Hammers and axes swung, making blood spray like geysers. In Chang moved like lightning, taking down enemies with her sword. She decapitated them in an instant, thinking to herself, they're huge, but their strength is nothing to worry about. Suddenly, she sensed danger and glanced to her right. Blocking an incoming strike just in time, she was pushed back by the sheer force. The spear spun in midair before flying back to its owner's hand. It was Jiang Bai. He grinned excitedly. We meet again. You're still as fierce as ever. In Chang thought, he's definitely stronger than those giants. She shouted for backup. Gong Du, still busy trading blows, it heard her call and immediately rushed back to In Chang's side. Seeing its massive size, even Zhang Bi was taken aback. He muttered in shock. What a monster. She turned to Gong Du and instructed, I have to take this guy on. Keep the other giants busy. It let out a confident, energetic cry, as if saying it had this handled. Gong Du. With that, it charged off to carry out its orders. In Chang smirked. All right then. Purple energy flared around her as she declared, let's fight. He laughed. Haha, interesting. I like your style. Shrim raised his massive axe, preparing to strike, while Sachi met him head-on with a razor-sharp gaze. The deafening clash of their weapons sent brilliant sparks flying. He grunted. You've gotten stronger. Sachi cockily shot back. But you're still exactly the same, aren't you? The impact of their next clash was even more violent. The friction ignited, triggering a massive explosion. Covered in countless wounds, Seichi panted heavily, struggling to catch his breath. I've grown stronger since our last battle, but the gap in our power is still way too wide. As expected of the strongest giant warrior, frustrated, Sachi demanded, but why would a respected warrior like you betray your own kind? He charged forward with all his might, shattering the earth beneath his feet, each step heavier and faster than the last. He cried out from the bottom of his lungs, why did you betray us? Shrim ignored him, swinging his axe in a brutal counterattack. Deafening clashes rang out continuously. Clang! Shrim snarled in frustration. I can't stand watching him play king anymore. Shrim unleashed his anger as he fought. You might not know this, but he destroyed everything we ever had. Sachi froze in shock for a brief second, but quickly snapped out of it to launch a direct strike at Shrim's face. Shocked that he had let his guard down and taken a direct punch to the face, Shrim dropped his axe. Retaliating, Shrim delivered a devastating punch that sent Sachi flying dozens of meters. In his fury, he spat out the horrific truth. The one who killed my friend and your father is him. As Sachi struggled to push himself up, he froze in sheer disbelief. What? Shrim growled. That bastard, Loki, killed Anvani. The news hit Sachi like a thunderbolt, making it hard to even breathe. The scene shifts back to the protective barrier, which was still absorbing energy. The flow became so intense that the barrier shattered in a massive explosion, catching even Shrim's attention. Everyone temporarily stopped fighting. A blinding vortex swirled where the barrier once stood, and through the thick mist, a figure loomed. It was none other than Yuan. He looked down at the person lying on the ground and whispered, "Wada." Wada's face had regained some vitality, looking much less aged than before. Yuan thought, his condition is improving. Could it be that it didn't work as well as it should have? The apple is a treasure even greater than an elixir, but it seems it was only enough to keep him alive. I don't feel any increase in my mana either. Looking at his palm, he wondered, wait, is it because of me? It seems I ended up absorbing the effects of the apple of Eden when I was consuming mana earlier. Clenching his fist, he realized that must be why the mana flow is so incredibly powerful right now. Yuan's gaze turned fierce, burning with a desire to fight. I feel like I could even take on Hercules right now. But suddenly, he sensed something strange. What is this source of energy? Dozens? No, hundreds, thousands of them. He stood there, completely bewildered, unable to find an answer. What on earth happened? Just then, Yoonjung landed right beside him. She spoke up in concern. You're okay. Thank goodness. A system window popped up. The fall of heaven expresses contempt toward you. He gasped in surprise. Contempt? Seriously? Notification after notification started ringing out. It was unbelievable, a monumental achievement. His mana flow, sea fire, purification, and demonic energy resistance had all leveled up. Hyunmu had leveled up, and Fenrir's seal was unlocked by another level. Seeing him, the Aesir soldiers started shouting. What? He's just a human? This is our chance. Attack. With that, they rushed in, starting a massive, chaotic brawl. In a low voice, he summoned Hyunmu. It materialized instantly and replied, I shall execute your command. It confirmed, leave everything to me. Shall I slaughter those giants? He chuckled in amusement. Hyunmu, you seem to have changed a bit. He then made his request to get Yunhua to safety. The beast didn't seem too happy about it. I have also grown stronger, you know. Hyunmu sighed in disappointment. I will carry out your orders. Turning his attention to the battle, he muttered, all right, Yunhua should be safe now. Now, he launched himself into the air. His speed was terrifying, a mere blur streaking directly toward where Sadi and Shrim were clashing. He delivered a devastating punch to Shrim, completely ignoring their massive size difference. Then, flickering like a ghost, he unleashed a barrage of rapid blows. Watching his opponent take such a beating, Sati could only mutter in pity, Shrim. He couldn't help but be shocked by the boy's overwhelming power. Yoon Jian, who is this guy? He's gotten times stronger than when we first met. Amidst the heavy, falling snow, a chaotic battle was raging. Unleashing a surge of powerful energy, Yoon Jian commanded, Fenrir, do as you please. The boy instantly bared his razor-sharp fangs, finally reverting to the form of Vannergand standing behind him. With a massive leap, it shook the entire snow-covered ground. Yoon Jian glanced over to the side. So, shall we talk? It was Lobi's group of three, who were also constantly flaring their mana. In a deep, low voice, Lobi asked, Who are you? Staring back with blood-red eyes, Yoon Jian analyzed them, realizing he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Every single one of them was a hero, and the two standing in the back had skills easily on par with Yoon Jung. Deepening his voice, he retorted, That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Who are you guys? Looking visibly annoyed, Lobi spoke up. I'm Lobi. Yoon Jian thought to himself, Lobi? I've never heard of that name. Someone with skills like this should definitely be in the records. Tightening his grip on his spear, he said, I only have one question. His eyes flared with cold, murderous intent. Why did you betray humanity? Just because they aren't hunters? But Lobi gritted his teeth and fired back. I didn't betray them. He kicked off the ground, lunging forward with his dual swords as he roared, This is the path they must take. It's all for the greater good. With a heavy, resolute tone, Yoon Jian swung his weapon, delivering a brutal slash. Nonsense. Lobi was easily blown back, stumbling a great distance. Angrily, Jian shouted, What kind of greater good justifies betraying humanity? Breaking into a cold sweat, Lobi hastily explained, I promise Shrim that if the king of Utgard is defeated, we will help rebuild this world. Yoon Jian charged directly at him, spear in hand. You could have easily made that promise to the king of Utgard too. Suddenly, Yunhua, who was behind Yun Jian, screamed out, "Hyung Nim!" Hearing the warning, he instantly leaped high into the air just as a devastating strike slammed down right where he had been standing. Seizing the opportunity, he retaliated with a quick slash, but his opponent ducked, narrowly dodging the weapon. Yun Jian gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. It turned out Changbi had seized the moment to thrust his spear at him, shouting, "Got you!" But just as the sharp tip neared Yun Jian, the boy grabbed it with ease. Using the momentum to fling the spear upward, he spun gracefully in midair and delivered a brutal kick that sent Changbi flying backward, sliding all the way down the snowy slope. Scowling deeply, Lobi finally answered his earlier statement. "That's impossible with the king of Utgard." His blades gleamed with fury as he yelled. He slaughtered countless people in the dark over some plague. Working with a monster like him is completely out of the question. Yun Jian's eyes widened in shock as he processed this piece of information. Is this related to that incident only hunters knew about? The one that happened while Yunhua was away. So that explains why there are so few survivors in Utgard, and why the hunters turned their backs on them. His pupils flared with a fiery light, crackling with intense electricity. "You claim it's for rebuilding the world, yet you still abandon them." Lobi gasped, desperately arguing, "I did not abandon them." Meanwhile, both Yunhua and Changbi quickly rallied behind him. Yun Jian quickly made a decision. "There's still too much I don't know. First, I'll overpower them, then I'll make them talk." He issued a challenge. "Bring it on." On the other side of the battlefield, amidst the heavy snow, Shrim stood firm and revealed, "Your father, Anvandi, realized the chief was plotting something." Sati repeated in confusion, "Plotting something?" Shrim calmly explained, "Loki wants to turn this land into Jotunheim." Sati tensed up as a terrifying realization hit him. "What kind of plot is that?" Shrim spoke with grave seriousness. "To cleanse this world and claim it as a land for the giants. He wants to wipe out every single species that isn't a giant." And Anvandi died, trying to stop him. Sati gritted his teeth in agony. "Why? Why are you only telling me this now?" This shocking truth sent a surge of raw, explosive power coursing through him. "The Chosen!" Shrim raised both of his hands to guard his chest, preparing that same skill. Without a single moment of hesitation, he threw a straight punch. The impact was so earth-shattering that even the howling snowstorm was swept away. Tears began to well up in his eyes. "Why didn't you say anything all this time?" But he only replied calmly, "I couldn't afford to lose to you either. You're a loyal warrior of the giants. Could you really betray your leader, even after he murdered your father?" Then, he brushed him aside, sending him flying backward. "See, even after knowing the truth, the thought of betrayal never even crossed your mind." Shrim raised his fist high, channeling his chosen power, and made his point clear. And he wasn't done yet. Another punch packed with overwhelming energy slammed into Sachi, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed into Shrim's arms. Shrim gently whispered, "Just sleep, until everything is over." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hold on." Shrim glanced back over his shoulder. Yubi's group was completely battered, lying on the freezing snow. Changsun gave him a confident smirk. Shrim's face darkened, but a grin crept onto his lips. How interesting. Standing in the mist, Shrim observed Changsun, a truly extraordinary human. Judging by that confident look, this guy was now just as dangerous as Sachi. Shrim's face turned serious. This guy was as dangerous as Loki. With a sharp grunt, he unleashed his chosen power, letting it swirl intensely around his body. Shrim's face was filled with fighting spirit. "I was saving this for the king, but it looks like I need to unleash at least this much to deal with you." Suddenly, Changsun raised both of his arms. "I surrender." His words caught Shrim completely off guard, leaving him stunned. On the other side, Inchang whipped her head around in sheer panic. Even the other giants stared in utter disbelief. Yubi gasped as a blood pack was handed to him. Changsun offered a warm smile. "Go ahead, drink this." As Yubi looked back in confusion, Changsun shifted his gaze elsewhere. "I have no reason to fight anymore." He looked over at Sachi, the commander of Utgard, who was currently knocked out cold. Then he looked at Zhang and Wanwu, who were clenching their fists tightly. "And now, I know why you humans chose to stand with the Nars." Changsun smiled as he declared, "A simple mercenary like me will not be getting involved in this fight." This instantly silenced Shrim, who had been surging with power. Reeling back his energy, he said, "Fine, feel free to speak. I accept your surrender." As soon as those words left his mouth, the Nars soldiers raised their arms and cheered wildly. Meanwhile, the Utgard faction was completely demoralized. Shrim turned around and ordered his men, "Don't kill him. The blood of the frost giants is more than enough for this civil war." Chang Sun looked at them again and said, "I'll watch your ideals unfold. Show me what you've got." Yubi was so shocked he couldn't find his words. Jang and Wonwu introduced themselves one after the other. "I'm Wonwu. I'm Jang." Suddenly, Shrim made a solemn declaration. "We are marching to Utgard. We will slay King Loki." The Nar's army roared in unison, cheering at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, a system message chimed. The fall of the heavens is looking at everyone with deep irritation. The fall of the heavens is scoffing. Chang Sun pondered the notification. "I'm not sure why, but the fall of the heavens seems quite annoyed. Did that happen after hearing the name of Loki, the king of Utgard?" Shrim spoke up, asking Chang Sun. "I'm curious, why did you suddenly back out?" He casually replied, "Because we're mercenaries." Offering a bright smile, he added, "If you pay us well enough, I'd be more than happy to help you out." He smiled with interest and replied, "Sounds like a plan." Chang Sun's group watched his straight back as he walked away. In Chang spoke up anxiously, "Li Chang Sun, are you really going to be okay?" He simply wore a playful expression and asked, "Is there a problem?" She still asked with deep concern, but as he put on his coat, he cut her off. "Didn't I say this from the start? We were neutral from the very beginning." As Hyunmu carried Wonwu on his back, Chang Sun continued, "We've already achieved our main goal for coming to China anyway." Chang Sun added, "Plus, hunters like Wonwu and Jang will help the survivors in Asgard. Isn't this the best possible outcome?" In Chang smiled and agreed, "I guess you're right." Behind them, thick smoke and fire were already billowing from the fortress of Asgard. The Nar's army's advance went incredibly smoothly, as most of the defenders had already fallen in the battle against the first wave of giant warriors. The citizens inside had already fallen to their knees before the enemy. The invading warriors were able to slip in easily with the help of the local Nar's people. Someone asked in a worried voice, "Wonwu, are you okay?" Chang Sun let out a sigh of relief when he saw him open his eyes. "You're finally awake." In a panic, he looked around. Right in front of them, amidst the thick smoke and rising flames, the Nar's warriors were casually talking to one another. Wonwu clenched his teeth, glaring at Chang Sun. He yelled in anger, "Were you really a traitor from the very beginning? I had no idea." Chang Sun asked back in confusion, "What are you talking about? I already told you." With a gentle look on his face, he reminded him, "They might be a bit late, but the rescue team has arrived." Wonwu was stunned. "What?" He then noticed a group of 3, along with Jang, walking toward them. Chang Sun turned to give instructions. "Yubi, gather the citizens of Asgard. If an opportunity comes up, I don't mind letting you all slip out of the fortress." He glanced back. "Oh, and Wonwu, please go help them. Knowing the Wonwu I trust, you'll be able to bring everyone together without any trouble." Wonwu calmed down and thought to himself, "I can tell that he genuinely wants to save these people," so he spoke up, "I don't really get what's going on, but all right." Chang Sun smiled in satisfaction. "Good. Then I'll head out to do my job." His mercenaries. Jian Hyunwoo voiced his doubt. "Before I go, can I say one thing? How are you feeling?" He immediately flexed his arms to unleash his power, his whole body erupting in flames with a look of pure satisfaction. Then, the system notification rang out. "A new quest has been created. Eliminate the imposter. Time limit, 15 minutes." The freezing landscape was completely blanketed in white snow. A spark of fire erupted in the castle, painting it in a bright crimson glow. Draped in cloaks, people evacuated under the direction of the rescue team. Hyunwoo stared toward the fire, thinking to himself, "Lee Junkyung, watch out. The king is incredibly strong." Meanwhile, a group glowing with a vibrant red aura stood face to face with the Dark King on the throne. Loki growled in anger. "How dare a filthy heretic set foot in my castle?" Hrym glared at him. "Utgard Loki, now it's your turn." But Loki didn't show even a hint of fear. "I should have killed you when I had the chance," Lee Junkyung silently observed. Even with hundreds of giants standing before him, Loki remained perfectly calm. The pressure radiating from the king was truly overwhelming. "Does he have another trump card? How is he so calm?" Hrym sneered. "Do you regret not killing me like you killed Odin?" A smirk crept onto Loki's face. Deliberately trying to provoke his opponent, he said, "I know you rebelled because of Odin." Immediately, Hrym ground his teeth in pure rage. "You bastard!" He then focused his energy, aligning his level, to get ready to send Loki to hell. Loki calmly praised him, impressive. Then, he suddenly flicked his thumb to cast a spell. A massive coffin nearby began to vibrate violently before its lid shattered into pieces. A glowing red hand reached out from inside. A muscular monster broke free from its tomb and lunged forward, while another crashed through the window. One after another, they slammed heavily onto the ground. Just like that, a massive army of beasts gathered before their king. Lee Junkyong frowned at the crimson creatures. "Are those the mindless giants I saw when I first arrived?" Loki grinned, letting out a savage laugh. Gritting his teeth, Hrym demanded, "You bastard, what did you do? Could it be?" He analyzed, shuddering. "I heard that most of the giants died from an infectious disease. Was that not true? They're too strong, entirely mindless, and unlike before when they went crazy with bloodlust, they are now obeying the king's orders." Staring at these panting monstrosities, he couldn't help but speak his thoughts aloud. Finally, the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place. The king sacrificed his own people to build his personal army. Loki burst into laughter, as if confirming his theory. "I needed an army that only obeys me, and they became that army. How glorious." Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, leaving trails of crackling lightning. Hrym raised his fists and charged through the horde of monsters straight at Loki. Seeing this, Loki quickly activated level alignment as well. A crushing pressure immediately filled the air, and he unleashed a beam of dark purple energy forward, striking Hrym mid-air with a direct hit. The pillar of energy was so powerful it didn't stop there, tearing right through the ceiling. Lowering his hand, Loki called out majestically, "My loyal warriors!" With madness in his eyes, he ordered, "Tear that rebel to pieces." The minions roared in unison and surged forward, charging one by one on his command. Two Norse warriors stood frozen in shock. Was Hrym taken down in a single blow? What do we do now? But contrary to their fears, a hand suddenly shot up. Hrym emerged, bruised and battered, but still burning with intense fighting spirit and raw power. He roared, "Norsemen, take down their leader. He has lost his pride. Charge!" Hearing their leader's command, they surged forward. "Hrym is back. Charge!" Inchong, still unable to process what was happening, asked Lee Junkyong, "What the hell is going on?" Junkyong explained, "The king needed a personal army, and it seems he experimented on the giants for that very purpose." Hearing every single word, she was utterly shocked. "Are you saying he killed his own people and experimented on them?" He glanced over and repeated, "He's a mad king who sees his people as mere tools. He's a monster." And the battle raged on. A Norse warrior managed to land 2 deep slashes on a monster's body, but it didn't even flinch its eyes, only rolled back in pure madness. Suddenly, it lunged down and bit into the warrior's shoulder, making him scream in agony. "Get off me, you bastard!" But the monster ripped a chunk of flesh away as the warrior shrieked in pain. The other beasts also crazily lunged at their next targets. He observed the chaos before him. The modified giants had no consciousness, charging forward like absolute maniacs. At this rate, the Norsemen won't win. The only way is... His train of thought suddenly cut off, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Loki looked down nonchalantly from above. "Do you even realize what you have walked into? I will wipe you all out." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The Spear of Muspel is now fully charged with mana. Griping his weapon tightly, he made up his mind to defeat the king. He instantly kicked off the ground, soaring high above the chaotic clash between the Norsemen and the monsters below. Pulling the spear back, he readied himself for a powerful swing, and charged straight at his enemy. He brings it crashing down on Loki, but the guy doesn't even bat an eye. Jungyeon's powerful strike is effortlessly blocked by Loki, who merely smirks with pure contempt. Enshrouded in a dark aura, he sneers, I've been watching you this entire time." Raising his fist and stepping into a stance, he growls, "You're the one with the strongest mana here, aren't you?" With a massive forward punch, he roars, "Die!" The dark energy erupts, and the attack is so overwhelmingly fast and powerful that it backs Junjeon right into a corner. A flicker of anxiety crosses his eyes. There is no way I can dodge this. But just then, Jungeon spots something out of the corner of his eye. Another attack, mirroring the old man's power, comes hurtling in. The two massive forces collide, unleashing absolute chaos. Loki freezes in disbelief. "He neutralized my ultimate attack?" Glaring through the dust, he demands, "Who the hell are you?" Sachi emerges from the hazy smoke, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, completely exhausted. Sachi falters, and seeing him, Jungeon shouts, "Sachi!" Trembling from head to toe, Sachi mutters, "I'm leaving the giants. To you," before collapsing to his knees, crashing onto the ground. Seeing this, Shrim screams in rage. Sachi! Loki's face darkens with a sinister smirk as he mocks. A pathetic weakling, begging a mere human for help. Fine. Once this battle is over, I'll turn you into a corpse first. Infuriated, Junjian bellows. Fenrir! The beast instantly lunges at Loki, catching him off guard. Fenrir blitzes around him so fast he becomes a blur. Snapping in fury, Loki roars. You've gotten weaker than before. He unleashes an attack like a detonating bomb, sending shattered rocks and dust flying everywhere. Fenrir is blasted far back. A green system notification pops up. You have only 5 minutes remaining to complete the quest. A red alert flashes. The sky of apocalypse demands you eliminate this disgraceful entity. Panicked, In Chang asks, he's a complete monster. What do we do? Jungion replies, buy me just 1 minute. She looks at him in sheer disbelief. Buy you a minute? Against the guy who just swatted Fenrir away like a fly? Meanwhile, fueled by absolute rage, Shrim charges straight at Loki, screaming, Loki! The two clash in a brutal, high-speed frenzy. Jungion knows he can't just stand by. Shrim can't hold him off alone. I need your help, Dong In Chang. Whether she fully processed his words or not, the phrase I need you echoes in her mind, sending a sudden rush of motivation through her body. Fine, I'll do my best. She leaps forward with a battle cry while Jungion tightly grips his spear. A system warning flashes. The spear of Muspel is reaching its mana absorption limit. With his body burning with intense energy, he thinks with absolute resolve, this isn't enough. I need more. By now, Loki has beaten Shrim to a pulp, and the system screams another limit-exceeded warning. Suddenly, a blinding slash shears right through Loki's armored arm. Reacting just in time, Loki blocks the incoming strike and deflects the kinetic force right back at the incoming Inchang. A massive explosion erupts, tossing debris everywhere. Just then, a system notification chimes. The spear of Muspel has evolved due to the extreme heat. Jungion raises the spear, now radiating an insanely powerful mana, but he shakes his head. No, this still isn't enough. His eyes blaze with fiery determination. Just a little more. Just a little more. I have to end this in a single strike. The system interface turns a warning gray. The spear of Muspel has reached its absolute thermal containment limit. Cracks begin to web across the spear of Muspel as it threatens to shatter. Seizing the moment, Junjion, fueled by pure adrenaline, grips the weapon and charges forward. Pouring every ounce of his strength into his arm, he hurls it straight at Loki. The spear streaks like a comet, piercing right through a building and parting the heavy smoke to reveal a faint blue sky. Ding! A system alert chimes. Quest complete. Loki stands completely frozen, paralyzed. A red notification flashes. The sky of apocalypse is satisfied. Loki's body is riddled with gaping holes, his eyes wide with sheer, utter disbelief. The system screen congratulates him on an outstanding performance. As gentle beams of light begin to filter through, Yubi, Shrim, and the crowd look up in awe. This is impossible. That's the sun from the China Zone, appearing here in the Ice Age. The system chimes again. You have unlocked the achievement, the one who raised the Sunday. The sky turns a beautiful, vivid blue as bright sunlight bathes the land. Notifications cascade down. Your fire affinity has drastically increased. Quest completion rewards are being distributed. The updates keep rolling in. Your stats are rising, your health is rapidly regenerating, and peace finally returns to the city. Underneath that miraculous sunlight, Utgard Loki has fallen. The king and his grand castle have been reduced to absolute ash. Loki's body incinerates, leaving behind only a pile of charred bones before crumbling into nothingness, and with his demise, the final purge begins. The giant thralls mutated by the king are swiftly cut down by the Nar. But honestly, it is more of a mercy release than a slaughter. The four key figures gather amidst the smoldering ruins of the castle: Sachi, Shrim, Yubi, and Junjion. But the conflict isn't quite over yet. Shrim steps forward, looks Yubi dead in the eye, and says, Yubi, I'm going to keep my promise. Hearing this, Yubi smiles with satisfaction. Shrim glances back, while Sachi says, just kill me. With those words, Shrim drops to his knees. He knelt before him, confessing his sins. No matter the reason, the hands of a traitor like me have already been stained with the blood of my own people. My revenge is complete. Looking up, he said in a low voice, I only hope you can forgive the Nas who followed me. Sachi's face grew serious, but he said nothing. He summoned an axe into his hand, his entire body radiating magic power, as he said, fine. As the faint sunlight filtered through, The snow fell heavier, covering the mountain. Sachi and Yoongian stood on the castle walls, quietly taking in the view. Suddenly, he asked, "Don't you look down on me?" Sachi glanced at him and turned with a warm, appreciative smile. "Of course not. In fact, I'm actually grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to make the right decision. You're just like one of our own warriors." With his worries lifted, Yoongian felt a wave of joy and relief wash over him. Snow continued to fall heavily around the castle. Jangbi carried a massive log as everyone watched him in absolute awe. Anyu was shouting directions, while Yoongian and Jangbi stood right behind him. Looking down from above, Jinhyuk says, "The reconstruction is going really smoothly." Roby replies with satisfaction, "It is all thanks to you." Jinhyuk turns to him and asks, "What else do you need my help with?" Roby's expression turns serious as he replies, "We have already done everything we can. But normally, there is no way people can survive for long in an uninhabitable wasteland like this, especially with such scarce resources. So, he makes a plea. We are actually thinking of heading outside the city walls. Could you help us with that?" Jinhyuk readily replies, "Of course I can, but honestly, I do not think that is a good idea. A lot of things are about to change." Roby asks in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Jinhyuk gently warns him, "I really do not think you need to venture outside those walls. In fact, I think it is a terrible idea. I think everyone should focus on settling down right here, because soon, the entire world is going to become a gate." Roby sighs, looking deeply concerned. "Oh, I see. But what about food rations and the cold?" Jinhyuk pulls out a kohlrabi-like plant and says, "This is a monster named Purimora. It can actually be used as a food source. It does not taste very good, but it can grow in any environment." Jinhyuk gestures to a pile of Purimora lying around. "You can cultivate them using monster bones. That way, you will not have to worry about starving." Roby asks in utter disbelief, "How on earth do you know all of this?" Jinhyuk chuckles softly. "I think I can solve the issue with the cold as well." Roby beams with gratitude. "Thank you so much. We will definitely repay this favor next time." Tents are firmly pitched as snow covers the entire landscape. Vrimer steps out from the shadows with a sly smirk. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't the interesting human, is the chieftain of the new giant army doing well?" Looking small next to the towering Vrimer, Jinhyuk replies, "If you are so curious, you should go see him in person." Vrimer looks a bit uneasy. But would he really be happy to see an enemy looking for him? Jinhyuk lets out a dry laugh and asks, "You might have been an enemy before, but aren't you technically not one anymore? What do you mean?" Vrimer thinks back to his conversation with Sachi and explains, "Someone who spilled the blood of their own kind cannot become the chieftain. That is why I turned down Sachi's offer to become the chief and decided to lead the others instead. For the aggressive and war-loving frost giants, they can only truly thrive when they have an enemy." He continues, "Because monsters are nothing more than mere prey to us, the only ones who can truly be our enemies." Vrimer's expression darkens as he stares directly at Jinhyuk. "Are you humans?" Hearing this, Jinhyuk flinches. Jinhyuk speaks up. "Is that why you are showing us consideration? Because neither side would gain anything if we became enemies?" Vrimer replies, "Exactly. This is how we show respect to the human race that helped us." Jinhyuk nods. "I see. Actually, the real reason I am here is to learn from you." He chuckles softly. "If that is what the Lot Loki desires, then I shall grant it. After all, you did save our giant race." Jinhyuk is baffled. "Lot Loki? Who is that?" Vrimer explains. "In the ancient tongue of the giants, it means the slayer of Loki." A red system notification pops up, and the sky of the apocalypse pouts. Jinhyuk thinks to himself, there is always this kind of reaction whenever the name Loki is mentioned. Then he says out loud, "I want to learn the extreme release technique." Vrimer strokes his chin thoughtfully. "I can teach it to you, but I'm not sure if it is even possible for you to learn." Recalling the moment he activated his own extreme release, he analyzes. Extreme release is a technique that pushes the latent potential and the power of the dormant mana inside the body to its absolute limits, but it requires a massive amount of mana. Without the physical build of a giant and a colossal pool of mana matching our physical size, it is impossible for anyone to master it. A brilliant crimson torrent of mana erupts violently. Vrimer freezes in sheer shock at the sight. Sachi is also startled and thoroughly confused, turning his head as he thinks to himself, "What is this terrifying amount of mana? Could it be Jinhyuk?" Yuri also senses it, smiling to herself. "He really makes me wonder if he is even human." At this moment, Jinhyuk radiates an aura so overwhelming that it blankets the entire area. His eyes glow intensely as he declares, "I can confidently say that I have more mana than you." Vrymer smirks. Impressive. Jinhyuk stands alone on a cliff, gazing back at the magnificent castle under the falling snow. His face looks slightly tense. Utgard Loki. He recalls the giants and that vile Loki, smirking maliciously. He continues, "That foolish king who used his own people as lab rats to build an army. That vile piece of trash used the inner chi of Chinese hunters to turn giants capable of extreme release into emotionless killing machines." Jinhyuk's gaze is filled with suspicion. But how on earth did he get the giants to obey only his commands and completely control them like that? Based on what Sachi said, the king is a powerful warrior, but he isn't the type of person who could pull off something like this. He narrows his eyes slightly. If that is the case, it means he has a helper behind him. Junkyung couldn't help but lose himself in thought as he recalled his conversation with the locals. When he asked around about the intruders who broke into the giant's fortress, everyone said they left without doing a single thing. He figured that if any outsider showed up at a time like this, it had to be the Demon King. But if it wasn't him, then who on earth could it be? Looking up at the sky, he thought about the mysterious figure clad in pitch-black armor, radiating an eerie black smoke. He couldn't help but wonder if that shadowy boss was behind all this. That guy was an absolute puzzle to Junkyung. Who the hell is he? And what exactly is he planning? Meanwhile, the entire mountainous region was draped in a blanket of pure white, with gentle snowflakes dancing through the sky. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence. "Hey, Junkyung." He perked up and glanced over. In-chang walked up, practically beaming with excitement. "There's a festival going on," she eagerly invited him. "Let's go check it out." He hesitated, clearly not in the mood. A festival? But before Junkyung could even think of an excuse, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him along. Still in a daze and unable to react, she urged him on. "Hurry up, everyone's waiting for us." The atmosphere here was incredibly lively, with crowds gathering and chatting excitedly. Taking in the peaceful yet vibrant scene, someone sighed in appreciation. "Man, now this is what living is all about." Sure, things have been tough, but hey, that's life. Another guy, happily chewing on a piece of meat, added, "Let's just be grateful we're still breathing." In-chang looked around and marveled. "This is absolutely beautiful. Who would have thought we'd have a festival right in a gate-assimilated area?" Junkyung agreed. "Yeah, it actually gives me a lot of hope." Then, a brilliant idea struck him. "Hey, should we set the stage for the grand finale of the festival?" She looked at him, completely puzzled. Meanwhile, he slowly walked forward. Standing atop a high watchtower, Junkyung cut an imposing figure, immediately drawing everyone's gaze. The crowd erupted into excited whispers. "Look, that's Lord Loki, the one who defeated the Giant King." Lord Loki? I have no idea what that name means, but apparently, that's what the giants call him. They cheered enthusiastically. "Lord Loki is going to show us something amazing." Lord Loki. Searing energy swirled through the air as the flow of mana surged, growing stronger by the second and wrapping itself around Junkyung's body. The mana grew even more immense. With him at the center, a burst of energy erupted, and his eyes flashed with a brilliant crimson light. Jang and Roby gasped in sheer awe at the sight. In-chang simply smiled, waiting in silence. Gradually, warm sunlight broke through the heavy clouds, shining down on the houses below. Roby couldn't help but praise him. "Lord Loki, you truly are incredible." The others stood there, slack-jawed, unable to believe their eyes. No way. A sun has appeared. The sky cleared up completely, without a single cloud, as a gentle warmth enveloped the area. Junkyung calmly raised his hand, manipulating his mana. A system notification popped up, confirming that the mana was successfully forming a core, performing exceptionally well. Under the influence of the dragon vein stone, a small dragon heart was beginning to take shape. A while later, the lively festival came to an end, and the fortress quieted down to its usual state. Two figures stood atop the city walls, deep in conversation. Roby spoke up first. "Are you leaving now?" Junkyung confirmed. "Yeah, I am." With a small smile, he explained what he had just done. "I injected heat into the metal structures outside the settlement. From where they stood, they could see the distant metal blocks radiating visible heat waves. I used the mana injection technique I learned by watching Park Ji-hoon. And using Merlin's necklace, I applied a protective barrier magic to prevent the heat from escaping. As long as those structures remain intact, the heat will never fade." Roby's expression turned serious. Do you really have to go? I'd love to repay this debt of gratitude, Junkyong promised. We'll meet again. He leaped down, landing gracefully on the ground. Below, 4 people were waiting for him. In Chang teased. Well, if it isn't the man who raised the sun himself. He chuckled awkwardly. Are you pulling my leg? She recalled the breathtaking scene from earlier. No, seriously. You literally conjured a sun up there. Junkyong scratched his head in embarrassment, not realizing he looked that epic in their eyes. Inchang then shifted the subject. But are we really leaving now? Knowing what was on her mind, he reassured her. You don't have to worry about them. I've made sure the heat here will last. He couldn't help but admire her kind heart. Turning around, he called out to the young boy, Venria. With a flash of brilliant blue mana, the boy transformed into a massive wolf, his sleek fur shimmering beautifully. Glancing back one last time, Jun Kyung said his goodbyes. I'm heading out. I hope to see some progress the next time we meet. Roby looked forward to their next reunion. I hope our paths cross again soon. The desolate mountain landscape was completely engulfed by the howling wind and snow, with nature barely visible through the thick fog. As time ticked away, night fell, bringing a bone-chilling cold with it. Junkyong's group finally stopped to rest after their exhausting journey, leaving only him and In Chang sitting across from each other by the warm campfire. The others had already fallen fast asleep. She shared her thoughts. This trip was a total mess, but honestly, it wasn't too bad. Unlike her, he let out a weary sigh. If traveling around is going to leave me this exhausted every single time, I'm definitely not doing it again. She chuckled, turning her gaze toward him. It's been a while since I've heard you joke like that. You're really enjoying this too, aren't you, Gu? It raised both its fists in enthusiastic agreement, shouting, Gu! Jungyong's face grew serious. How is your training going, Dong In Chang? He thought to himself, as I mentioned before, internal chi is extremely difficult to master. In Chang reported her progress. I think I've grasped a bit of it, understanding both internal chi and the flow of mana. He impatiently urged her, You need to hurry. With a grim expression, he warned her, We don't have much time left. Jun Gyong silently focused on the glowing spot in the center of his chest. The dragon heart, resting right next to his own heart, was charging even as they spoke. As the mana pool grows and develops, it's not just me, everyone is getting stronger. This means some major changes are about to happen. He felt lost and anxious about these current developments and what the future held. Even the monsters are getting stronger. The entire world is changing. China's mana saturation was only the beginning. As In Chang absent-mindedly looked up in a certain direction, she gasped and called out to Jun Gyong. Her voice snapped him out of his deep thoughts. Huh? She pointed ahead and stammered. Over there. Both of them stood up at the same time, their eyes widening in shock. In the distance, the tallest peak glowed brightly in the dead of night, thick smoke billowing from it. Standing there watching, In Chang said, Mount Baekdu is on fire, the village is engulfed in flames. Thick black smoke is blinding their vision, and the rising temperature is melting the frost away. Outside, countless monsters were marching in a line toward them. The orc army, completely ignoring the heat of the flames, charged in brutally. Ear-piercing shrieks signaled the start of the battle. Screech! The villagers fled in absolute panic, screaming, Ah! 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 Kun shouted, directing them. This way, everyone! The two of them stood guard, ensuring the villagers escaped safely. Suddenly, a ferocious orc wielding a sword chased after them. She drove her weapon right through its body, shouting in disgust, Get lost! The fighter beside her coordinated perfectly, slicing another orc in half. Die! As blood splattered everywhere, they retreated and took a defensive stance. Burry asked anxiously, Has everyone evacuated? She replied, Unsure, I think so. Hearing this, he felt a brief wave of relief. All right, now if we can just make it down the mountain. Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive foot slammed down, sending shockwaves through the ground with a deafening boom. Startled, they both whipped their heads toward the sound. The silhouette of a muscular giant emerged, his veins bulging across his body, with a fierce glare and swirling mana wrapping around him. Both gripped their weapons defensively as she cursed in fear. Damn it, what is that giant doing here? Burry trembled slightly as well, saying, I can feel an insane amount of mana radiating from him. His face turned pale as he prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice. We might have to put our lives on the line for this. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mana shot toward them. Sensing the danger, the giant turned around to defend himself. Fenrir plunged straight down from the sky. charging at him at the speed of light. Before the giant could even react, his head was sliced clean off. She stood frozen in disbelief at the sight. That wolf, could it be? Just then, Jungyong and Inchang rushed over to ask if he was okay. He was still dazed in astonishment. "Thank you," Buri said, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Jungyong scanned the surroundings and asked, "Where are Sangun and Ungul? I can't feel their presence at all." Kun's face darkened, her voice trembling slightly. Master went down to Heaven Lake to seal Sangun. Jungyong's pupils dilated, and his heart sank. He quickly turned to instruct her, Dong Inchang, handle things here with Hua. She immediately agreed. "Leave it to me." He then dashed off at full speed, the scenery blurring past him. In an open clearing, Sangun and Ungul stood facing each other. Their mana surged and swirled around their bodies, making the air between them incredibly tense. Sangun's eyes burned a ferocious crimson, baring his razor-sharp fangs as he roared with pure malice. Gripping her sword, the young girl hesitated to step forward, her face filled with sorrow. Sangun. It seemed he had completely lost his sanity, swinging his massive claws to swipe at her. She quickly conjured a barrier to block the attack. But he didn't stop there, if anything. He became even more frenzied than before. Ungul desperately tried to wake him. "Sangun, please stop." Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled with her inner conflict. "I can't keep doing this anymore." A blinding light flashed, and her figure vanished. Gathering her resolve, Ungul charged forward. She raised her sword high, swinging it down hard at Sangun's head. He countered by gathering his mana to block her. Looking at his familiar face, she suddenly hesitated. In that split second of distraction, Ungul was sent flying by his strike. Her body crashed onto the ground, sliding a long distance as a cloud of dust billowed up. Flickers of mana sparked erratically as debris splattered everywhere. Ungul slammed hard against a large boulder behind her before finally coming to a stop. She struggled to stand, coughing up blood in agonizing pain. It looked like she had sustained severe injuries. She straightened her back, wiping the blood from her mouth. "Sangun, you were like a father to me. You raised an orphan like me, so how? How could I ever bring myself to kill you?" At this point, he could no longer recognize his own family, driven completely by wild, beastly instinct. Closing her eyes, the girl spread her arms wide, waiting for the end. "Just kill me instead." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice trembling, but filled with unwavering resolve. "Just kill me, Sangun. Let us end this here. I am so tired." With those words, Sangun raised his massive claws, ready to grant her wish. The surrounding mana began to violently fluctuate. His giant foot slammed down, making the very earth shake. Onyo squeezed her eyes shut in despair, but after a moment, realizing she was still in one piece, she slowly blinked her eyes open in confusion. Standing right in front of her was Junkyong, who had appeared out of nowhere to block the devastating blow. Incredibly calm despite the danger, he looked back and asked, "Are you okay, kiddo?" Unyo could only stare, completely stunned by the sight. Giving them no time to chat, Sangun lunged with his razor-sharp claws. Junkyong quickly scooped up the little girl, leaping away just as a massive explosion tore through the ground where they stood. As raging flames erupted behind them, he landed gracefully on the ground, completely unscathed. Looking down at Unyo's battered and bruised state, he asked, "What in the world happened here?" Sniffling, she explained that a man dressed in black had appeared. She briefly explained how he had made contact with Sangun, and how everything went downhill right after. Junkyong's eyes widened as the image of a mysterious dark figure flashed through his mind. A man in black. Could it really be him? Junkyong urgently pressed for answers. Where did he go? Where is he now? Unyo shook her head. It has already been a few days since he vanished into thin air. I am sure Sangun's sudden change is because of him. Junkyong fell silent, lost in thought. A man in black. Right. He had to put that aside for now. He had a much more urgent crisis to deal with right in front of him. First things first, he had to subdue Sangun. Clenching her fists tightly, the young girl warned him, "You cannot. It is impossible." Junkyong paused. Unyo looked utterly defeated as she muttered, "We have tried everything we could. We tried sealing him, and we even used the energy from the PMA to try and purge his demonic power for good. But Sangun's power is just too massive. It was completely impossible." Hearing this, Junkyong frowned. "So, our only option left is to kill him?" Reluctant, but having no other choice, she nodded. "Yes." In Junkyong's hand, a wooden staff began to materialize, rapidly transforming and shaping itself into a sleek, long spear. Channeling his mana, he looked back and said, "Just rest for now, Ungyo. I might actually have a way." With that, he leaped forward so fast, he left nothing but a streak of light on the ground. Junkyung unleashed a barrage of lightning-fast strikes on Sangun from all directions, before delivering a clean, decisive slash through the air. A sharp screech tore through the air as their massive forces clashed, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. The entire area in front of Sangun was completely obliterated. Debris and shattered rocks flew everywhere, with thick dust clouding their vision. Watching the chaotic scene, Unyo gasped in shock. No way, how did he get this strong in such a short amount of time? He has changed so much. It feels like years have passed, but in reality, it has only been a few days. The battle raged on with intense ferocity. Junkyung charged forward again, moving as fast as an arrow shot from a bow. Swirling ribbons of mana wrapped around his spear as fresh blood splattered into the air. Sangun's eyes suddenly lost their focus, and his body went stiff. The sharp tip of the spear had completely pierced through his abdomen before he could even take a single step. Tears welling in her eyes, Unyo screamed. "Sangun," Junkyung calmly reassured her. "Do not worry. I have no intention of killing him." A surge of powerful mana gathered along the shaft of his spear. The dragon heart made from the dragon bloodstone was pulsing, and he was currently operating at the absolute peak of his power. Thanks to this connection, he could feel both Sangun's immense power and the deep influence of Mount Baekdu flowing through the stone. Gripping the spear tightly, thread-like veins of crimson energy began to flow from it directly into his body. Using this magical energy, he intended to absorb the corrupt force, driving Sangun mad into his own body. However, things rarely go exactly according to plan. Junkyung gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. This is bad. The spear of Muspel is slowly turning into a demonic spear, and it is actively draining Sangun's life force. His pupils contracted as he silently commanded himself, "Concentrate. I can do this. I have to feed his life force and energy back to him." Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Purification has been activated. He was thrilled. Yes, I cannot let this chance slip away. Under the influence of Junkyung's skill, Sangun's eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. After a brief moment, his eyes slowly returned to normal, and his consciousness flickered back. He looked around in a daze, still struggling to wake up from the hazy nightmare. What is happening? Junkyung gasped as he froze in place. "I actually did it." Seeing that the danger had passed, Junkyung pulled his spear out. Entirely exhausted, Sangun collapsed to the ground. A bright flash erupted, causing the cracked earth beneath them to splinter further. Unyo frantically rushed to Sangun's side. Raising her hands, she began gathering her mana, desperately crying out, "I am going to heal you right now, so please, just stay still." A warm, golden light completely enveloped Sangun's massive body, but his eyes remained tightly shut, with no sign of improvement. Unyo sobbed in absolute despair, begging, "Please, please open your eyes, Sangun." Eventually, she lost all hope. Letting her mana fade as she hung her head, consumed by guilt and regret, she wept. "Sangun, I am so sorry." Just then, a rustling sound echoed nearby. Startled by the noise, Unyo quickly turned her head to look. Standing just a short distance away were Manhwa and Fenrir. Manhwa let out a long sigh of relief, feeling incredibly lucky. "Thank goodness I made it in time." As the minutes ticked by, Sangun slowly began to regain some of his strength. Still lying on the ground, he silently watched Junkyung, who stood right in front of him. Junkyung asked with concern, "Have your senses returned to normal yet?" "Back there." He hesitated for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Junjion quietly analyzed the situation. Even though he had purged the corruption from Sangun, the old tiger was still dying. Junjion took the opportunity to ask, "Sangun, who is the man in black? Who did this to you? And why did you meet him in the first place?" There were endless questions that needed answers. "I don't get it. How could a mythical beast like you cross paths with someone so suspicious? And above all, why did you take that power?" The ancient tiger looked back, saying, "I will tell you everything in time. For now, let us focus on what matters." "Is Ungyo all right?" Jungian gave an honest reply. "She is. She is just completely exhausted from worrying about you." Just a few minutes earlier, Jianhua had explained his condition to the young girl. "I managed to patch up Sangun's external wounds, but everything else is grim. His internal injuries are just too severe. Any more treatment would be useless." Hearing those words, the little girl froze. Her eyes widened, tears welling up as her entire world seemed to crumble around her. Back in the present, Sangun delivered his final words. I see. You probably already know this, but I do not have much time left. Will you still keep your promise to look after Ung-Yo for me? Junjian gave a solemn nod. Relieved, the tiger gently instructed, Very well, I am leaving Ung-Yo in your hands. His eyes flickered with a sudden recollection. That man in black. Despite how suspicious he was, his power felt incredibly familiar. Memories of the past flashed before them. Sangun corrected himself. Actually, he did not come to find me. I went to find him. He was in Jeonju. This left Junjian deeply puzzled. In Jeonju, the mysterious man's face remained completely obscured. He just stood there, staring blankly ahead as Sangun approached him from behind. I slowly approached him. Junjian rubbed his chin, waiting for the rest of the story. And then what happened? Sangun fell silent for a long moment before replying, I cannot remember. Junjian gasped, completely caught off guard by this anticlimactic revelation. Wait. What? Closing his eyes in a futile attempt to recall, Sangun murmured, I am certain I met him in Jeonju, but I still cannot remember the details. Junjian sank into deep thought. If he can't remember the most crucial part, we'll never know how Sangun was corrupted, who that man is, or where he ended up. Sometime later, at the ruined village, which bore the deep scars of a fierce battle, In Chang stood on the bridge, looking out. Down below, the surviving villagers gathered. Is that everyone? All right, I am giving you two options, she said in a completely calm, collected tone. Pick whichever one you prefer, she continued her address. The first option will be incredibly tough, but it will allow you all to stay here. The villagers listened to her in solemn silence. The second option is to come to Korea with us. We will need to get clearance from the government first, but you will be fully provided with housing. We plan to move in 3 days, so please make your decision before then, In Chang added, reminding them of the timeline. Meanwhile, as Junjian sat alone, Ung-Yo walked up to him. Mister, she called out, her face filled with anxiety. I am so worried about Grandpa Sangun. He always trusted you so much. Can you please come with me to visit him? He agreed without hesitation. All right, let us go. They made their way through an underground passageway, their footsteps echoing through the hollow cavern. Grandpa Sangun. The giant tiger lay motionless, completely drained of life. Ung-Yo knelt by his side, trying to get a response. Grandpa Sangun, what is wrong? She desperately tried to shake him awake. Please wake up, Grandpa. She tried to channel her own mana into his body, but the light quickly flickered and died. Yet Sangun remained completely unresponsive. With tears streaming down her face, Ung-Yo stroked his fur and poured her heart out. Grandpa Sangun, you were such an important part of our family, and you were my friend. She could no longer hold back her overwhelming grief, having now lost both her beloved grandfather and her father. As Sangun's body began to glow softly, she whispered, Thank you for everything. I will never, ever forget you. Junjian stood by in silent respect, giving them their final private moment together as the tiger's physical form began to fade. Ung-Yo dropped to her knees, bowing deeply in respect. Thank you, Grandpa Sangun. At that moment, his body dissolved entirely into a stream of glowing mana, drifting out through the passageway. Outside, all the villagers fell to their knees in unison to pay their final respects. The stream of mana slowly drifted up, merging with the wind and the sky. A short while later, the villagers stood staring back at the ruins of their homes. One of them asked anxiously, Is it really all right for us to just leave everything behind like this? She offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry. We will come back one day. Meanwhile, In Chang stood before a line of neatly gathered reindeer. She raised her hand to direct the crowd, calling out, Elderly and children first. Once we leave these mountains, it is going to get freezing, so bundle up warm before you get on the reindeer. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Junjian was floating down, gently landing on the ground while holding Ung-Yo in his arms. He set the little girl down. In her arms, she was cradling a tiny white tiger cub, and her mood seemed significantly brighter. In Chang stared in utter astonishment. Wait, is that a baby tiger? The little girl happily lifted the cub high into the air, giggling. It is Grandpa Sangun. Junjian calmly explained. Yeah, it is the same phenomenon as with Gongju. Right now, the legendary beast looked tiny and completely harmless. A guardian named Baekmi had placed the deceased Sangun back into Ung-Yo's care. However, he had reincarnated with almost all of his memories intact, though stripped of all his powers. Junjian smiled with anticipation. We will be heading back to Korea very soon, In Chang agreed. Yeah, just thinking about it gets me excited. She looked at him with curiosity. So, what are your plans once we arrive? He fell into deep thought. Well, there is a lot to take care of. Suddenly, a sword materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant golden glow with an incredibly overwhelming aura. Chang examined it with curiosity. What kind of weapon is that? A magic artifact? The amount of mana coming off it is absolutely insane. Ji-won held it up, silently praising her. Yoon Gyeol had done an amazing job. He then told her it was a gift. It felt like a heavy blow directly to her head, catching her completely off guard. She gritted her teeth, spitting out the words, "A gift?" Her face darkened, her mood instantly souring. "I see. What exactly are you planning to do now that you are here?" In-young asked, her voice dripping with jealousy. "You are giving it to your secret woman, aren't you?" He stared at her, completely dazed. Once he snapped out of it, Ji-won awkwardly scratched his cheek and avoided her eyes. "Oh right, yeah, I'm going to give it to her," In-young huffed. "Fine." He watched in utter confusion as she silently turned around and walked away. What was up with that reaction? Meanwhile, the group continued their march through the freezing snow. When they finally reached their destination, she stood there in shock. It was a massive wall. With heavy footsteps echoing, Ji-won walked right up to it. He recalled his past promise. Didn't he say he would open this wall once a month? It had already been over a month now. Placing his hand on the surface, a wave of mana radiated outward. Waiting around would be a complete waste of time. Besides, he had progressed far more than he originally anticipated. His eyes sharpened. He could open this now without any help. Channeling his power, he gave a low warning. "Step back." With that, Ji-won poured all his strength into it. The wall began to fluctuate as two massive energies intertwined, causing the entire structure to light up brilliantly. He gritted his teeth, feeling the intense strain. His own mana flow wasn't enough, but relying on the dragon heart would drain Su's energy. Cracks began to form on the dragon heart, and the mana threw itself into complete chaos. Over at the northern front, the area was shrouded in a freezing, snowy blizzard, making it almost impossible to see. Standing on the watchtower, Sejin muttered grimly, "It has been unusually quiet lately." The soldier beside him looked puzzled. "Unusually quiet, how?" Sejin explained. "Where did all those monsters go? Ever since that guy arrived at the front lines, they've been incredibly scarce." The soldier gasped in realization. "Ah, you mean that underdog? It must be a coincidence." Sejin remained silent, his brow furrowing as he thought back. The image of Ji-won's cold, ruthless figure flashed through his mind. He forced a relaxed smile. Who knows? Maybe he actually managed to break through the monster hordes in North Korea. The soldier dismissed the idea immediately. "No way. I don't care who you are, that's just flat out impossible. Think of how many legendary heroes have already died over there." Sejin froze. "Huh?" Suddenly, he gasped and shouted, "Hey, look over there." The soldier frowned. "What is that?" Both of their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The borderline was shifting, and a blazing red surge of mana was melting right through the wall. The red glow continued to spread, dissolving the massive wall right before their eyes. Inside the military base, sturdy modern buildings stood tall. Steam wafted from a cup of freshly brewed coffee as a voice remarked, "Ah, this coffee is nice and warm." In-young took a sip, completely delighted. "Oh wow, has coffee always tasted this amazing?" Ji-won nodded in agreement, "Right?" Suddenly, Sejin approached them, his curiosity piqued. "Sir, the people who arrived with you are gathered in the auditorium. May I ask who they are?" He calmly explained that they were the surviving residents of North Korea, and they were completely trustworthy. Sejin gasped, "North Korea? That means," knowing exactly what the man was about to ask, Ji-won cut in, "Yeah, they are all hunters." Sejin was utterly flabbergasted. "All of them are hunters?" At that very moment, inside the auditorium, the crowd was gathered, their attention locked onto Yoon Gyeol and Gun, who were standing on stage. The young girl spoke up, "Please bear with us, everyone. Things will be much better from here on out." The crowd cheered warmly in response. "We understand." Watching from the sidelines, Ji-won realized something. That girl, her curse must have been broken. The curse that gave her power while trapping her in the body of a child was gone. Now, she stood confidently before everyone, addressing them with ease. He walked up to her and asked, "Hey kid, got a minute?" Startled by his voice, she spun around, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Ji-won gently grabbed her hand to lead her away, politely announcing to the crowd, "Mind if I borrow your leader for a second?" The crowd cheered enthusiastically. Take her. You don't even have to bring her back. Only Gun watched them leave, a heavy, uneasy look on his face. Once they reached a quiet spot away from the crowd, Ji-won asked her about her appearance. Yoon-jeol explained, "The curse is completely gone." Ji-won rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Wait," he warned gently. "This is going to hurt a little." The girl gasped in confusion. "Huh?" His eyes glowed as he focused. He needed to use his mana flow to examine her body's condition. The air around them began to ripple as a surge of mana linked them together. Growing wary, Yoon-jeol slapped his hand away and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" He replied with a serious look. "You've gotten weaker." Shocked, she gasped. "What?" Determined to see for herself, she immediately gathered her strength. An aura of mana flared up around her body. A moment later, Yoon-jeol stared down at her trembling hands in disbelief. "I really am weaker. But why?" Ji-won reasoned. "I see. You're only strong when you're near the village because you were channeling the energy there. That is also why you looked like a kid while you were up there." Her face fell, a heavy sadness washing over her. Seeing her downcast, Ji-won smiled warmly to reassure her. "Hey, don't worry. I'm a hunter, remember? Let me help you out." Deeply touched by his words, Yoon-jeol's hostility melted away. She hesitated, mumble asking, "So, what is it you wanted to talk about anyway?" Jun-kyung, whose reputation was growing, warned them to prepare themselves. He told them that people from the government and the association would soon come looking for them. They will ask a lot of questions about you and the people from Cheonji village as well. Images of Jun-kyung dealing with the orcs flashed in their minds. Their power was far greater than anticipated, especially if all of them were to join the association at the same time. Along with their sheer ferocity as they sliced their enemies in half, his calm, steady voice made everyone incredibly excited. But the real issue was that Yeon-soo knew exactly what was on Jun-kyung's mind. Are they really trustworthy? He nodded in agreement. Yeah, there is a chance they might get deported from South Korea, or forced into signing some shady contracts with the government and the association. Or rather, he thought of the man with that dark Asgardian aura, the president of the association, Jung Hyojin, who might show up himself. He would definitely lust after the power everyone possessed. Jun-kyung made a proposal, making sure to show consideration for their feelings. "I will provide you all with some useful things. Of course, the final decision to accept or refuse is entirely up to the people of Cheonji village." In-chong asked curiously, "What is it?" Meanwhile, outside, warm sunlight bathed the buildings. A car pulled up and stopped right next to the building. Out stepped a muscular man wearing a suit. Wearing dark sunglasses, he looked very professional. Sang-soo suddenly noticed something and opened his arms in a warm welcome. "Long time no see. Hunter Jun-kyung Lee, welcome back from China." He politely replied, "It really has been a while since the orientation, hasn't it?" He chuckled and praised him. "Well, you know you left quite a lasting impression. A hunter who successfully completed a dangerous mission and returned, even bringing back survivors from North Korea. On top of that, they are hunters too." Jun-kyung quietly tried to figure out what their game plan was. The association was making the first move, but Sang-soo's expression suddenly turned dead serious. "But there is one issue whether we can trust them or not. That is why the president of the association has a proposal." He immediately put his guard up. Asgard was making its move. Sang-soo turned his head to look over and relayed Asgard's stance. "We have been informed that all the survivors from North Korea are actually hunters. That is why the association president wants to sign a contract with them," Jun-kyung asked. "A mana contract?" He hesitated. "Ah, yes. A mana contract was basically a tool to treat people like slaves by enforcing the harsh penalties written in the agreement." Recalling the details of the contract, he offered a polite, gentle smile. "I am sorry, but they have already signed a contract with me." Sang-soo gasped in shock. "What?" Jun-kyung explained calmly. "I always keep them close to minimize any risks. That is also why I signed a mana contract with them, and as you know, a person can only enter into such a contract once." Hearing this, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully before making a decision. "I will report this back to the president. Please give me a moment." He found this highly amusing, wondering how Odin would react. He would probably find out soon enough. Inside the auditorium, the people of Cheonji village had gathered together, now dressed in comfortable tracksuits. Someone remarked, "Wow, these clothes are so comfy." Another agreed, "Yeah, they make it so easy to move around too." Food trays piled high with a variety of dishes were set out on the table, looking incredibly delicious. Everyone was moved to tears as they ate and chatted with each other. Back in Cheonji village, all we ever ate was potatoes. Is this heaven? Even In-chang couldn't help but praise it. The food here is absolutely delicious. Jun Kyung agreed. Yeah, he thought to himself, when we were living together, we never got to eat anything this good. Her mood was very relaxed right now as she said, it really is nice to unwind like this. But every time I move around, my hands start to itch. He smiled faintly. You must be dying to go on a hunt. He evaluated In-chang's abilities, noting that he was indeed a skilled hunter. After finishing his meal, Jun Kyung picked up his tray and stood up, saying, we are going to be very busy once we return, just like when we were preparing for the Heracles competition. Hearing this, she immediately looked flustered, but whatever. A moment later, he stood on a boulder not far from the building, observing the situation. He foresaw the future. This place, no, the entire world would soon burn to ashes. It was inevitable. So, Jun Kyung turned away, deciding he might as well enjoy himself. Suddenly, he froze. His face went pale, and cold sweat ran down his cheek as he sensed an unprecedented danger. Standing right in front of him was Yeon-su, who had approached without him even realizing it. She calmly spoke up. Choi Yeon-su. Jun Kyung asked blankly. Huh? She explained. That is my name. With a serious expression, he could not help but ask. Choi Yeon-su. I see. But how did you completely hide your presence like that? Even now, he was still shaken. I did not even notice her until she got this close, even though I can sense almost all mana and its flow. An intense sense of danger welled up inside him. If she were an enemy, I could have died. Yeon-su introduced. It is my skill. Jun Kyung asked, puzzled. A skill? Anyway, what did you come looking for me for? She stated her purpose. I am still wondering what your next plan is. We do not know what you want us to do under the mana contract, and many people are worried about it. Jun Kyung calmly replied, we will head to Seoul first. He pictured the calculating look on Jang Hyojin's face as he schemed. Odin probably already knows by now that the people of Cheonji village signed a mana contract with me. As long as I remain allied with Asgard, those villagers will also be considered allies of Asgard. That way, they will not be able to stop me. That wasn't what Uriel had asked. No, I want to know what happened after that. Junjian didn't hide anything. I want the residents of Cheonji village to fulfill their duty. Hearing that word, she immediately grew wary. Duty? Knowing exactly what she was worried about, he quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything. But with power comes responsibility. I just want them to carry out their duties. Uriel finally let out a sigh of relief, deciding to trust him for now. All right, with all her questions answered, she took her leave. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. Dragonheart has stabilized. Junjian exhaled a breath of steam. His newly absorbed power had finally settled. Clenching his fists, he was curious. Just how strong was he now? He remembered Demas's overwhelming presence and his terrifying aura. He couldn't say for sure, but he felt confident he could beat Hercules, even in his berserk state. Junjian smiled, brimming with confidence. He was definitely stronger now. Right then, Seojian ran up to him. Sir, someone from the association is here to see you. What he had been waiting for was finally here. Returning to the auditorium, there was a man whose bald head was gleaming under the lights. Junjian greeted his old acquaintance. How are you? Seo replied in a warm tone. Better than you. You haven't hit his sore spot yet. Seonggu said, startling him. Guess what? Junjian rubbed the back of his neck and joked, I've always wanted to say that. I've been working so hard and diligently, so cut me some slack. He looked annoyed, but let him off the hook. Fine, just this once. Feeling like they had caught up enough, he got down to business. Why are you so late? What did the association say? Suonggu took a deep breath. Then he let out a heavy sigh, looking frustrated. It's a mess. Most of Asgard's members have already returned to South Korea. This news left Junjian stunned. What? He slowly explained the situation to him. What I heard next was even more shocking. The special gate is a sign of a major upheaval. It is a sign of a violent cataclysm. Images of various ferocious monsters flashed, all tied to that special gate. Special gates spawn monsters that are far more powerful than normal. Because of that, the devastation is much worse once they are activated. These gates have appeared not only in South Korea, but all over the world. A jet soared through the deep blue sky. Many hunters from around the world have returned to their home countries after the raid. No one knows what these special gates really mean, but even Odin realized how serious this was and summoned the heroes. Seonggu went over the upcoming schedule. There's a meeting in a few days, and of course, we'll be discussing you. He looked down. We want you to come back. As the residents of Cheonji village gathered, his voice filled with amazement. But I never expected you to bring a literal gold mine with you. Junjian looked over as well. The hunters from Cheonji village were a priceless gold mine. The sheer number of hunters under his command, controlling them, granted immense power. Seonggu's expression turned dead serious. But the catch is, the one who owns them is you. With a grave look, Seonggu continued. The mana contract has one sole purpose: to bind them in absolute loyalty and obedience to their master. You brought back hunters from the middle of nowhere, and now they are your subordinates. He clenched his fist as he warned him. That will paint a huge target on your back, and every other faction will view you as a threat. After all, a mana contract. A mana contract and a guild are two entirely different things. Junjian listened in silence, then smiled calmly. It's fine. I'm still a member of Asgard, right? Seonggu let out a helpless sigh and nodded. Yeah, you are. Regardless, the two shared a warm embrace. He patted him on the back, welcoming him and congratulating him on making it back alive. The sky was clear, with lazy clouds drifting under the warm sunlight. Outside the building, several buses were parked. A few people stood guard near the parked buses. Inside, Junjian and Seonggu stood on the stage. He announced in a loud voice that this would be their final trip. The residents of Cheonji village groaned. "Aw, that's a bummer. I could do 100 more trips like this, just eating, sleeping, and detoxing. But actually, I am feeling a bit tired." He kindly warned them. "You'll all be busy soon, so rest up while you can." Suddenly, Seonggu glanced in a certain direction. They eagerly voiced their absolute trust, shouting, "We believe in you." He pointed down, asking, "Junjian, who is that woman?" The person he meant was Uriel. "Don't the other hunters call her a saintess or something?" He chuckled casually. "Yeah, and I don't think they're wrong." Hearing this, Seonggu froze like a statue. Seeing his misunderstanding, Junjian quickly clarified. "Hey, I'm just kidding." In Chong suddenly cut in to confirm, "It's a joke, seriously." Junjian didn't go there because of Uriel. Her words drew their attention. She scowled, looking annoyed. "It's not like we're short on girls around here anyway, if Uriel is the woman he's hiding." Mid-sentence, she stopped as a thought crossed her mind, her mood instantly turning sour. Does that mean he even has women overseas? Just how many rivals do I have? He suddenly shivered, feeling a cold chill run down his spine. "Why did I just get a chill?" Seonggu murmured awkwardly. "I feel like I can actually read her mind." Outside, a peaceful, natural scenery unfolded. The vibrant green of the earth and the clear blue sky blended beautifully. A gentle breeze spun the windmill as the buses drove off in a single line. The car cruised smoothly down the road, gradually heading into the heart of the city, surrounded by sleek, modern architecture. As they drove deeper, the streets became more and more crowded. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. The people of Cheonji could only stare in sheer amazement at this foreign world. Gentle sunlight washed over the towering, luxurious skyscrapers. Crowds of people surged through the streets, pulsing with life, while cars of every shape and size zipped past, filling the air with a chaotic chorus of honking horns. Everyone was completely speechless. They had never seen anything like this before. It was entirely beyond their wild imagination. Standing nearby, Jungyong thought to himself, "Wow, they're completely mind-blown." Still feeling a bit uneasy, he turned to Yunyel and asked her to keep an eye on everyone. But to his surprise, her reaction was even more over the top. Her eyes were sparkling like stars, and her jaw was practically on the floor. Jungyong sighed, feeling totally helpless, though he couldn't really blame them given where they came from. "You too, huh? Well, I guess since you've spent your entire life in the mountains, this is your very first time seeing modern civilization." Jungyong had no choice but to pass the responsibility to someone else. "Miss Jang In-young, please guide the Cheonji people. Just follow the association staff, and you'll be fine." She immediately nodded. "Understood." Then, Jungyong remembered the biggest troublemaker of them all. "Fenrir, you have to listen to Jang In-young. Okay, got it?" The little boy looked up, gritting his teeth and let out an irritated growl. Jungyong gently patted his head to calm him down. "You feel that too, don't you?" A dangerous presence was radiating from the top of a nearby building. Zooming in, it was Hojin, standing with his hands behind his back, silently watching them. Jungyong looked up, locking eyes with him. Hojin's lips curled into an intrigued, sinister smile. Unsure of Hojin's true intentions, Jungyong put his guard up. He dropped down on one knee in front of the young boy. Fenrir, there is one thing you must keep in mind from now on. Jungyong gave him strict instructions, ensuring he would only unleash his fangs when absolutely necessary. The boy listened intently to every single word. And you must always keep it hidden. Without a single shred of doubt, Fenrir agreed, his eyes full of trust. All right, Jungyong, this modern metropolis was a far cry from the tiny village the Cheonji people were used to. Hojin, who had been waiting for quite some time, put on a warm, friendly face to welcome Jungyong the moment he arrived. He chuckled warmly. My, you certainly brought some highly intriguing guests with you. Jungyong raised an eyebrow. Excuse me? Hojin calmly listed them off. Hundreds of hunters, 2 hero-class individuals, and 3 strange anomalies. Jungyong's mind raced, though he kept his face completely expressionless. He must mean Yuniel and Manhwa when he says hero-class hunters. And the anomalies, does he mean Fenrir and Seonggu? But what is the third one? As if reading his mind, Hojin stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "You are the third one, my boy." He was incredibly curious about his journey. I would love to ask you all about China, but there are a few things we need to take care of first. The moment the words left his mouth, a dazzling wave of golden mana erupted, with the 2 of them at its center, surging outward. In the blink of an eye, they were instantly teleported to an entirely different dimension. Hojin took the lead, with Jungyong and Seonggu following closely behind. Jungyong couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for what was to come. Today is the day we officially introduce you to Asgard, and we will also be holding a general conference. They're probably dying to meet you. Every single hero of Asgard is gathered here today. Jungyong's interest was piqued, I see. Meanwhile, inside a magnificent hall bathed in golden light, all the elite members of the association had already gathered. One of them sneered. So, I hear we're about to be introduced to some clueless rookie? The man beside him grumbled. What on earth is Odin thinking, letting some nobody join Asgard like this? They huddled in small groups, whispering excitedly. Apparently, his growth rate is off the charts. He even went to China. Ha, just a reckless fool. Suddenly, one of them gasped. Wait, is that him? I can feel a massive energy signature approaching. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes dripping with arrogance and judgment. But in an instant, their expressions shattered into pure disbelief. Wait, what in the world is that? A wave of realization hit the room. Panic swept through the crowd. Odin and Heimdall. And there's another signature that is absolutely terrifying. No way. I thought he was just a rookie. His face went pale as a sheet, goosebumps breaking out all over his arms as cold sweat drenched his back. How could a mere rookie possibly possess this level of overwhelming power? Before they could even process their fear, the heavy doors swung open. Slow, steady footsteps echoed through the hall, accompanied by a crushing wave of raw mana. Pleasure to meet you all. Jungyong stepped into the light. His crimson eyes gleamed with cold ruthlessness, and his body was enveloped in a suffocating, lethal shroud of pure mana. He offered a polite, chilly smile. I am Underdog, Lee Jungyong. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a towering pillar of light shot straight into the heavens, illuminating the sky. A guard standing watch before the dimensional rift murmured, "This is it. They should be coming out any second now." First to step through was Kun. Right behind him, the people of Cheonji began to emerge, one by one. A surge of dense mana gradually wrapped around the portal. It shrunk smaller and smaller, until it completely vanished into thin air right before their eyes. Soo-young smiled warmly. Incredible job, everyone. Kun bowed politely. Thank you for waiting for us. An association member smiled reassuringly. With all of you guarding the portal, the citizens can finally breathe easy. He couldn't help but admire them in silence. The White Tiger Guild was truly on another level compared to the rest. Not only were they extremely pleasant to work with, but their skills were also absolutely unmatched. Hugging Fenrir to his chest, Uniel reminded him, "There are still plenty of other places to set up the gates, right? Let's head to the next location." Seonggu was taken aback. He figured they might not understand the workflow, but didn't anyone want to take a break? It's not like we have to work all day. In-chang declined with a cheerful smile. No need, we're completely fine. Just lead us to the next spot, please. Flustered by that smile, he stammered, "Okay." At the sight of the special gate, a gloomy sky was covered in an eerie, blood-red hue. Sharp, rocky crags pointed straight up into the air. In Chang was already rushing forward to face the monsters. Wielding a sword even larger than his own body, he sliced them to pieces. As the system notified him of the Crown Prince's mana support and stats, a monster took advantage of his distraction, sneaking up from behind and lunging its sharp claws at him. Right at that moment, a giant hand tightly grabbed its head. Seonggu clenched his fist, put all his strength into it, and punched a hole straight through its skull. At the same time, Hyunmu summoned a mana sphere and launched it with perfect accuracy at another monster. Thin, flexible threads made of mana wrapped around the beast. With a sharp tug of her hand, Manhwa sliced it into tiny pieces. The system window popped up, showing support from the Great Sage of the East for ability evolution. With a powerful leap, Junkyung gripped his sword tightly and dove right into the middle of the monster horde. Dropping down from the sky, he delivered a devastating strike right in the center. The dispersing mana completely obliterated all the surrounding beasts. The system's voice chimed again, apocalyptic sky. Harbinger. He made a speechless face, muttering, "Why is it only me?" Cutting off his train of thought, a message popped up. "You have leveled up." Junkyung sighed in resignation, realizing he couldn't really hate it. Moments later, the monster horde was completely slaughtered, leaving not a single trace behind. The 5 members gathered back together. Inchong spoke up. "Maybe it's because we're hunting at high-level gates, but those sponsors are definitely going to be very interested in us." He was also incredibly confident in their group's strength. It was a special gate filled with S-rank monsters, but with their numbers, it was more than enough. He replied, "I'm sure you guys feel the same way." Inchong and Manhwa both nodded in agreement. Not wanting them to become arrogant over these minor victories, Junkyung warned them, "As we grow stronger, even more special gates will appear. The world is now overflowing with magic." His expression turned grave. "Soon, the great cataclysm will begin." Hearing this, he gasped in surprise. Inchong had a similar look on his face. Turning around, he praised them while making sure to give a reminder. "Both of you are strong, but you need to work even harder." Suddenly, Inchong ran after him to stop him. "Lee Junkyung, wait a second," he asked curiously. "Where are you going? It looks like you're about to leave." He calmly stated his plan. "I'm thinking of taking a short trip around the world." Inchong was slightly taken aback, hesitating. A short trip around the world? He stared intently at Junkyung's face, trying to see if he was lying. He had just seriously warned them about the great cataclysm, yet now he wanted to travel the world? Well, of course, he deserved a break. After confirming there was nothing unusual, Inchong finally accepted the answer. "Right. Getting some rest is the best." He smiled and replied, "Sure." Seeing his reaction, Junkyung chuckled. If I had gone into more detail, he definitely would have misunderstood and assumed I was going to meet up with some other girls. His mood had instantly been brightened by him. He instructed, "From now on, you all can team up with the White Tiger group. I'll also be leaving Fenrir with them." The little guy looked confused. Yeah, Junkyung was placing a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. "Fenrir, take care of the White Tiger group, okay? They're going to be our most crucial support soon." The little guy nodded in agreement. Clenching his fist, he made a silent vow. "I told everyone it's just a trip, but this is my responsibility, my duty." Looking off into the distance, he muttered to himself, "As someone who knows what is coming and comes from the future, I must bear this burden." The sky was painted in a romantic, rosy pink hue of the setting sun. Junkyung's voice drifted on the wind. "I need to go meet Odin." A few days later, he borrowed the rights to use the Bifrost from Seonggu for a while. He thoughtfully reminded him, "Be careful out there. I can't believe Odin actually agreed to this." He explained the reason. "Well, it's because I made a deal with Odin." He was stunned. "A deal?" He confirmed. "Yes, I gave him the thing he loves most." Seonggu looked at him, lost in thought. The stern image of Odin flashed through his mind. Odin didn't just let anyone use the Bifrost so easily. However, since the two of them had struck a deal, Lee Junkyung was granted permission. And that deal was about the man in black, who was completely shrouded in dark mana, obscuring his face. After returning from China, he had shared some information with Odin that was completely different from what the other survivors reported. Flashing back to the past, Jun Kyung reported what he had learned on his journey. There is someone known as the Man in Black on the move. He completely destroyed China and devastated Qi village. That piece of information was enough to trigger Odin's intense desire to find powerful individuals. His eyes lit up with excitement. Find out the identity of that Man in Black. Asgard will provide you with full, unwavering support. This meant that all of Asgard would cooperate with Underdog as much as possible. Out of nowhere, a sparkling, seven-colored spot of light appeared in the peaceful blue sky, shining like a star. A brilliant rainbow arched across the heavens as Yuan calmly touched down on the ground. Just then, someone walked right up to him and said, "I have been waiting for you." Yuan was a bit surprised, but he kept his cool on the outside. "It is an honor to meet you, Lancelot, the first knight." He thought to himself, "This is way beyond what I expected. I thought they would just send some administrator from the council." Lancelot returned the greeting with a polite nod. "Likewise. It is a pleasure to meet you, Underdog." Yuan thought, "Lancelot, one of the knights of the Round Table I am supposed to meet, so he is the one." An emblem featuring a shield and two crossed swords appeared. It was the symbol of the Round Table, a secretive British organization with a worldview completely different from the rest. They were unlike other groups that constantly tried to manipulate humanity under the guise of salvation, most notably the Asgard Association led by Odin. The Round Table, on the other hand, chose to remain completely neutral. They possessed immense power, but chose to watch in silence, being neither good nor evil. The main reason the Round Table was so powerful was because of Merlin, who stood at the absolute center of the organization. She was a young woman with golden hair and emerald eyes. Then there was Arthur, who currently took the form of a child. But even putting Arthur aside, the Round Table was still incredibly formidable. This was because the Round Table possessed a special lineage of knights. The select few who belonged to this order were far stronger than ordinary heroes, led by Gawain, who was also their strongest member. This order of knights had always played a crucial role in resolving Britain's crises. Back in the present, the city lay quiet and peaceful under the warm sunlight. Lancelot offered a friendly smile, sharing his thoughts. "Since Merlin has taken an interest in you, everyone is quite curious about you, Underdog. I must admit, I am rather curious myself." However, his polite act could not fool Yuan. His eyes were burning with pure hostility, and Yuan knew exactly why it was because of Merlin. Lancelot was famous for his deep, obsessive love for the leader of the Round Table, Merlin. However, Merlin had never returned his feelings. Because of that, their relationship had completely fallen apart, driving him to the brink of madness and obsession. It was not that Lancelot was a traitor, but his obsession with her had spun completely out of control. Yuan recalled the rumors he had heard. They say that almost every problem the Round Table faces can be traced back to Lancelot. Feeling incredibly unlucky, he thought, "Great. Looks like I just stepped in a pile of shit." Yuan tried to explain to clear the air. "I am only here to keep my promise to Merlin." Before he could even finish, Lancelot rudely cut him off. "A promise? Did you just say a promise?" Yuan let out a helpless sigh. He had no idea that a simple word like promise would trigger Lancelot so easily. With a serious look, Yuan warned him, "What are you getting at? I came here to meet Merlin on official business. I know you were sent to guide me, but you are being incredibly rude right now." Lancelot remained completely unfazed, shamelessly firing back without a shred of remorse. "Rude? How have I been rude?" Yuan retorted with sharp sarcasm. If a knight cannot even realize when they are being rude, do they even deserve to be called a knight? Infuriated, Lancelot slammed his fist onto the table, sending a cup flying into the air from the impact. His face darkened as he glared with murderous intent. "Are you daring to insult me?" Yuan casually crossed his arms and said with absolute confidence, "Merlin, you are watching this, are you not? After all, within the entire Round Table, the only place she could not peer into was a private resting quarters." Lancelot gritted his teeth, barely holding back his mounting rage, and declared, "Underdog, I do not care how famous you are. As a knight, I cannot overlook such a blatant insult." Suddenly, a powerful voice commanded, "Stop this instantly." Lancelot gasped and whirled around. Yuan was not the least bit surprised. Everything was going exactly as he had anticipated. Right on cue, she appeared. Specks of light drifted through the air as Merlin materialized before them. She sat gracefully behind her desk. Lancelot bowed deeply and said with utmost respect, "Lady Merlin." Yuan stood up as well to look at her. She gave Lancelot a cold stare and said, "Lancelot, you are being incredibly disrespectful to my guest." Lancelot gasped in shock. Seeing Merlin take Yuan's side only fueled the burning jealousy in his heart. Letting his anger cloud his judgment, he shouted a direct provocation. "Underdog, I challenge you to a duel right now." Merlin frowned and jumped up to stop him. "Lancelot, what do you think you are doing?" But before she could say more, Yuan calmly replied, "Sure, why not?" Merlin looked on in pure disbelief. Not giving them a chance to change their minds, Yuan quickly added, "Let's head to the arena, then." As they made their way to the arena, whispers immediately broke out among the onlookers. "Is that Lancelot again? What did he mess up this time?" One of them smirked with interest. "Well, it has been a while since we had a decent fight to watch, has it not?" The person next to him shrugged dismissively. "It does not matter. Lancelot is going to win anyway." "Who is he even fighting?" The informant replied, "Underdog." Upon hearing the name, the crowd's attitude shifted instantly. "Underdog of Asgard? Oh, wow, now that is going to be a massive showdown." Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance as Gawain made his entrance. The moment they appeared, all the knights were stunned. Sir Yvain and Sir Galahad had arrived. The leaders of the Knights of the Round Table were finally here. They raised their hands in a respectful military salute, saying, "Greetings, Sir Yvain." He smiled warmly, patting the young knight on the shoulder in approval. "Good job." Watching them, the onlookers whispered in awe, "Man, isn't he so cool?" "Yeah, of course he is. He's a Knight of the Round Table." On the other side, the duel between Jungion and Lancelot was about to begin. The two stood face to face with weapons in hand, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lancelot felt completely confident in his own strength. He uses a spear too, but I'm sure mine is on a whole different level. Yvain also watched intently. A spear duel between the East and the West? This is going to be an interesting match. Showboating, Lancelot placed his hand over his chest and bowed. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to witness my duel." The spectators humored him, cheering enthusiastically. He smiled with satisfaction, his vanity thoroughly fed. Jungion didn't hold back his mockery. "Sir Lancelot, I'm honestly starting to wonder if I should call you a knight or an entertainer. With the way you're acting, you look more like a circus act. I'm not even sure if calling you sir is appropriate anymore." Lancelot scowled, visibly irritated. His entire aura shifted as his mana flared to life. "I heard that in these duels, we're even allowed to take our opponent's life. Is that right?" His pupils dilated with raw, bloodthirsty rage. "That's right," Lancelot sneered, taking his stance. With absolute arrogance, he declared, "This is a duel where your life is on the line. I was planning to go easy on you and spare your life, but I guess I don't need to do that anymore." Unfazed, Jungion kept his cool. "Listen to yourself. You really are just a selfish, arrogant noble." He was so relaxed, he even had the leeway to mock him further. He smirked. "You fake knight." Lancelot, enraged, Lancelot lunged forward at lightning speed, shouting, "You bastard!" Gion just stood his ground calmly, his eyes glowing as he calmly analyzed the attack. Lancelot was famous as a one-strike knight, someone who could pierce through anything with a single blow. Just like the rumors said, his attack was incredibly fierce. No matter how trash his personality was, he truly was a hero. However, as the spear tip wrapped in violent mana lunged at him, Jungion met it head-on, perfectly deflecting it with his own spear. Lancelot's attack was completely shut down. He couldn't move an inch forward. The spectators were left in utter disbelief at the sight. Huh? What? Did he just block a full-force strike by simply touching the tip of his spear? Lancelot's spear had come to a grinding halt. Even he was in complete shock, only now realizing the sheer danger of the situation. Cold sweat rolled down his cheek. He tried to pour more strength into his weapon, but nothing changed. No way. How can I not even budge him? Meanwhile, Jungion remained rock solid, looking as if he weren't putting in any effort at all. Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, a voice broke through. "That's enough." Surprised, Gion turned his head toward the sound. The man solemnly introduced himself. "I am Yvain, a knight of the Round Table." Keeping Lancelot at bay, Jungion shifted his focus to the speaker. "Yvain!" With those polite manners and refined gestures, he had to be the Carnage Knight. The Carnage Knight? After awakening as a hunter, he slaughtered monsters like a madman. Their chopped-up corpses littered the ground everywhere. Yet he always maintained his powerful, composed demeanor, even while his entire body was completely drenched in monster blood. And that was how he earned the name, the Carnage Knight. Suddenly, the two spears broke apart. Jungion calmly pulled back his weapon. "I have no reason to fight him anyway." Meanwhile, Lancelot's knees gave out, slamming hard onto the ground. His face darkened as he knelt there pathetically. Yvain stepped in front of him, snapping him back to reality. "Lancelot, learn to recognize the gap between you and your opponent." "He insulted me." Lancelot snapped back. Ignoring his whining, Yvain turned to give an order. Galahad, help Lancelot clean this place up. Galahad nodded seriously, replying, Understood, sir. Lancelot struggled to his feet, reluctantly bowing his head as he admitted, I lost. Still, Jungion kept his guard up. Yvain wasn't someone he could take lightly. From the very beginning, the man had already analyzed his strength. As Yvain turned to leave, he cast a backward glance, analyzing the boy. To stop Lancelot's magic-infused strike with a single, precise move. He really is strong. He might just be another rising star of Asgard. It seems the rumor about him defeating Hercules wasn't a lie after all. A while later, after things had settled down in another area, Jian stood facing Merlin. Just this once, Jian promised sincerely, I agreed to fight this time because I wanted to. There won't be a second time. He quietly thought to himself, Merlin completely controls the round table, including the leader of their knights. This means they have to follow her every command. So if Merlin wanted to, she could have easily made sure I never had to cross paths with Lancelot. His thoughts drifted back to the recent fight. But since Merlin wanted us to clash, I went along with it. Because there are also a few things I need here. Pointing at her, he explained. And that is to pay you back. That pays off my debt to you. Merlin frowned in confusion. You're a pretty straightforward guy. Didn't you agree to join the fight because you wanted to? Yuan scratched his cheek awkwardly. I only agreed because I'm someone who absolutely hates to lose. In truth, he was remembering the moment their weapons clashed. He wanted to see how much stronger he had become since his time in China, and to pay off his debt to Merlin. He chuckled and brushed those thoughts aside. Well, you got what you wanted anyway, so let's call it even. This should be enough to teach Lancelot a lesson, right? Yuan made a calculated guess. Merlin must have realized my power had grown. Even though she knew Lancelot would lose, she still let us fight, which meant she wanted Lancelot to lose. She openly admitted her intentions. You're smarter than I thought. Yes, I wanted you to beat Lancelot. She wasn't happy with his arrogant attitude, so she devised a plan. Lancelot has great potential. However, with his arrogance and his obsession with me, he needs a chance to grow up. I needed to use you as a stepping stone for him. Merlin's eyes glowed as she reluctantly agreed. So, just as you said, I'll consider part of your debt paid. Her figure vanished, and the scene instantly shifted to Arthur. He seriously reminded him, You still owe me from that promise you made. Yuan quietly addressed Arthur, who wanted to confirm if he was keeping his word. He reached out his hand and summoned the sword, which shimmered in a golden light. First, Arthur's pupils shrank in complete shock. He flew into a rage, and a wild surge of mana erupted. Is that Excalibur? Are you kidding me? Yuan tossed the sword over to him. Take it, then go crazy all you want. Arthur caught it, gripping the hilt tightly. Arthur examined it and demanded angrily, You call this decorative piece filled with magic Excalibur? Are you looking down on me? Feeling insulted, he roared in frustration. Do you really think you can fool me with such a cheap trick? Suddenly, Merlin spoke up hesitantly. Arthur? Hearing her voice, he froze and glanced back. Arthur stood there in complete disbelief. Merlin. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Is this really Excalibur? He still had his doubts, but the curse was lifted. Merlin hadn't fully recovered from the shock either. We've been separated. Yuan smiled and corrected them. I keep my promises. Recalling an image from the Demon King's memoirs, he thought, I've seen Excalibur before, and that sword belongs to him. Arthur examined the sword closely. Is this really the real deal? Yuan gave a regretful smile. Unfortunately, it's just a fake. Both of them whipped around to look at Yuan in shock. He explained its purpose. It was made as a fake to fool your sponsor, the Lady of the Lake. They only see what they want to see, so as long as you two go along with it, everything will be fine. Merlin had a sudden realization, I get it now. Meanwhile, Arthur was still lost. What on earth are you talking about? She explained it as simply as possible. The Lady of the Lake is the one who wants us to retrieve Excalibur. But we don't actually know what Excalibur looks like. We only know it exists as a sword. Its true appearance is a mystery. She looked at Yuan and continued, but he knows what Excalibur looks like. So, he created something that looks just like Excalibur to fool the sponsor. Yuan silently confirmed that was exactly it. He pictured its image. Excalibur, a sword that had rested under a magic-filled lake for centuries. It absorbed an immense amount of mana from that lake. Knowing this truth, I was able to replicate a fraction of its power. Arthur was still skeptical. But if it's a fake, how did we still separate? Merlin replied, This is only temporary. She already knew the outcome. The Lady of the Lake will soon realize it's a fake, and the curse will return to normal. Hearing this, Arthur flew into a rage. Before even thinking it through, his body moved faster than his brain as he prepared to attack Yu-1. Is that so? Fortunately, Merlin stepped in just in time. Hold on. Being much smarter than him, she figured, even if it's a fake, it will still work for a while, right? Yu-1 calmly laid out the details. It's not a matter of time. I made it to deceive them. Even if they catch on, they'll still have to inspect it thoroughly to some extent. As long as you two don't leave the round table, the curse will remain temporarily lifted. Yu-1 analyzed the sponsor's main motive for cursing them. Still, they genuinely want you to find the real Excalibur. With that finished, he reminded them, well, either way, my job here is done. Arthur held his face, falling into a heavy silence. Suddenly, he lowered his hands and snapped, "We're not done yet." Yu-1's expression turned serious as he quietly analyzed the situation. Arthur suffered far more from this curse than Merlin, which forced him to remain trapped in the body of a child. Meanwhile, Merlin still had her normal body, so it was completely understandable why he was acting this way. In the end, Yu-1 made up his mind. Well then. He smiled, clenching his fist as he offered, "Let me tell you two one more thing." Deep inside a mist-shrouded forest, at the actual resting place of Excalibur, a blinding flash of light suddenly cuts through the gloom. Right after that, a massive pillar of fire erupts, tearing through space with a heat that could scorch anything in its path. Domitius clenches his fists as intense flames flare up around him. Looking absolutely ferocious, he launches a ruthless attack at Zeus. But with just a slight tilt of his body, Zeus easily dodges the devastating blow. The sheer force of the punch grazes past Zeus, slamming into a massive boulder behind him and shattering it into a million pieces. Domitius doesn't stop there. With bloodshot eyes, he charges again, completely consumed by a blind fury. The entire area in front of him is reduced to rubble, and a thick cloud of dust blinds everyone. But Zeus stays completely calm. Swinging his sword, he casually mutters. Too slow. He delivers a horizontal slash, but Domitius reacts instantly, leaping high to narrowly dodge the blade, slicing right beneath his feet. Landing with force, he gears up to launch a counterattack. But suddenly, he senses something wrong. Without him realizing it, Zeus's mana has already slipped behind his back. A sharp blade sweeps through the air with a terrifying whistle. Before he can even move a muscle, the blade pierces deep into his back. His entire body goes rigid, and veins bulge across Domitius's face. His face contorts as he screams in agonizing pain. In his eyes, once consumed by a blood-red haze, a tiny speck of white suddenly appears. Slowly, the white light spreads, completely swallowing the crimson rage. Snapping out of his berserk state, Domitius's face pales as he drops to his knees. Zeus just stands there casually, holding his sword and looking down at him. He didn't even have to break a sweat to take him down. Having finally regained his senses, he completely loses his cool and plops down on the dirty ground. Pointing an accusing finger, he demands, "What the hell is that sword?" Sheathing his weapon, Zeus replies, "Just something I picked up a little while ago." Domitius's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. He stammers, You just picked up something like that?" He thinks back to his crushing defeat just moments ago. The second that blade touched him, he completely lost all control of his magic. Zeus doesn't bother explaining and casually changes the subject. "Well, you're strong enough that I can overlook you breaking our agreement and acting on your own." Seizing the opportunity, Domitius asks, "So, that means I'm not getting punished, right?" But Zeus ruthlessly crushes his hopes. "Wrong. I'm the only one who's forgiving you. Athena, on the other hand, seems very eager to punish you." Hearing this, Domitius whips his head around in panic, only to see her standing there silently with her arms crossed, looking just like a ghost. He panics internally, thinking, when did she get here? I didn't even sense her presence. Athena stares back blankly, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Zeus looks at her curiously and asks, "Is something wrong?" Athena finally speaks up. "I have something to report." She brings up their past conversation. "It's about what you mentioned a few days ago, Underdog." Domitius is taken aback, instantly recognizing the familiar name. Underdog? Zeus falls into deep thought, his face completely unreadable. Athena goes on. After returning from China, he is currently in the United Kingdom. Zeus raises an eyebrow. "The United Kingdom?" She nods gravely. "Yes. We still don't know why he went there." But she adds, "He's made contact with the Round Table." Zeus frowns. deep in thought. After analyzing the situation for a moment, he makes his decision. All right, keep monitoring him. And Hercules, don't you dare slack off on your training. Athena places a hand over her chest and bows. Understood. Demetrius also quickly agrees. Got it. They answer in unison. Zeus gazes off into the distance, already planning his next move. High above, the sky is clear, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily by. Meanwhile, at the Round Table's headquarters, a voice breaks the silence. Arthur stands with his arms propped up, facing Gion. Are you telling me Zeus has Excalibur? Gion confirms firmly. Yes. But then he raises a doubtful question. He already has the Thunderbolt of Olympus, so why on earth would he need that sword? Gion gives a strained chuckle, thinking to himself, the Thunderbolt. Is that really how everyone sees Zeus? Out loud, he honestly replies, I don't know. Suddenly, Arthur narrows his eyes at him, clearly annoyed. Hey, why are you speaking so casually to me? Gion shrugs indifferently. You're doing the same to me. Then, acting completely innocent, he adds, is there a problem with that? Arthur falls silent, trying to find a comeback, but ultimately gives up and lets out a helpless sigh. He then shifts the conversation back to the main topic. So, what are we going to do about Excalibur? With a look of pure innocence, Gion retorts, why are you asking me? I already told you guys where it is. All that's left is for you two to go grab it. Arthur is taken aback, completely caught off guard by his attitude. What? But what about our deal? Gion calmly reminds him. You asked me to find Excalibur so you could break your curse, and as far as I'm concerned, my job is done. Besides, you two still owe me a reward, twice over, actually. Arthur looks down, deep in thought. This is a tough spot. I seriously doubt Zeus would be willing to negotiate handing Excalibur over to me. Gion remains completely relaxed and reassures him, well, I'm sure Min will figure something out. She's pretty smart, after all. Hearing this, Arthur lets out a chuckle and agrees. Fair enough. Letting go of his obsession with Excalibur for now, he looks at Gion and asks, so, how exactly do you want us to repay you? He quietly ran the numbers in his head. Merlin had mentioned she was tied up in a meeting. Restoring Excalibur was going to take a long time. What if I just acted all mysterious and told Arthur, you don't know the first thing about true power. I will explain once Merlin gets back. Just as the words left his mouth, heavy footsteps echoed. Merlin slowly walked up to them, catching Arthur's attention as he turned to look. Knowing they were waiting for her, she said, all right, let's hear it. Thrilled, Junghyun decided to stop beating around the bush. Perfect, here is what I want. With a dead serious look on his face, he laid out an almost impossible condition both of them had to survive. Arthur's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Huh? He muttered, completely lost. Merlin looked just as shocked. Junghyun held up his hand, adding to his demands. I also need you both to trust me completely and do exactly as I say. If you agree to that, I will consider wiping your debt clean. Arthur frowned, questioning him. Why are you asking for 2 favors just to clear a single debt? Instead of answering, Junghyun shot back. What? Are you planning on dying? I am trying to make sure you stay alive. Arthur swallowed hard, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. Merlin spoke up, agreeing to the terms. All right, we understand. But I think we are going to need a much clearer explanation from you. He replied in a quiet, calm voice. You will get one soon. Something big is about to go down. What is so big? Arthur pressed. Junghyun laid out the facts, a special gate and a bizarre source of mana. I know you felt it too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have summoned the Knights of the Round Table, would you? Merlin knit her brows, silently admitting he was right. So my hunch was right. The density of mana across the entire United Kingdom is spiking at an alarming rate. I called them because of that special gate. Junghyun nodded solemnly. Exactly. And there are going to be a lot more of those special gates popping up in the future. But she was focused on something else. Is that the major event you were talking about? And what does that have to do with wanting us to survive? No, that is not it, Junghyun replied instantly. His expression grew incredibly grim. It is what happens when all those special gates disappear. We have to prepare for that moment. Both of them fell dead, silent at his words. On the glassy surface of the lake, 2 figures, one tall, one short, stood facing each other. Suddenly, sharp slashes cut through the air, forming a cross. Holding his sword, Arthur said, This is where I usually train alone. Not everyone on the round table even knows I exist. He then offered a challenge. How about a quick spar? You look like you've gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met. With that, he began flaring his mana. Jungyeon readily accepted. Sure, why not? He summoned his spear, oozing confidence. I am a lot different than I used to be. But before they started, there was something he needed to know. First, tell me. Have you ever fought that lightning guy? Arthur looked taken aback. Huh? He then gave a friendly warning. You know, talking like that is a quick way to get yourself killed. Jungyeon brushed it off, stubbornly pressing on. Just answer the question. Arthur could only chuckle at his persistence. Of course I have. Satisfied with the answer, Jungyeon muttered, good. His demeanor instantly shifted, his eyes glowing a blood red as he launched a preemptive strike. He lunged forward with explosive force, sending a massive plume of water into the air as he thrust his spear straight at Arthur. Deflecting the blow, Arthur taunted him. Are you even trying? You are still way too slow. The shockwave of their clash ripped through the surrounding water. Junghyun leaped back to put some distance between them, keeping his guard up as he frantically searched for a way to break through. Sparring with Arthur wasn't just a test of raw combat skills. If he wanted to stand a chance, he had to throw everything he had at him. Fierce flames erupted, wrapping around his entire spear. The system notifications began to flood in, stating that the fire magic of the Spear of Muspel had been converted into raw stats. Under the influence of the Fire King, the flames granted him powerful buffs. Ribbons of blazing red mana began to swirl violently around Junghyun. Arthur's eyes lit up with genuine interest. Oh? Now that is impressive. The two clashed with incredible intensity, tearing across the battlefield as fire and water collided in a fierce stalemate. After a brutal exchange, they split, and Junghyun was sent flying backward by Arthur's strike. Arthur raised his hand, condensing a ball of pure mana, before blasting it straight into Junghyun's gut. Yet, Junghyun managed to summon enough strength to brace himself, sending lake water splashing in all directions. Arthur's eyes gleamed as he looked down with a smirk. Is that all you have got? Junghyun wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit, the guy was a monster. But there was no way he was going to roll over and lose like this. Gritting his teeth, Junghyun resolved that he had to land at least one solid hit on this guy. Sharp slashes tore through the air as the blazing mana surged even hotter, completely enveloping the spear in raging flames. Arthur's eyes widened in shock. What the? Is he absorbing mana? Arthur wondered. Just then, the system alerted him that his dragon's heart was releasing raw magic. A massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rattling through the entire area. Thick smoke billowed, completely blinding them, as a heavy downpour of water droplets began to rain down like a storm. As the smoke cleared, Arthur's figure emerged. His expression was chillingly cold, and a thin scratch on his cheek was trickling with blood. Bewildered, Arthur asked, "What the hell was that?" Junghyun remained silent for a moment before finally muttering, "Solar flare." Arthur cracked a smile, impressed. "Solar flare, huh? That is one hell of a skill." But before the words could fully leave his mouth, threads of mana that had crept up unnoticed suddenly wrapped tightly around Junghyun's body. Losing consciousness, Junghyun collapsed to the ground. Arthur looked down, feeling a bit guilty. "Sorry about that. It has been a long time since I have had this much fun. I guess I got a little carried away and lost control of my strength." Arthur withdrew his mana and continued talking to himself. "You asked me about the white lightning earlier, didn't you? You can't pull it off right now." But Jian didn't get to hear the answer he actually wanted. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the one to defeat them. As time passed, a flock of birds soared over the city sky. Inside his room, Jian sat in deep thought. Hyunmu's concerned voice echoed from the bracelet. "Are you okay?" Jian raised his hands and looked at them. Fortunately, Merlin's skills had fully healed him. He replied to the bracelet, "Yeah, I'm fine." Closing his eyes, he thought back to the fight. "I lost, but at least I landed a hit on him." Jian boasted with a grin. "My spear actually reached the leader of a major organization. I've definitely gotten stronger." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wearing his usual cold expression, Juan asked, "Are you in there, underdog?" Outside, pigeons spread their wings across the city sky as Jian and Juan stood face to face. Juan spoke first. "Merlin told me that you warned us about the crisis that's going to hit England." Bowing politely, he said, "I sincerely apologize once again for the rudeness of our night, and I appreciate your upright and mature handling of the situation." Jian replied politely, "Don't worry about it." He then voiced his suspicion. "But I'm guessing you didn't come all this way just to say thank you, did you?" Juan remained silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Arthur." Jian looked at him in surprise. Revealing his true intentions, Juan said, I know you had a friendly spar with Arthur yesterday. I've always wanted to test myself against him, but I haven't had the chance yet. Juan gripped the hilt of his sword, channeling his mana. Even though he phrased it as a request, he was already taking a battle stance. So, would you be willing to spar with me? Jian let out a helpless sigh. I knew it. Left with no choice, he agreed. Fine. I'm actually pretty curious about your skills too. His eyes glowed a vibrant red as mana surged to envelop his entire body. Beneath the deep blue sky where clouds drifted lazily, Jian thought to himself that this must be a common trait among these British knights. He recalled meeting Galahad back at the round table. Juan, Galahad, and surprisingly, even Lancelot had all wanted to spar with him. Lancelot's serious face flashed in his mind, looking as if he had realized something important. He had apologized to Jian and asked for an unofficial duel. Depressed and exhausted, Jian thought, I came to the round table just to return Excalibur. Why does everyone here just want to fight, and fight some more? A red necklace now rested in Jian's palm. Looking back, Merlin was the one who had given it to him. This necklace will give your stats a slight boost. I think it will come in handy for you one day. He offered a warm, genuine smile. I received so much help back in China too. Thank you. She made a warm suggestion. And if you ever find the time, would you like to visit the Nile? Jian hesitated. The Nile? Merlin then started walking him through past events. Do you remember Inep, the hunter from the Nile, who caused that major scene? Jian wondered why she was suddenly bringing him up. He recalled their first meeting, when Inep had stood on a tree branch chatting with him. The last time I was injured during the great clash of warriors in England, he came to see me and asked me to visit the Nile. I heard he faced some harsh disciplinary action after returning to the Nile. Explaining her point, Merlin said, So you do remember poor Inep. He practically begged me to ask you to meet him at the Nile. I heard his punishment at the Nile is finally over. So, if you ever have the time. Jian didn't make a decision right away. He carefully weighed his options, knowing the Round Table was a neutral faction. They would likely warn the other groups about the impending disaster anyway. I've wrapped up everything I needed to do at the Round Table, but there's still one last matter I have to take care of in England. In the end, he gave a non-committal answer. I'll think about it. Merlin politely replied, Thank you. The city was filled with historic buildings, featuring an architecture vastly different from Korea. A faint whisper suddenly echoed in his ear, Goodbye. Catching the sound, Jian glanced over and focused his vision on the very top of the clock tower. Arthur stood there, silently watching him leave, muttering, The spark. Jian let out a helpless sigh. First he gave the lightning guy a nickname, and now he's giving me one too? I just hope you do your absolute best when the disaster strikes, Arthur. He headed to another location. As he pushed the door open, a bell chimed, and he called out, Jujin? Hearing no response, Jian called out once more, Jujin? But instead of his friend, a strange, short-haired girl stared back at him. She asked, suspiciously, Who are you? He was positive he had the right place. Is Park Jujin not here? Isn't this her shop? Minji crossed her arms, muttering, She rubbed her chin, sizing Jian up with a thoughtful look. You don't look like a loan shark coming to collect a debt. You don't look like a hunter returning a defective potion either, and she isn't the type to hide a guy here. After a long pause, she slapped her hands together as if it finally clicked. So, you must be here to buy something. He immediately denied it, looking completely bewildered. No, where's Baek Jujin? And who the hell are you? Minji leaned against the counter, calmly explaining, I'm just keeping an eye on the shop for Jujin. Jujin won't be around for a while. Jungian had no choice but to push back their meeting. I came here because Jujin's brother told me to. So, when can I actually see her? Minji had a sudden realization. Oh, so you're the person Jujin was talking about. She asked me to tell you this. She joined Olympus. He gasped in shock, clenching his fists in worry. The past was changing again. Junjian's mind was in turmoil. It wasn't time for her to join Olympus yet. What on earth happened to make her go there so fast? A wave of anxiety washed over him. Please don't tell me this is my fault. He fell into silence, a new worry creeping in. History was continuing to shift. As dusk fell over the city, Jungian walked while picking up a call. Hello? Meanwhile, at the beach, gentle waves crashed onto the shore as the soothing sound of the wind put the mind at ease. Inchang was busy sunbathing when her phone suddenly rang. What's up? The voice on the other end ordered. Get ready. She sat up in shock, completely bewildered. What? Right now? Jungian urged, pleading, Please, just get over here. You can ask Seonggu for the details later. Other than the White Tiger clan, Is anyone else coming to Egypt with you? In Chong paused to think. All right. Besides, Egypt sounds nice. It's perfect timing, actually, since I've been wanting to get some action. Somewhere else, cars filled the streets with the constant blaring of horns. Seonggu was driving when a voice suddenly came through. Seonggu, I'm in Egypt. He kept his eyes on the road while replying, I thought you were going to use the Bifrost to return to Korea. What are you doing in Egypt? Jungion replied, I've got something I need to take care of. He guessed, does this have to do with the great catastrophe? The young man's tone grew dead serious. It might be about something even bigger than that. Seonggu went on a long rant to convince him. Even so, showing up there out of nowhere is going to cause a massive headache. Egypt is already incredibly unstable with diplomatic issues, and your sudden arrival is only going to complicate things further. So, until we can sort things out on our end, just keep a low profile. The boy cut him off. Actually, I think the problem has already been taken care of. Seonggu was stunned, not quite catching his drift. Wait, what? But the young man only left him with one line, have some faith in Ace. On the other end, Jungion was standing alone against 4 sword-wielding men, each of them radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. He slowly raised his hands in surrender. Inside a grand and magnificent palace, guards gathered around Jungion, whispering among themselves. Why is Underdog in Egypt? Do you know anything? I have no idea, one of them replied. Maybe we should get a translator over here. A group of jackals stepped forward. Leave Underdog to us. They began marching toward Jungion, the soldiers' faces filled with shock. The ruling branch? Another guard chimed in with a guess. The Nile branch must be planning something. Looking down coldly, the jackal asked Jungion, You're Underdog, right? He was secretly on guard. Looks like they're here. I didn't think they'd send a member from the Korean branch this quickly. Jeontae offered a warm smile. Headquarters contacted me. They said the others should be arriving sometime today. He guessed it must be Dong In Chang and the others. Man, they're fast. Turning back to him, he added, I heard things are getting pretty intense in Egypt right now. Did something happen? Jeontae filled him in. As of right now, Egypt is pretty much completely under the thumb of Nile. You probably already know this, but Nile is split into 3 different branches. He continued his explanation. Memphis runs politics, Hermopolis dominates the business sector, and finally, Heliopolis controls all the hunters and the association. Jeontae's face turned dead serious. They're constantly locked in a power struggle, always trying to keep the other branches under lock and key, which means the situation in Egypt right now is, Jungion quickly chimed in, a complete and utter mess. He nodded in agreement. Exactly. Jeontae went on. Heliopolis used to hold the most power, but after what happened with Horus, some serious trouble broke out inside their branch. Hearing that, he recalled Inep mentioning he was in Heliopolis and asked Jeontae, what exactly happened with Horus? He replied, we don't know the exact details. It's something even our best intel sources couldn't uncover. But we do know that a massive argument broke out over some incident during a gate raid. Suddenly, Inep's words echoed in Jungion's mind. He had spoken with absolute urgency back then. It's because of the blood mineral. Please, you have to go to Nile. He frowned, thinking to himself, blood mineral? That's insane. Jungion stood up and made a request. First, there's a hunter I need to meet. Jeontae looked puzzled. Who is it? With a slight smirk, he revealed the name of his target, Inep. He's the captain of the Egyptian forces and a hero-class hunter. At the massive airport, Inchang walked out of the terminal gates with a cold, determined look on her face. At the airport, she suddenly saw someone smiling. Jaehyun walked up and said, It's been a while. Seo Ina enthusiastically replied, Just like you said, I brought everyone along. Behind her, Hela, Fenrir, and Jormungandr appeared. Yae Hyun happily welcomed Hela, Fenrir, and Jormungandr. Thank you all for coming. Balder squinted his eyes with a smile and stepped forward. Aren't you happy to see me? Seeing him, Jaehyun was clearly surprised, thinking to himself, Balder, one of Asgard's strongest heroes. Balder waved his fan and said, It's been ages since I've been back to a place this hot. Jaehyun was still lost in his thoughts. This guy is Odin's right-hand man. Jaehyun's face darkened as he asked, Why did you tag along? His expression shifted, looking at Jaehyun with a terrifying gaze. Showing your true colors right from the start? You're hurting my feelings. Seeing this, Fenrir gritted his teeth in irritation. Seo Ina and Seong Woo froze when they saw the tension. The atmosphere became dead silent. Suddenly, Balder laughed it off. Haha, just kidding. The association president sent me here to help Underdog complete his great outer expedition. All the special gates in South Korea were cleared much faster than expected, so don't worry. He gave Jaehyun a sinister look. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to working with you until you return to South Korea. After that, Balder turned to talk to Gyeongtae. Jaehyun stood there in dark silence, saying nothing. Jaehyun thought to himself, until then, this is going to be one uncomfortable trip. The next morning at the palace, Gyeongtae sat chatting with Jaehyun. Your request to meet the hunter named Anup from 9 has been rejected. Based on our sources, it seems like something is going on inside 9. Jaehyun wondered. What's going on? He explained, just like other countries, Egypt is recalling its heroes back to their own country. Gyeongtae continued. The second in command of Heliopolis, Seth, has returned. If Horus can't recover his weakened standing after that accident, Jaehyun caught on quickly, then the next ruler will be Seth. He agreed. Exactly, and right now, he is the strongest hunter in 9. At this, Jaehyun broke into a cold sweat, secretly calculating his next move. 9. The organization behind Egypt and their strongest hunter. I had to use every ounce of my power just to deal with Arthur. But the image of Arthur flashed in his mind, and I only managed to scratch his cheek. Is Seth as strong as Arthur, or maybe even stronger? Suddenly, Jaehyun stood up and said, seriously, Gyeongtae, keep pushing the request to meet Anup. Gyeongtae wondered, what are you going to do? With a determined look in his eyes, Jaehyun said, I'll find my own way to meet him. Under the clear blue sky, the city below was bustling with life. Up on a rooftop, Hojin and Seong-woo were talking. Hojin spoke up. Until now, I haven't asked you anything. I don't know what your relationship with Underdog is, or what secrets you might know. Seong-woo just remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Hojin's eyes flashed with a terrifying glint. But now I need to know. He keeps piquing my curiosity, yet he never gives me an answer. Hojin questioned. I can't understand your excessive kindness toward him. You're not the type of person who easily trusts others. He looked puzzled. So I find it very strange that you trust him so much. It's almost as if you've known him for a very long time. Hojin asked frankly, what is Underdog's ultimate goal? I just can't figure out what he wants, Seong-woo explained. Underdog. I mean, Jaehyun. He's the type of person whose goals align with yours. He mused. Hunter Baek Seong-woo said the exact same thing. He is a hunter who can help me achieve my goal once he grows stronger. Hojin pondered. We'll see about that. Seong-woo thought to himself, Jaehyun told me to say this to Odin in this exact situation. He revealed, your goal and his are the same to kill the patrons. At this, Hojin's expression turned to sheer shock. Seong-woo revealed, the hunters, sponsored by the rulers of a realm, have lost all their power. This is the first time a hunter has lost their power due to something other than death. He continued, it happened when Underdog killed Gunther. Hojin chuckled. Now this is getting interesting. In the Grand Palace, Jaehyun and Balder sat facing each other. Balder asked casually, so, what is it you want to talk about? Jaehyun got straight to the point. Balder, which hero in 9 is connected to Asgard? He was a bit surprised by how direct Jaehyun was. Balder brought his coffee cup to his lips. I don't even know what you're asking, calling me out so suddenly like this. Jaehyun leaned forward. When the association president ordered you here, what did he say about cooperating with me? He slammed his cup onto the table, Balder's gaze turning sharp. He told me to cooperate with you at all costs, within my power. Crossing his arms, Jaehyun said, then tell me, which hero in 9 is connected to Asgard? Balder suddenly stood up, giving off a dangerous vibe. I'll tell you later, it is a secret, after all. Jaehyun gestured politely. Fine then, he replied. All right, I'll be off then. Jaehyun recalled Gyeongtae's words. We don't know the exact details either. It was something that even our best informants couldn't dig up. But one thing we do know is that a massive argument broke out during a gate raid gone wrong. Based on what the Korean Association's manager said, Junjeon figured they must actually be here. A hero-class hunter like that was more than enough. A bit later, he went for a walk with In Chang, Wenhua, and Fenrir. In Chang fanned himself with his hand, complaining, phew, it's scorching out here. Wenhua just smiled and replied, but isn't a hot day better than a freezing cold one? She tilted her head and thought, yeah, I guess you're right. Curious, he asked. By the way, Junjeon, can I ask what your ultimate goal actually is? In Chang looked equally puzzled. Now that you mention it, I have no idea what your final goal is either. He continued, explaining that it always felt like Junjian was driving relentlessly toward a single purpose. Sure, I know your short-term goals, but I still have no clue what the end game is. Please don't tell me it's something like world domination. Hearing that, Junjian stopped in his tracks. He went quiet for a moment, letting off a dangerous vibe before turning around to say, "Actually, I think it might just be world domination." Chang was completely speechless. When you say it with a straight face like that, I can't even tell if you're joking or being serious. Suddenly, Fenrir tensed up as if sensing something. In the distance, a group of people approached, shrouded in massive, swirling currents of dark magic. Junjian warned everyone to step back. It was the jackals. Leading them was a man with a strange, glowing brand etched onto his hand. The man stepped forward with an arrogant swagger. Junjian muttered to himself, "Set. His power is insane, definitely on par with Arthur." Set stopped right in front of him and sneered, "So, you're the underdog." Without a hint of hesitation, Junjian replied, "That's right." Set got straight to the point. "I'm here to have a quick word with you." Junjian gave a simple nod of agreement. Standing on the palace terrace, Set stood with his back turned to Junjian. He began, "After Egypt gained independence from the empire, it took on the name the Arab Republic. But do you want to know the truth?" He stared out into the distance. Egypt is still very much ruled by a single empire, the Nile dynasty. In reality, they control absolutely everything here. Junjian asked calmly, "And you're trying to take over that dynasty?" Set chuckled, clearly amused. "Bullseye. You're a sharp one." He smirked with anticipation. "So, my clever friend, care to take a guess?" Junjian remained cool. "Guess what?" Set pointed a finger at his own chest. "Why I want to succeed Osiris and become the head of the Nile dynasty, and more importantly, what will I do once I'm the ultimate ruler?" His playful smirk vanished, replaced by a dead serious expression. "Go on. Try guessing." Junjian was thrown off. Before this meeting, he had assumed Set was just some power-hungry lunatic who staged an accident to usurp the throne. But if power wasn't his only motive, what was it? Why would he go to such extremes? Was he really just trying to crown himself king? Meanwhile, in the vast Arab territory, grand palaces stood tall, showcasing breathtaking and intricate architecture. The group walked down the massive but eerie, deserted main street. Chang broke the silence to ask, "So, how did your talk with Set go?" Junjian turned to Manhwa. He wanted me to guess his ultimate goal. "Curious," she asked. "And what did you tell him?" Junjian paused, realizing he hadn't even been able to formulate a guess. He had assumed Set was just thirsty for power, but there was something deeper. Meeting Set had completely changed his perception of the man. Set was incredibly dangerous, but he wasn't inherently evil. He wasn't black or white. He existed in a gray area, cutting right through his thoughts. Balder chimed in suspiciously. "Where on earth did you slip off to?" But before Junjian could answer, Wenhua snapped, annoyed by Balder's constant prying. "Don't you have anything better to do?" she snapped. But Balder didn't seem bothered at all by her cold brush-off. "Haha, looks like you guys are all wrapped up. I've already taken care of my own business, too." But his eyes suddenly darkened as he muttered, "But now that I think about it, it's pretty strange. Your little underdog crew is quite a piece of work." Sensing the hostile energy radiating from him, the group tensed up. Every single person in their squad was a hero-class hunter. "So how come not a single one of you has joined Asgard?" They gulped, feeling a chill run down their spines under his intense gaze. He kept pressing them. The fact that hunters outside of Asgard knew the guild's deep secrets seemed to genuinely amuse him. Honestly, is there anything more dangerous than that? Chang glared at him, thinking, is this guy seriously trying to test us right now? Junjian stepped in to cut him off. "Cut the crap." He threw the question right back at him. "What's the answer to my question from earlier?" Balder shrugged, calmly explaining, "Odin ordered me to cooperate with you at all costs, as long as it's within my power." But before he could finish, a massive explosion cut their conversation short. Both of them whipped their heads toward the sound. The shockwave was massive, sending a visible explosion rippling through the distant sky. Electrical currents surged through the air as violent lightning tore down from above, ripping right through the clouds. The lightning swirled like a violent vortex, condensing into a single, massive beam of energy that tore open a rift in space. Bystanders watched in sheer terror as a bizarre, massive gate manifested right in the middle of the city center. As the rift expanded, a terrifying surge of energy spilled out. turning the crackling lightning into an ominous blood-red color. In Chang panicked at the unfolding disaster. This is bad. The gate literally just appeared, and its magic power is already spiraling out of control. At this rate, it's going to collapse right in the middle of downtown, and countless people will be killed. She immediately screamed out to him, "Lee Junkyung, we have to stop this. It's going to collapse." He tried to calm her down, telling her to take it easy. But seeing how incredibly relaxed he was, In Chang lost her temper and brushed him off. "How can I calm down? People are going to die. We have to do something." He patiently tried to explain to her, "Look, it's fine. We're not in Korea right now." But she wasn't having any of it. "No, even if I have to go alone, I'm going." Suddenly, a powerful purple energy flared up, completely wrapping around her. Drawing her sword, she snapped, "I don't know why you're holding back, but right now, every single second counts." Just as she was about to take off, she froze. Huge, muscular jackals were soaring right across the sky. Their cold, expressionless faces carried a razor-sharp gaze as they stared straight ahead. Leading the pack was Seth, gliding through with his overwhelming power. Junkyung then pointed out what they were actually up to. "This isn't Korea. We're in Nile territory, and Nile has its own way of doing things." Realizing this, she finally began to calm down, muttering, "I get it." But even though Junkyung had reassured In Chang, he himself was still pretty shocked by Seth's methods. He never expected Seth to actually handle this personally. Slowly, quiet returned to the area as a system notification chimed, announcing that the special gate had been cleared. He wasn't surprised at all by how fast they controlled the situation. "Just as I thought, they cleared it incredibly fast." It made sense though. When the leader himself steps up, even a special gate stands no chance of causing any real damage. Shaking off his thoughts, Junkyung called her over. Hearing her name, In Chang sheepishly looked down. "Look, if you're going to tease me, please don't. I'm already embarrassed enough as it is." But instead of teasing her, he smiled warmly and praised her. "No, you did great. You rushed in like that because you wanted to save lives, right?" She stammered. "Well, yeah, that's true." But suddenly, a strange noise cut them off. Before he knew it, In Chang had already dashed off again, sensing that something was wrong. He shook his head in sheer disbelief. She was always the first one to charge into trouble. Making her way deeper into the city, she came across a group of thugs brutally tormenting a defenseless man. Glaring at them with pure rage, she yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" Confused by the language barrier, the thugs just stared at her blankly before whispering to one another. "A hunter? What's she even saying?" Right then, Junkyung caught up and asked, "Is there a problem here?" This time, they actually understood him. "Huh? Is that underdog?" He's speaking fluent Arabic, so there's no language barrier. He could easily talk to them. It turned out Marin's necklace was proving to be incredibly useful. "What did this guy even do for you to beat him up like this?" The leader sneered, waving them off dismissively. "Mind your own business. This has nothing to do with foreign hunters like you." Sizing up the situation, Junkyung decided to step in. "I can't just stand by and watch after seeing you guys jump a helpless man like this. Tell me what's going on, or else." His voice turned cold, issuing a sharp warning. "I'll report this to the association. Hunters aren't allowed to attack civilians, no matter what." The thugs burst into laughter, acting as if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "You must be new here. In Egypt, the power dynamic between hunters and ordinary people is completely different." He laid out the harsh reality of this place. "Out here, hunters can beat up civilians whenever they feel like it. It's an unwritten rule everyone follows. We do whatever we want." Sneering, he raised his sword high, preparing to strike. Suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere. Both of them watched in absolute shock. But to their surprise, the thing that fell to the ground wasn't the victim, but the thug's own arm. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the thug frantically clutched his freshly severed arm in absolute panic. Up on the roof sat Seth, who had delivered the swift slash. He casually reminded them, Egypt has its own laws, too. The remaining thugs looked up at Seth, trembling in fear. He floated down gracefully, a terrifying, suffocating aura radiating from him. Hunters from Nile have the right to hunt other hunters. The brutal display left Junkyung and In Chang utterly speechless. Deep red blood slowly pooled and soaked into the dirt. The very thugs who were acting so tough just moments ago were now lifeless bodies on the ground, their eyes frozen in terror. Shivering, In Chang turned to him and whispered, "Is Seth actually a good guy?" Witnessing this firsthand, Junkyung had no idea how to even answer that. In-chong hesitated before adding, I mean, he did save that man. But this is way too extreme. He looked down, deeply conflicted. He had planned to rescue the man regardless of Niall's influence, and Seth probably knew that. But looking at the two lifeless bodies slumped against the wall, Jun-kyung felt a pang of sadness. Seth had still killed hunters who didn't necessarily have to die. Since he remained quiet, In-chang asked again, do you think he's a good person? Jun-kyung hesitated for a long moment before replying, I honestly don't know. Overhead, the Egyptian sky was already bathed in the warm glow of dusk, with pink clouds drifting lazily in the wind. Very soon after, the first glimmers of the dawn star gradually emerged in the twilight sky. Then, a magnificent palace, shining brilliantly under the morning sun, signaled that a new day had arrived. Just as planned, Jae-hyun and Balder arrived at the palace. Sitting right across from them, Inpu had already made himself comfortable in his chair. Standing behind him was Bastet. Jae-hyun politely asked, It has been a while, has it not? But who is that person standing behind you? The woman with platinum hair immediately introduced herself. My name is Lamia, and my alias is Bastet. Jae-hyun observed them closely and quickly realized what was going on. He thought to himself, I wanted to meet Inpu alone. But just as I suspected, both Ennead and Asgard are keeping their eyes on us. Inpu got straight to the point. It has been a while. What is the reason you wanted to meet me? Jae-hyun smiled naturally. I just wanted to see you. But immediately after, Bastet suddenly sensed that something was off. Balder noticed the exact same thing, causing him to narrow his eyes in suspicion. To keep his investigation discreet, Jae-hyun decided to use telepathy to speak with Inpu. Can you hear me, Inpu? Once you can hear me, if you want to confirm something, give me a positive answer. And if it is the opposite, give me a negative one. Inpu was secretly amazed, thinking, he can even use magic? This guy is incredible. He then immediately played along, saying out loud, I wanted to meet you too. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun began his cover story. You look a lot thinner than before. Is Ennead not feeding you enough? But in reality, he telepathically sent a completely different message. I came here for the blood mineral. Does it have anything to do with Hercules' power? Hearing this, Inpu immediately gave a positive answer to play along. Oh, they actually feed me a lot. Jae-hyun seemed satisfied, continuing the act. So, do you get to eat whatever you want? But telepathically, he sent, last time, you wanted me to save Horus. Was Horus's situation related to the blood mineral? Inpu nodded in agreement. That is right. I am a pretty picky eater. Jae-hyun continued to dig deeper into the superficial conversation. Neith, the hunter, also helped me during the clash of the strong warriors. How are they doing? But what Jae-hyun was actually asking in his mind was Horus affected by the blood mineral, just like Hercules was? This time, Inpu confirmed firmly. They are doing very well. Jae-hyun nodded in response. I see. Listening to this bizarre, disjointed conversation, Balder scowled in confusion, thinking, what the hell are they even talking about? Jae-hyun then decided to get straight to the point. Do you like Neith? Which secretly meant, is Seth the culprit? At the mere mention of that name, Inpu's eyes widened in utter shock. Inpu lowered his voice and replied, You are quite sly, at least that is how I feel. But I do not know how Neith feels. In his mind, Jae-hyun translated his response. It meant he did not know whether Seth was the actual culprit. Out loud, Jae-hyun continued, It would be wonderful if you two could end up together. Is there anything I can do to help? This time, no telepathic question was sent. Inpu replied casually, but his words carried a deep, hidden meaning. If you could help me, that would be wonderful. Jae-hyun did not hesitate to reply. I see. Then let us arrange a time for all of us to meet up, Inpu said gratefully. Thank you. Not long after, in another room of that luxurious palace, a hand clenched into a tight fist slammed hard onto a table, making a painful, echoing thud. Balder yelled in anger. Did you seriously ask me to arrange a meeting with Inpu just to talk about garbage like that? Feeling completely played, he was absolutely furious. If you are just using Asgard for trivial things like this, even Odin will not let it slide. Ignoring Balder's outburst, Jae-hyun remained perfectly calm. Doesn't it make perfect sense? The cryptic response left Balder completely baffled as he asked, What are you even trying to say? Jae-hyun continued to keep him in suspense. Don't worry, he will be more than satisfied in a little bit. Balder frowned slightly and warned him, You had better make sure that is how it actually turns out. Hearing this, a confident smirk played on Jae-hyun's lips. Jae-hyun quickly changed the subject. I am almost done with my business here in Egypt. Let us head back in 3 days, Balder asked, completely bewildered. 3 days? Jae-hyun casually explained. Well, I haven't even had the chance to do any sightseeing in Egypt yet. His nonchalant attitude and actions were really starting to get on Balder's nerves. As if suddenly remembering something, Jae-hyun asked out of curiosity, "Let me ask you this, which hero actually infiltrated Ennead?" Balder secretly rejoiced, thinking, he took the bait, I almost forgot I was one step ahead of him. He quickly put on a bright smile and replied, "Oh, as for that, you have actually already met them." Jae-hyun rolled his eyes, desperately searching his memory. I have already met them? Who could it possibly be? As time slipped by, another night descended upon Egypt. On the sandy bank of the long river, Jae-hyun stood all by himself, looking small and solitary. Suddenly hearing a rustle, he immediately turned to see Inpu, who was wearing a face veil. Inpu whispered, "Sorry, I am late. There were a lot of people keeping tabs on me." On top of that, Inpu warned, "There is a good chance that many people are keeping their eyes on us right now, even in this spot. You have caught the attention of the entire Ennead." Despite the warning, Jae-hyun calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about it." In an instant, a protective barrier formed and wrapped around the two of them. Jae-hyun explained, "They will not be able to spy on us from the outside." Inpu was completely stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. "Spatial distortion? You can actually use high-level magic too? I honestly thought you could only use basic spells like you did this morning, but you are seriously impressive." Inpu looked up at him, a trace of anxiety still lingering in his eyes. But maybe it's still not enough. There is nowhere that Osiris cannot see, Yoon-gyeon thought to himself. Is that so? Even with Merlin's power, would they still be able to see what is inside? I can't be so sure. To avoid any complications, he immediately asked, "Let's get straight to the point. Why did you ask me to come here?" Inpu hesitated for a moment, but a second later, he spoke with determination. "It is because of the blood mineral that Horus is still in a coma." He recalled the past and explained, "The blood mineral is a mineral that can grant the user formidable power, similar to what Hercules showed us in your previous battle." Returning to the present, Inpu continued, "Everything started when Set brought that blood mineral." Yoon-gyeon felt a surge of anxiety. Had they already found the blood mineral? Just as he thought, the past had changed. A voice echoed, discussing the red stone, a mysterious object that drastically increases a monster's power and possesses an incredible growth rate. As usual, everyone began researching the blood mineral. Numerous experiments were conducted. Inpu explained that the research was a success. They even succeeded in multiplying its power output several times over. Inpu stood facing Yoon-gyeon and continued, "But the problem is, we cannot control that power." Inpu nodded in agreement. "Exactly." And just like that, the research was put on hold. Yoon-gyeon secretly figured that the madness was truly a poison. After all, it was not something that could be understood through simple research. Throughout history, Hercules was the only hunter capable of controlling that madness, Inpu emphasized. However, Horus volunteered himself as a test subject for the blood mineral. He froze, unable to believe what he just heard. Yoon-gyeon was no longer certain about his own deductions. The successor of a massive organization volunteered as a test subject? So that's what this is about? Inpu confirmed, that is correct. Despite everyone trying to dissuade him, Horus was determined to go through with the experiment. He asked, "Then why did Horus try so hard to obtain the power of the blood mineral?" Inpu hesitated, but instead of hiding it, he revealed it was because of Set. Even though Horus is the rightful successor of the Ennead, Set wants to control it himself. Recalling the times Set would shout at others, he recounted, "Osiris and Set argue constantly, but Set is simply too powerful to negotiate with. So, in order to stop Set, Horus wanted even more power." Yoon-gyeon rested his chin on his hand, contemplating Set. An image of Set appeared, unleashing his full power, running so fast that smoke trailed behind him. His massive body stood there, radiating an overwhelming aura. Yoon-gyeon wondered, is Set taking control of the Ennead really that dangerous? From what I've seen, Set isn't necessarily a bad person. He found it hard to believe this. Is Set really being ostracized just because he wants to seize the throne? If this is just a civil war over the Ennead's throne, then, Inpu interrupted him, it's not just that. Horus is an incredibly upright person. He actually intended to hand the throne over to Set. However, a voice suddenly echoed from out of nowhere. "So, you two have met?" Both of them turned around at the same time. Set slowly walked over. Inpu called out softly. His sudden appearance filled Yoon-gyeon with endless questions. Did he tail Inpu? No. Merlin's barrier is still active. Then what does this mean? He turned to look at Set. So you were here from the very beginning? Set replied. I apologize for eavesdropping on you. However, there is something I want to ask. He demanded. Inpu, answer me. I already knew that Horus intended to hand the throne over to me. However, Horus still chose to mess with that dangerous power, and it was all just to control me. Why would he do that? Inpu frowned, his expression turning deadly serious. Horus said, Someone is controlling you. Yoon-gyeon was stunned. Set was no less shocked upon hearing this, though his face remained expressionless. How many people already know about this? Inpu placed his hand over his chest and asserted, I am the only one. Set shot back. And you think I'm going to believe that? Inpu sincerely explained. Right before Horus underwent the blood mineral experiment, he told me himself. He might have told someone else before that, but as far as I know, I am the only one he shared this secret with. Yoon-gyeon closely observed Set. He had been quite relaxed up until now, but now he seemed genuinely anxious. It seemed Horus was right. Yoon-gyeon advised, Inpu, I think you should head back. He then made a promise about finding a cure for Horus. I will look into it, but nothing is certain yet. I cannot guarantee anything, so please do not get your hopes up too high. Inpu said gratefully, Thank you. The meeting between the three of them came to an end. Having nothing left to ask, Set commanded, Go home. Inpu nodded in obedience. Understood. He quickly made his departure. Once Inpu was out of sight, Set turned a cold, piercing gaze toward Yoon-gyeon. Yoon-gyeon called out to stop him. Hold on. Deep down, he knew that if Set had already made up his mind, there was absolutely nothing he could do to stop him. But Set simply let out a heavy sigh and said, I understand. All right. With a calm look on his face, he speaks up. We have something to discuss, don't we? Above them, the poetic blue sky, along with the rustling leaves, creates a breathtaking backdrop. Seth sits on a nearby boulder and says, I've been keeping my eye on you. But he isn't the least bit surprised. I knew that, he replies, but I didn't expect you to be this close. He wants to get straight to the point. Is the one pulling your strings Asga? He recalls Bander, who had a squinty-eyed smile, mentioning that he had crossed paths with a spy. He also remembers the times he stood behind him. Since Seth wants the throne, it's highly likely that he's working for Asga too. Seth doesn't dodge the question and answers. You're not wrong. But you're not entirely right either. He continues to clarify, I'm not some kind of spy. To put it simply, we're just scratching each other's backs. Naturally, he is a bit taken aback. That's quite shocking. Seth looks at him with an amused, provocative grin. Well, you can look at it that way if you want. With a look of determination, Yoon-gyeon demands, Then who is the one behind you? Who the hell is pulling your strings from the shadows? Hearing this, Seth is visibly stunned. Suddenly, a massive wave of power erupts. Around his body, he summons a sword, gripping it tightly, as if you dare, after I graciously let In Chang go. The sword in his hand begins to glow, matching the aura radiating from its master. With a smug, provocative look, Seth sneers, So how about I just kill you instead? As the glowing spear reveals itself, Yoon-gyeon unleashes his own power at the exact same time. He's definitely working for Asga. I can tell by the way he's pointing that sword at me. The real problem is the person backing Seth. Does that mean there's someone capable of controlling the leader of a massive organization? Yoon-gyeon grows increasingly wary. I have no chance of winning. I might have to put my life on the line right here. Seth stares at him, a sinister, delighted grin spreading across his face. Impressive. But you know what? He murmurs, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yoon-gyeon's eyes widen in shock. He's gone. Suddenly, Seth materializes right behind him, his blade already pressed cold against Yoon-gyeon's neck. Just in time, Yoon-gyeon bends backward, narrowly dodging the blade. Seth is quite surprised by his quick reflexes. Yoon-gyeon immediately leaps back 2 steps, putting some distance between them. Yoon-gyeon thinks to himself, it was only for a split second, but I actually saw it. He feels a wave of relief. If it weren't for those intense duels I had with them, I would never have been able to dodge that. It is all thanks to Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, Seth says excitedly. Just as I thought. My eyes never deceive me. He continues with pride. You truly are unbelievable. Yes, I didn't obtain that red ore by chance. That person gave it to me and me alone. Seth's words startled Yoon-gyeon. That person? Seth replies nonchalantly. You asked me before what I wanted to do once I became king. Do you know the answer now? Shocked, he stammers. You? His voice drops to a snarl. Are you an imposter? Seth is taken aback. An imposter? Jungyung regains his composure. I'm pathetic for thinking you were like him, even for a split second. At the same time, he recalls his original impression of Seth, a notorious hunter who made everyone tremble in fear. A hunter who tried to change the world through that very notoriety. He concludes, the Demon King. When I saw Seth, I thought of the Demon King. Jungyung's eyes lock onto Seth. The reason you want to control the Nile. The sole reason is because you want to be king. Because you want to be a king who can do whatever the hell he wants. In other words, a greedy tyrant who monopolizes everything. Shadows shroud the expression on his face. Then, the corners of his lips curl upward, and Seth bursts into a maniacal laugh. He laughs hysterically, paying absolutely no mind to Jungyung. He declares, that's right. As the truth comes to light, the night slowly fades away. The next day at the palace, Jungyung sits in deep thought. Does that guy, Asga, know that someone else is pulling the strings behind all of this? He worries. If Asga didn't know, he wouldn't have let me go. Or did he think I wouldn't tell Asga about Seth? Just then, In Chang walks out while rubbing her eyes. Aren't you sleeping? Jungyung explains. I'm just thinking about a few things. She hesitates. About Seth. Something feels off. I don't think he's a good person. He wonders. Huh? What makes you say that? In Chang isn't quite sure either. Should I call it a gut feeling? Everything he showed us. Compared to who he really is, it just feels like he's putting on an act. Jungyung forces a wry smile. I only realized that after meeting him last night. She really has a sharp intuition. Suddenly, the door bursts open. Bander barges in and yells, Underdog, what the hell do you think you're doing? Confused, he replies, I have no idea what you're talking about. He answers, I don't know if you're aware, but about the informant for Asga I mentioned earlier, it's Z. Bander continues, and as of this morning, Z announced they're cutting off all information trade with Asga. The reason he suddenly did that must be because of you, Underdog. His usually squinted eyes are now glaring at Jungyung with pure irritation. So, what the hell did you do? He mutters, What did I do? Jungyung's face turns serious. But here's what I have to do now. We're going to join the Nile discussions. In Chang is left dumbfounded. Wait, what? Meanwhile, Balder just kept staring coldly at him. Outside the temple, the jackals stood in a perfect, straight line. Bastet spoke up excitedly. It is a true honor to meet all of you. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival at the Nile, heroes of Asgard. Junghyun replied formally. We are equally honored. I'm here today as the representative of Asgard. She then guided everyone, saying, We received word from Asgard beforehand, so please, follow me this way. Junghyun thought to himself, using Odin's name was a brilliant move. Everything is going exactly according to plan. He thought confidently, the heart of the Nile. We should have no trouble getting inside. As they walked down the path, Bastet suddenly stared ahead, taken aback. They had bumped right into Set, who was standing in their way. She looked confused, but Set only responded to Bastet with a highly suspicious smirk. Junghyun wondered, What's with that look? This is bad. I need to execute the plan before it's too late. He suddenly called out, Bastet! She tilted her head. Is something the matter, sir? Junghyun asked curiously, Where is Horus? At his words, Bastet instantly grew wary. Junghyun spoke up, I'm going to try and treat Horus. She feigned ignorance. What are you talking about, sir? Suddenly, a voice cut in. Bastet. It was inept and numb. Bastet spun around. Inept? What? What is the meaning of this? Inept suddenly dropped down on one knee. The leader of Egypt, Horus, is one of our beloved guardians. I beg of you, he pleaded, please allow Underdog to treat Horus. Sometime after arriving at the Nile, Bastet and Inept were now rushing down the corridor at full speed. Inept suddenly said gratefully, Thank you, Bastet. She replied coldly, not breaking her stride. Inept, I just hope you didn't make the wrong decision. At the exact same time, Junghyun and Balder were rushing just as fast. Balder worried to himself, if they can't save Horus, everyone here is going to die. And that includes us. He stared at Junghyun's back, thinking, if I have to, I'll use him to mend relations between Asgard and the Nile. Meanwhile, Inchang whispered to Bastet, What are the chances of us getting caught? Bastet replied, We've already been spotted. But more importantly, Underdog. Can you really save him? Junghyun looked at her calmly and said, I think it's a bit late to ask that. I can't give you a guarantee, but I'll do everything I can. His face was tense as he thought, I can't guarantee a single thing, but if I fail, we won't be able to stop what's coming. The scene then shifts to the inner chamber. Aggressive jackals stood in their way, blocking their path. Halt. You fools are incredibly reckless to dare enter the heart of the Nile. Bastet stepped forward, with Inep and Junghyun flanking her. She spoke up. Please, step aside. I don't want to hurt any of you. This hunter is with me. The jackals gasped in shock. Bastet, how could you? One of them snarled. It's not too late. Bind their hands and get over here. Like a gust of wind, Bastet slashed through 3 jackals in the blink of an eye, and they all collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the whole thing, Inchong asked in disbelief, What on earth are you doing? They trusted you, Bastet. They could have helped us. Bastet replied with a solemn look. That is exactly why I did it. From behind, a hand gently rested on Inchong's shoulder. Still stunned, Inchong stammered. What? What do you mean? Junghyun slowly explained. Bastet cares about them deeply. If we fail to save Horus, they will be put in danger too. Inchong sheepishly admitted, Oh, I'm sorry. I was being incredibly short-sighted. He suddenly realized that Merlin's necklace was truly incredible. It didn't just translate for him, but for his entire team as well. Before long, the group gathered in front of the massive central gate. Bastet looked ahead and said, Horus is just beyond these doors. She turned back and called out to Numek. Bastet asked her point blank, Will you help me defend this place? Hearing that, Num looked highly skeptical. Inep stepped forward and said, Thank you for trusting us, Num, but if you don't want to go any further, you can turn back right now. Num looked visibly annoyed and declared proudly, It is an honor to fight alongside you, Bastet. For a brief second, Bastet felt it she didn't know how, but she could tell Num was fully committed now. The gate slowly creaked open. Num and Bastet stayed behind, watching the others head inside. Clearly having something she wanted to say, Num called out Inep's name. He quickly turned around to look at her. Num blushed, shifting her gaze away. If you succeed, stay with me. Inep smiled warmly to reassure her. Don't worry, we'll definitely make it back. Num's heart raced as her face flushed red. On the other side, Inchong declared proudly, We really can't afford to fail now. Junghyun didn't disagree as he followed from behind. Yeah, I guess so. They pressed on, the team rushing through one corridor after another, until the bright light of an exit appeared ahead. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the sight of a glowing sarcophagus resting at the very center of the hall. The woman standing before it spoke, I knew you all would come looking for my son. Upon seeing her, Inep whispered under his breath, Lady Isis. Beside him, Junghyun's eyes widened. Isis. I've definitely heard that name somewhere before. He pretty much figured out her identity. Osiris was the ruler of the Nile, and she was his wife, as well as the mother of Horus, whom he had to treat. She was also one of the strongest existences on the river. She was Osiris's wife and the mother of Horus, the one he needed to cure. She was also one of the most powerful beings on the Nile River. Silence, Isis snapped, glaring at them. Don't you dare come any closer. Suddenly, a glowing, reflective circle materialized, sealing off the center of the coffin and dividing the space into 2 halves, inside and out. Jungyeon stared in awe, thinking to himself, a barrier. We won't be able to get close through ordinary means. And the Nile is hiding a monster of its own. Inpu looked up at Lady Isis, pleading with the goddess standing above him. Isis spoke, her voice heavy. I know my Horus thinks highly of you, and I've heard countless times that you would be the one to find someone to save him. She looked down with a stern gaze and demanded, So tell me, Inpu, do you truly believe that man can save my son? Inpu looked her in the eye and affirmed, Yes, I am absolutely sure of it. Isis glanced over to confirm one more time. Then let me ask you, can you really save my son? Junjon froze for a moment before giving his answer, leaving both Inchong and Bader completely stunned. No. Isis gasped, her face darkening in disbelief as he looked her dead in the eye and said, I can't guarantee that I can save him. Jungeon spoke with utter honesty. I will simply do my absolute best to treat him. Her hand went limp, dropping weakly to her side upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, the group was now standing before a massive ancient structure that revealed a